The old man just said, "Can we love each other again before we part?" The young and beautiful saint blushed and said, "You old rascal, I really can't do anything with you." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the cave, while the old man followed excitedly behind the saint. He vaguely remembered that the last time he shared a bed with his wife was 200 years ago. In a moment, in the cave. Don't be impatient. You're acting like a child. After 10 breaths, Fang Yuan shyly curled up in the blanket, his face burning. Meow meow. Meow meow. I meow meow said lightly. No need to explain. I understand it all. Just like the story you told me when you were young. It's better to forget each other than to live in resentment. Just as Fang Yuan was lost in thought, a voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for binding the boundless love, the belated golden finger. This prompt instantly brought tears to Fang Yuan's eyes. 500 years had passed, and who knew how he had come through it? Perhaps sensing Fang Yuan's emotional fluctuations, Bai Miao, who was about to leave, turned back and said, "Why are you crying? How about you take your time and try again?" As she said this, the blush that had disappeared from Bai Miao's face reappeared. 500 years had passed, but she remained as pure as ever. However, Fang Yuan shook his head. He looked at the words above Bai Miao's head with a dazed expression. Target, Bai Miao talent, grade A. 95% spiritual root, top grade fire spiritual root love, 15 bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 0 years. Can increase the host's talent by 0%, cannot be extracted. Indeed, time would erase everything. The perfect love that once existed was now reduced to just 15 points. Of course, Fang Yuan was not blaming Bai Miao. Over the past 500 years, she had done enough for him. Fang Yuan glanced slightly to the side at the dressing table, where the bronze mirror reflected his aged and withered figure. Host, Fang Yuan talent, grade C. 10% spiritual root, all 5 elements are disabled lifespan, less than 7 years cultivation, foundation establishment initial stage in the new template. He could finally see his own talent attributes. He was indeed a waste in cultivation. No wonder Bai Miao's master had always hated him so much. He had indeed harmed Bai Miao. Ai Yuan. Bai Miao shook her little hand on Fang Yuan's face. Do you want to try again? Fang Yuan did not agree with Bai Miao. He chose to leave the fire sect. Now that he is old, he wants to find a new love in the fire sect to prolong his life, which is probably harder than ascending to the heavens. In the future, Fang Yuan arrived at the capital city of Yugua, Yaocheng, and bought a house. Love is a matter of principle, and he is ready to fight a long battle. After everything was settled, Fang Yuan couldn't wait to start looking for the fireworks alley. For 500 years, he had kept himself pure for Bai Miao, not even talking to other female cultivators a few times, which was a shame for a time traveler. Now that he had a second golden finger, it could be considered as turning bad luck into good. Before long, Fang Yuan arrived at the largest flower shop in Yao City, ordered 2 flower pastries, listened to the music in the pavilion, enjoyed life, and for the first time in his 2 lifetimes, Fang Yuan ate the fine grains from the imperial city. "Grandpa, come have a drink." The 2 courtesans served wholeheartedly, with a smile on Fang Yuan's face, but in reality, she was laughing inwardly. Goal, Ruyan talent, grade D spiritual root, ordinary quality with spiritual root affection, minus 65 bonus. None. Fang Yuan pinched Ruyan's delicate face moistened with water, and asked with a smile, "Which matchmaker in Yao City is the most famous?" Ruyan pondered with a furrowed brow. "Matchmaker? It should be Wangpa in the south of the city." Wangpa? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, and a new plan formed in her mind. Before long, Fang Yuan arrived at Wangpa's house. "Sir, how old are you this year?" "Don't bother. This Wangpa is quite polite. I can hear you. No need to shout in my ear." Fang Yuan said lightly. I'm used to it." "Sir, are you looking for a partner?" Fang Yuan looked at the girl pouring tea and water on the side and asked, "Is she your daughter?" Wangpa joked. "Oh, sir, but the young lady is only 28 years old. It's not suitable for you." With these words, the girl pouring tea also let out a silver bell-like laughter. So tender, so pleasant, so nostalgic. I remember 500 years ago, Miao Miao used to laugh like this. Fang Yuan regained his thoughts and calmly said, "I am looking for a companion, but not an old one. My only requirements are 2, 1. She must be prettier than your daughter. 2. She must be able to communicate normally." Hearing this, Wang Pai immediately stood up, her eyes wide open like copper bells. "Sir, are you sure? This is a deposit. If I am satisfied after the matter is done, there will be additional rewards." Fang Yuan took out a silver ingot worth 50 taels, clearly showing his determination. The old woman snatched the silver ingot with agility and said, "Sir, you found the right person. There's no match I can't arrange in Yao City. Just wait at home for the news." 3 days passed in a flash, and the threshold of Fang Yuan's house was almost trampled by the women brought by the old woman. But good women are not easy to find. As the saying goes, good news doesn't go out, bad news travels 1,000 miles. When the single women of Yao City heard that a wealthy old man had arrived, even without the old woman's introduction, they began to spontaneously organize and line up for blind dates at Fang Yuan's door. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was also drunk. Whether these women are old or young, their love points are all -80 or more. Even those two courtesans are not as good. It is obvious that they are all after his money, not thinking about living a good life with him, just wanting to exhaust themselves and then quickly inherit his estate. Sure enough, there are too many people in this world who want to get something for nothing. Think of it this way. Fang Yuan suddenly felt that the situation had become grim all of a sudden. He thought 7 years would be a long time, but after actually experiencing it, he realized that people's hearts are not the same as their stomachs. What other normal woman in the world would like or even fall in love with an old man for no reason? The dusk of another day has arrived. Fang Yuan leaned on his staff in the courtyard as he watched the setting sun in the west. It felt like that reddish dandy thing looked like my late-teen self. He clearly has 2 golden fingers, and both are a bit underwhelming. Could it be that he opened it the wrong way? Or perhaps one starts out fantasizing too much about the metrics Goldfinger can provide. Fang Yuan could not help but fall into deep thought. He decided to personally sneak around Yao City tomorrow to look for a suitable target. If that was not possible, then he was prepared to go to the countryside of the Yu dynasty to find an old widow who was a bit older. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but reveal a touch of self-deprecation. It's only been 3 days, and he's voluntarily lowered his standards for choosing a mate. Even older and uglier is acceptable. Egu, where's Mr. Fang basking in the sunset? It was the king's wife who came along. Aha! Fang Yuan responded expressionlessly, seemingly sensing Fang Yuan's coldness and reproach. Granny Wang snorted. Master Fang, you can't blame me for not doing my job well. Yo, come on, can you be honest and tell me what type you really like? In the past 3 days, I've brought over basically all the pretty, beautiful, moist and big-assed ones from Yao City. Did you not see eye to eye with any of them? Ahem. Indeed, none of them really like it. Why don't we find some young girls in waiting tomorrow? Fang Yuan said with a red old face. He felt that, compared to the old woman with the big grin, perhaps untouched young girls are easier to raise. Grand Master, don't be ridiculous. Granny Wang only thought Fang Yuan was joking. After all, in her opinion, Fang Yuan was a handful of years old, and he was even gasping for breath when he walked. Even if you marry a young, pretty little dainty wife, you're afraid you won't be able to clean up after them. It would be better to find an older man who knows how to care for people, so he can take care of Fang Yuan's daily life. Even if the other party did come here for Fang Yuan's family fortune, then at least they had paid their own hard work. Ahem, I really mean it. Fang Yuan twisted his head to look. The king's wife was a bit speechless, then she thought for a moment, and her big pie face suddenly spread into a smile that, and did a flirty and exaggerated but stroke. Master Fang, what do you think of me? Fang Yuan gazed at the -98 that was on top of the head of the king's wife, and his gaze chilled. Miss Wang, please respect yourself. Seeing that the smile on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, Granny Wang knew that it was her action that had scandalized the other party. Hurriedly, he smiled. Ha ha, self-esteem and self-respect. Master Fang is quite humorous. She was very worried about the kind of indecent behavioral gesture she had just made that scared away Fang Yuan, the big money maker. Don't worry and go for it. That's standard. Ahem, can be appropriately lowered a bit? It's not unacceptable to me to have a daughter of your caliber. Understood. Granny Wang's eyes lit up, and she left the Fang mansion in a rush of excitement. The next day, it's still light out. Fang Yuan was then told by the servant that Wang Mao was seeking an audience. After Fang Yuan washed up and came to the lobby with anticipation, his forehead was suddenly filled with black lines. Mrs. Wang, I've lowered my standards for choosing a spouse, but not for you to just bring your daughter over for a blind date with me. Master Fang, aren't you satisfied with my daughter? She can still be a fledgling. The king's wife was quite startled. It's been 4 days, and it's the first time she's brought a woman under the age of 22 to be matched with Fang Yuan. Granted, this is her own daughter. At this moment, even Wang Deya, the daughter of Wang Mao, slightly pouted her small mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Yuan is so rich and powerful, how could she have been persuaded by her mother to come here and make a fool of herself? She hadn't yet disliked Fang Yuan as a bad old man, but instead she was first buried by him. In the meantime, Fang Yuan noticed that Wang Danya's head was originally topped with -89. All of a sudden it became -100. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Only women and small people are hard to raise in this world, especially when the two are combined into one. Fang Yuan hastened to let the king's wife take away this pestilential daughter of her family, and again instructed her not to be in a hurry. Take your time finding it. A.M. Fang Yuan geared up and left the mansion with the only servant left behind in the mansion. Yao City. As the imperial capital of the Yu dynasty, it was still very easy to run into lucky people with B-grade spiritual roots on the streets. For these lucky ones, Fang Yuan had made a habit of it back in the leading fire sect, always shunned. This world is full of opportunities, always full of wonders. It was impossible to say that they, men and women, would take a step to heaven one day, and their cultivation and status would override his. So even if the aged Fang Yuan himself still had the means to fight a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, but he also didn't want to get involved in irrelevant karma. Wandered around Yaochang all morning. Perhaps it was because of his age. Fang Yuan always felt that the flowery world in front of him was a bit out of place, especially since he'd had a hard time meeting one or two women who had a respectable amount of love for him. Whenever he went up there to show his heart, he was immediately met with blank stares from the other side. The opponent's love that was between -30-10 will also instantly plummet below -70. Gradually, Fang Yuan was struck more and more somewhat disheartened. The women who had been brought in by the queen mother before, as they knew his identity, were, at least the smile was false, while these women accosting him on the street were close to outright calling him an old, immodest, stinking hooligan. Just as Fang Yuan was about to return home, a new turn of events suddenly appeared. The servant trotted over and told Fang Yuan, "Master, there are fleeing refugees up ahead selling themselves to bury their mothers. Check it out." Fang Yuan's face showed joy. It's been 4 days. He's finally met his match. Ha! Pushing through the crowd of onlookers, Fang Yuan then saw a woman in rags and covered with dirt was kneeling on the ground with her head hung low, and beside her, there was a middle-aged woman whose face was already iron blue, though it was impossible to see the exact face of the ragged woman. But Fang Yuan could see the shiny attribute words on her head. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, Ding. Mortal Water Spirit Root. Love, 0, plus, none. Chapter 4:15 o'clock. 0. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered love that wasn't negative after he parted ways with by Miao Miao. Good. Fang Yuan was secretly moved. This woman he wanted. At this point, someone from the people who had gathered around to watch the show finally stepped forward. How old are you? My little daughter has just turned 18 this year. Ji Ling's thin mosquito enjoined. Fang Yuan looked towards the man who was speaking and realized that the man was not too tall, but his arms were strong enough. Poor. She's just at the age of a flower. The surrounding people all sigh. And the short man's gaze grew fiery. Come with me, be my daughter-in-law from now on, and I'll help your mother take care of her affairs. That's 50 taels of silver. I'll go with you only when I get the money. As she spoke, Golden Lotus was already raising her head. The crowd finally got a good look at her face, even though Ji Ling's little face was dirty at the moment, and her brow was full of dirt. However, the crowd still saw that this woman was born with a rare beauty. Present. Some of the men who had been watching the show began to scramble. I'll pay 100 taels to be my concubine. An official's son shouted pleasantries. A mere 100 taels and you want to abduct such a little beauty. My father is Zhang Er. All get out of the way. It's this master who first took a fancy to my family brother Wu Er, who is an inner disciple of the Li Fire sect. Do you want to steal my sister-in-law from my second brother? Upon hearing that the brother of that low stout man was an inner disciple of the Li Fire sect, even that second-generation official surnamed Zhang was so scared that he retreated. This world is like this. The weak are the strong. The people dare not mess with the officials, and the officials dare not mess with the immortals. Come with me, little beauty. The gaze of the lowly, burly Wu De was incredibly hot. Don't. Golden Lotus shook her head in panic. She had said that no matter who it was, she had to give her 50 grains of silver before she would agree. But the man in front of him was obviously trying to forcefully buy a white whore. When Wu De saw that Ji Ling did not agree, he immediately had to move to forcefully pull the other's arm. But at this moment, Fang Yuan pinched Wu Da's wrist. Your Excellency is forcibly robbing the people. Hiss. Let go. Although Wu Da looked strong and sturdy, how could his fleshly mortal body withstand Fang Yuan's force? The immediate pain caused him to fall to his knees. In half a breath, Wu Da was in pain with tears coming out of his eyes. He hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Wrong. Wrong. I'm wrong. Master, just do me a favor and let go and spare me. Fang Yuan did not continue to make things difficult for him. If this was in the cultivation world, he could have slapped Wu De to death and escaped. But now that he was living in the world, he still had to give Emperor Yu a face. As for whether or not Wu De would let Wu Er come after him afterward, today's Fang Yuan could not care less. It's so hard to find someone whose love isn't negative and whose future is at stake. Not to mention that Wu Er was only an inner disciple of the Li Fire sect. Even if a core disciple came, it would not be good. My little girl thanks old grandpa for saving her. After Wada had fled with a resentful look on his face, Ji Ling also hurriedly fell to her knees in gratitude to Fang Yuan. A cry of old grandpa instantly caused all of Fang Yuan's already organized words to clog up in his throat. He hissed and switched to a new way of saying it. Ahem. When you get older, you can't afford to have sand in your eyes. With that, Fang Yuan was asking the servant to take out a silver ingot. Winter is coming. Are you interested in being my bed-warming maid? Ji Ling held the silver ingot and nodded happily. She had prepared for the worst long before she came. Woe betide anyone who buys it. If the subject had been an old white-haired man, she would have earned it instead. After all, the old man looks like he's even hunched over. I'm sure he's long since outgrown his lowly physical interests. Of course, this is just a personal thought of Ji Ling, and the people on the sidelines all looked at Fang Yuan with odd faces, and sometimes they even looked at his lower body. They weren't as innocent as Golden Lotus, thinking that Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to buy her just to warm the bed. There were a few other young men whose eyes flickered but in the end, he still didn't choose to stand out and grab this single deal with Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan offended Wu De, it was equivalent to offending the Li Fire sect. They didn't need to get involved in karma with someone who was going to die. After the idlers have dispersed, Golden Lotus pleaded, "Old grandfather, can you allow my daughter to bury her birth mother after to serve you again?" Of course, Fang Yuan's smile was quite benevolent, because after Ji Ling accepted his 50 taels of grain silver, her love value actually skyrocketed by 10 points. But in order to prevent you from encountering miscreants again, I will accompany you during this time. Okay, thanks Gramps. Ji Ling hurriedly knelt down to thank her. She felt that she had really met a nobleman, and as Fang Yuan looked at the kneeling Golden Lotus, his gaze flickered slightly. It's kind of a nice start. Just how much love value does that have to be? To be able to fulfill the conditions for withdrawal? Remembering the 15 points of love that existed in Miao Miao Bai at that time. However, it could not give him an additional bonus to his longevity and qualifications. It's a long way to go. Moreover, Fang Yuan knew inwardly that the reason why Golden Lotus had so much love value right now, mostly because she honors herself. If he tried to go further, would her love for him diminish extremely quickly again? Oh, forget it. Why think so much? Let's just take it one step at a time. But today, besides the Golden Lotus, it also gave Fang Yuan something else to gain. Maybe he should have been a great benefactor. It is not allowed to say that those love from the common folk can be extracted and transformed. But after 3 days, Fang Yuan then realized he was going in the wrong direction. 3 days passed, and he continuously gave porridge without compensation in the refugee area in the north of the city. But not only did he not get any benefits, instead, it was tainted. Not only did these ill-raised and unruly people fail to thank him, instead, he was privately slandering him for having done heavenly evil, and was now only atoning for his sins by making amends for them. They simply don't believe that goodness exists in this world without a cause. On the 4th day, Fang Yuan stopped providing for these white-eyed wolves. Beyond that, Fang Yuan had been taking good care of Ji Ling for the past 4 days. The care could also be described as meticulous, not treating her as a maid at all, but instead having the feeling of raising her as a daughter. But 4 days passed. Instead of going up, the love dropped a little. This instantly made Fang Yuan realize that he should be looking in the wrong direction. The day will come when mere caring will tire. Not only would his behavior like this make Ji Ling suspicious, but it would make her become a little afraid of herself. Yes, the identity between the maid and the lord was inverted in the context of these times. How could Ji Ling believe that Fang Yuan was treating her sincerely? So the 4th day dusk, Fang Yuan faintly said, "It has been 2 days since your mother was buried. So serve your bed tonight." Golden Lotus was stunned for a moment, then said with a shy brow, "Yes, master." Something unexpected happened. Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Golden Lotus's love interest, which had originally dropped to 9 points, suddenly skyrocketed to 15 points. It's already on par with River. What the hell? Chapter 5, Spirit-Inducing Pill. Fang Yuan was puzzled. It was not until nightfall that Ji Ling shyly took the initiative to take Fang Yuan's hand. "Master, it's time to rest." In that instant, looking at the Golden Lotus that had inexplicably increased its love value by another point, Fang Yuan was finally dazed. So this is the right way to open great love. Drop your personal qualities and enjoy a perfect life. Turns out he never got the point. From the beginning. It's night. It did get cold, though not really to the stiff cold that comes with freezing in winter. But there is still a wonderful feeling of a sudden cold wind coming in the night and a branch of pear blossom pressing down on the begonia. One night passed. Ji Ling's brow grew more and more delicate, and she was still satisfied with the aged Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan had regained his confidence in Golden Lotus. It turns out he's not too weak. Rather, The extremely high-quality fire spirit root of 95% strong and invincible such as by Meow Meow is really a hot batch. Beyond that, Fang Yuan also noticed that Golden Lotus words had changed as well. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, Ding. Mortal Water Spirit Root. Love, 25 points. Bonus, it can add 10 days of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Note, extraction will not affect the change of love value. 1 month cooldown time after extraction. Bonus can be stacked indefinitely for extraction. 15 points of affection can't add up to anything. When 25 points were reached, although only 10 days of longevity could be extracted, it allowed Fang Yuan to see a ray of hope. And this reward is not a one-time thing. It can be withdrawn repeatedly. Simply put, if the Golden Lotus had been allowed to keep 25 points of love value on the other side of the rim, then every other month Fang Yuan would be able to extract 10 days of longevity at no cost. Suppose the love between two people breaks through 50 points or more, then wouldn't Fang Yuan be flying high? What a great love. Really a bit of a statement. Fang Yuan was ecstatic about this. In addition, he has come to realize that the golden finger of great love is definitely differentiated from the polygamy system in its normal state. A brain fart won't work. He has to meet the right woman before he can take the next step. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan wrapped his arms around Ji Ling's unmanageable surplus waist and said intimately, "Lianer, let's get married." Ji Ling's petite body shook, and she burst into tears on the spot. Why, master? She was just a laborer who worked as a maid. What virtue could she have to be Fang Yuan's wife? Has Lianer ever heard of love at first sight? 7 days later, it's an auspicious day for a marriage. Thanks to Granny Wang's broken mouth, the news of Master Fang's high birthday and marriage to a delicate wife in the north of the city spread throughout Yao City. Originally, the people of Yao City only treated this matter as a laughing matter after meals and tea. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any friends or relatives in Yao City, but with the appearance of Wu Er, an inner disciple of the Manhwa sect, for the first time, Fang Yuan was allowed to enter the line of sight of the royal family of the Yu dynasty as well as the world's families and other dignitaries. Old man Fang, you disrespectful dog. How dare you forcefully rob my Wu Er's sister-in-law? Wu Er kicked down the door of the Fang mansion as the neighbors looked on in horror, intent on making a fuss of Fang Yuan's wedding ceremony. Only, when Wu Er got a good look at the groom's appearance, his gaze became dismayed. As a disciple who had joined the Li Fire sect 15 years ago, how could Wu Er not recognize Fang Yuan? Nightfall. In the guest room of the Fang mansion, Takagi looked ashamed. Senior brother Fang. Senior brother has offended more than he should. This spirit drawing pill will be considered as the share of money that senior brother will accompany to senior brother and his sister-in-law. Fang Yuan waved his hand and refused. No way. This is a valuable item. Besides, senior brother will be on his feet. Senior brother, don't make it difficult for senior brother. I vaguely remember when Wu Mao first arrived at the outer gate of the Li Fire sect. When I was being bullied and humiliated, Sifu did not mind that I was from a humble background, and he also showed me the way to cultivation many times without asking for anything in return. Furthermore, although this item is useless to senior brother, it can open a heavenly door for sister-in-law. Hearing this, Fang Yuan no longer pushed back and could only accept it with a smile. Then I'll be polite. Senior brother. Spirit-inducing elixir. Although it's only a yellow-grade elixir. However, due to the high cost of the core drug, the complexity of the ingredients and the tediousness of refining, it is often priced out of the market. It was specially set up by the Leaving Fire sect in order to reward the top 3 disciples in the sect competition. Its efficacy is useless to normal cultivators, and is only meant to induce mortal spiritual roots, make it possible to perform the simplest of practices. Originally, this Dien was obtained by Wu Er in the third of the decimation of the inner disciples. It was specially brought to be taken by my elder brother, Wu De, unexpectedly, but because of this misunderstanding today to compensate for the square edge, Wu Er understood Fang Yuan's character, and also knew his own brother's nature. Although Fang Yuan did not explicitly say cause and effect, however, he was able to guess that it must have been his elder brother who caused the trouble, and instead, it was the homely senior brother who let his elder brother off the hook. After a few jars of wine, the gap between the two men had kind of subsided. Wu Er glanced out the window and lowered his voice. Senior brother has only just made peace with senior sister Bai, so he's looking for another new love. Isn't he afraid that senior sister Bai will get angry? If this matter is known to the group of true disciples who adore senior sister Bai, they will definitely come to the door to help senior sister Bai out and teach you a lesson as a backstabbing, heartless man. Fang Yuan smiled non-committally. Elder brother also said that she and I are both reconciled. Not to mention, how long will I live? Although conjugating a Dan can increase one's life by 500 years, today I am 528 years old. Ugh. Wu Er sighed and stopped talking. After another nudge, Wu Er got up to take his leave. Elder brother Fong, there are no calendar days in the mountains, and I don't know how many years it will be when the cold ends, so it will be years before we leave. Perhaps you and I will never see each other again, so I hope to cherish you, precious. Fong Yuan smiled faintly, his demeanor open. Such a scene, in turn, made Wu Er feel more and more guilty inside. Today he has committed a sin on brother Fong's big day, and he feels that in his brother's lifetime, no longer have the face to return to Yao City to visit relatives. The night grew thicker. Fong Yuan pushed open the newlywed bedroom, and a light and cozy fragrance greeted him. The night of the wedding. Red light moist beauty, is really a great fortune in life. Slightly intoxicated, Fong Yuan forced out the alcohol in his body and lifted the red cover on Ji Ling's head. Husband. Ji Ling's eyebrows were shy as she delicately shouted. Fong Yuan noticed that the love and golden lotus words had increased a little more this evening. Love, 30, bonus, can add 15 days of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Note, 1 month cooling off period. This former Fong Yuan did not choose to extract those 10 days of longevity, so the bonus effect is not on cooldown yet. My lady has been frightened today. This is the treasure compensated by that strong man. Take it. Fong Yuan couldn't wait to know that after Golden Lotus became a cultivator. Does it add to his qualification side too? Good. Golden Lotus swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. She had no family left in the world, and Fong Yuan, though a little older, but was the only one she could count on. With a burst of warmth coursing through her body, Golden Lotus couldn't help but let out a delicate cry. Husband. Chapter 6, Don't Let the World Harm You. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, C grade 30%. Lower grade water spiritual root, PS, spiritual root grade. Mortal. Lower, middle, upper, extreme, innate, immortal, love, 30, bonus, can add 15 days of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Note, 1 month cooling time, repeatable extraction. Can increase the host's dilute water spirit root qualification. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be withdrawn repeatedly. Fong Yuan looked at the new words generated by the Golden Lotus and couldn't wait to choose to extract the water spirit root. As a tingle flowed through his limbs, Fong Yuan realized that his panel had changed. Host, Fong Yuan, qualification, C grade 10%. Mortal quality water spirit root, all original 5 elements are invalid. Longevity, less than 7 years. Cultivation, early Showdown stage. Good. Fong Yuan was inwardly delighted. That's a lot to look forward to in this little life. Originally, the spirit vein in his body, which had been wasted in all 5 elements, had actually spawned a water spirit root. Even if it was only a mortal item, it meant a lot to Fong Yuan. If he could have had a mortal grade water spirit root in his body 500 years ago, I think that after serving that spirit drawing pill gifted by Meow Meow, I am afraid that it will not be so bad that it will not always be able to hold the wall in the eyes of the cultivators of the Lihua sect. It's a shame, but it's not too late. Being able to extract this mortal grade water spirit root, one's future self might not be able to possess an extreme grade 5 element spirit root. Thinking about this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but grin. Why is husband laughing? At the moment the disembodied Golden Lotus was soothed. Fong Yuan wrapped his arm around his petite wife's small waist. It's nothing, ma'am. The night is late. Let's rest. Well, the red candle was blown out by a breeze. The already charming atmosphere in this room gradually became swirling. 1 night passed. Fong Yuan was in a good mood. His only regret was that the love in Ji Ling's words looked like it was stuck. It's still 30 points. Seems like love lifting isn't that easy, but Fong Yuan had guessed that. After all, his appearance was still that of a bad old man. Without the companionship of day-to-day life, it would be difficult to sublimate Ji Ling's feelings for him again for a while. I'm afraid. Since that was the case, then Fong Yuan was no longer polite. He directly chose to extract 15 days of longevity. Put that bonus attribute bar on cooldown. Speaking of which, nowadays, because there is a mistress of the house, that's why Fong Yuan set up 2 more handy maids. Breakfast time. Ji Ling suddenly said, Husband, my concubine feels that the air is exceptionally fresh today. Fong Yuan smiled. He knew it was after Golden Lotus became a cultivator that her perception of the aura of heaven and earth became stronger. It seems that we have to acquire some spirit gathering stones to set up some spirit gathering bead array in the mansion. Although Golden Lotus became a cultivator, her qualifications were not considered good. 30% of the C class, only a little bit stronger than him. Practicing some simple spitting techniques would at most strengthen his body and prolong his life. Even if she was put into the Lihua sect to cultivate, at most, she would be an outer disciple of the 3rd level of qi refining for the rest of her life. After all, the current Fong Yuan wasn't Myo Bai. There weren't that many extreme cultivation treasures to pile her up hard to the foundation establishment realm. The most important thing now is to carry out the purpose of great love and enjoy a good life. If we can get in a good mood with each other, I can't say that it will make Golden Lotus raise some of her love for him. Lian, it's a nice day today. How about we go to the cold mountain temple to trek after dinner? Yeah. Golden Lotus was a bit impressed. Thinking back to when she was a refugee from the north not so long ago, now can eat enough to wear warm already satisfied. How dare you ask for any other ambition? Accompanied by good husband has been fortunate. Just as the meal was about to be finished, the maid suddenly walked in with several invitations. Fang Yuan opened it and looked at it. They were all invitations from some Yu dynasty families. Looks like they got wind of the trouble yesterday with Wu Er. However, Fang Yuan didn't want to deal with these families. He had already seen through the world. They had only invited him because he was a Jidan cultivator. However, Fang Yuan was unwilling to get involved in unnecessary karma, so there was no need to climb into a relationship with them. Cold Mountain Temple. To outsiders, the old couple Fang Yuan and Ji Ling don't look like a couple, rather like a pair of grandchildren. Husband, look, there's the Queen of Seekers there. Hey. The Golden Lotus pointed into the distance, where a number of young men were kneeling with their ladies. Lotus wants to pray too? Well, I want to give my husband. Ji Ling's brow was shy, and she smiled as a first-time woman. It makes the plum blossoms that fill the courtyard of this cold mountain temple a bit dull. Good. Fang Yuan did not refuse. Golden Lotus is not a tool person for him to become strong. She deserves a full life. I just don't know if he can still accompany her to give birth to an heir now that his chi and blood are withered. But when Golden Lotus had finished kneeling and worshipping the lady sender, Fang Yuan realized that the love in her word had increased by 2 more points. That's quite a surprise. For lunch, it was a temple fast. Perhaps it was due to getting acquainted with Fang Yuan day by day. Ji Ling gradually let go a bit. She took Fang Yuan's arm and kept on yakking and talking. It's as pleasant as a summer oriole. Such a beautiful red face will naturally attract the scourge. May I ask your name? A white-faced scholar dressed in grease walked past. Behind them, there were also 2 attendants who exuded a chilling aura around them. Fang Yuan frowned. He hated trouble. I have a husband. Ji Ling was still afraid of life in front of outsiders. She hung her head low, her arms tightly hugging Fang Yuan's arm, rather nervous. Whereas when Golden Lotus finished saying this, that handsome man was even more browbeaten. I have no other intention but to simply get to know the lady. This was no longer just a normal pickup line, but outright molestation. Fang Yuan said indifferently, get lost if you don't want to die. The white-faced scholar was pleased instead of shocked. Ha! How dare you threaten this imperial son? Put. Just before his words fell, he was slapped by Fang Yuan and flew out, living or dead. And the 2 attendants behind him, after sensing the terrifying aura that Fang Yuan had inadvertently manifested, scared out of his wits. I dare to ask the immortal master his name? North of the city. Fang. It's him. The 2 attendants looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They're half monks, too. How do you not know about the commotion that Wu Er, the inner disciple of the leaving fire sect, made in the north of the city yesterday? Immortal master, I'm so sorry. The 3rd prince was unintentional. I will inform Emperor Yu to give you a satisfactory account. After saying that, the 2 of them wanted to take the 3rd prince of Yu dynasty away. Who gave you permission to leave? Fang Yuan indifferently said. When these words came out, the faces of the 2 instantly turned white. Could it be that they were going to die today? And it was the first time Ji Ling had seen Fang Yuan so angry. However, she still summoned up the courage to hold Fang Yuan's hand and whispered, husband, concubines don't get in the way. Lian, don't be afraid. Fang Yuan wrapped his arms around Golden Lotus and softly said, you're my world. I'd rather lose the world than let the world lose you. This person intends to insult you, and I will not condone it. All of a sudden, hot tears welled up in Ji Ling's eyes. The love in her word also skyrocketed by 10 points. Love, 42. Another surprise. You know, Fang Yuan's initial intention was not to move Ji Ling. He was determined to make things difficult for the 3rd prince of Yu dynasty, but he had a bigger plan. Chapter 7 Vanguard. Fang Yuan detained 3rd Prince Ji Shuang. The incident soon alarmed the presiding officer of the Cold Mountain Temple. The presiding officer, who also had an official position in the Yu dynasty, laughed bitterly. Elder Fang is a person of cultivation. Why would he make things difficult for a secular junior? Fang Yuan laughed coldly. If I hadn't accompanied them today, what should I do if my lady has an accident? Master Wei, save me. This damn old man dared to humiliate this emperor. I'm going to make. After waking up, Ji Shuang did not realize the seriousness of the problem in the slightest. It was thanks to the quick hands of one of the waiters who muffled his afterthought. But the move had already made Fang Yuan laugh. Fellow Taoist Wei has seen it too. Keeping such a sinful animal alive. I'm afraid I'll have trouble sleeping and eating. The host looked helpless. but he still had to forcefully protect Ji Shuang. Elder Fong, then we'll have a little sparring match, and if Junior narrowly wins, then the matter is closed. Good one to stop there. Fong Yuan directly crushed an extremely high-grade spirit stone and replenished the spirit breath in his dantian. Seeing that Fong Yuan's outburst was an extremely high-quality spirit stone, the presiding officer could only offer up a Buddhist magic treasure. But just at that moment, a burst of mighty voices came from outside the hall. The Emperor is here. Your Imperial Highness has arrived. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered. Had the rightful owner finally appeared? That's right. He wanted to plot against none other than Emperor Yu Jixian. Since ancient times, the imperial capital was full of dandies, and Fong Yuan could not possibly accompany Ji Ling at all times. Suppose one day a slip of the tongue caused an accident to his big baby. It was too late for that Fong Yuan to regret. Shocking Emperor Yu was only one of them. As for the second, it was Fong Yuan who wanted to mold but any woman who dared to harm him. His absolutely vindictive long Aotian persona. The purpose of this is to set the stage in advance for finding other targets in the future. I'm sure that after today, I'd rather let me lose the world. The phrase not letting the world lose you would also spread throughout Yao City. That being said, this was also Fong Yuan's unavoidable move. Had he been younger? Or maybe he got this golden finger 500 years ago. And why would he have to go out of his way to do that? Soon, an imposing and elegant man and a graceful noblewoman walked into the hall. Behind the two of them, there was also a vast army of black-armored forbidden guards. Mother consort, save me. Ji Shuang rolled and ran towards the noblewoman. After Fong Yuan had manifested his cultivation, Ji Shuang had been scared out of his wits, and he finally knew that he was afraid. And Ji Xian unassumingly had a treasure box fetched. Elder Fong, the little child is still young, much offense. A little small gift is not respect. I hope Elder Fong bear with me. Humph. Fong Yuan snorted coldly and didn't bother to pick it up. Husband. On the side, Ji Ling only felt terrified as she clung to Fong Yuan's body and it seemed like the legs were getting a little weak. Before yesterday, she was a vagrant, but now that she has seen the son of heaven of the Yu dynasty, as well as such a majestic forbidden army, how could she not be afraid? Fong Yuan wrapped his arms around Golden Lotus and said indifferently, "Get your men out. Can't see they're scaring my lady." Ha! Ji Xian laughed. Gradually, he went from sneering to laughing uncontrollably. I am the son of heaven of Daiyu. Fong Yuan, you are already old. Stop in moderation. Fong Yuan's gaze was calm as he ignored Ji Xian and instead looked at Golden Lotus Road. Lianer, are you afraid to die? Ji Ling looked at Fong Yuan's turbid but tender eyes. The emotions slowly became stable until they were softly spoken. Husband, Lianer is not afraid. Seeing this scene, Ji Xian's face became grave, and the square edge of the timely way. Great you heavenly prince. Yes, Mr. Fong is old, but not dead. Mr. Fong is a lonely man with only one wife. You may as well try what kind of storm a frequently dead Showdown realm can create in Yao City. After hearing this, Ji Xian's face became increasingly gloomy. Knowing that Fong Yuan hadn't yet spilled the beans on where he came from, others might not know, but Ji Xian did. Fong Yuan's ex-wife was the holy maiden of the departing fire sect. Eventually, Ji Xian's stiff body loosened and he exhaled a cloudy breath. What does Elder Fong want? Fong Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Break one of his arms as a warning and compensate my lady with 100 extreme spirit stones. You. Very well. I shall oblige. After Ji Xian finished speaking, he drew his close attendant's saber, then swung his sword in front of the imperial concubine's horrified gaze. A sword chopped off Ji Shuang's left arm. Berserk sword chi ravaged the great hall, bursting with the terrifying aura of the late Showdown realm, and Fong Yuan did not move to protect Golden Lotus behind him. For a while, in the hall, except for Fong Yuan, Golden Lotus, and the presiding officer, all of them were shaken by this sword chi that Ji Xian had unleashed and bent their legs, falling to their knees. Not bad. The later generations are fearful. Fong Yuan smiled faintly. Ji Xian grinned. It seems that the rumors aren't entirely believable. Spirit stones? I'll dedicate them later. I'll give it to you later. The word consecrated. Ji Xian bit down hard. After saying that, he just whisked his sleeve and turned around to leave. The imperial consort and a group of forbidden guards also rushed to pick up Ji Shuang, who had long since fainted from the pain. Stay close. Good. What is the point of this? Elder Fong? The host shook his head bitterly. If a man honors me, I will honor him. If a man destroys a chestnut of mine, I will take away 3 buckets. Fong Yuan left a sentence and was pulling the soulful Ji Ling away. 3 miles after the carriage left the cold mountain temple, Fong Yuan spat out a mouthful of scarlet with a pft. Husband, how are you? Ji Ling cried out in shock at this scene. She hurriedly took a handkerchief and wiped the corners of Fong Yuan's mouth. No harm done. A bit of bruising accumulated in the early years. Fong Yuan smiled and comforted. It was not something he could withstand when he hardened himself against a general attack by a late-stage Jiedan powerhouse. Even though it was sword chi, but it was all worth it. First of all, Golden Lotus's love value finally broke the 50 mark. And secondly, he, Fong Yuan, would not have to look at any person's face to act when he walked in Yao City in the future. Fong Yuan believes that after this experience, he would leave an image of the Yao City royal family and all the cultivation families as a tenacious type of person who would do whatever he was told to do. Only after calming his blood chi did Fong Yuan begin to cup Ji Ling's pretty little tear-stained face. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, C grade 30%. Lower grade water spirit root. Love, 50. Bonus, can provide host with 1 year of longevity. Cannot be withdrawn, on cooldown. First bitter, then sweet. It's only 50 points of love, and it can provide Fong Yuan with 1 year of longevity every month. I really can't imagine. If Fong Yuan brushes up Ji Ling's love value, how many years can he grow back each year? So the Golden Lotus, this great treasure, is Fong Yuan's lifeblood. Who dares to touch the Golden Lotus? Fong Yuan would definitely fight for their lives. You scared Lianer just now, didn't you? Fong Yuan softly said. Ji Ling choked and said, it's not a problem. Ji Ling is a bitter person. It's nothing to be aggrieved. Rather, it is Ji Ling who has caused trouble for her husband. Fong Yuan shook his head. Don't say that. You are my explicitly married wife. I only have you now. Golden Lotus also has only husband. Saying that, Ji Ling pressed her face against Fong Yuan's chest. Had it been his husband said earlier, if Ji Ling had come here alone today and encountered an outlaw, I will hit the wall and kill myself, and I will never let my husband's honor be dishonored. Nonsense. What never extinct? My Lianer must live a long life. Fong Yuan was slightly touched inwardly. He hugged Ji Ling tightly, his old, cloudy gaze gazing through the car window at the lights down the hill. All the lights in this worldly world. Now there was one belonging to him. Fong Yuan. 2. Chapter 8, Congenital Golden Spirit Root. The next day, the North City Golden Lotus became the most unchallengeable existence of the Yu dynasty's imperial capital family. As for Fong Yuan himself, on the contrary, he was not as scary as rumored among the neighbors. After all, the news that Granny Wang of the southern city had pitted Master Fong with a silver ingot that had not been repaid had long been rumored in Yao City. Breakfast is over. Fong Yuan asked, does Lianer have any place she wants to go today? Golden Lotus shook her head. No, my concubine walked a bit too much yesterday and would like to rest a bit more. The fact is that a girl of her age, with her playfulness in full swing, where to collect her heart and, she just didn't want to get her husband in trouble. Seeing this, Fong Yuan did not force himself. The days are getting better every day and it's nice to have everything go your way. Then for me, I'll go out and make a trip to purchase some things, and you can try practicing the nascent sensation technique at home. Okay, husband. Golden Lotus smiled sweetly, but after Fong Yuan left, Ji Ling secretly took out the female red. Her husband treats her very well, and she has nothing to show for it but to give him a big fat boy to carry on the family name. Besides, Fong Yuan, with his servants, had just left the mansion when he met Granny Wang. Master Fong, we're not good at our job, so this silver ingot is not something we can afford. Early in the morning when she heard about Fong Yuan's deeds, Wang Mao was so scared that she hurriedly brought this silver ingot to the door. But Fong Yuan didn't take over. Keep on the lookout for me, and keep me informed of any girls in bad condition. Everything is fine on sister-in-law's side? Granny Wang was slightly stunned. She had attended Fong Yuan's wedding ceremony, and she had seen what Golden Lotus looked like. I know that the girl is well proportioned, and when she grows up a bit more in 2 or 3 years, she will certainly be a corner that can kill a man. Fong Yuan said without blushing, I can still bear it. In fact, even now in his old age, he is a bit overwhelmed by the watery Golden Lotus. But who made him carry the weight of great love? Drop your personal qualities and enjoy a perfect life. I'm afraid that extracting Ji Ling alone won't satisfy his thoughts of living a second spring. Good. Master Fong is truly old and strong. Granny Wang gave a thumbs up, then smiled as she repocketed the silver ingot. Then we'll still bring the girl to the Fong mansion in the future? Fong Yuan thought for a moment. No, let's go to the street tea house. We'll meet there from now on. After all, the Golden Lotus was now his only great treasure, and until he could find the right target, Fong Yuan didn't want to bring home a messy woman. Granny Wang understood. Okay, you old man just wait for the beautiful concubines. This time, we'll do our best. Not for long. Fong Yuan then arrived at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The 100 Treasure Pavilion was the branch pavilion of the Lingbao Pavilion, a great powerhouse of the cultivation world. In the Yu dynasty, You can buy some low-ranked spiritual treasures under the Xian grade here. As for the exotic treasures above the Earth grade, you can only wait for the once-a-year auctions to show up. And there aren't many of them. At most 1 or 2 pieces per year. A gimmick for the 100 Treasures Pavilion to establish itself in the mundane world. There weren't too many people staying on the first floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion at the moment. After all, there would only be cultivators or dignitaries who would come here. And it would be impossible for ordinary people to come to a place like this. Don't touch it if you don't buy it. You must buy it if you do. Before he even entered the door, Fang Yuan heard the caustic voice of the 100 Treasure Pavilion's fellows. When Fang Yuan walked in, the fellow instantly changed his face. You are Elder Fang? Please come inside. The fellow from the 100 Treasures Pavilion recognized Fang Yuan at a glance. Fang Yuan guessed that it was probably because his portrait had already spread to the Yao City family. After all, the patriarchs of those big families always had to settle for their own juniors not to provoke Fang Yuan. There's no need to be polite. I'm just here to acquire a little Shen grade spirit talisman and Earth grade spirit gathering stone. Fang Yuan smirked. Dude couldn't help but sweat a little. There were spirit gathering stones, but Earth grade spirit gathering stones were not something he could make a decision on. Dude rubbed his palms together. Elder Fang, the Xian Pin spirit talisman is fine, but this Earth Pin spirit gathering stone is afraid. Your family doesn't have one? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's hard to say. Please don't make things difficult for the brat. Senior Fang. The fellow was rather embarrassed. Don't look at him daring to heckle other buyers on the basis of his status as a steward of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. But in reality, he is a small fellow who is just making a living. He doesn't dare to offend a bastard like Fang Yuan who is not afraid of death. It's okay. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't be afraid. I won't make things difficult for you. Let your family be in charge if you can. At those words, the fellow was a little more at ease. My shopkeeper is entertaining Her Royal Highness on the 3rd floor, so if you'd like to wait, it is better to allow the boy to inform. Fang Yuan had just fallen out with Ji Xian yesterday. Now did not want to get involved in too many karmic consequences with the people of the Ji clan's royal family again. There's no rush. It's okay to wait. Then this way please, have some spirit tea first. The 100 Treasures Pavilion fellows brought Fang Yuan to the VIP pavilion and even entertained him with good spirit tea. Fang Yuan looked at the busy fellow and smiled noncommittally. People, that's just the way it is. The more you act cowardly, the more you will be bullied. Instead, becoming evil will gain the goodwill of others. If there hadn't been that farce at Cold Mountain Temple yesterday, I'm sure he'll definitely encounter a dog-eyed drama today. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan felt that the mouthful of origin essence blood he spat yesterday was becoming more and more valuable. But that mouthful of origin couldn't be spat out in vain. And this account was always going to be credited to the Ji clan's royal family. Half an hour later, finally, there were 2 wonderful women of about double-decade age that. The pair walked down the stairway to the center of the lobby, sitting in the VIP pavilion looking out through the beaded curtains at Fang Yuan. From the 2 women's unique clothes and costumes, I guessed that one of them was the 2nd imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty, and one of them should be the shopkeeper, or it could be the boss's daughter. However, when he was looking at the attributes of the words on the 2 women's heads, he was actually slightly lost in thought. Target, Ji Ling. Qualifications, Grade A, 90%, Top Grade Wood Spirit Root, Top Grade Earth Spirit Root, Top Grade Water Spirit Root. Love, -30, plus, none. Target, Baby Een. Qualifications, Class A 96%. Innate Golden Spirit Root, PS, Mortal. Lower, Middle, Upper, Extreme, Innate, Immortal. Love, 1, plus, none. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Not to mention Ji Ling belonging to the rare 3 Spirit Roots natural talent and Baby Yin's even rarer innate gold Spirit Root. The thing he was more curious about was that, why would Baby Yin, with whom he had never met, possess a little love value for him? It's just not too weird. While shocked at Baby Yin's unbelievable qualifications and love value, Fang Yuan also had a hazy guess in his heart. The Yu dynasty definitely couldn't cultivate an innate golden spirit root like Baby Yin, not even in the Leaving Fire sect. This woman must be from the cultivation world's Ling Bao Gu. It's probably some high-ranking young lady who's here to experience the Red Earth and increase her life experience. In the meantime, the fellow of the 100 Treasures Pavilion also said so to the shopkeeper Yin Bao Bao. After half a breath, Baby Enan and Ji Ling simultaneously turned their gazes towards the VIP pavilion where Fang Yuan was. See this. Fang Yuan didn't continue to sit there as he walked out. It was so hard to meet an innate golden spirit root whose love was right on the mark. He had to give it a try. Just in case it works out. Chapter 9. I've known the girl since the first time I saw her. Yu Ling saw Fang Yuan walk out. He left with Yin Bao Bao to take his leave, although she knew that the 3rd imperial brother Ji Xuan was a bad man. However, Fang Yuan, who had brushed off the face of the Yu dynasty's royal family, likewise did not have a good feeling about it. Sister Ian, I will consider that matter. Good, then we'll wait for Sister Ji's good news. Baby Ian pursed her lips and 2 delicate pear swirls emerged on her face. After seeing Ji Ling leave, Baby Ian looked at Fong Yuan with a burning gaze. Is Elder Fong trying to buy an Earth-grade spirit-gathering stone? Fong Yuan sensed the curiosity about him in the other's eyes. Well, I wonder if Boss Ian could be accommodating? Regarding the matter of being called out by Fong Yuan's surname, Baby Ian did not feel strange. After all, Ji Ling had just called her Sister Ian. No. Baby Ian shook her head. Rules are rules, and the 100 Treasures Pavilion, except at the auction. The rest of the time will definitely not peddle spirit treasures above the Xian product. Fong Yuan laughed. The rules are dead. Can Boss Ian not let the money go? I can offer 3 times the market price for it. That being said, I'm not short of money, but it's not impossible. This is not the place to talk. Senior Fong, please follow me. Baby Ian carried her hands behind her back and walked towards the VIP pavilion with a bounce. Fong Yuan followed. Re-enter the VIP pavilion from earlier. Baby Ian smiled faintly. How many Earth-grade spirit-gathering stones does Elder Fong need? 10 pieces. Fong Yuan blurted out. Before he came here, he had thought that the formation set up by the 10 Earth-grade spirit-gathering stones. It's enough to last the Golden Lotus for 20 years. The price of 10 Earth-grade spirit-gathering stones isn't cheap, and if it's tripled, 100 extreme spirit stones are but only enough to buy 5 pieces. Baby Ian intentionally mentioned the 100 spirit stones. Obviously she already knew that Emperor Yu had compensated Fong Yuan. I won't bother Boss Ian with that. I'll buy it if you dare to sell it. Fong Yuan ignored Baby Ian's temptation. What an enviable love. Baby Ian suddenly sighed. Yes? Fong Yuan smiled. My lady is worth so much, Ian Bao Bao said with a wry smile. I'm not referring to her, but the holy maiden of the departing flame sect. Hearing this, Fong Yuan realized that Baby Ian was talking about the matter of him eating soft food. Myo bai she has to pay for my youth. I've been with her for 500 years. It's not too much to part with a little breakup money for me. Baby Ian took a serious look at Fong Yuan's wrinkled old face. The bones are good. I'm sure Elder Fong was a flamboyant man when he was young. It's all just floating clouds. Fong Yuan sighed. Ian Bao Bao couldn't hold back her humor. Elder Fong is really a wonderful person. No wonder it's so good at pleasing girls. What about Miss Ian? Fong Yuan said at the sight. What? Baby Ian froze. She didn't react for a moment. Fong Yuan cleared his throat and said, to be honest, I have a feeling that I know Miss Ian at first sight. Put. Baby Ian laughed outright as she hurriedly covered her red lips. Elder Fong, don't tease me. I have a low laugh point. Such a cute and sweet appearance of the young girl in front of him strengthened Fong Yuan's determination. He said seriously, really, I fell in love with the girl at first sight, and I can't wait to marry her now. Since coming to Yao City, Fong Yuan had told this to no less than 50 women, but without exception, their already negative love affairs plummeted. Who had thought that the Baby Ian in front of him had not only not dropped, but had instead added a little. Ha ha. Baby Ian was all bent over with laughter, but she was well-bred and kept her hands over her red lips to keep her teeth from showing. Elder Fong, forget about my identity for now. Can I ask how old you are? Fong Yuan knew he had been rejected, but he was not discouraged. The moment he met Baby Ian, he said that he always had to try. If you try, you can't say there's a 1,000,000 to 1 chance of making it, but if you don't, you definitely don't have half a chance. And he also deduced from Baby Ian's strange love value movement that she was more curious about him than anything else. So even when he said something that dared her, she didn't take it to heart. Or maybe Baby Ian is a self-possessed young girl by nature. She had never looked at a mole like Fong Yuan in the eye, so how could she be angry? However, Fong Yuan did not have his old face red warm from time to time like when he first arrived in Yao City. He was honest about his age. Leaving aside those 510 years of wasted time, Fong actually just turned 18 this year. Ha ha. Baby Ian has a really low laugh track. As a matter of fact, Fong Yuan didn't find what he said that funny. Well, Boss Ian, the joke's over. The atmosphere's alive. Then the spirit gathering stone can be traded, right? Seeing that Fong Yuan looked like a different person, he suddenly became serious. Baby Ian also put away her laughter. She wiped the tears that came out of the corner of her eyes as she laughed and said, I can make the decision to sell you the Earth-grade spirit gathering stone. It's also possible not to double it, but I need Elder Fong to do one thing for me. Forget it then. How can I sell the Xian-grade spirit gathering stone? Fong Yuan directly refused. Baby Ian was also dumbfounded. Ha, that's even if I haven't said what's going on. Fong Yuan sighed. No need to say. I don't want to know. Besides, I won't even live for a few years. Don't want to accompany Boss Ian to fight for his life. Is it really impossible to think about it? Baby Dien was quite sorry. She was on the verge of talking Kirito and one of the other collaborators into it. Right now there was a lack of a Jidan cultivator to serve as a Taoist protector for them. But in the huge Yu dynasty, there were no more than 5 people at the Jidan realm. Except for Feng Yuan. Other people such as Emperor Yu and the presiding officer of Cold Mountain Temple all belonged to those with complex levels of status. It wasn't like she could contact Ling Baoge to send someone, and by the time the clanspeople arrived, the yellow flowers would be cold. Also, she couldn't look for the cultivators of the leaving fire sect. That chance interfered so much that there was no way she was going to work with someone she couldn't control. So even if Feng Yuan didn't come to the 100 Treasures Pavilion today, she would also look for an opportunity to visit the lone man in the Feng Mansion. After a brief moment of thought, Baby Dien decided that she still had to pull Feng Yuan in. If there was no Jidan powerhouse, it would be suicidal for the 3 of them. The foundation establishment, to go. So she cleared her throat and spoke softly. Then what if I give Elder Feng a chance to woo me? Feng Yuan shook his head decisively. Late love is cheaper than grass. I suddenly realized that I don't have that same feeling for Boss Dien at first sight. Jokes aside, it's never a good thing to lure Baby Dien into actively bowing down. His life is worth too much right now. He wouldn't do it for a nebulous innate golden spirit root. Just lose your mind. As long as one lives, one is bound to meet a better pair of heavenly maidens in the future. Baby Dien had was exasperated, and the love value in her words directly dropped to -10. Feng Yuan was not surprised by this. They were strangers who were worlds apart from each other, and loved each other more and less. He wouldn't even feel surprised. Chapter 10, Ping Ping is the true. Back at the mansion, Feng Yuan began to set up the spirit gathering formation. Although the effect of the Xianpin spirit gathering stone is not strong, but there was no other channel for him to get earth-grade spirit gathering stones in a short period of time. It took most of the day. The Feng Mansion finally had a hint of brand new life. The aura wasn't dense overall, but to a mortal like Ji Ling who hadn't yet stepped into cultivation, enough already. Liener should work hard and strive to become a qi refining first-level cultivator by this time next year. Ji Ling's red lips slightly opened. Wanting to speak, Feng Yuan asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Ling's gaze was complicated. Then my concubine can say, "Husband can't be angry." Feng Yuan smiled and touched the tips of Ji Ling's hair. "It's okay. If there's any problem we can discuss it." "Well then, I don't actually want to practice." "Why?" "My concubine wants to leave more time for her husband." Ji Ling yesterday from the conversation between Feng Yuan and the presiding officer of the Cold Mountain Temple has been Emperor Yu. Hearing that Feng Yuan's days are numbered, so she didn't want to waste her time on meaningless practices. To put it bluntly, if Feng Yuan had died, it would have been impossible for her to leave Yao City alone, go out into the world and seek immortality. "Liener is worried about me?" Feng Yuan could hear the sound of Ji Ling's words. Ji Ling lowered her eyes and said, "Well, concubine now only wants to give husband a child." Feng Yuan comforted. "It's fine. Cultivation is also needed, and so is a child. I'll live through the decades yet." "Really?" Golden Lotus lifted her head, her eyes containing light. Feng Yuan nodded. "Fidelity, and perhaps living to give 180 years is not a problem. Liener doesn't want to see her face age, right? So you must practice hard so I can always have a gorgeous little dainty wife, and then envy the outsiders to death with a vengeance." "Good. Then my concubine will cultivate well." When Ji Ling heard that she could bring honor to her husband by practicing, she began to become meta. "By the way, husband, my concubine still has a question." "Speak slowly." Feng Yuan doted on him. "Setting up the spirit gathering formation must have cost husband a lot of spirit stones?" Feng Yuan said indifferently. "It's okay, but spirit stones are just for spending. Just like silver. Liener don't think of it as so golden. Besides I can earn it again." Although setting up these formations had cost him more than half of his savings, Feng Yuan did not feel distressed. Investing in Golden Lotus is not like investing in your future. Whether it was a mortal or a cultivator, there would be a day when they would be born, grow old, get sick and die. As long as Golden Lotus was able to live a long life, he would only gain more longevity. Golden Lotus said with a wistful gaze, "My concubine has heard that the world beyond the secular world has an ethereal aura and many immortal mountains. Why don't we find a place where no one will disturb us to cultivate? Who is willing to be mediocre if they can really practice?" Moreover, in Ji Ling's heart, Feng Yuan is heaven, and since her husband insisted on her practicing, then she'll definitely work on it. "It's not the same." Feng Yuan shook his head. "I can do what I can to deter the petty criminals in the Yu dynasty because the highest secular cultivation level is Jidan. But when I go out into the world, I'm afraid I can't protect this beauty of yours. Besides, no matter how many immortal mountains there are and how extensive the spiritual veins are, they are still things with owners. We'll only be living in no place when we go, and we'll have all those famous sects crowned as demonic cultivators. Upon hearing that she would have to live in all 4 seas and drift again, Ji Ling was so frightened that she hurriedly shook her head. Then we won't go. Just stay in Yao City. She's been on the streets for a while, in fear of her life. That's why we cherish this hard-earned happy life even more. Well, don't think so much. Cultivate well. Everything is possible in the future. Feng Yuan wouldn't stay in the world forever. When he was qualified to change his destiny against the heavens, he will bring the golden lotus back to the cultivation world where the aura is ethereal. The next few days, Feng Yuan and Ji Ling couldn't leave the house. Ji Ling would work hard on her training during the day, and would serve Feng Yuan at night. Her initial desire to have a child remained unchanged. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, would use the Xianpin spirit talisman he bought from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, make some high-level water spirit talismans that can withstand a foundation establishment strike. In the past, he had lost all 5 elements, and was empty of his Jiadan cultivation, but it could not outline the 5 elements of aura in heaven and earth. But it was different now. He had extracted the water spirit root from the golden lotus. Although it was only a mortal product, it was enough to allow him to establish a connection with the water spirit way. Last time, when she had an uneventful parting with baby Dien, Feng Yuan had inquired with her and Baobab will hold an auction at the beginning of the 2nd month after the 1st of the year. So Feng Yuan was prepared to make some high-level water spirit talismans, exchange some earth-grade spirit gathering stones with the cultivators who came to Yao City to participate in the auction. In the meantime, Granny Wang also found a few girls from poor families for Feng Yuan, but none of them were satisfactory. Mostly ordinary women with no spiritual roots and bland love. Coupled with the precedent of Ji Ling's stagnant love, Feng Yuan did not want to consider taking a concubine anytime soon. More women, more trouble. Ji Ling is not good with words and is simple-minded. He is also worried about the concubines he has taken. It would aggravate the golden lotus, making the love fall below 50 points. Time passed, and already a month had passed. At the first moment the longevity bonus could be extracted, Feng Yuan chose to extract it. A year of longevity did allow Feng Yuan to feel a long-lost vigor. Other than that, Feng Yuan had stopped making high-level water spirit talismans. After all, secular auras are thin, and for every spirit talisman made, all of them required the consumption of 10 medium-grade spirit stones from Feng Yuan, and energy that could not be measured in spirit stones. Strictly speaking, it's a losing proposition of unequal value, but Feng Yuan had no choice. There was no lack of worldly families with a solid foundation, and they didn't lack medium-grade spirit stones either. That's why high-level water spirit talismans were only a rarity for them at 99%. Husband, I would like to take a rest today. Is that okay? After the breakfast was over, Ji Ling looked at Feng Yuan pitifully. Yes, it seems to be snowing today. Lianer put on more clothes and, let's go outside and see if we can find some game, and I'll make you a roast using the old family technique. Cultivation was tedious and boring, and the fact that Golden Lotus could last this long already made Feng Yuan look the other way. Good. A short while later, Ji Ling walked out wearing a thick fox fur. Husband, does it look good? Golden Lotus spun around in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan praised, my lady is so beautiful. Hee hee. Ji Ling's laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell, penetrating between the tranquil courtyard. Since they were going to go to the wilderness for a trip and picnic, Feng Yuan also brought along everyone from the mansion. 1 old servant, 2 older maids. The group of 5 rented a total of 2 carriages and left Yao City. The suburbs are still a bit on the cooler side unlike the city. A sparse flurry of snowflakes gradually evolved into goosefeather snow that, rendering the entire heaven and earth white. Birds fly away from 1,000 mountains and people disappear along 10,000 paths. Perhaps because of the snow. Above the wilderness, except for Feng Yuan's family, there didn't seem to be a half-dozen people in sight. Husband, look at the distance where someone seems to be lying. Feng Yuan also saw it, and his gaze was rather dismayed. How could it be her? Chapter 11, Ji Ling. Husband, by the size it seems to be a woman. Who would set her on fire? Poor thing. Burnt all over, hee hee. Even his hair is gone. Ha, it seems to be breathing. Golden Lotus raised her head to look at Feng Yuan, a faint surprise flickering between her star-like eyes. From Ji Ling's gaze full of expectation, Feng Yuan knew that she wanted him to save her life. Husband, I remember when mother and I were on our way to escape the just a bowl of gruel by a kind lady. Let's save her, shall we? Ji Ling tried to persuade the still hesitant Feng Yuan through personal experience. Good things must come to good people. Actually, Feng Yuan wasn't hesitating, he was contemplating. Lianer is truly a blessing to him. Although the woman on the floor was charred and disfigured, however, Feng Yuan still recognized this woman as Ji Ling, the second imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty. Through her words, Target, Ji Ling. Qualifications, Grade A, 90%, top grade Wood Spirit Root, top grade Earth Spirit Root, top grade Water Spirit Root. Love, -40, plus, none. I vaguely remembered that when I first met Ji Ling a month ago, her love value for him is, 30. The two of them never touched each other after that, and they didn't know why it was lowered by 10 points for no apparent reason. My Leonor has a good heart. Of course I will listen to Leonor. Thank you, husband. After receiving the praise, Ji Ling smiled shyly, and the long untouched love unexpectedly raised 5 points directly. Love, 55. Looking at the change in the value of the Golden Lotus words, Fang Yuan was slightly lost in thought. It's quite a double whammy today. The last time Leonor surprised him seemed to be the time he took her to the Cold Mountain Temple. Should he take her out more often? No. Maybe it's because from the heart. He shouldn't ask Leonor to do something she doesn't like just for himself. Only her heartfelt happiness can induce a change of love. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and was suddenly enlightened. To be honest, he is also in the exploratory stage of casting stones with regard to the great love of the world. A quarter of an hour later, the maid brought a bowl of hot soup and fed it into Ji Ling's mouth. Cough, cough. Ji Ling woke up after coughing up a few strands of dark bruises. Girl, are you okay? Jin Lian asked impatiently. Although Ji Ling's entire body's skin had long been burnt, and she couldn't see her original face. However, Jin Lian was able to guess through the color of her profane clothes that had not been completely burned that this woman should be a young girl who had not yet married. Well, Ji Ling opened her mouth in pain. Although she couldn't speak clearly, Fang Yuan could hear that what she wanted to say was thank you. Moreover, Fang Yuan already knew from Ji Ling's frequently flickering gaze. She had recognized him. To this, Jin Lian was unaware. She was still grieving for Kiki. Husband, she's so poor, she's actually a little mute. Let's go, Leonor. Since she's awake, let's take her back to the mansion first and let the healer save her. Fang Yuan did not show the slightest expression that he recognized Ji Ling. Although he didn't know what had happened to Ji Ling, he could guess that this matter must have something to do with baby Dien, because the fire that burned Ji Ling beyond recognition was not a mortal fire. Jin Lian nodded. Well, that's the only way to go, and I don't know if she has any family. Take your time to help her find it. Fang Yuan said as such on his lips. In his heart, he was thinking that he must keep Ji Ling by his side and absolutely not let go. As for the talk of benevolence and morality, he had long since burned the core tenet of great love into his bones. It's just that I'm a little sorry, Leonor. I was thinking of making you a wild game barbecue today. Fang Yuan said this on purpose, so as to make Ji Ling feel guilty. Jin Lian smiled and said, it doesn't matter anymore. I feel happy to have saved this girl. Well, my Leonor is just kind-hearted. Let me hold her. It's better to throw away these burnt and blackened trinkets before they blacken the carriage and we have to pay money to the owner. Fang Yuan ripped off everything on Ji Ling that could prove her identity. Then he took off his own tunic and draped it over her. During this process, Ji Ling kept resisting, seemingly not wanting Fang Yuan to touch her things. Husband, she seems to be saying something. Is she afraid of you? The simple Jin Lian did not know Fang Yuan's inner routine. She thought the little mute was in shock. Little mute, don't be afraid. We are good people. My husband and I won't hurt you. Ji Ling, on the other hand, had already passed out from anger. Without those jewelry, how could she prove her identity to her father in the future? Evening. Yao Cheng's female physician wore an expression of helplessness. Master Feng, she has extensive burns all over her body. Unless there is an elixir to restore her face made by an immortal master. Otherwise this life is afraid. Fang Yuan looked forlorn. The little one is really pitiful. As a matter of fact, he knew from the very beginning that a mortal healer would be useless, even if an ordinary immortal master came to, unless there is a heavenly elixir, flesh and white bones. But in this Yu dynasty, he couldn't even get an earth-grade spirit gathering stone, so how could he still have a channel to get that? I'm just going through this process to reassure Jin Lian, just seeing if I can boost Ji Ling's love value by the way. And Ji Ling, who was lying on the couch hearing this, also had a flash of crystalline tears crossing the corners of her eyes. Husband, she seems to be able to understand human language. Hey, Jin Lian was stunned. Cough. Fang Yuan held back from laughing. Leonor is really presumptuous. Ji Ling is a human being. How can she not understand human language? Ah fu. Fetch some silver for Dr. Lu. Yes, milord. The servant left with the female physician. Only Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan and Ji Ling were left in the house. Jin Lian also realized her presumptuousness, and she said several apologies in a row to Ji Ling. Only after that did Golden Lotus sigh. Alas, this girl can't speak, and she can't take care of her arms and legs. How are we supposed to find her family? Fang Yuan looked indifferent. Raise it first. Our family is not short of one person's rations. Having said that, What about her eating, drinking, and taking care of herself if she can't live on her own? If I let Sister Su and Sister Zhang help, I'm afraid they'll be disgruntled as well. Ji Ling's concern is not unreasonable. The two maids in the house are not related to the little mute. They have no reason to serve her. Fang Yuan looked down at Ji Ling. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. And the big thing is to take care of another maid. It's just that I'm worried that she's unidentified. And a normal person burned like this would be afraid that she'd have already broken. Aha! Ji Ling struggled, her face pained. What is she trying to say? Golden Lotus was beyond bewildered. Fang Yuan shook his head. This time he didn't know either. But he guessed that Ji Ling was trying to make an effort to express who she was. Ask her when she's recovered. At least she's alive. Golden Lotus nodded. It will have to do. After saying that, she turned her head to look at the goosefeather snow still flying outside the window to sigh again. It's fortunate that little mute met us, or else she would have definitely frozen to death on top of the wilderness. Chapter 12, Love Skyrockets. In the meantime, above the snow-covered wilderness, a silhouette swept by. She stopped in front of a snowy trail, and after a moment's rummaging, all she found was a string of bracelets and a scattering of jewelry. Is even the 7-star bracelet charred? The stunningly beautiful girl looked blankly at the empty field not far away. There, a bunch of footprints belonging to the wolves. She only felt her heart filled with endless remorse. Damn it, I can't believe I was eaten by curs. The young girl had come to collect Ji Ling's body. She also knew that Ji Ling's flesh had been infested by the phoenix flames. Plus it was freezing cold. Definitely wouldn't survive without a fire to keep you warm. Es deserve to die just as much as that betrayer. After the young girl finished speaking, she sped towards the place where the wolf pack's footprints extended. She's going to vent her anger hard. In this regard, Fang Yuan was unaware of this. The night was already thick. Jin Lian, who had been tired all day, had gone to bed, but Fang Yuan hasn't. Although he had previously told Jin Lian that he wanted to find Ji Ling a maid, but how could he do such a retarded maneuver? It's so hard to pick up a grade A qualified heavenly talent. He would never let anyone interfere with his path to becoming stronger. Fang Yuan carried a bowl of clear porridge and pushed open the door of the guest room. Ji Ling didn't fall asleep. She inclined her head to look, her eyes flickering. Just as he tried to open his mouth, he gave up. She didn't want to waste any more energy. There are only 2 old maids in the house, and they are old and tired today. I will find you a young maid to take special care of you when the morning comes, Fang Yuan briefly explained. Then he sat on the edge of the window and began to feed the porridge. Ji Ling's eyes were lifeless. She didn't respond or refuse. When Fang Yuan reaches for a spoon, she also contains it. For Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan, she originally had a present hatred. After all, they had disgraced the entire Ji clan royal family. But after experiencing their kindness firsthand, she didn't know how she was going to face them. If, for a change, she'd met a burnt-out homeless man on the road, she doesn't see to be sympathetic. The life and death of mortals are staged every day in Yu Dynasty. She is not the Virgin Mary. She can't save them, nor do they have the energy to save it. That's why she admires those who have great love in their hearts. But why was it that the people who saved her would be Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan? After Dr. Ryu left, she thought long and hard about it. She had thought about ending it, but Ji Ling couldn't let go. She's still young. She's still got a great future ahead of her. And as long as Sister Yin makes it out of that little world alive, with the support of Ling Baoge, she would definitely be able to regain her luster and regain her life. But Ji Ling also knew that if there were no Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan in that situation, she would probably freeze to death on top of the icy countryside before Sister Yin arrived. Seeing Ji Ling lost in thought, Fang Yuan sighed. Don't worry, and don't ever get depressed, even if you can't talk or act. I'll take good care of you too until we find your family. Aha! Kirito twisted his head around. Are you asking me why? Fang Yuan matched. Aha! Ji Ling hurriedly nodded her head and cried out in joy. It wasn't easy. The meaning he wanted to express was finally understood by Fang Yuan. It restored her motivation and hope. Because I've been in the rain before, I always think about holding an umbrella for someone else. Square Edge tells his story. With 500 years of experience, the last thing he needed was to make up stories. At the end of the story, he doesn't forget to bring along his little petite wife. Just like my lady, she's been in the rain. Luckily, I've had the honor of protecting her twice. Once in Yao City and once in Cold Mountain Temple. Listening, Ji Ling was a little lost in thought. She hadn't previously known the Fang Yuan couple. She only knew that they had humiliated her father and disgraced the Yu dynasty. Turns out they're all bitter. I've been in the rain before, so I'm always thinking about holding an umbrella for someone else. What a beautiful picture is this. In this moment, Ji Ling suddenly felt that Fong Yuan's wrinkled old face was inexplicably a bit smoother. Target, Ji Ling, love, 5. It skyrocketed from, -40, to, 5. This sudden surprise did not disrupt Fong Yuan's storytelling. He's growing too. At one time, he only had Miao Miao Bai, and he felt a great sense of guilt when speaking to other female cultivators. Even when I first came to Yao City, I was often embarrassed. But now, Fong Yuan won't. Just as Fong Yuan was feeding Ji Ling kanji while telling her a story, Ji Ling suddenly up. What's wrong? Fong Yuan wondered. Coupled with the fact that Ji Ling was burned beyond recognition, he saw nothing but a rather grim expression on Ji Ling's face. It was impossible to tell how she looked at all. Aha! You want to relieve yourself? It finally dawned on Fong Yuan that people would only act so flustered in the third emergency. Ji Ling nodded heavily. How could she care about shame at this moment? Just not peeing on the bed is the biggest blessing. Well then, men and women are not related. I'll go find a maid to help. Fong Yuan got up and headed out. Ji Ling was speechless. Now that you know that men and women are not related, why didn't you mention it when you hugged her in the countryside before? But Ji Ling had no choice. She could only hold tight and wait. As for the square edge, certainly not to the maid. He skipped around the yard 3 times and came back at a leisurely pace. I'm sorry, my maid is old and sleeps like a pig, so I can't wake her up for a while. I was worried you wouldn't be able to hold it in, so I came over first. Aha. Help you? Alright, then I'm offended. Fong Yuan picked up Ji Ling and then walked towards the door. Ji Ling was suffocating and couldn't care less about shame. Not to mention, that normal man would rot over a pile of burnt, rotten meat. When she returned to the house, Ji Ling tilted her head inside and never dared to glance at Fong Yuan again. After all, she's an untouched girl, even if she's burned to a black skin. She also felt she had no face to live. Go to bed early. Don't think. I don't want to see a tragedy when I come to visit you tomorrow. Fong Yuan did not choose to enlighten Ji Ling in this ugly situation. Little girls are thin-skinned and have a normal reaction, and need to be given a calm, private space. When she gets used to it later, she'll naturally get used to it. The next day, just as the sky turned white, Fong Yuan rolled over and got off the couch amidst Ji Lian's disgruntled mutterings. It's still early. Where is husband going? Ji Lian opened her eyes in a daze. Liener, go back to sleep. Winter is here and it's cold. From now on there's no need to deliberately wake up early to cultivate. Just go with the flow. Fong Yuan instructed. He didn't want to be pushing Ji Lian to do anything. Enjoying a good life is not just for him. Yeah. Golden Lotus gave a leap of joy, then rolled over and wrapped herself in her little comforter. Seeing this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It's good to be young. Unlike him, he can't even sleep when he wants to in his old age. But it's also a meta day, and he's going to brush up on Ji Ling's love value. Chapter 13, Living Will Be Invincible. Fong Yuan asked the maid to cook some additional clear porridge. Ji Ling had suffered a serious injury and could only eat some liquid food to recuperate for the time being. When Fong Yuan pushed open the door of the room and entered, Ji Ling had long since woken up. One night passed. Ji Ling's emotions seemed to calm down. At least, she dared to lock eyes with Fong Yuan again. Fong Yuan laughed. Woke up quite early. Ji Ling nodded slightly. Hungry? The temperature is just right. Fong Yuan said. Seeing that Ji Ling didn't refuse, he began to feed the porridge. Ji Ling was a slow drinker, so halfway through her drink she shook her head no. She was too embarrassed to let Fong Yuan keep feeding her anymore. It's fine. I'm idle anyway. Fong Yuan guessed Ji Ling's embarrassment and, so he didn't stop. By the way, haven't asked yet. Do you have any family? Aha. Kirito nodded heavily. Her eyes were agitated. And finally, Fong Yuan mentioned her family. Fong Yuan also revealed a smile. Great. I'll take you to your family when you're better. Hearing this, Ji Ling's gaze became a little dimmer. Resume STH. Without a panacea, I'm afraid she'll be confined to her bed for the rest of her life. Still, she was very grateful to Fong Yuan. After all, now that her sound path was destroyed and her limbs were paralyzed, the only things she could move were her head and mouth. Ji Ling's heavenly aura was suddenly struck by a spiritual light. Why didn't she write her name with her mouth? Thinking of this, she blinked desperately towards Fong Yuan in excitement. Fong Yuan was puzzled. What's wrong? Want to relieve yourself again? Kirito shook her head as she desperately spat out her little tongue. Is it hot? Fong Yuan scooped up a spoonful and gave it a shallow taste. It's not hot. Seeing this scene, Ji Ling was mortified. That was a spoon she had just contained. So wouldn't that be the equivalent of indirect kissing? But she couldn't see the blush due to her face. Fong Yuan scooped up another spoonful and pestled it into Ji Ling's mouth. Well, filled up. Ji Ling became quiet. It's just a matter of time. Fong Yuan doesn't even mind that he's a black skin. One is in no position to dislike his spit. However, after finishing the porridge, Ji Ling spat out her tongue again. Fang Yuan buried his head close to seam. Not to mention, although Ji Ling's face was burned black and blue, her tongue was still pink and tender. The teeth were also white, and there were even 2 naughty little tiger teeth. Lovely, thought. Fang Yuan collected the unreality in his mind. But some other time you can let Ji Ling practice first. Is your tongue uncomfortable? Aha. Ji Ling was in pain. She hated herself for being so useless that she couldn't even express herself in the simplest way. Then forget about drinking. Fang Yuan put the bowl on a side table. Seeing this, Ji Ling became even more anxious. She was still thinking about biting down on the spoon when Fang Yuan fed her again. It's just a matter of time. And Fang Yuan was pondering. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. And he gazed at Ji Ling's mouth and it was decided to destroy all the pens on the mansion. But it's not a permanent solution. What if Ji Ling was a bit more ruthless and she just bit her tongue and wrote her name in blood? Fang Yuan was in a tangle. He had created a perfect persona in front of Ji Ling and had won her affection. But if she wrote out her name, then there was no way he could pretend not to see it. In that case, Ji Ling's love would inevitably plummet below negative. As the saying goes, the grace of raw rice and the hatred of rice. Fang Yuan has never believed that there is endless evil lurking in human nature. Well, get some rest. Then, I'll go down the street and see if I can buy a handy maid to look after you. Fang Yuan took the bowl and left. Come out after. Fang Yuan stood in the center of the courtyard. His brows furrowed. How can you refrain from that kind of situation? After thinking for a long time, Fang Yuan could only think of one way. The eye doesn't see the heart. It seems like we really need to find a maid to take care of Ji Ling. The only place Kirito could leave his name would be on the sheets and bedding. And as long as he didn't go in there, nor let the Golden Lotus enter, then he would be invincible. Fang Yuan returned to his bedroom. Golden Lotus is awake, but she's still in bed. Husband. Seeing Fang Yuan enter, Ji Ling sweetly called out, Did Lian get some sleep? Fang Yuan sat on the edge of the bed and caressed Ji Ling's cheek. Aha! Golden Lotus rubbed against Fang Yuan's palm like a kitten. She really liked this feeling of being pampered by her husband. Fang Yuan said at the right time, By the way, Lianer should not meet that little mute in the future. Why now? Golden Lotus eyed him in disbelief. Fang Yuan explained, I don't dare to bet on the goodness of the heart, but I dare to bet on the evil of human nature. Do you think she came from a normal place? Lian might as well put herself in your shoes. If it were you, can you survive being burned like that and left in the freezing cold? As soon as Ji Ling thought about it, her face turned white. Husband, did my concubine do something wrong? She was simple-minded, but not stupid. I couldn't think of it before, but after Fang Yuan reminded me, she could have guessed that a woman who could be burned so viciously was either a poor, evil person either that or an ungodly woman. Either way, it shows that the little mute is not a good person. Thinking so, Ji Ling was on the verge of crying with anxiety. Husband, from now on I'll never do any more unruly good deeds. Fang Yuan comforted. It's okay, I'm here for everything. Lotus is only happy. Husband, you're so good to Lianer. How can Lianer? A mist of tears rose between Golden Lotus' eyes while her love finally broke through to 60. Target, Golden Lotus. Love, 60. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 3 years on cooldown. 3 years. Even though Fang Yuan's mindset had changed a lot, he was still shocked by this value. What's 3 years? Meaning that as long as he keeps the value of his love for the Golden Lotus intact, every year he was able to extract 36 years of longevity from the Golden Lotus, and to extract 10 years is 360 years. It was equivalent to him gaining another half of his lifespan as a Jit and cultivator. So how could Fang Yuan not be surprised? How can he not be happy? Lianer is my beloved wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Fang Yuan leaned down and hugged Ji Ling tightly. He. Husband said it so well that it makes you blush. I was still crying. Ji Ling felt incredibly shy. She similarly stretched out her jade-like white lotus root arms and hugged Fang Yuan tightly. After a few moments of warmth, Golden Lotus looked up and blinked. Husband, since that little mute is of unknown origin, let's just send her away. Not good. Fang Yuan shook his head. If I hadn't come across it, I wouldn't have said anything, but I saved it all and came home. I'm afraid I'll have trouble sleeping and eating later if I just throw her away again. Oh, my husband is so kind. Ji Ling had a face of adoration. Also, if husband wasn't kind in the first place, perhaps I wouldn't have been qualified to meet husband. Fang Yuan turned his head away. Not daring to look at Ji Ling's pair of affectionate gazes, he could only look out the window and said, Don't praise me so much. 100 years of cultivating the same boat. 1,000 years of cultivating the same pillow to sleep together. How is it not a destiny-guided marriage for us to come together? Chapter 14, Seeing Baby Dien. The snow that had fallen overnight had long since cleared. After Fong Yuan finished talking to Ji Ling, he brought off food to the human market. Wandering around for a long time, Fong Yuan finally looked at a maid. Target, Trisha Wong. Qualification, Ding. Mortal fire root. Love, -85. Nice lovey-dovey parameter. Square edge kind of likes it. This girl is good. What do you call her? How old is she? The slaver laughed. Master has a good eye. This woman is called Huang Suetsue, 21 this year. Fong Yuan nodded and looked at Huang Suetsue and asked, literacy? Trisha Wong shook her head. Very well, Alfred, check out. Huang Suetsue's face immediately showed joy. Finally someone was willing to buy herself again. She was born unattractive. She's not very handy. I really don't know why this rich old man in front of me bought himself. Is that what he's good for? On the way back to the mansion, Fong Yuan instructed. You were brought here to take care of a patient who is completely paralyzed. Hearing that the whole body is paralyzed, Huang Suetsue immediately felt that the world has returned to darkness. She had taken care of a similar old lady, who was served daily with food and drink. Also had to wash and shuffle diapers, which, in short, didn't gross her out. Good thing. She used a little trickery to get that old lady out of trouble early, and Trisha Wong didn't think she was at fault. After all, the old lady was able to relieve herself early. It's good for both her and yourself. Thinking of this, Huang Chui hurriedly picked up the conversation. Yes, master. The slave girl will definitely do her part. Fong Yuan nodded. He didn't settle for anything more. The reason he chose Trisha Wong was that he felt she was an opportunistic villain. No matter what her mind is now, she'll naturally know what she should do when she gets to the mansion. What not to do. When she arrived at the Fong mansion, Huang Chui sniffed the good-smelling air, and she realized that turns out the lord who bought her was a monk. She had served a certain family in Yao City and knew that such a fresh scent must be aura. After guessing Fong Yuan's identity, Huang Suetsue's mind was tightened for a few moments. That paralyzed patient can be taken care of by Master Fong, who specially paid a lot of money for her. It must not be comparable to that scholar's old mother. Looks like she's going to suffer for this one. Husband, you're back. Ji Ling greeted her with a big smile. What a beautiful young woman. It was actually an old husband and young wife. And Huang Chui secretly wondered in her heart. Is Lianer practicing? Fong Yuan asked with a smile. No yet. Concubine is on her way. Ji Ling spat out her little tongue in embarrassment as she was secretly doing the women's red. Not unduly tight. After I've settled Xiao Chui, Lianer will accompany me to talk later. Pushing would be counterproductive. And Fong Yuan decided to let nature take its course. As long as Golden Lotus herself is happy. Slave girl's name is Huang Suetsue. See you, ma'am. Huang Suetsue bowed toward Ji Ling with great eyesight. Golden Lotus nodded. Crisply. Then I'll call you Xiao Chui from now on as well. Yes, ma'am. Fong Yuan came to the compartment where Ji Ling was. Originally, Ji Ling was still thinking of trying to communicate with Fong Yuan, but seeing that he was followed by a woman in hemp, he chose to wait and see. Fong Yuan secretly surveyed the bedding and saw that Ji Ling had not yet been ruthless, so his heart was slightly relieved. Little dummy, she'll be taking care of you from now on. Ji Ling nodded. After that embarrassment last night, she wasn't averse to being taken care of by a woman. After, Fong Yuan added to Huang Suetsue, in the future, you will also sleep here and be responsible for taking care of her living and everything. Huang Suetsue was curiously sizing up Ji Ling, still thinking that this person's life was a little too hard. Burnt to a crisp like this and not even dead. Coldly hearing Fong Yuan speak, he hurriedly lowered his eyebrows and said, yes, master, the slave girl will definitely take care of her. After settling everything, Fong Yuan left. Seeing this, Ji Ling opened her mouth, but didn't call out. Maybe Fong Yuan was in a hurry. It was better to find a chance to communicate with him next time. In fact, Fong Yuan was intentionally avoiding Ji Ling. Unlike Golden Lotus, Ji Ling did not have much of a bond between her and Fong Yuan. So if Fong Yuan wanted to quickly brush off Ji Ling's love, there had to be a third party in the middle. And Trisha Wong is a great tool person. Her, -85, love value was the best proof. If she even incomparably hated Fong Yuan as a lord, she naturally wouldn't do her best to take care of Ji Ling. Fong Yuan only needed to wait for an appropriate opportunity to arise and he would be able to reap a great deal of gratitude from Ji Ling. As for calling Fong Yuan cunning and vicious, joking aside, not to mention the fact that the Ji clan had messed with him, and that both sides had long been feuding, it was for the core tenet of great love he had to do it. After lunchtime, Fong Yuan went out again. He was going to go to the 100 Treasure Pavilion to poke around. After all, Baby Dien has come from a very shallow background. He has to be prepared for two things. Lest there be an uncontrollable accident at that time. Baobab Court. When Fong Yuan saw Baby Dien again, he realized that there was a lot less spirit in her eyes than last time, and the original, -10, love value had become, -20. Interesting that she dropped as much as Ji Ling. Could it be that he didn't promise Baby Ian last time and was hated by both women at the same time? Boss Ian, goodbye. When Baby Ian saw that it was Fong Yuan, her smoky willow brows frowned slightly. What are you doing here again? Fong Yuan smiled and said, can you really not accommodate that earth-grade spirit gathering stone? Baby Ian said coldly, I can't, and I'm about to leave you dynasty. You'll never get another chance. That little world only opens once in 100 years. This time, she invited Ji Ling and the fire spirit root cultivator to open the 5 elements spirit formation and enter it. You didn't get half the chance at the end, did you? That fire spirit root cultivator betrayed her and Ji Ling when he saw profit and forgot about righteousness, causing Ji Ling's body to die with no bones left, and she also suffered a great backlash. Now that little world has reclosed and the betrayer has been killed by her, no one knew the exact location of that secret place anymore. When it was 100 years later, she would definitely make a comeback with the Ling Bao Pavilion's cultivators. Even though Fong Yuan's hot face was stuck on Baby Yin's cold ass, he was not the least bit impressed. Mr. Fong doesn't think he's offended Boss Ian during this time, right? Ian Bao Bao sneered. This young lady just looks at you with displeasure. How about that? Moreover, you are no longer welcome in the 100 Treasures Pavilion from now on, and you will not be selling anything to you again. At this, Fong Yuan scoffed. If you say you won't buy it, then don't buy it. What can you do if I change my face? However, on this trip, Fong Yuan had gotten what he wanted. Baby Ian definitely didn't know that Ji Ling was still alive and in his hands. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan said with intent, who was that beautiful woman last time? Mr. Fong would like to get to know her. Ian Baby lightly crushed a mouthful. Bah! A toad wants to eat swan meat. What a beautiful thought. So grumpy, could it be that Boss Ian has come to Tian Kwai? Fong Yuan's smile remained the same. Are you molesting me? Baby Ian's face sank. She was in a precisely unpleasant mood, and if Fong Yuan persisted, she didn't mind before leaving you dynasty. Have someone obliterate him. Chapter 15. Bad. This chick moved in for the kill. If it was Baby Ian herself who was angry, Fong Yuan was not afraid, but he was afraid of the Lingba Pavilion behind Baby Ian. Boring. Go away, go away. If it's not for sale then it's not for sale. Old man won't live for a few years anyway. Fong Yuan turned straight toward the outside. A great man can bend, but if you don't run after pretending, you'll be punched in the face. And Baby Ian looked at Fong Yuan's departing back, her eyes showing a cold light. After a long time, she exhaled a cloudy breath. Forget it, there is no need to be annoyed with the dying man. If the commotion is big enough to provoke the Lihua sect, it will not be good. Although that small world was hidden, the last thing in this world was a great power with heavenly means. She wouldn't admit that she didn't dare to leave Fong Yuan behind because she was concerned about the holy daughter of the Lihua sect. Bai Miao Miao. Actually, Baby Ian had specifically studied Miao Miao Bai. She knew deep down that Miao Miao Bai was able to hold on to the other side of the fates for 500 years and not give up. Naturally, he wouldn't watch him die for nothing. I can expect to break through to spirit transformation in 500 years. Even Ling Baoga didn't dare to belittle Bai Miao Miao's potential. Fong Yuan walked on the streets of Yao City. He's had too many blank stares in 500 years. There would simply be no bitterness and hatred because of the threat of Baby Ian, a junior. Instead, he felt somewhat refreshed, because after Baby Ian, who knew the most about Ji Ling, left, no one in this Yu dynasty could stop his determination to extract Ji Ling anymore. Of course, it was indeed intentional that this front edge was trying to pick on Baby Ian's nerves. He's not dead to Baby Ian. You know he's been in the Leaving Fire sect for 500 years. Neither had ever met a lucky person with an innate spiritual root. Even the holy daughter of the Leaving Fire sect, who was famous in this frontier such as Bai Miao Miao, only possessed an extreme spiritual root. But Baby Ian was going to leave. If Fong Yuan just plainly let her go. Thousands of years from now, how would a supreme talent like Baby Ian still remember what a small person Fong Yuan was? But not anymore. Letting Baby Ian hate her to the point of gnashing her teeth would also allow herself to remain in her young memories forever. So at this moment, Fong Yuan was very much looking forward to the day in the future when he would still be able to meet Baby Ian again. The next few days, Fong Yuan was immersed in the mansion, accompanying his little petite wife. As for Ji Ling's side, he didn't go there again. Fountains need a high enough pressure to be spectacular after pouring out. And the same goes for Ji Ling. She was the only one who felt the massive suffering that Trisha Wong had brought to her. It was only then that she missed how pampered Fong Yuan had been in his brief care for her. Sure, there's a degree to everything. Overly rigid is easy to break. Overly soft will be destroyed. Fong Yuan has been secretly watching Huang Tsuetsue's every move. He was also afraid that Ji Ling wouldn't be able to stand it and develop light thoughts. That said, Trisha Wong. After coming to the Fong mansion, out of fear of Fong Yuan, she was initially doing her best to take care of Ji Ling. It's not too dirty, and it's not too tiring, but after a while, Trisha Wong suddenly realized that she didn't need to live a life of exhaustion. The first point is that the old man and his wife never seem to have been here. It showed that they didn't care much about how Ji Ling was doing, as long as they kept her alive. In order to prove her deduction, Huang Suizue even deliberately ingratiated herself with the two sisters, and from them, he learned that Ji Ling was picked up by Mr. and Mrs. Fong Yuan. It's just that Trisha Wong didn't know. The only reason Sister Su and Sister Zhang had told her was because Fong Yuan had casually mentioned it in the first place. Xiao Chui is one of us, so if she asks where the little mute came from, she can tell her that, too. But if any outsider asks, then they will always say they don't know. Actually, it's okay to talk about it. After all, the trinkets that could prove Ji Ling's identity had already been disposed of by Fong Yuan, but he was not afraid of the unexpected. Plus the second point, Huang Chui realizes that Ji Ling is a mute who can only owe. This made Huang Chui's guts grow bigger and bigger. Anyway, his lordship and her ladyship, including the two sisters and Uncle Fu, won't be here. Then she's still in charge here. When she told Ji Ling to eat, Ji Ling had something to eat, and when she told Ji Ling to drink, Ji Ling had something to drink. Of course, Trisha Wong's say-so was limited to that. If Ji Ling wanted to be convenient, she still had to serve Ji Ling honestly. After all, she was worried that if one day his lordship came here on a whim, smelling the compartment smelled wrong, that would surely blame her for poor care. Gee, that's enviable. Though you're black and still a dead mute, but I can serve you with my own hands. I don't know what he sees in you. We'll bring you, a rascal pig with no meat and no bones, to the mansion to mingle and die. I don't know when we'll be able to live a life of being waited on. Every day, when she is idle and bored, Huang Suizue will leisurely lie down on the rocking chair, slurs against Ji Ling. Last time she was able to get the scholar's old mother killed by petty means, but this time, she was jealous of Fong Yuan but didn't dare. That's why Huang Suizue could only viciously attack Ji Ling with obscenities. I hope Ji Ling is sensible enough to end it on her own earlier so that she can be relieved from this misery as well. For as soon as Huang Suizue thought that she and the two old sisters were the same Fong maids, they feel a great injustice when all they have to do is make some meals and clean up a bit every day, while they have to take care of the poop and pee. If Ji Ling died, then she couldn't say that she would be able to serve Master Fong. On the bright side, if you hooked up with Master Fong, wouldn't you get out of slavery and rise to the top? Unfortunately, Ji Ling wasn't that vulnerable. At first she would indeed be angry, thinking that she was the second imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty. How could one stand the anger of a lowly slave like Huang Suizue who could be slapped to death casually? She had already thought that when Fong Yuan came back, she must tell her grievances. But as each day passed and she kept waiting for Fong Yuan, her patience was worn thin, and because of that, she became strong instead. She's been baptized with too many obscenities. It was found that Cecilia Wong didn't seem to dare abuse her at all, except for the verbal sarcasm she would use. At best, she'll be given only one meal a day and starve her. Gradually, Ji Ling would no longer look at Huang Suizue in anger. She's beginning to learn to close her eyes and listen to the wind outside her window. She began to learn to swallow all the grievances she received into her stomach and digest them by herself. And she also began to learn to close her divine sense to perceive. Humph. Pretending. Thinking you can't hear me if you close your eyes? You've been an ugly pig for a day. For the rest of your life until you die you'll just be a dirty stinker in the gutter. Trisha Wong, what are you doing? Fong Yuan appeared. He quietly appeared when Trisha Wong was at her most pleasant. Master, listen to the slave girl's explanation. Huang Suizue's horrified face was as white as paper. She violently tumbled down from the rocking chair. Fell to his knees and kowtowed. And Ji Ling, the moment she saw Fong Yuan appear, her tears could no longer be stopped. Even though she could deceive herself and say she didn't care about anything, when she really saw Fong Yuan, it was as if a young child who had been bullied outside had met a parent who could stand up for her. In that instant, her love value, which had originally stagnated at 5, jumped violently by a full 10 points. Chapter 16, Qualifications skyrocketed. 55% B grade. Target, Ji Ling. Qualifications, Grade A, 90%, Top Grade Wood Spirit Root, Top Grade Earth Spirit Root, Top Grade Water Spirit Root, Love, 15, Addition, Not Withdrawable. While Fong Yuan's heart rippled with excitement, his face was extremely gloomy. Trisha Wong, what's going on? Huang Suizue trembled and said, Master, the slave girl is telling a story to the mute lady. Bang! Fong Yuan thumps Trisha Huang with a kick to the chest. How dare you lie? You wicked! Put! Huang Suizue was just a mortal. Where could she stand such a strong force? she flew out horizontally on the spot. And spit up 2 puddles of blood. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'll kowtow to you. Please spare my life. Huang Xuexue cried tears of pain and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Fang Yuan didn't pay any more attention to Huang Xuechui, this tool person. Instead, he walked towards the edge of the bed to gently caress the hot tears rolling down Ji Ling's face. I'm sorry I haven't been able to see you these days with all the business I've been taking care of. I didn't know it was going to be such a situation that would aggravate you. It was fine if Fang Yuan didn't say this, but as soon as he said it, Ji Ling cried even more tears. Sorry. Fang Yuan picked up Ji Ling at the right time and gently cradled her in his arms. In no time, Ji Ling's tears stained Fang Yuan's chest. After feeling Ji Ling's constantly trembling warm body for a while, Fang Yuan sighed. It's my fault. I'll never let an outsider take care of you again. Aha. Kirito raised his head. She's trying to say she doesn't blame you, but her disfigured cheeks could only reveal a creepy, horrible hideousness. However, Fang Yuan did not show the slightest bit of dislike, for it was clear to him that above the burnt face of what a stunningly beautiful flavor it originally had. What do you want to do to her? Just nod your head, and I'll kill her. The wicked servant girl. If you shake your head, I'll sell her to someone else. How could the deeply resentful Ji Ling let go of Huang Xuexue, the poisonous woman who had scolded her for days? She nodded heavily. Good, as you wish. With a casual wave of his hand, Fang Yuan slapped Huang Xuechui, the exhausted toolman, directly into a puddle of blood mist. There are no bones left. He wasn't afraid of scaring Ji Ling. If Ji Ling could do it on her own, perhaps the means by which she killed Trisha Wong would have been more brutal. After this, Ji Ling's love interest underwent another surge, skyrocketing by a full 15 points. Target, Ji Ling. Qualifications, Grade A, 90%, Top Grade Wood Spirit Root, Top Grade Earth Spirit Root, Top Grade Water Spirit Root. Love, 30, bonus, can add 15 days of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Note, 1 month cooling time, repeatable extraction, can increase the host's strong wood spirit root, earth spirit root, and water spirit root qualifications. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be withdrawn repeatedly, can add a large amount of spiritual root quality to the host. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be withdrawn repeatedly. Happiness came so quickly that Fang Yuan was as if he had lost his mind. After losing his concentration for half a breath, Fang Yuan couldn't wait to choose extraction. Along with the relief that went straight into the divine soul, Fang Yuan's attribute panel underwent a drastic change. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, Class B, 55%. Medium wood roots, medium earth roots, medium water roots, original 5 elements are all invalid. Longevity, less than 8 years. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. Fang Yuan held back his laughter as he recklessly felt heaven and earth. It turns out that this is the perception of heaven and earth's aura by a B-grade spiritual root cultivator. So it turns out that the 5 elemental auras are also this active in the mundane world. Ji Ling, you are simply someone's absolute treasure from our side. Fang Yuan couldn't help but shout hysterically in his heart. A long time passed. Fang Yuan finally calmed his incomparably excited heart. Now that he was done extracting Ji Ling, there was no need to keep her around. After all, it can't be that easy to make a qualitative change to the longevity bonus to raise the love up. Ji Ling seems easy because she's Fang Yuan's wife, and so many stories have happened between the two of them, plus day to day. But there was no way Ji Ling could have been raised to more than half of her love by Fang Yuan. It was also thanks to Ji Ling not knowing Fang Yuan's thoughts that, otherwise, she would have designated to bite the lower edge viciously with a mouthful of flesh and blood, and then angrily cursed the dog. Anyone who knew that they had just finished being used by Fang Yuan and kicked away wouldn't feel happy, right? Well, it was time to send Ji Ling away. He didn't need to raise his daughter for Ji Xian. Fang Yuan thought so in his heart and his mouth blurted out. Little mute. In fact, I've been asking about your family in Yao City all these days. It's a shame there's not half the news. Fang Yuan looked at Ji Ling expectantly, hoping that she would indicate something with her demeanor. Then he can bring in his pen as he pleases. Unexpectedly, Ji Ling shook her head. What does she mean? Fang Yuan froze. Something seemed off about the situation. She shouldn't have had her eyes glazed over and then nodded excitedly and open your mouth and stick out your little pink tongue? Fang Yuan asked uncertainly. You mean it's okay? Or not necessary? Or no more family? It's that kind of answer that. You just nod your head a couple times. Ji Ling nodded 3 times. Fang Yuan was speechless. Big sister. Are you kidding me? No family? Aha. Kirito nodded heavily. Her gaze was hopeful yet pitiful as she gazed at Fang Yuan. Too pitiful. Fang Yuan sighed softly. Although he didn't know which string was broken in Ji Ling's head, all he could say was, okay, then I'll feed you later. Who let him just extract so many qualifications and spirit root bonuses from Ji Ling? He's not short of money, and it doesn't cost much to keep a paralyzed woman in bed. As for why Ji Ling had changed her mind, there was naturally a reason. Although Huang Xueicue deserved to die, Ji Ling also recognized many things from her. Even Huang Xueicue, a stranger, could loathe her so much, and if she returned to the palace, those royal brothers and sisters of hers were afraid that they would only laugh at her. At one time, she was gifted and possessed the rare 3 spirit roots, and she had such a bright light. What a slur she would have encountered had she been unappealing nowadays. Ji Ling believed that although Huang Xueicue was the first person to insult her, it would not be the last. Those siblings of hers would absolutely fall all over her as well, unless she can get Baby Ian to look after her and regain her former glory. But it was uncertain whether Baby Ian would still be able to leave that little world alive or not. She was not willing to gamble the honor of the rest of her life on the humanity of the Yu dynasty's royal family. Simply put, if Baby Ian is still alive, then anything is possible. Father will also protect himself. If Ian is already dead, then father wouldn't keep her alive. It was because father would not let the top management of the Lingbao Pavilion take the wrath of the entire Yu clan due to her existence. So, Ji Ling can't go back anymore. There are only 2 options for the rest of her life. Or die. Either you can only rely on Feng Yuan, who has been in the rain before. So always think of the bitter person who holds the umbrella for others. Chapter 17, Feng Yuan. I'm Ji Ling, request for follow-up reading. After. Feng Yuan brought in Ji Ling again and told her so. After hearing this, Ji Ling's little face turned red with anger at Huang Xueicue's behavior. Husband, how can there be such bad people in this world? It's not a surprise that hearts and minds are not in the right place. Square Edge said as much, and duly proposed. Lian let us take care of little Mute from now on. It's not safe to leave it to others. Feng Yuan still held a hint of fantasy within his heart. What if Ji Ling's love value still had room to rise? So he wouldn't let outsiders earn away Ji Ling's love value anymore. But if he didn't bring Ji Ling along, Ji Ling would never agree to him doing so. Regarding the matter of taking care of Ji Ling did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Her life would have been wonderful because of Feng Yuan, and if it hadn't been for Feng Yuan, she is now designated to serve others as a slave. Well from now on, it'll be good for my concubine to take care of it herself. I'm very good at taking care of people. Oh, my family Lianer is so nice, Feng Yuan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Couch. Ji Ling listened to the conversation between the 2 Feng Yuan couples. She grew a little teary-eyed. Let's not even talk about the other side of the fence. Anyone who comes along, none of them could be as impartial and unrequitedly kind as Mr. and Mrs. Feng Yuan. She really didn't know what she could do to repay the favor of Mr. and Mrs. Feng Yuan. Perhaps the only thing she could use to return the favor was her own body. But looking at Ji Ling's bright and delicate appearance, Ji Ling fell into a deep inferiority complex again. She couldn't help but think of what Trisha Wong had said, that she was nothing but an ugly, lousy pig that. And what qualifications were there to arouse Feng Yuan's interest? If only I could regain my looks, then even if I were still paralyzed, I'll be able to repay Feng Yuan, right? Thinking so, Ji Ling became more and more interested. Her eyes flickered as she gazed at Feng Yuan, deciding to find an opportunity to make something clear to him, though she did know that the rejuvenation pill wasn't that easy to get. But it was her only hope of repaying Feng Yuan's love. Approaching midday, Ji Ling finally found his chance. Aha! What's wrong, little dummy? Feng Yuan put down the books he was idly flipping through in his hands out of boredom and walked over to the bedside to sit down. Ji Ling looked at Feng Yuan's fingers and blinked desperately. Are you hungry? Feng Yuan guessed that Ji Ling was trying to have a showdown with him, but he couldn't show it too obviously. Ji Ling nodded heavily. In a moment, as long as he bit down on the spoon and didn't let go, Feng Yuan should be able to guess what he meant. Okay then, I'll get the food. As Feng Yuan was talking, Ji Ling pushed the door in with the porridge. Lotus is here just in time. He. Sister Sue and the others made it and I brought it here. I'll do it. Don't. Husband is a man. It's better for me to do the serving. Feng Yuan didn't insist. Ji Ling also chose to keep her mouth shut. There were some things she couldn't say in front of Sister Golden Lotus. That is, until Golden Lotus left again with an empty bowl. It was only then that Kirito blinked eagerly. Still the same gaze, she sometimes looked at Feng Yuan's face, sometimes at his fingers. Feng Yuan extended his index finger and gestured. What do you want? Kirito, however, nodded heavily, again looking slightly sideways at the faraway desk. Is pen? Aha! Ji Ling was so excited that Feng Yuan finally understood her. You can still write, little mute? Well, so Feng Yuan, with a look of feigned surprise, fetched a pen and a booklet. He first picked up Ji Ling's waist with his hand, then shoved the bamboo pen into her mouth. The other hand held the booklet. Perhaps it was the first time she had written with her mouth. Ji Ling's writing was crooked and twisted, but it was still visible to Fong Yuan. "Thank you." Fong Yuan smiled. "Hey, you're welcome." Ji Ling wrote again. "I don't know how to repay you and Sister Lotus." Fong Yuan shook his head. "It's just a favor. Repay or not, it doesn't matter. You might as well tell me who you are and where your home is first." Fong Ling, "No home." Ji Ling wrote slowly. Fong Yuan was speechless. Could it be that this little girl really doesn't want to go home? Although he knew Ji Ling's bottom line, he could only accompany her in her act. Still a member of the family? In that case, all the more reason for me to support you for the rest of your life. "Thank you. I can't repay you. I can only return the favor." After writing this sentence, Ji Ling was so shy that she buried her face into Fong Yuan's chest, not daring to look at him at all. "You're kidding." Fong Yuan knew that Ji Ling definitely meant what she said, but he always had to act it out. And, even if he didn't mind having something with Ji Ling, it had to be in accordance with the most basic of sensibilities. Now that Ji Ling's appearance was too unflattering, Fong Yuan still had to consider Ji Lian's thoughts. He didn't want Ji Lian to get the wrong idea that he was a lousy man with a wife for all he was worth. Besides, Ji Ling, as soon as she heard that Fong Yuan didn't believe her, she immediately became anxious. Rush wrote, "I'm not kidding. I was actually very beautiful, comparable to Sister Golden Lotus. If you can bring me a rejuvenating elixir." Seeing this, Fong Yuan interrupted the following that Ji Ling was still writing. "I don't believe it. You're not tricking me into buying you a rejuvenation pill, are you? LOL, actually you don't have to cheat. If I could get it I would get it for you. Unfortunately, this is the Yu dynasty. I didn't." Ji Ling felt aggrieved. She can mean what she says, but after calming down, she understood Fong Yuan's thoughts again. "Yeah, I'm afraid it's hard for normal people to accept the words she just wrote. It would only be as if she was plying her trade, and Fong Yuan didn't get angry or blame her for it. It's good enough." Thinking of this, Ji Ling summoned up the courage to write down a line. "Fong Yuan, I am Ji Ling, the second daughter of the Yu dynasty. Mr. and Mrs. Fong Yuan treat her with sincerity. She doesn't want to hide from Fong Yuan anymore and decides to be completely honest with him. "You are Ji Ling?" Fong Yuan was shocked. His expression wasn't an act this time. After all, he didn't expect that Ji Ling would suddenly explode himself. "Yes, we've met before. Almost 2 months ago, on the first floor of the Treasure Pavilion. You would actually be Ji Ling." Fong Yuan's expression looked a bit forlorn and, "Then I'll just send you back to the palace." Ji Ling was clear about Fong Yuan's feud with the Ji clan's royal family, so he guessed the reason for his unhappiness. "I'm sorry for reminding you of your sad past. That thing with Sister Golden Lotus." Fong Yuan interrupted her. "It's fine. Let's not mention the past. Let me send you away." "Aha." Ji Ling shook her head violently. She doesn't want to leave. "Afterward," she said with her pen in her mouth, "Fong Yuan, I am truly willing to marry you as my wife, and this is the only way I can repay you. Besides, I'm very close to baby Dien. As long as you help me find her, she'll help me find the face-restoring pill." And then, as she wrote, Ji Ling suddenly stopped. She suddenly realized that the words she had written could easily make Fong Yuan misunderstand that she was just using him, because as soon as she contacted baby Dien, not only would she regain her looks, but she would also regain her former elegance. When that time comes, she'll become a three-spirit roots heavenly pride all over again. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, was turning into an old man with a wooden body. She and Fong Yuan were one in the sky and the other on the ground, not belonging to the same world at all. How could Fong Yuan believe that she would give him a wife? Chapter 18, Marrying Ji Ling, requesting for follow-up reading. Forget it, it's better not to look for baby Dien. Ji Ling sighed inwardly. She rewrote it again. Fong Yuan, if I don't go to Dien baby, can you accept me as I am now? If it was more than 20 days ago when baby Dien was still in Yao City, Fong Yuan would have said, I can take it. He knew all about Ji Ling's original appearance and wouldn't mind her current ugliness at all, as long as it boosts the love value on Ji Ling. But now, Fong Yuan, however, mused, let me take you to find baby Dien. Aha! Kirito was once again in tears. Is there really someone with a big heart in this world? She felt in Fong Yuan's body a light that humanity had never seen before. That moment. Once again, her love soared. Target, Ji Ling, love, 45. Addition, can add 100 days of longevity to the host. To be extracted or not? Previously, Fong Yuan had not extracted longevity from Ji Ling, so it was not yet in a cooldown state. 100 days of longevity could no longer satisfy Fong Yuan's greed. He wanted more. He knew that making Ji Ling's love break through 50 was just one last layer of window paper away, so Fang Yuan wasn't in a hurry to extract it. He only needed to endure it for a day or two. It doesn't even take that long to enjoy. Fang Yuan wrapped Ji Ling's entire body very well. All but one pair of eyes stayed out, and the rest were covered with clothing and a veil. In addition, he had asked Ah Fu to hire a carriage specifically for the occasion. Not for long. The three of them then arrived at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Fang Yuan half-embraced Ji Ling to the counter. May I ask if Boss Yin is in? You are Fang Yuan? Walk away. We don't welcome you here and we won't sell you anything. The new shopkeeper was also a foundation establishment cultivator transferred from Ling Baogu. Since Yin Baobao had specifically instructed him before he left, he recognized Fang Yuan at a glance. Fang Yuan laughed. Man, don't be nervous. I'm not here to buy anything. I had a little misunderstanding with your family's boss Yin earlier, and I've come over today to apologize. The new pal didn't suspect a thing. He saw Fang Yuan's kind face and was embarrassed to say something rude again. How to say that Fang Yuan was also a Jiedan powerhouse. So that's how it is. But Oni-chan, she's already gone. Is she gone? Ji Ling's gaze was dull, as if she was lost in thought. Wagon. Fang Yuan sighed. I didn't realize that baby Yin had already left Yao City, and you've seen that my relationship with her is very frosty. Even if the new shopkeeper gives me some face because I'm a Jiedan powerhouse, I'm afraid I won't be able to contact baby Yin, who is far away in Lingbao Pavilion. For my sake. What's more, she and I are supposed to be from two different worlds, and even if I reach her, and how could she care about a little person like me? It's fine. I don't blame you. Do you know why she's jealous of you? Ji Ling wrote. Fang Yuan frowned. It couldn't be because I didn't agree to work with her that time, right? Kirito blinked, then nodded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan pretended to be angry. Then is she not sick? Thanks to her being a businesswoman. Where is the force to buy and sell? Ji Ling wrote with an apologetic face. This is not the place to talk. I'll tell you all about it when we get back. In fact, at that time, not only Sister Yin, even she had some complaints about Fang Yuan. Go back? You're really not going back to the palace? And Ji Ling didn't answer Fang Yuan with her pen and ink. She just raised her eyes blazed at him. Fang Yuan promised. Okay, I'll listen to you. And if and when you figure it out, I'll send you back to the palace. Husband, Sister Linger, is everything alright? Upon hearing the hooves of a horse, Golden Lotus leapt out. She had already learned from Fang Yuan that the little mute was called Linger, but did not know that her surname was Ji. It was also Ji Ling who took the initiative to propose not to tell Jin Lian the truth about this matter. She didn't want that incident at the Cold Mountain Temple to drive a wedge between them. Fang Yuan explained. We went late, and the people who could help Linger had already left. Ugh, how could this happen? Jin Lian looked regretful. Aha. Kirito blinked. As we spend more time together. Jin Lian could also hear through the context that Ji Ling was telling her that it was okay. Next time, Jin Lian actively chose to go cultivate, while Fang Yuan accompanied Ji Ling and listened to her story. Original. Baby Yin accidentally discovers that a small thousand world left behind by a demon phoenix from the ancient times is hidden under the ground thousands of meters below Yao City in Yu Dynasty. The small thousand world opens on its own every 100 years, and when it does, if a cultivator wanted to enter the secret realm, his cultivation must be under Yuaning, and the person traveling with him needed to satisfy the 5 elements of the spiritual root physique. That was why Baby Yin had sought out Ji Ling and the other fire spirit root cultivator. The three of them just happened to make up the 5 spirit roots. Before entering, Baby Yin had complained many times that she had invited Fang Yuan as well, but without success. Not long after entering the small world, before the trio had a chance to explore that fire spirit root cultivator then suddenly triggered some sort of formation. For a time, the entire small thousand world was covered by the phoenix flames under the ancient demon phoenix mass. When Ji Ling was careless, her flesh was stained with the phoenix flames that couldn't be extinguished. In the end, it was Yin Baobao who sacrificed an earth-ranked magic treasure to isolate the phoenix flames from continuing to erode Ji Ling's spirit vein, and forced her out of the small world. After listening, Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. Small thousand worlds, ancient demonic phoenixes, once a century, indestructible phoenix flames. Every word made him feel his heart pound. This meant that after 100 years, Baby Yin would still return to Yao City. By then, Fang Yuan's overall mental outlook was definitely not what it used to be either. Imagine 100 years, even without the longevity bonus on Ji Ling. Fang Yuan was able to extract 600 years of longevity from the Golden Lotus alone. 3,600. Such an auspicious number was enough for Fang Yuan to live a second spring. And Fang Yuan firmly believed that as long as he didn't have an accident and lived until 100 years later, he must have a chance to extract the innate golden spirit root from Baby Yin. Then follow the pattern that had been extracted from Golden Lotus and Ji Ling before. The quality of the spirit root he received would be an extreme golden spirit root that was only one notch lower than Baby Ian's own qualifications. When you think about it like that, the future is pretty exciting. Square Edge, what's on your mind? Ji Ling asked. Fang Yuan said in a low voice. Linger, I was thinking that even without Baby Ian's help, I will also find a way to help you restore your cultivation roots and appearance. Aha! Ji Ling was incomparably moved. Unconsciously, she felt that she really liked Fang Yuan. He's a little older and his skin is a little wrinkled. But what's that worth? In this world, besides Fang Yuan, who can be unfailingly devoted to her? What's more, she wasn't exactly a watery, pretty girl herself. Fang Yuan, will you take me as your wife tonight? Good. It was rare to meet a girl who took the initiative like this, so Fang Yuan agreed without hesitation. Linger, but I wish to keep what's going on between you and me from your sister Lianer for now. While I don't mind you, I'm worried that she'll misunderstand that I'm starving. Ji Ling's love has to continue to be brushed off, but the Golden Lotus side has to be stabilized as well. Fang Yuan didn't want to lose out on a small thing and let Jinlian, the big baby, suffer and fall out of love. Chapter 19 Auntie Wang's Marriage Proposal. The spring night is worth $1,000. With Fang Yuan and Ji Ling breaking through that relationship, Ji Ling's love for him came to 50 points as it should. Target, Ji Ling. Qualifications, Grade A, 90%, top grade Wood Spirit Root, top grade Earth Spirit Root, top grade Water Spirit Root. Love, 50, bonus, can add 1 year of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Target can be extracted repeatedly. Cooling off time 1 month. Fang Yuan immediately chose to extract it. With a wave of warmth coursing through his limbs and bones, Fang Yuan felt like he was a year younger. He casually picked up the bronze mirror on the table and looked at his attribute phrase. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, Class B, 55%. Medium wood roots, medium earth roots, medium water roots, original 5 elements are all invalid. Longevity, 12 years. Cultivation, early Jiadan stage. In just 2.5 months, Fang Yuan's longevity had gone from the initial less than 7 years to, elevated to 12 years. And the qualification has changed from the initial 10% of C grade to 55% of B grade. As for the spiritual roots, he had even gone from nothing to having the same rare 3 spiritual roots as Ji Ling. Although it was only the middle grade, Fang Yuan knew that even if his 3 spirit root talents were placed in the Lihua sect, also qualified to be a core disciple, everything is getting better at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just as Fang Yuan was contemplating, a sizzling sound of turning over came from behind him. Fang Yuan twisted his head to see that it was Ji Ling who had woken up. Ji Ling blinked, looking a little shy. Of course, her demeanor under her disfigurement wasn't as obvious to Fang Yuan's eyes. Spirit woke up so early? Fang Yuan went back to the couch again and gently hugged Ji Ling tightly. Although the appearance of Kirito nowadays looks like he's become an inkling, but 2 months of containment has faded the original burnt dead skin, and it's quite touchable to the touch. Husband is so powerful, Ji Ling wrote with her bamboo pen in her mouth. She had expected Fang Yuan to deteriorate in certain areas as he aged. I didn't realize that Fang Yuan was old and strong. She loved his awesomeness. Fang Yuan was complacent inwardly, but his mouth pretended to be relaxed. If you don't do it, then you do it. If you do it, then you must do it to the best of your ability. Last night was the equivalent of his and Ji Ling's wedding night. For the first time in the same room, Fang Yuan of course wanted to leave Ji Ling with a flawless and majestic image. He was not going to admit that he had secretly taken a hard drug. Ji Ling pursed her lips and then continued to write. Husband hasn't returned all night. Aren't you afraid of Sister Lianer's questioning? Fang Yuan explained. I meditate occasionally, and she often stays alone. As a matter of fact, it was Fang Yuan who was somewhat unable to withstand the seduction of Golden Lotus' little stepford wife. Jinlian wanted to have a son for Fang Yuan. Every night, they would change their tricks to show Fang Yuan their proud bodies. At first, Fang Yuan was excited, but after a long time, it was unavoidable that he was a bit overwhelmed. He was, after all, a 528-year-old man. Although more than 2 months had made Fang Yuan 5 years younger, it was only a drop in the bucket, instead of snowing in. Therefore, Fang Yuan often didn't dare to return to Jinlian's bed early at night to sleep. He's always waiting for Jinlian to fall asleep before he goes back, then dress and leave early in the morning when Golden Lotus is still awake. Ji Ling did not doubt Fang Yuan's explanation. She continued to write, Husband, that bedsheet, put it away for me and keep it. Oh, after writing these words, Ji Ling shyly buried her face into Fang Yuan's chest, not daring to meet his eyes again. Fang Yuan smiled non-committally. I will if you don't. He could be too experienced. And this was the 3rd time since the 500-year-old Miao Miao Bai. A new day. The The energized Ji Ling walked in with a bowl of skinny congee with eggs. Now that Ji Ling had recovered more or less, she could properly eat a bit of minced meat. While feeding the porridge, Ji Ling casually asked, "Linger, have you seen your big brother Fong today?" Ji Ling shook his head without looking away. It was just as well that she was a bespectacled little brunette, or else she would have been designated to blush to death. Ji Ling sighed. "I don't know where he went. I didn't see him at breakfast either. Forget it. Whatever. It's a nice day. After dinner I'll have the sisters and girls carry you outside to the lounge chairs to soak up the sun." Kirito nodded. She looked at the watery sister Leonor, and a strong regret suddenly surfaced within her. Speaking of which, Sister Leonor was her true savior, but she was so kind as to return the favor, splitting half of her husband's love. "Aha!" Ji Ling called out softly. Upon hearing Ji Ling's voice, Ji Ling skillfully picked up the bamboo pan on the side and stuffed it into her mouth. Through the past 2 days, she had learned that Linger's sister would call out to her for a pen when she wanted to talk. "Sister, I'm sorry." Golden Lotus laughed. "Sister Linger, why are you suddenly apologizing to me?" Ji Ling continued to write. "Because I've divided Brother Fong's love for Sister Leonor. Originally, Big Brother Fong belonged to Sister Leonor alone." "It's okay." Ji Ling shook her head indifferently. "Husband is a kind man. Sister is only a bit luckier than Linger's sister. It's just that I met my husband first. So, if Sister Linger must be thanked, then thank your husband. He's the one we should be most grateful to." "Sister, you're so nice. You're so beautiful and kind." He, is that right?" Ji Ling scratched her head in embarrassment. Yeah, sis. Can the two of us be good sisters for the rest of our lives?" Seeing this, Ji Ling thought that Linger was a bit overwhelmed by the thought, and she rushed to comfort her. "Of course you can. Linger mustn't think nonsense. Oh, even if husband isn't around, the two of us anymore, and I'll always take care of you for the rest of your life." Oh, after hearing this, Ji Ling could no longer hold back her tears. The better Ji Ling treats her, the more she feels sorry for her. But the wood was gone, and her feelings for the other edge exploded with the same scorching intensity. It was so hot that she had given herself away without even stopping to think about it. Don't cry. Everything will be fine." Ji Ling had to put down her bowl of congee and, hugging Ji Ling tightly to comfort her. In a time of deep tears of love between two sisters, Fong Yuan was already on his way to the tea house. Before he even arrived at the tea house, Granny Wang, dressed in a large flower jacket, greeted him with a smile. "Ha ha, Master Fong looks good today." "Ha," Fong Yuan laughed and asked. "From what Ah Fu said, this time you put in a big effort?" "It has to be," Granny Wang said confidently. She then briefly introduced herself to the woman. "That girl is 28 years old, her identity is clean, and she also fled to Yao City 3 months ago, now boarding as a maid in the house of a kindly old woman in the west side." Knowing that she was getting old, the grandmother asked me to find a good family for her daughter to marry. After listening, Fong Yuan's first impression of the woman was quite satisfactory. Then go up and meet them. Although he already had Ji Ling and Ji Ling, who would mind living a long life? If there really was a suitable target, Fong Yuan definitely wanted to fight for it. Of course, nowadays Fong Yuan could no longer look at ordinary women without qualifications. Ordinary women don't have spiritual roots, and they don't have an emotional foundation. So it's not only difficult to brush up their love value, and even with the love value, the lifespan boost to the other edge isn't much. After all, he, Ji Ling, and Ji Ling had all created too many bonds by mistake. It's what elevates the love to over half. "Okay, Master Fong, please go inside." Upon hearing Fong Yuan's promise, Granny Wang was all smiles. She could want to find a concubine for Fong Yuan too much. Otherwise that 50 taels of grain silver she never felt at ease with. Chapter 20, Two Lotus Together. When Fong Yuan saw the woman for the first time, he felt that this woman had an extraordinary temperament. Although her face didn't look very pretty, she by no means looked like an ordinary little maid who had fled the country. Moreover, her attribute phrases even caught Fong Yuan's attention. Target, Luo Bing. Qualification, grade a 90%, top grade fire root, top grade water root. Love, 1, plus, none. Fong Yuan also did not think that he had only just performed the rite of Zhou with Ji Ling. He actually met the daughter of Heaven's Pride who had double spirit root qualifications and a positive love intention again. Although the top quality water spirit root duplicated Ji Ling's spirit root. However, the top grade fire spirit root was brand new territory for Fong Yuan. "Oh, Miss Li Yu, this is Master Fong," Granny Wang introduced with a smile. Hearing this, the strange color under Fong Yuan's eyes turned away. "What a Li Yu girl. Greetings, Master Fong." Luo Bing politely greeted Fong Yuan and then said to Granny Wang, "Auntie Wang, can you let me talk to Master Fong alone?" "Of course." Then Master Fong, You and Miss Li take your time to chat. Granny Wang made a wink towards Fong Yuan, then wiggled her butt and walked out of the accord. After this place is completely quiet, Luo Bing opened the door. Master Fong, are you still satisfied with my daughter? Quite satisfactory. Fong Yuan nodded without moving. He wanted to see what kind of plot was brewing in this Luo Bing who called herself Liu. Luo Bing continued. I wonder if Master Fong has ever heard of the Lanling Luo family? Fong Yuan frowned. No. Lanling City he had heard of, but there were so many surnamed Luo in the whole world. And how does he recognize which Luo family it really is? Luo Bing gazed eagerly at Fong Yuan and pursed her lips. Then the Lanling famine. Master Fong should know about it, right? This Fong Yuan certainly knew, because Ji Ling had fled from Lanling City. Knowing is knowing, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you and me. Master Fong. It's related. Luo Bing's speech was a few moments more eager. I myself am the maid of the Luo family's eldest lady. A maid? I'm afraid you're not the second miss of the Luo family. Fong Yuan guessed in his heart, but his face always showed a pleasant demeanor of listening to the story attentively. In the story of La Bing, she was the maid of the first lady of the Luo family, and knew the Luo family well enough to know that in the matter of the famine, the Luo family was wrongly accused. But Emperor, you didn't believe me. He ordered the Luo family to be copied, and the men were exiled to the border to serve as soldiers. The women were sent to the Ministry of Education. At the end of her words, Luo Bing had fallen to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Master Fong, I've heard that you're a great benefactor. Could you please save my Missy? I can assure you that by rescuing my Missy, the two of us, master and servant, will definitely serve you well even if we become slaves and maids. Fong Yuan was inwardly filled with anticipation for the Luo family's eldest miss. His sister has a double spiritual root. Will his sister surprise him as well? As for looks, Fong Yuan didn't care. What he cared about was the top-grade fire spirit root in Luo Bing. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan nodded in agreement. You two are quite the master and servant. I'll give it a try. If it was an ordinary flower shop, it would have been redeemed. But the education department is a government agency. There's a bit of a misunderstanding between me and the royal family of Daiyu. Regarding this misunderstanding, Luo Bing had naturally heard of it, and she had investigated it. Knowing that Fong Yuan rushed to the red face of the hair of his wife as the same Lanling fled from the girls, after learning that the girl was doing well in the Fong mansion and was highly favored by Fong Yuan, it was only then that she placed her hopes on Fong Yuan, hoping that she could save her sister. Luo Bing hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you, Master Fong. The day after tomorrow we'll go to the churchyard together to rescue my sister. Okay? Sister. Chick, are you blowing yourself up? Perhaps because she was too excited. Luo Bing didn't realize that she had blurted out, called out to his sister. Fong Yuan hesitated and said without moving, why the day after tomorrow? Honestly, he couldn't wait. Luo Bing explained, because the day after tomorrow happens to be the beginning of the month. And since the Department of Education elects a flower leader every half a year and bids on the new flower leader's first night, my sister will surely be taken by those men. Speaking here, Luo Bing's voice suddenly came to a screeching halt. She realized what seemed to be a slip of the tongue. I'm sorry, oh Master Fong. Actually, I lied to you. I'm Luo Bing, the second miss of the Luo family. With the help of his people he was able to fake his own death and get away. Ugh. Fong Yuan shook his head. It doesn't matter, if you didn't know, but now that you do know, and you're asking for something, then this favor will do. You can do a favor, but you can't tell if you're doing your best. If the Luo sisters were a pair of white-eyed wolves, Fong Yuan naturally could not be the wrongdoer. Although the top-grade fire spirit root was rare, it was not uncommon. As long as he lived, Fong Yuan would have plenty of opportunities to extract it later. Thank you. Luo Bing was incomparably grateful. Fong Yuan really is a great benefactor. I'm afraid that if it were anyone else, she'd immediately get a bad impression of her, and the attitude gets nasty, right? But Fong Yuan didn't. He didn't even say a word of complaint. Thinking of this, Luo Bing, who was worried that Fong Yuan would renege, made another promise. Please don't worry, Master Fong. As long as you can save sister, the two of us sisters will definitely serve you well. Good. Fong Yuan promised to come up on his lips, but he would not believe Luo Bing's verbal promises. He only trusted his eyes. At least for now, Luo Bing's love value hadn't changed. This suggests that she's likely in a desperate situation. Think of yourself as a tool person who saved her sister's life. Sure, Fong Yuan was also celebrating in his heart. Luo Bing could have come this far. It means that she herself would not have known that she possessed the 90% of the natural talent of the A-class. But it's normal. It's difficult for mortals to possess spiritual roots that can be cultivated in the first place. And even if mortals want to seek immortality, they have to have a guide. Back then, The reason why he took this path was still dipped in the light of by Meow Meow. But listening to Luo Bing's story, if not for the change in the Luo family, she might not have lacked a guide. 28 years old. It's a bit of a shame. If it had been a year and a half earlier, just to meet the bone age standard of the leaving fire sect's disciples. It is not allowed to say that Emperor Yu Xian does not necessarily dare to move the Luo family. A double spirit root cultivator with grade A qualifications, even if more than mediocre. It can also break through to Jiadan in 100 years. But what was a pity for Luo Bing was in turn a blessing for Fang Yuan. He had to be thankful for Luo Bing, for the fact that she had not yet reached the age of seeking immortality. In this world, a mortal spiritual root only reaches the age of 16 after the chance of being detected is only possible if you are qualified to go on a quest for immortality. This was because it was impossible for a high and mighty clan to waste a large amount of resources on mortals. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked more. How old is your sister? Luo Bing replied. Back to Master Fang. My sister and I are twin sisters. She was only born half an hour before me. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's inner anticipation grew by one more point. Twins are good. My sister has extraordinary talent. So I'm sure my sister isn't far behind. Chapter 21, The Ladies of the Luo Clan. 2 days passed in a flash. Fang Yuan brought Luo Bing, who was made up to look like Xiao Si, to the Department of Education. The church department is different from the ordinary flower shop. This room is not a dignitary cannot enter. The waiter at the door was intent on stopping Fang Yuan, but after Fang Yuan introduced himself, the attendant then respectfully invited him in. Fang Yuan and Luo Bing had just arrived at the VIP pavilion not long before an official from the Department of Education walked in. Sin. The humble minister didn't know that Elder Fang had the pleasure. So, behind the official eunuch, there were also two older, beautiful women in court dresses. Apparently, it was the official eunuch who had heard of Fang Yuan's arrival and had specially found two women of musical origin to serve him. Fang Yuan waved his hand. There is no need for you to be polite. My lord, I just came over to watch the fun. The official smiled. Then the microcosmic minister will not bother your old man. The two of them have just arrived not long ago. Haven't picked up a guest yet. No. Fang Yuan had no interest in ordinary women without spiritual roots. He just wanted to say no. Suddenly, he felt his back being gently poked with a finger by Luo Bing beside him. Then stay. Wait for the official to leave. Fang Yuan sized up the two palace-suited beauties with interest. It was only when he saw that both women had lowered their heads with red faces that he asked, "What are they to you?" Tears glistened under Luo Bing's eyes. Nyang and Sun Nyang. Your Binger? The two beautiful women immediately exclaimed in shock. It's me, Nyang and Sun Nyang. Where's my mother? Luo Bing said with miserable eyes. Sister, she couldn't stand the humiliation of being conditioned by a female officer and threw herself into a well and chose. With that, the two beautiful women picked up their handkerchiefs and wiped the corners of their eyes. Oh, Luo Bing couldn't hold back any longer and let out a painful cry. Cough. Fang Yuan lightly coughed twice and indifferently said, if you three have made this place your home, then I'm leaving now. Three women make a show, and their shrill cries are bound to draw the investigation of the stewards of the church department. Suppose someone spills the beans and accidentally exposes Luo Bing's identity. Then even Fang Yuan would not dare to blatantly snatch someone from the Department of Education. The reason he dared to threaten Emperor Yu last time was because he stood on the moral high ground. And not this time. Luo Bing herself is the daughter of a sinner. Unless her ancestor had a Yuaning big brother backing her up. Even if the deacon of the Li Fire sect came, he would not have the right to interfere in the internal affairs of the Yu dynasty. Hearing Fang Yuan open his mouth, Luo Bing hurriedly covered her mouth that couldn't contain her sobs. The two beautiful women, on the other hand, were so frightened that they fell to their knees and didn't dare to continue crying indiscriminately. Luo Bing knew in her heart that the purpose of her persuading Fang Yuan to come to the education department today was to redeem her sister's life. If she angered Fang Yuan, she was afraid that she would really cry to death here. Sha and Win, on the other hand, have a touch of fantasy inside them. Although they didn't know how Binger had hooked up with the old man in front of them, whom even the officials of the Ministry of Ceremony respected, they also hoped that they would be ransomed together. They are concubines and have no children. If Binger doesn't save them, then they will really have to stay in the Department of Education for the rest of their lives, accompanying men to have fun day and night. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a little more at ease. He was worried that these two beautiful women were busty people. The good thing is, they're smart enough and they know how to read people. No matter what happens later. You guys don't talk too much. Just let me take the lead on everything. Yes, Master Fang. Luo Bing answered sadly. And Xiao and Wen no longer dared to say anything more. They just looked at Luo Bing pitifully, their gazes full of unexplained poignant and sad meanings. Luo Bing nodded quietly to both of them. If possible, She would try to plead with Fang Yuan to save Earnyang and Sun Yang together. There were only 5 full-fledged female members of Luo's family, she and her sister, along with her mother, her second mother, and her third mother. Now that mother has killed herself and left the 4 of them alone. If we could all live together, she's definitely going to have to help out. As for those female family members of the collateral families with thin bloodlines, Luo Bing could no longer do anything to save them. Unless the wrongful conviction is vindicated someday, they can be relieved. It didn't take long. The battle for the flower girl then begins. The Department of Corrections lives up to its name as a professional services organization. There was even an MC on the stage to give a brief introduction to each of the women who were qualified to compete for the flower girl. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to those ordinary women. His gaze was directly locked onto Sister Luo Bing's body. Target, Luo Ning. Qualification, grade a 90%, top grade fire root, top grade water root. Love, 1, plus, none. After reading it, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel that the 2 women were worthy of being twin lotus flowers. Not only were the talent qualifications exactly the same, there wasn't even a half difference in the love value, but the thing he was more curious about was that obviously Luo Ning was born extremely beautiful. Why is Luo Bing so ordinary? Thus, Fang Yuan casually asked, "Your sister doesn't seem to look much like you." Master Fang saw my sister? Luo Bing's eyes showed surprise. It's too far away. The prospective flower girls haven't all come out yet. Plus, with the beaded curtains, she couldn't see where her sister was with her eyesight. Here, she has a breastplate on her lapel. I'm a cultivator, so I can naturally see it. Fang Yuan pointed at the hazy figure behind the beaded curtain. Friar, Xiao and Wen glanced at each other as they gradually became intent. Although they are older, they are not yet completely old. They felt that they had to get on the side of Master Fang, a nobleman, today to help them out of their misery. Think about it. The 2 women came forward coyly and shyly. Master Fang, we need to fulfill the mission of that previous lord. Will you allow us to massage your shoulders and loosen your legs? Fang Yuan did not refuse. The last time he'd been to the flower shop, he hadn't had a good time with the money he'd spent. It's time to enjoy it too. And in response, Luo Bing just eyed it with sadness. She had a clever mind, so how could she not guess what was in the mind of the second and third mothers? But she had no choice. Even she and her sister were in trouble themselves. Who was she to stop her 2 aunts from cuckolding her own father? And, if we serve Master Fang alone, it's better than the sad fate of being a human being. After Luo Bing sighed softly inwardly, she began to answer questions for Fang Yuan. I took the high-end pill, which is a pill that can. No need to explain. I know it. Fang Yuan interrupted Luo Bing's explanation. As a Jidan cultivator, he had naturally heard of the obscure face pill. This Dan belonged to the Xian grade pill, and after taking it, it would make a woman's face extremely ugly, and the antidote is the man's young. The person taking it only needs to have intercourse with a man in the same room once to regain his former appearance. But there's a catch to taking this medicine. It must be a virgin's body to bring out its true medicinal effects, and if it is taken by a woman, not only will her face not be scandalized, instead, you can get some of the benefits of resilience. Luo Bing looked miserable and said, at that time, father knew that the Luo family was about to be in great trouble. He then entrusted someone to spend a heavy amount of money to buy this unique elixir at the 100 Treasures Branch Pavilion in Lanling City, so that we sisters could make a choice for ourselves. And in the end, sister, she fulfilled me. In times of trouble, your sister is a good girl. Hiss. Fang Yuan was about to brush a wave of Luo Bing's love value with words, when suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched. It turned out that the beautiful woman Xiao had gotten under the wine table at some point. Chapter 22, Pouring Out Your Family's Money. A slight change appeared on Fang Yuan's face. The untouched Luo Bing didn't know what was happening, but one, who had learned a lot of fresh knowledge in the Department of Education these days, knew it by heart. She didn't expect it either. Xiao Wan, this bashful hoof will be so decisive. While she was jealous, a strong regret surfaced in her heart. If she hadn't been late and been robbed of the service of loosening her legs, why would she be so clear of soup? Coupled with the fact that Binger was right in front of her, even if she wanted to come up with more moves, she didn't dare to go too far. What are you doing under the table, Ernest? At this time, Luo Bing also felt strange. Originally Earnyang was kneeling on the floor to massage Fang Yuan's legs, so how did she get under the table? Sha slurred. My hairpin suddenly fell under the table. I'll climb in and look for it. Binger, you can just talk to Master Fang. Don't worry about me. The simple Luo Bing didn't have the slightest doubt about it. A woman in Dayu can marry after she has completed her 15-year-old bar mitzvah. But because the Luo family is so rich and powerful, they are in no hurry to marry off their only 2 precious daughters. That was why the mother and aunts of the 2 Luo Bing sisters had never imparted to the 2 of them the do's and don'ts of boudoir matters. So at this moment, Luo Bing still simply thought that her second mother was really looking for hairpins under the table. Right here and now. There was a sudden, chaotic revelry of men outside. It's sister. Luo Bing's eyes showed surprise. When she looked at Luo Ning on the stage, Luo Ning actually raised her head to look towards her as well. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan could not help but cry out in wonder. Obviously, Luo Bing's voice was so small that even the VIP pavilion next door couldn't possibly hear it. Is it possible that there is still a heart-to-heart between the sisters? However, although Fong Yuan was curious, he did not explore immediately. There will be time for that later. The most important thing to do now is to buy Luo Ning out, as evidenced by the fact that Luo Ning's appearance triggered a sensation among all the men in the room. Luo Ning is definitely not that good at redeeming herself. In a place like the rectory, the vast majority of the women are the dependents of criminal officials. Trying to redeem them would have been difficult. And even if it's hard to redeem yourself, without Emperor Yu's decree, it will be difficult for them to get rid of their Lebensraum status for the rest of their lives. There are no beaded curtains to hide them at the moment. Fong Yuan saw Luo Ning's face more clearly. He was beginning to understand why the entire atmosphere of the Department of Instruction was different once Luo Ning appeared. Thinking back to 2 days ago, when he first met Luo Bing, he then felt that the aura on the unassuming Luo Bing was quite extraordinary. The same is true of her twin sister, Luo Ning. Plus, she doesn't have the hidden face pill to cover up her posture, so the visual impact on men will only get stronger. And the reason for this highly charismatic aura of Fong Yuan thought that it was caused by the special physique of the water and fire dual spirit roots. In the 5 Elements Avenue, water and fire are inherently incompatible. However, the Luo Ning Luo Bing sisters had happened to derive both a top-grade water spirit root and a top-grade fire spirit root within their bodies. This causes them to exude a different flavor from the inside out when they knit their brows and smile. There is no lack of people with discerning eyes in the secretariat, but they still chose to let Luo Ning compete for the flower girl. This showed that the royal family of Daiyu had long since acquiesced to this matter. Or maybe they felt they couldn't get a hold of this woman, so they decided to destroy everything she'd ever been. Let that she be utterly annihilated in the wind and dust. It seems difficult to do, Fong Yuan mused. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, Luo Bing's face instantly turned pale. She clenched her fingers in agony. Even Master Fong can't do anything? Fong Yuan sighed. As you can see, your sister is very popular, and she was in the prime of her life, and the church wardens intended to make a pillar of the stage. Perhaps in 10 years' time, no one can even shake her position as the flower leader. 10 years. How many clients does she have to take on? Thinking this way, Luo Bing actually had 2 black eyes and fainted on the spot. Luckily, Weth, who was on the side, was quick to hold her. After a moment, waking up, Luo Bing fell to her knees as she cried and pleaded. 10 years of time. My sister people are going to be ruined. Please, you must save. In the course of Luo Bing's speech, her afterglow happened to catch a glimpse of Xiao under the table. In that instant, Luo Bing was stunned by Xiao's actions, so much so that she forgot what she wanted to say and who she was. Fong Yuan was never one to give up halfway. Since he had been discovered, he would no longer hide it, and one knew how to pick up the disoriented Luo Bing, not letting her disturb Fong Yuan's excitement. In the meantime, once again, the atmosphere in the churchyard was at a high point. The MC quoted the reserve price for Luo Ning's auction top prize, starting at 1 million taels of silver. P.S. Parameters for the exchange of spirit stones in gold and silver. The exchange ratio between the 4 types of spirit stones, such as extreme, upper, middle and lower, is 1:100, with 1 lower grade spirit stone equals 10 gold equals 100 silver. That means 1 million taels of silver converted into a spirit stone is equivalent to 1 top grade spirit stone. And that's just the starting price. As the words of the MC fell, the clamor in the room fell silent. But after only 3 breaths, the atmosphere started to become explosive again. Mother asterisk 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 her. There's no. Can't it be that she's encrusted with gold diamonds? Millions of silver. Why don't you go to hell? But government money wants money like crazy, right? Humph. Whoever wants to shoot. Millions of silver is enough for me to go to a flower stall and order 1,000 unchanging delicate flowers. Anyone who can come here is either rich or famous. Anyone who dared to curse like that must be a fop from a major family. In the VIP pavilion, Luo Bing likewise heard these dudes shouting pleasantries. Her face blushed with joy, and she could not care less about her shame to come back to Fong Yuan's side. Master Fong, if everyone thinks it's expensive, then are we picking up the slack? Fong Yuan shook his head. It's not as if the officials of the Department of Education are stupid. They're not going to lift a rock and stone themselves. And how much silver do you think it would cost to redeem my sister? I'm sorry, Luo Bing asked cautiously. Fong Yuan pondered slightly. Initially, he thought that the Yu dynasty royal family was trying to ruin everything for Luo Ning. But now, he suddenly realized that perhaps this was a setup against Luo Ning. The Yu Dynasty royal family absolutely couldn't afford to let anyone scourge away Luo Ning, this immortal spirit seedling. They were trying to destroy her faith and perseverance, trying to make her compromise with the Yu Dynasty royal family. Fang Yuan did not tell Luo Bing about these words for the time being. He just faintly said, on the premise that redemption is permitted by the Department of Corrections, and if someone else comes to redeem, at most, it's only 300 extreme spirit stones, but if I were to personally go down, I'm afraid I'd have to lose all my money. 300 top quality spirit stones. I've lost everything. Luo Bing's small mouth couldn't help but open to the maximum. She doesn't understand how intimidating Fang Yuan's dumping is. However, she could no longer count exactly how many silver taels 300 extreme spirit stones were, and she also knows that even if their Luo family is a rich and powerful gentry, but I'm afraid that even when the government raided the house, they didn't scrape up 100 silver taels worth of top-grade spirit stones. How come my sister is worth so much? Luo Bing couldn't help but fall into deep suspicion. And in the next breath, the MC on stage told her the answer. If this woman possesses the grade A qualification water and fire dual spirit roots, do you all think she would still be expensive? Class A qualification. When those 4 words appeared, all the men's gazes became hot. The second imperial daughter of the Yu Dynasty, who was also of grade A qualification, had already been called by the world of the Yu Dynasty as an exiled fairy child in the world. How could they not be excited now that they had the hope of tasting the head of another exiled fairy child? Some drunken men even thought that if they could get a kiss right away, even if they had to dissipate their family's wealth, this life is worth it. I'm afraid. Chapter 23, White Heat. With the revelation that Luo Ning was endowed with grade A qualification talent, the hearts and souls of all men were drawn to the stage. Grade A qualification. As long as it doesn't die prematurely, in the future it will definitely be in existence beyond Emperor Yu Jixian. But it is such a rare treasure that now lies between the smoke and the willow and the wind and the dust, for them mortals to bid for the top spot. To the men, Luo Ning on the stage was no different from 9 heavenly fairies falling into the mortal world. They should be thankful for the gift of God. And so it was. In just a dozen breaths, Luo Ning's reserve bid had changed from 1 million taels to 8,888,000 taels. In the meantime, the top floor of the rectory, a handsome young man with an instrumental appearance was looking down on it all. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the most dazzling silhouette in the center of the stage. Just as Fang Yuan had guessed, everything created today was a setup against Luo Ning. The person who laid out the plan was none other than this youth, and he was Ji Ling, the imperial crown prince of the Yu Dynasty. From the first moment he saw Luo Ning, Ji Ling was deeply enamored with her. He had revealed his identity to Luo Ning, and as long as she obeyed him, not only would he help Luo Ning get rid of her nationality, he would also flip the case for the Luo family. However, Luo Ning rejected him and coldly said that the Ji clan's royal family has eyes but no eyes. Having killed her parents, she would rather laugh with a beggar covered in pus than serve any of the Ji dog thieves. This move instantly angered Ji Ling, and he also knew that Luo Ning was actively seeking death by deliberately provoking him. Ji Ling was about to draw his sword and decapitate Luo Ning right away. Ji was not to be insulted. It was just a woman. It wasn't worth him putting his head down to cater to. But just at the critical moment, the jade pendant he carried with him suddenly lit up. This jade pendant was given to Ji Ling by Ji Xian when he conferred the crown prince position on him. It is the Fulin of the great Yu dynasty's longevity. It was rumored to have been requested by the great ancestor of Daiyu from a wise immortal. However, whenever the children of the Ji clan meet their own good fortune long ago, the jade pendant will emit a burning white light. Over the past thousands of years, there have only been 2 instances of good fortune in Ji's ancestry. Has had 2 extremely prestigious and virtuous queens, but it was these 2 wise queens that laid the key foundation for the longevity of the Daiyu dynasty. One of them helped the Yu dynasty to destroy its neighboring enemies and expand its territory. A man who helped usher in peace and prosperity for the great Yu dynasty. So the moment the jade pendant flashed, Ji Ling recognized Luo Ning as his future virtuous queen. After that, Ji Ling began to find ways to fix Luo Ning. Luo Ning, however, warned that before the end of the flower leader competition, if anyone violates her innocence, she will follow her mother and throw herself into a well. Kion had no choice. He had long since seen Luo Ning's determination to die rather than give in. As a last resort, he could only push for the flower leader competition. Intending to do it openly and secretly, Kion has arranged everything. The one who buys Luo Ning's top prize today will inevitably only be the masked retainer he keeps. At that time, he would steal the beam and replace his squire to have fun with Luo Ning. Kion believes in the willingness that comes with day-to-day living. After he gets Luo Ning's body, he will also help the Luo family turn the case around for her. Even if the Luo family did do something wrong, He would also go and plead with his father to clear Luo's name in order to please Luo Ning. Same time, in another VIP pavilion, a one-armed man with a somber face was gazing at Luo Ning on the stage through the beaded curtains. Behind him stood an attendant. Your Highness, everything is ready, and my humble servant has arranged for Takeshi to. He'll keep bidding until no one else does. The one-armed man hooked the corners of his mouth. Well done. This whore is the woman that Ji Ling is trying so hard to get. This emperor thought he was simply infatuated. But I didn't expect any surprises. Oh, if I get it, I'll be the first one to get it. It may not be possible to fight Ji Ling for the throne from the front. This person was none other than the third prince of the Yu dynasty, Ji Xuan. If Feng Yuan were here, he would have been greatly surprised. It turns out that the previous jade-faced little white boy who bullied men and women was just a disguise for Ji Xuan to show the enemy that he was weak. It's just that Ji Xuan didn't think he'd kick the can down the road that day at Cold Mountain Temple, and lost an arm for it. However, because of this, it also made Ji Xuan even more detached from being outside of Ji Xian and Ji Ling's field of vision. That's why he was able, in just over 2 months, to, unscrupulously and in the shadows, he had developed his forces into a strange army that was strong enough to shake the royal pattern. Of course, at this moment, Emperor Yu Jixian was still alive, and Ji Xuan couldn't make any big waves, but he could wait. Ji Xuan knew it by heart. Father is not a regular Jiedan practitioner. He relied on the secret technique left behind by the Ji clan's great ancestor to exchange his longevity in blood chi for his cultivation. The normal life expectancy of a Dan practitioner can be up to 500 years, and Father's longevity wasn't even 1/5 of a normal Jiedan cultivator's. Now that Father is already 69, there may not be much time left for him. While Ji Xian was immersed in his thoughts, the pavilion door was suddenly knocked gently 3 times. A waiter then pushed the door open. Your Highness, my humble servant has inquired that Feng Yuan has also come. As the words Feng Yuan fell into Ji Xuan's ears, his gaze became shadowy to the naked eye, and his only remaining right arm ruthlessly crushed a pair of lion head cores coiled in his palm into pieces. Looking at the scarlet that flowed out of His Highness's palm, the 2 attendants hurriedly lowered their eyes. No one understood better than they did how much His Highness hated each other's edges. It was only after a long time that Ji Xuan calmed the depression in his heart. He said indifferently, Did Feng Yuan bid too? The attendant hurriedly responded, Back to your Highness. Feng Yuan has not made a bid. He seems to be just coming to watch the fun. At this point, a hoarse but loud voice came from outside the pavilion. 5 extreme spirit stones. With the appearance of the extremely high-quality spirit stones, the bidding finally reached a white-hot stage. The attendant standing beside Ji Xuan asked, Your Highness, it's Wu who's bidding. Want to keep him on? Ji Xuan didn't rush to respond. He waited a moment, a few moments, and finally heard another man's voice. 10 extreme spirit stones. The corners of Ji Xuan's mouth couldn't help but show a sneer. Even Ji Ling is ready to throw his life away. There's no reason for this emperor to back down. However, it's fine if Feng Yuan doesn't make a move today, but if he chooses to make a move, it was bound to be a feud with Ji Ong. When the time comes, we can change our plans, see what happens, and let them both go dogfight. Your humble servant understands. The attendant turned around and left the VIP pavilion. Feng Yuan lay comfortably on the soft chair. Xiao and Wen, 2 beautiful women, one holding purple grapes, the other carrying mellow wine. It was so nice to rotate and alternate serving him. Instead, Luo Bing was listening to the bidding outside, constantly hovering, stopping, and stomping her feet. It's just that every time Luo Bing stomps his feet she would all look at Feng Yuan. The 3 adulterers, angrily, ever since she found Sha hiding under the drinks table. Xiao and Wen then stopped caring about their presence. They only had Feng Yuan in their eyes. In response, Luo Bing seemed to have nothing else she could do but grit her teeth and blush. Eventually, she couldn't hold back her anger. Xiao Wan, Wen Lan, do you 2s know how to be ashamed or not? Luo Bing didn't dare to provoke Feng Yuan, so she could only spread her anger on Xiao and Wen. Ha, master, who is she? Looks so familiar. Yeah, it looks kind of familiar, but not recognizable. Weird. Xiao and Wen were conversing as if no one else was there. The 2 of them have eaten more salt than La Bing has eaten rice. How could the simple Luo Bing play them? Obviously Feng Yuan was brought by Luo Bing, but now it was as if they were the ones closest to Feng Yuan. In this regard, Feng Yuan was certainly intentional. The love value always needs an external push. It's like being Trisha Wong back in the day. And Sha and Wen are 2 good tool guys. Chapter 24, The Yellow Bird in the Back. Just when Luo Bing was so angry that she was on the verge of crying, she suddenly whipped her head around to look out the window and cut her voice in alarm. Not good. Sister, she already has a death wish. What do you mean? Feng Yuan stood up violently. He first raised his hand and slapped it against Xiao's and Wen's necks left and right, knocking them out. With them present, there were some things that Fang Yuan could not communicate directly with Luo Bing. It's nothing. Luo Bing's eyes became dull. Father is dead. Mother is dead. And now sister is dying. Fang Yuan looked at Luo Bing, whose pupils were no longer glowing. How could he not know that Luo Bing also had a death wish in her heart? Fang Yuan hurriedly dissuaded him. Don't give up. I'll try to save your sister. Really? Luo Bing's eyes glowed with renewed hope. Wait and watch. I will definitely give it my all. Fang Yuan solemnly promised. There is no one in the whole of the churchyard who knows better than he does that how hard is it to take the tiger's mouth from the Yu dynasty's royal family? But whatever success or failure ensues, at the very least, he couldn't let the sisters, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, lose their last hope. Thank you, Master Feng. If you can really save. Luo Bing fell to her knees, and she had long since been so excited that tears fell like rain, and her long stagnant love value finally broke through to 5 points. In due course, Fang Yuan looked outward. The love value in Luo Ning's words on the stage became the same 5 points. Her eyes were also intent on her place. Loring seemed to know she was watching her. Thus, Fang Yuan interrupted Luo Bing's intended grateful afterthought. He squatted down and gently lifted Luo Bing's chin and said, I'll try to help you. Though, Ice has to tell me all the secrets between you and your sister. 2. After a long time, Luo Bing Fang nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan was clear that the wait in between was Luo Bing seeking her sister's opinion. Our sisters were able to hear each other at a very young age. Only my mother knew about this, and she instructed us at that time that we must never tell this secret to anyone. Even father can't say. They really were absolutely rare heart-connected bodies, although Fang Yuan had long guessed it. After hearing Luo Bing speak it out in person, still can't help but marvel at something. He wondered, is there a distance limit to your communication? Luo Bing shook his head. It seems like no. The furthest distance we've tried was when my sister was south of Lanling City and I was north of Lanling City, and we were still able to communicate normally. Good. Keep telling out your stories. Fang Yuan handed Luo Bing a clean handkerchief. Thanks. Luo Bing gently wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes and slowly spoke. At that time, my sister fed me the only high-end pill, but I could feel her being depressed all the time. If I hadn't been giving her hope, maybe she wouldn't have made it to Yao City alive. Since then, on the road to escape, I've been talking to my sister, day and night. Tell her never to give up. I'll find someone to get her out of the rectory. Twice since then, my sister's heart has been filled with the idea of death, and the first time I guess was when my mother threw herself down the well. At that time, I asked my sister what was wrong, but she didn't tell me. If it weren't for the 2 women, Xiao Wan and Wen Lan, I don't know now that my mother died a long time ago. The second time was when my sister suffered harassment from the Crown Prince of Yu. She told me that the man's eyes were disgusting, that she felt she couldn't escape, and that she would rather die than let any man touch her body. It was I who dissuaded my sister once again, and I told her to try to delay it until after the flower competition. I've scouted out a candidate, and that person is you, Master Feng. At that time, I had also heard of your deeds at the Cold Mountain Monastery in the name of the Redhead. I told the story to my sister. My sister said that everything that happened between you and your wife was romantic, as if it were a fairy tale love. Hearing this, Fang Yuan sort of understood the cause and effect of the matter clearly, and there was a little bit of gratitude within him. I can't imagine that my own deliberate action at the Cold Mountain Monastery in the first place. It's amazing to catch such fat and juicy bucktails as Luo Bing and Luo Ning. In addition, Fang Yuan also knew exactly who his opponent today was, but he was surprised that with Ji Ling's status and means, if he really wanted to get Luo Ning, there should be ways to do that. It's hard to believe that Ji Ling not only wanted to get Luo Ning's person, but also her heart. Is that why it's been pulling and pulling for so long? At this time, Luo Bing continued to add, Master Feng, the reason why my sister was disheartened just now, it's because she was late in hearing your bid. Alas. Fang Yuan sighed. You two are still young and don't understand the inner workings of this world at all. It's not that I don't want to bid, but if I bid in the first place, the nature of this flower competition changes. Since Binger has heard of the matter of the Cold Mountain Temple, you should also know that the water has long been incompatible between me and the Yu dynasty royal family. If I had made an early bid, the ministry would have preferred to let your sister fall through the cracks. They couldn't get me what I wanted either. So we need to wait for a moment when no one can react. Luo Bing was a little confused by what she heard, and with her experience of the human condition, there was no way to understand what exactly Fang Yuan was talking about. Fang Yuan lightly smiled and touched Luo Bing's head. It's fine. You just wait quietly. Also tell your sister not to be in a hurry when it comes to things. Redemption can't be accomplished overnight. It has to be done gradually. After saying that, his gaze drifted out the window to look at Luo Ning on the stage. Last time, Fang Yuan was able to blackmail Ji Xian for 100 extreme spirit stones. It's because he stands on the moral high ground. Ji Shuang is unreasonable. He is reasonable. This time, however, the advantage is on the side of the education department. If Fang Yuan wants to succeed, one must use the momentum of the crowd. Ji Ling wanted to use the momentum to make Luo Ning compromise, and Fang Yuan could follow the trend. The yellow bird in the back. Once the wood has been turned, with all the people watching, it is impossible for the Department of Education to let today's bidding go down the drain again. If they really want to play hard to get, then don't blame him for being old. In the meantime, the bidding outside had been called up to 25 extreme spirit stones. This amount of extreme spirit stones converted into silver was a full 2.5 billion taels of silver. The vast majority of men have long been turned off. In the hall, there were only 2 voices left still bidding. Penthouse. Jiang sneered. This unknowing piece of trash. How dare you make this crown prince lose face on such an occasion? Because Ji Shuang didn't hide his identity, so it was easy for Kian to investigate just who was bidding against his squire. Originally, Jiang thought that he would only need to spend 10 or less extreme spirit stones to take Luo Ning. I didn't realize this had more than tripled expectations. A moment later, when Jiang heard the words 25 extreme spirits for the second time, he gritted his teeth and looked to the masked squire and nodded. The masked attendant shouted, 26 pieces. Other side. Ji Shuang, however, was sneering. Looks like 26 pieces isn't Kian's limit, so let's gamble it all. Have Takeshi raise the price to 29. The attendant said in fear. But your highness, we simply can't take that much. Ji Shuang smiled grimly. No, Arwen, you don't know Jiang as well as this emperor does. I've already seen through it and Kian is so determined to get that woman. He's willing to give everything he has to be on top of me again. Oh, I think after today, even if Jiang gets a beautiful woman, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at by the world as well. 29. A hoarse but loud voice once again resounded above the lobby of the Department of Education. What? The price has come to 29. Are they crazy? Even the men who had fantasized about Luo Ning in the beginning felt unworthy at this moment. Today's bid is only the top prize for the Loana Kue. As long as she is still in the Department of Education, it's not like we won't have a chance to kiss her again in the future. Is it necessary for the 2 emperors to fight to the point of tipping their hand like this? Chapter 25. Just when the crowd was still shocked at the third prince's wealth, suddenly, another voice reached the ears of the crowd. 30. When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at the top floor in horror. Is Jiang going to mortgage all of his assets and securities? If not that, even if he's the crown prince, it wasn't like they could take out 30 extreme spirit stones. Humph. At that moment, a low, cold snort sounded in the lobby. It wasn't too loud, but it reawakened everyone. Someone had already heard who the owner of the voice was. It's Emperor Yu Ji Xian. When did he come? Jiang and Ji Shuang were also shaken in their souls. They also didn't expect that father had actually come to the church department on a private visit. But both brothers went from shock to delight in an instant. Jiang was delighted that as long as he told his father the good news that Luo Ning was a good long-standing member of the family, father will definitely be pleased with the dragon's face. But what Ji Shuang did can't be explained so well. And Ji Shuangju was pleased that he was at best a sidekick in this bidding, and that his father had clearly been displeased that, but even if the sky collapses, there is a tall man to hold the roof. He would like to see how Jiang will break the situation this time. While the 2 brothers were each having their own thoughts, the MC was in sync. 30 extreme spirits for the first time. 30. A second time. 30. No. 50 pieces. Fang Yuan finally made his move. He was originally prepared to choose to strike when Jiang was at his wit's end. It was only the appearance of Emperor Yu Ji Xian that gave Fang Yuan room to maneuver more easily. 51 pieces. Jiang had already lost his eyes red. He couldn't accept that he was losing out at the last minute. This time, out of excitement, he didn't even let his guards step in and, rather, he had eagerly shouted it out himself, even though he simply couldn't take 51 extreme spirits. Kian, have you made enough of a scene? Ji Xian calmly spat out these words, and also completely cut off Jiang's way forward. Jiang pulled back the beaded curtains. Father, my son, shut up. Ji Xian was furious. He's already given Kian several indulgences himself. I didn't think he would dare to provoke his majesty in plain sight. Luckily, at the last minute, Fang Yuan, an ingrate, offered to pay for it. Otherwise today's Yu dynasty royal family is destined to be disgraced by the world. Before leaving, Ji Xian glanced at Luo Ning on the stage. If the officials and eunuchs of the education department had not concealed it, he would have executed this scourge long ago. This woman should not be allowed to live. She's a grade A qualification, and all her relatives are dead. Keeping her would always be a hidden danger to the great Yu dynasty. Ji Xian secretly decided that it would be inappropriate to do anything today, so he would let her off the hook for the time being, and wait for tomorrow. Just get rid of her for any reason. Thinking of this, Ji Xian, who had whisked his sleeves away, couldn't help but give Ji Ling another hard stare, and Kian swallowed in fear, and when he reacted, he hurriedly chased after him towards the stairs. He had to stop his father to tell him everything. Originally Jian wanted to give his father a surprise, but he didn't expect that he would actually play it off as a shock. Where's the MC? Dumb? Still shooting or not? At that moment, Fang Yuan lazily prodded up. The master of ceremonies was Ji Ang's man, and he knew in his heart his master's obsession with Luo Huakue, so he's in a tangle. The MC was hesitant, but the room full of excited guests was not accustomed to him. Coupled with the fact that certain lords and nobles were interested in befriending Fang Yuan, they stood up for him. After some clamor, the forced MC could only cry and tearfully knock down the gavel. 50 extreme spirits. Deal. Great. Luo Bing wept with joy. She lunged into Fang Yuan's arms and hugged him fiercely. It was just a bid for the top spot for my sister, but it was a good start. Stage. Luo Ning was also in a trance. She looked at the two figures hugging each other on the high platform, and the corner of her mouth slightly raised in an arc. I don't know if the sun will rise again tomorrow for myself, but tonight, at least, you will have a flawless moon yourself. In Luo Ning's heart, the symbolism of the sun and the moon was also very simple. The former represents hope, while the latter means reunion. After more than 2 months apart, she was finally able to meet her sister face to face. Even if tonight was just a brief reunion, then she would die without regret. In the meantime, other side, as Ji Ling intended to chase Ji Xian for a showdown, Ji Xuan was also on the move. He ordered his men. Father is on top of his anger right now. I must not let Jiang precede me in sharing my father's worries. Send someone to block Jiang's way. Don't let him go too easily. Yes, the attendant led the way, and Ji Xuan himself walked towards the outside of the pavilion. At a time like this, who among him and Jiang will meet their father first and take the initiative to admit their faults and accept their punishment? Whoever wins father's heart. Ji Xuan could know too well about his father's temperament of eating softness and refusing hardness. That was why to this day, when father heard the words Fang Yuan in the palace, the real reason why both hated to break every piece of china they could see in their field of vision. While Ji Xian's father and son were pulling each other, Fang Yuan had become Luo Ning's guest of honor. It's just that he didn't interrupt the reunion between the Lo sisters. Instead, he sat quietly in the piano room next door and waited up. It was a quarter of an hour before the sisters arrived. Luo Ning's red and swollen eyes forced a smile and said, "I've made Master Fang laugh." Fang Yuan responded with a slight smile. "I'm also a person from the past and can understand your feelings. Thanks." Luo Ning lightly wiped the corners of her eyes, then looked out the window. "It's still early. Will Master Fang listen to the song first?" It was early, and the 4 words suddenly made the air sizzle and flirt. Luo Bing, who was still wiping tears from her eyes, her face also turned red, and her eyes dodged as she glanced at Fang Yuan. Her mind couldn't help but recall that earlier in the VIP pavilion. That image of Shaw hiding under the table and rubbing his leg. Fang Yuan mused. It's good to listen to a little song for a night. Before he came, Fang Yuan had thought about everything that might happen today, so he also settled Jinlian at the mansion to take care of Ji Ling. Said there was a chance he wouldn't make it back tonight. The reason for his hesitation at the moment was not feigned reserve or hypocrisy, it was in the right place. The 2 Luo sisters have different personalities, with the older sister being more serene and elegant, and the younger sister being more eloquent and lively. Fang Yuan could take advantage of the situation to take down Luo Bing, but one should never possess Luo Ning before things were perfectly resolved. Earlier, when Luo Bing told Fang Yuan the story, he had said, her sister hated men's lustful eyes, and she would rather die than be touched by any man. This suggests that Loring probably has a mental cleanliness fetish as well. Therefore, before Fang Yuan had completely taken Luo Ning out of the teaching hall, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move on her. He had a strong premonition that he wanted to raise Luo Ning's love value. The difficulty was definitely much more difficult than Golden Lotus and Ji Ling combined. Sure, Fang Yuan wouldn't give another man the slightest chance to exploit the situation either. He couldn't touch Luo Ning for the time being, but he could move Luo Bing. They are 2 sisters with a heart and a knot of love. As long as they got Luo Bing first, Luo Ning would naturally not be able to run away. Chapter 26, It's not polite to come and go. For Fang Yuan's long-term calculations, Luo Ning and Luo Bing were unaware of it. They looked at Fang Yuan in surprise. What Master Fang means is, Fang Yuan smiled kindly, it is what you have in mind. Thank you Master Fang. You're such a good man. The 2 sisters were moved to cover their mouths. They were afraid that they would not be able to hold back their tears again. fruity. Square Edge's musings were warranted. As he came down with this lustful maneuvering, the sisters got another slight change in their love value. Target, Luo Ning. Love, 10. Target, Luo Bing. Love, 7. Next, Lorraine began to play a little song, while Luo Bing was sitting on her knees beside Fong Yuan, adding tea and pouring wine for him. Every now and then he would also peel a pink grape and feed it to Fong Yuan. Luo Ning was originally a lady of the house, so she played her little song very well, and Luo Bing was originally a lady of the house, so she didn't know how to take care of people at all. She was good at mimicking though. Earlier she had seen how Xiaowen served Fong Yuan, so after she had peeled the grapes with all seriousness, he would then carefully pinch and hand it to Fong Yuan's mouth with his white, green onion-like jade fingers. Whenever this time came, Fong Yuan would examine the situation. If Luo Ning raised her head to look at them, then Fong Yuan would open her mouth normally and bite the grapes. If Luo Ning's concentration was above the strings, then Fong Yuan would contain even Luo Bing's fingertips. Every time at this moment, Luo Bing would blush like a haze, but she would not dislike Fong Yuan. From the very beginning, the moment she was able to take the initiative to find the upper edge through the king's wife, it would mean that she would give up something for her sister. In response, Fong Yuan was also in the midst of testing the waters. He was exploring Luo Bing's bottom line. If Luo Bing was disgusted, she wouldn't have continued to feed him voluntarily. That square edge will also be appropriate. If you do the opposite, Fong Yuan will intensify his efforts. So at this moment, his hands had begun to be dishonest, and under the case table, which Luo Ning could not see, sneakily touching the young girl's white feet. Luo Bing's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she glared at Fong Yuan seemingly angrily, but did not refuse. Seeing this, Fong Yuan's guts grew even bigger. He wrote with his fingertips on the young girl's jade feet, "Don't tell your sister." Luo Bing beamed and sort of agreed. At this time, the song ended and Fong Yuan raised his hand and rubbed the tip of his nose and said, "That's beautiful. Can we have a song about fragrant snow?" Fong Yuan's intended allusion was naturally heard by Luo Bing. She crushed all the grapes in her hand into mincemeat in shame. After that, Fong Yuan did not continue to move. Little girls are still very thin-skinned, so it's good to stop at the right point, but if you go too far, you may lose more than you gain. Only, the fun is always short-lived. Before the song of fragrant snow ended, the door of the pavilion was knocked on. Loving put on his socks and got up and opened the door to his room. The person in the lead was actually Emperor Yu Ji-xian, who had gone and returned. And behind him there was also Crown Prince Jiang as well as a few forbidden guards. The way these people came at him aggressively made Fong Yuan feel strange. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in a sneer. Could it be that Ji-xian was going to stand up for his son again this time? Ha ha, Elder Fong, we meet again. Ji-xian smiled brightly and walked in with a self-consciousness. Stretching out his hand, Fong Yuan smoothed out the curves of his mouth and faintly said, "Could it be that Emperor Yu is also good at this?" "Men, who doesn't love beauty?" said. Ji-xian was already clamoring to sit across from Fong Yuan. See this scene. Luo Bing had quietly walked over to Luo Ning, and as she and her sister exchanged glances, she could sense that the Ji-xian must have come for his sister this time. For the Crown Prince Jian was gazing intently at his sister. The sickening eyes on his face had released a lustful light. Ji-xian added a cup of wine for himself. "I have not disturbed Elder Fong's pleasure, have I?" Fong Yuan's gaze chilled. Ji-xian was no longer provoking but directly declaring war. He certainly wouldn't continue to give Ji-xian a good face. "Ji-xian, you'd better think about the consequences. It shouldn't be too easy to have a son at your age." Ji-xian's face stiffened. Even the veins on his forehead were hideously visible. How could he not hear that Fong Yuan was using his two imperial sons as a threat? After a long time, Ji-xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and smiled. "Elder Fong has misunderstood. This time I do not intend to disturb Elder Fong's pleasure. Instead, I want to make a deal with you." "Oh?" Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Fong Mao thought you were here to cause trouble, and to be honest, just now, Mr. Fong almost couldn't hold back that he was about to waste an extreme spirit and then splatter his blood in this Daisy Phoenix pavilion." Ji-xian laughed in disbelief. 100 extreme spirits. Let me have this girl tonight." The moment these words came out, Luo Ning and Luo Bing's faces turned pale. Fong Yuan is not one of them. There was also no reason to choose to turn against the Yu dynasty royal family for their sake. And under the urgency of Luo Bing's heart, she actually summoned up the courage to trot to Fong Yuan's side and knelt down. A pair of small hands that had become incomparably cold due to fearfulness gripped Fong Yuan's cuffs in death. She didn't say a word, but she conveyed what was on her mind with her own tear-stained eyes. Ji-xian looked at the little sea in front of him with a frown. So ignorant of etiquette. If it wasn't for Fong Yuan's face, he would have made a move. Thinking like this, Ji Xian suddenly sensed that something was wrong. What exactly was the origin of this Shaoxi that he was qualified to approach Feng Yuan? Since the Cold Mountain Temple, Ji Xian hated Feng Yuan, so he also investigated everything about Feng Yuan. Knowing that Feng Yuan had no more attachments around him other than a saintly ex-wife and a Mrs. Jean. Upon such a close look, Ji Xian realized that it was unusual. This Shaoxi was actually a woman. In the meantime, Feng Yuan was also having a dark headache. Why can't Luo Bing hide anything? He'd emphasized several times before that whenever and whatever happened, don't talk too much. Everything is just fine with him leading the way. Now that he's really in trouble, Feng Yuan didn't expect Luo Bing to be his first breakthrough. After all, Ji Xian was no little cutie. If we give him time to react, perhaps he could investigate Luo Bing's bottom line through the clues. As stated earlier, it was already fortunate that Luo Bing was able to escape from Lanling without any crime. But if she was recognized, even Feng Yuan would have no justifiable reason to preserve her as the daughter of a sinner. But it was futile to complain anymore at the moment. If he thought about it some more, Feng Yuan could understand Luo Bing's impulsive behavior. After all, 2 months ago she was just a second young lady from a rich family who hadn't experienced many storms and setbacks. Where in the heart is the city of randomization? I'm sure the West Side granny who took her in. The person himself or his ancestors should also have some old friendships with the Luo family. Or else a simple little girl like her would have been sold out long ago. At the moment, while Feng Yuan was contemplating, he was also distractedly observing Ji Xian. Seeing that Ji Xian seemed to be suspicious of Luo Bing, Feng Yuan didn't care to think anymore. He hurriedly blurted out. The intention was to divert Ji Xian's attention from Luo Bing. Mr. Feng loves the beauty of adults in his life. Since Emperor Yu likes Luo Huakue, then take it. When these words came out, Ji Xian and Ji Yang's faces were suddenly delighted, while the Luo sisters looked at Feng Yuan incredulously. They didn't expect him to agree so firmly, but just before the crowd could react, they suddenly heard Feng Yuan make another turn of phrase. But then, Mr. Feng hopes that Emperor Yu can be courteous. A few months ago, a certain party had the honor of witnessing the second daughter of the emperor, Ji Ling, whose appearance was very beautiful. Here's 100 polar spirits. Let her come and sleep with me tonight. Saying that, Feng Yuan actually directly took out 100 extreme spirit stones. This situation, instead of Feng Yuan dumping the spirit stones on the desk table, rather, it would be better to say that Feng Yuan took the spirit stone and smashed it heavily on Ji Xian's face. Chapter 27, My wife, Meow Meow, is about to transform into a god. The 100 top-quality spirit stones were like a colorful and dense scroll, spread the entire desk table. The monstrous spiritual rhythm it contains is like the Milky Way pouring down to the earth from the 9 heavens, enveloping the whole of the churchyard. The sudden surge in aura, the moment stopped the clamor of all the men who were having fun in the lobby of the churchyard. They unanimously looked towards the Daisy Pavilion, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads without realizing it. Emperor Yu's hatred for Feng Yuan was known to no one in the audience of honored nobles. It was also clear to them that the grudge that had built up between the two was just a fuse away from being completely ignited. Could it be tonight? In such a depressing atmosphere, some of those with thin guts have already softened their legs in fear. Even pee leaked out a few drops. The Battle of the Junction. For them mortals, it was nothing less than a destructive flash flood. If they really fought, I'm afraid that half of Yao City would be turned into a miserable human inferno in a matter of moments. Daisy Pavilion. Across the 7-colored dense haze, Ji Xian gazed calmly at Feng Yuan. Just underneath his seemingly subdued flesh, the blood that ran wild had long since swept into his limbs like hot lava. Feng Yuan, I've put up with you again and again. Feng Yuan picked up his wine cup and took a light sip, then smiled breezily. Oh, in that case, it's my fault for tonight. Facing Feng Yuan's undisguised yin and yang, Ji Xian sneered. Feng Yuan, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? As an outer-door deacon of the Lihua sect, you should know most clearly that the Yu dynasty makes many offerings to the Li Fire sect every year. So, Feng Yuan put down his glass. If I kill you, I don't see them suppressing Yu dynasty for a Jedan waste who can't even perform the art of 5 elements. Ha ha. Feng Yuan threw back his head and laughed with an extremely exaggerated laugh. Ji Xian's gaze was gloomy and uncertain. The fists he placed on his knees were also shaking with rage. You, what are you laughing at? In a moment, Feng Yuan closed his voice. He looked at Ji Xian and shook his head in pity. Ji Xian, you've lost your aura. I'm just an old man who's dying. Even the real battle power was only just barely stronger than the middle stage of foundation establishment. And you, Ji Xian, are in your prime, and your cultivation is still in the late Jiedan stage. Yet you only dare to use the entire Yu dynasty to bet against me. TSK. Feng. Rim. Then what will you do if I give up this dragon robe? Ji Xian said. actually shattering the dragon robe around him into powder. The strength of his earthbound technique was well controlled, and apart from the dragon's robe, the white close-fitting clothes inside did not suffer any half-loss. Father, your majesty. Seeing this, Ji Ling and the forbidden guards were so shocked that they hurriedly fell to their knees. They didn't expect Ji Xian to be so determined tonight. Destroying his own dragon robe was equivalent to telling the world that today was a private feud between him and Feng Yuan. If he killed Feng Yuan, he would also confess his guilt to the leaving fire sect. What shall I do? Feng Yuan slowly stood up. He condescendingly looked down at Ji Xian and laughed scornfully. Ji Xian, you also have the face to ask this? More than 2 months ago, at the cold mountain temple outside the city, your stupid son Ji Xian took the initiative to harass my wife. It's us, Feng Yuan, who are generous enough to spare his life. Today, the Department of Correctional Services, Feng Yuan, defeated your other stupid son in front of a crowd of heroes in Yao City using honorable means. So if you don't have the money to bid, let him put his tail between his legs and learn to be a good grandson. Don't come out to humiliate yourself. So, before and after the 2 times like this are you Ji Xian for your waste of sons to take the initiative to provoke my Feng Yuan. Things have come to the present day. You instead licked a pussy-face evil people first complained, said my Feng Yuan, and how? Once these words came out, Ji Xian instantly no longer had any semblance of face to dare to look directly at Feng Yuan, but his long pent-up shame and irritation completely and utterly transformed into an irrational rage. Today Feng Yuan must die. Feng Yuan, old man, you've bullied people too much. Take your life. Ji Xian, who was on top of his anger and blood pressure, stood up violently. He only slightly struck out, and the hostile aura emanating from his body shook Feng Yuan's blood, chi gushing out, nearly flew out sideways. Pa! Unbeknownst to him, Feng Yuan actually backhanded a slap hard on Ji Xian's face. Not too painful, but it woke him up. Then, in Ji Xian's incredulous, shadowy gaze, the Feng Yuan, who had a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, faintly said, Ji Xian, my wife Miao Miao is about to transform into a god. Even if you take off that yellow coat, it doesn't change the fact that you are the son of you. Oh, maybe you don't even understand how much my wife, River, favors me, but in the Li Fire sect, everyone from the patriarch down to the handyman. So, Ji Xian, my wife Miao Miao, try killing one of me, Feng Yuan said, and just like that, step by step, he walked towards Ji Xian. Obviously his pale figure looked very weak. However, it forced the lanky and burly Ji Xian to continuously retreat towards the back. It was as if their identities had been reversed, and the vulnerable Feng Yuan in turn looked more and more overbearing, mighty and unyielding. Feng Yuan, she's just your ex-wife. Ji Xian intended to muster up the courage to force myself to calm down. Ex-wives are wives too. Put. Feng Yuan's chi and blood had eventually withered. Halfway through his sentence, he spewed a mouthful of scarlet arcs, and the body gradually trembled and swayed. Luo Bing behind her and Luo Ning in front of her on the side saw this and hurriedly jogged over. One left and one right held Feng Yuan's arm. Master Feng. The 2 women sobbed in small voices. Go. Seeing this, Ji Xian actually turned around and wanted to flee the Daisy Phoenix Pavilion, a place of wrongdoing. Go. Feng Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and laughed coldly. Ji Xian, if you dare to walk out of this Daisy Phoenix Pavilion and try, if I, Feng Yuan, die in this Department of Education today, the entire Yu dynasty will have to accompany me. Pop! Ji Xian suddenly struck out and slapped Ji Ling, who was beside him, with the force of a. It actually broke one of Ji Ong's ears directly. Kion was curled up on the ground in agony, holding his head, half of his face bleeding from the heartbreaking sound was almost as if it had penetrated the entire wall of the churchwarden's office. Shame on you. Take him and get out. Ji Xian growled at the few scared and dumbfounded forbidden guards. Yes, your majesty. Holy F******. Ji Xian kicked the forbidden guard directly in the abdomen. It actually kicked all of his organs and bowels out, splattering blood and killing him on the spot. After this, not to mention the Praetorian guard, even Ji Ling, who was curled up on the ground and rolling around in pain, didn't dare to cry out in pain anymore, but instead rolled around in fear and fled the Daisy Pavilion. Ji Xian was surprisingly able to laugh when he turned around again. At the moment, he was dressed in white, stained with blood, and it was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Ji Xian also seemed to have regained his former elegance and calmness of a person who had been in power for a long time, as he said with a smile, Elder Feng, this night is the result of my junior's ignorance. 500 extreme spirits are hereby offered. Can the previous grudges be written off? Really convinced? Feng Yuan said indifferently. Ji Xian bowed deeply. Convinced? Heartily convinced. if I meet you on the road in the future, I shall treat you as a teacher. What about this fledgling? Well said. Feel free, from now on she is your personal property. Chapter 28. Ji Xian didn't know how he had left the Department of Education. All he knows is, in the vast Department of Education, except for Fang Yuan and the two women, the rest, male or female, everyone fled without a trace for fear of being robbed. In the past, Ji Xian could still endure the shame of Cold Mountain Temple, but with this night's shame, Ji Xian vowed not to kill Fang Yuan. Shadow Spirit, Your Majesty. In the darkness, a black figure appeared from nowhere and fell to one knee behind Ji Xian. In the name of Jiong, ask for offense in the world of men. Yes, the black shadow looked deeply at Ji Xian, then disappeared into thin air. It was as if he had never been there. 1 month at most. I'll let you have fun for 1 more month. It's getting late. The officials and eunuchs of the church office invite Fang Yuan to stay overnight, but Fang Yuan refused, so the official had to prepare a carriage for Fang Yuan. When the three of them, Fang Yuan, were about to get into the car, they heard crying and wailing from behind them. Master Fang, it's Nyang and Sun Yang. The corners of Luo Ning's lips moved slightly as she hesitated. Luo Bing was straight-talking. Sister, they're not good things, whatever they are. Luo Ning had long since learned about Xiao's and Wen's character from her sister's previous transmission, but she was still a bit intolerant. But they are after all from the Luo mansion. Elder Fang, do you think the two of them should be taken away together? The official eunuch also knew how to read people's words. Even the most beautiful flower in the churchyard was picked by Fang Yuan, and he was given 2 extra flowers for human affairs. The officials are the ones who can do the job, and he hoped he'd make a good connection with Fang Yuan. Today, the coming day will surely bring a great reckoning from Emperor Yu. From top to bottom of the church office, along with Ji Ling, everyone can't escape, regardless of whether or not this good karma would be useful in time. At the moment he was a no-cost investment anyway. What do you guys mean? Fang Yuan wasn't really interested in Xiao and Wen. After getting to know them better, Fang Yuan had realized that the Luo sisters were different from Ji Ling. They don't have the arrogance of being superior, so there is also no need to intervene with external forces to interfere with the love value. If you forcefully intervene, you may not be able to get it right. Therefore, Fang Yuan would respect the two women's own opinions. Luo Ning and Luo Bing looked at each other for a long time. In the end, Luo Bing beamed unhappily and slightly inclined her head. See this scene. Fang Yuan then knew that it was his sister Luo Ning who had won. For the blatant initiation of a private chat between two women in front of him, Fang Yuan wouldn't try to deliberately stop it. Whatever they want, just have fun. On the way back, Luo Ning quietly snuggled in Fang Yuan's arms, while Luo Bing and Xiao and Wen were yakking and bickering the entire time. But most of the time it was Luo Bing talking down the two women for not keeping their women's morals. Xia and Wen, on the other hand, are sincerely admitting their mistakes. Watching their bickering, Luo Ning's bright eyes couldn't help but bend into a crescent moon. She hadn't been as happy as she was tonight in a long time, but as she laughed and smiled, Luo Ning's gaze suddenly became dim again. How wonderful it would be if mother and father were still alive too. Fang Yuan held Luo Ning's hand and comforted her. People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. I'll live. And the heartless Luo Bing brought his little brain over. Master, is there any more? What about the back? But I wish for a long time and 1,000 miles. Luo Ning murmured. It's so beautiful. Master, do you think we'll all stay long? We'll still win. Fang Yuan looked out of the car window and replied. Before this night, Fang Yuan had never looked squarely at Ji Xian. Or rather, he had never looked up to Ji Xian. But when Ji Xian, who was dressed in blood-stained white clothes, turned around, a breezy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fang Yuan knew that he was the one who had belittled Ji Xian. How can a man so capable of stretching and bending be a generalized man? Besides, one can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. Although Fang Yuan had won Ji Xian twice, he was not sure if he could still do it the third time. On the flip side, Ji Xian has lost twice already. Then the third time around he's bound to leave nothing to chance. As the saying goes, you have to be tough to beat the iron. River's name was absolutely invincible in this territory of the Yu dynasty, but it was not omnipotent. There's never a shortage of desperate loners in this world. In thought, Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a deep confusion. Does he have any cards besides River? Master, is it true that my sister and I have caused you trouble? At that moment, Luo Ning carefully tried it out. Luo Bing on the side also perked up his ears. They're actually pretty smart. Ever since Emperor Yu Ji Xian left their field of vision, they then did not take the initiative to mention everything that happened today at Fang Yuan. But her sister Luo Ning was more thoughtful compared to her sister Luo Bing. and she could feel that the Fang Yuan was not in a very high mood right now. She was waiting for Fang Yuan's answer. If Fang Yuan answered yes or said words that were not true, she would give Fang Yuan an explanation. Everything is because of her. If she's not alive, then there might still be a conflict between Fang Yuan and Emperor Yu, but it definitely wasn't irreconcilable. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly as he looked at Luo Ning and smiled. One can't go back on one's word. Oh, at the Ministry of Education, you call me Master Fang and I don't pick on you, but what should you call me when you leave that flowery world? Luo Ning was stunned. Then reacting, she shyly lowered her head and softly called out, "Husband, what about you?" Fang Yuan looked at Luo Bing again. "Husband." Although Luo Bing was similarly blushing like a peach blossom, she shouted greatly. It was a pact between her and Fang Yuan as well as her sister. Fang Yuan saved her sister from her misery. She married Fang Yuan as a concubine along with her sister. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He wrapped his arms around the two women's bonelessly soft and thin willow waist and promised, "Tonight you have called me husband. You are my wives. From now on, just be happy, and I'll still have an umbrella for you in any storms out there. Thank you, husband." The two women pressed their faces against the upper edge of the chest. The star-like eyes gradually developed a watery mist, and their love values quietly changed. Target, Luo Ning. Love, 12. Target, Luo Bing. Love, 9. Both women went up 2 points at the same time, and to be honest, it was a little slow. If it had been Ji Ling instead, I can't say it would have been over 30 by now. Without realizing it, the coachman's voice came from outside the carriage. "Master, the Fang mansion has arrived." After Fang Yuan arranged the Luo sisters as well as Xiao and went in 2 neighboring guest rooms respectively. "Husband, are you going to sleep together tonight?" Luo Ning looked a little shy and, still, she made a bold invitation. Fang Yuan smiled and refused. "I haven't officially married you guys yet. Stay for the night of the wedding night." In fact, he's got big plans. Just, target, Luo Ning. Love, 13. Target, Luo Bing. Love, 10. It's amazing how easily the love went up a little bit, and it's clear that they are very traditional girls. "Can you tell us a bit about your story?" I heard Binger say that the Luo family was wrongly accused. Fang Yuan had already thought of it when he was in the carriage earlier. He had a strong and invincible bottom card in his hand in addition to Miao Miao Bai. Chapter 29, The Old Story of Lanling. Candlelight. The Luo sisters began to tell the story of the Luo family. The story is long. Leaving aside some unimportant details, the general idea of the story is as follows. There are 2 major merchant families in Lanling City, the Luo family and the Pei family. The 2 great clans had been fighting openly and secretly for decades over the industries in Lanling City, and at the beginning of the year, the Pei family suddenly announced in Lanling City that they were abandoning the sale of the 5-grain spirit seeds. P.S. In the Yu dynasty, people's farming consisted of a total of 2 types. One is to buy spirit seeds from merchants and traders, although they are expensive. But the seeds are hardy and will give a good crop in the fall, regardless of drought or flooding. The second is cultivated by the common people from ordinary mortal seeds cultivated from their own fall harvests. This does not cost anything, but the fall harvest is small, and if there is another year of natural disaster, there will be no grain. That's why the vast majority of the people of Yu dynasty, as long as they are not so poor that their families really can't afford it, they will buy spirit seeds for farming, and pay families' initiative to give up. Let Luo father see a glimmer of hope for monopolization. However, Luo's father did not expect that he would be backstabbed by the old housekeeper who had served the Luo clan for 3 generations. That batch of grain spirit seeds sold to Lanling City within a 100-mile radius was tampered with by the old housekeeper. As a result, the people of Lanling City had worked hard and busied themselves for half a year, but there was no harvest. An unprecedented famine broke out in Lanling City as a result. In the end, the Luo family was copied. The men were sent to the border to serve as soldiers, and the women were escorted to the Department of Education. After listening to the story, Fang Yuan was curious. People are not grass and trees. Who can be merciless, even if they really raised a white-eyed wolf? Decades of light. Then the old housekeeper should remember some of his old feelings. Besides, your Luo family has treated him well, so why would he betray your Luo family, and will hang himself early after the east window? The 2 sisters, Luo Ning and Luo Bing, shook their heads at the same time. We don't know why he betrayed the Luo family, but we can guess that there must be the Pei family behind this. Like this. Fang Yuan rested his elbows in contemplation. Based on the 2 women's stories alone, it was hard for him to tell if there was a possibility of the Luo family overturning the case or not. Could there be something else going on in this matter? Thus, Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked, Binger, could it be that your father privately dominated and raped the old housekeeper's daughter? That's why he holds a grudge. Impossible, the old steward has no children. And even if he had, it's absolutely impossible for father to make that kind of big mistake either. The two girls shook their heads with a certainty. Why? Fong Yuan asked, perhaps feeling a bit stiff from his question. Fong Yuan sighed again. Ninger and Binger, I don't want you to hide anything from me, because we're a couple who share the same pain, and I want to turn the tables on the Lo family more than you do. The two women's shell teeth lightly bit their thin lips, and their expressions were somewhat moved. Husband, they did not intend to hide Fong Yuan, but there were some words that were too difficult to say. Eventually, the two women had a private chat. It was still Luo Bing who spoke up with a red face, because one night when I went to see mother, finding mother alone in her room in secret. Later, my mother, who had no choice but to say, after being asked by me, when he was young, my father was the idle playboy of Lanling City, often hanging out in the flower house and staying out at night. After that, even after giving birth to my sister and me, Dad didn't know how to restrain himself. Combined with his already heavy socializing, it didn't take long for him to completely screw up his body and bones. That's why Daddy only has 2 daughters, us, for he has long been incapable of humanity. At that moment, Luo Ning added, in addition to that, there is another thing that also makes me suspect that the Pei family is definitely involved in this matter. It was one day in the late spring of this year that I met Pei Ying, the first grandson of old Master Pei, by chance in Lanling City. He said he hoped that my sister and I would marry him together, so that the two Pei Luo families would be together forever. I rejected Pei Ying's obsessive remark directly, but he was not half angry. Instead, he laughed meaningfully and said I would regret it one day. I didn't understand it at the time. Later, when I was escorted to the prison van and saw Bei Young in the crowd by the side of the road, he laughed uncontrollably, and at that moment it dawned on me that it must have been the Pei family who had bribed the old butler. After listening, Fong Yuan mused, it seems that this Pei family does have a problem. By the way, is that old housekeeper's corpse still intact? Luo Bing recalled. It should have been put away by the government, when I took the obscure face Dan. Then he has been mingling among the refugees not far from the door of the Luo mansion, and I have seen the officials carrying away his body. After listening, Fong Yuan's eyes flickered as he vaguely deduced something in his mind. Maybe it's the otherworldly infernalism that's been brewing for decades. For example, the old housekeeper was originally a pawn cultivated by the Pei family to bring down the Luo family. It's the only thing that makes sense. Why would the childless old housekeeper resolutely push the Luo family, who had known him well, to the brink of extinction? Thinking of this, Fong Yuan looked out the window and said, it's getting late, so get some rest and I'll think of something. In fact, my sister and I are not tight. Husband must take care of his health. Luo Ning's eyes showed concern. She remembered very clearly that Fong Yuan had vomited a lot of blood when she was at the teacher's training center this night. Fong Yuan shook his head and said indifferently, no harm done. It's just some bruises accumulated in the body from improper cultivation in the early years. Husband, the Luo sisters gradually misted up a bit with tears. How could they not know that Fong Yuan was just comforting them? Instead, Fong Yuan smiled and touched the two women's brains. It's alright, it's a bit too late today. I'll take you two to see your two sisters when tomorrow comes around. Then you will be taught a little basic spitting technique. Don't cry while I'm gone. This is so far. Good times are ahead for our family. Thank you, husband. Luo Ning stood on her tiptoes and actually took the initiative to kiss Fong Yuan's side face. This move stunned his sister, Luo Bing, and also caused Fong Yuan to be slightly stunned. He clearly captured that Luo Ning's original 13 points of love had turned into 20. Half a breath passed and Fong Yuan looked at Luo Bing and asked with a smile, Ice, what about you? Luo Bing, who had originally wanted to cry, instantly blushed in shame. She hesitated then stood on her tiptoes and kissed it too. But Fong Yuan was prepared this time. He directly kissed Luo Bing's sweet and delicious little mouth. Luo Ning needed to passively cultivate love, but Luo Bing, however, needed Fong Yuan to take the initiative. One kiss later, Luo Bing's love has changed a little. She glared at Fong Yuan with an angry gaze. Then shyly, she covered her rolling face with her hands. Luo Ning smiled and said, Husband, my sister is telling me that you are a gentleman in vain. Luo Bing, who had been stabbed in the back by her sister, flung herself onto the bed in a huff. Then she tugged the covers over her upper body and muttered indignantly, Humph, bad sister and husband. Never mind you guys again. Chapter 30, Ji Ling's plan. Fong Yuan, who had left the small courtyard, did not return to the east room where Ji Ling was. Instead, he went to Ji Ling's place. In order to completely overturn the case for the Luo family, he needed to get Ji Ling's help to do so. Just after pushing the door open, Fong Yuan smelled two very different cozy scents. He didn't expect that Ji Ling would actually sleep on Ji Ling's side tonight. Aha! Darkness. Ji Ling let out a soft cry. She was originally a cultivator, so she didn't sleep as deeply as Golden Lotus. Spirit, it's me, Fong Yuan answered. He knew that the two words Ji Ling said were husband, by the faint starlight outside the door. Fong Yuan felt Ji Ling's gentle body, then picked her up and headed for the next compartment. After the candles have been lit, Fong Yuan realized that Ji Ling was looking at him with a burning gaze. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Disturbing spirits rest, are we?" Ji Ling shook her head. There was another conflict with your Ji family today." Fong Yuan smiled and downplayed what happened. He revised some of the less important details, such as the fact that he happened to meet Luo Bing, and then the churchwardens who traveled in good faith. After hearing this, Ji Ling's gaze was grave, and her lips twitched slightly as if she was saying sorry. Fong Yuan said indifferently, "It's fine. None of this matters. In fact, I came to you because of those two poor girls. Do you know who can overturn this kind of injustice in Yu Dynasty?" "Aha." Ji Ling signaled Fong Yuan to bring the bamboo pen. She wrote with her pen in her mouth, "Pan Tai Wu, Di Gong Di Qing Tian." This person is like a god to solve the case. Iron Face. The most critical is that he studied under the Tai Fu Zhang Yuan, and Master Zhang was the crown prince 50 years ago. So in a sense, Di Qing Tian and father are considered fellow disciples. If he is willing to come forward, the matter will be accomplished. After reading it, Fong Yuan sighed. That's a tough one. Then, since he and your father are fellow disciples, I'm sure he won't go out on a limb for me. Is there anyone else? Husband begged me. Why don't you beg me? Ji Ling wrote. Seeing this, Fong Yuan kissed Ji Ling fiercely. Linger, could you have invited Di Qing Tian? Well, Ji Ling arrogantly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a look that said, "Come beg me. Beg me and I'll help you." And so, Fong Yuan sat down on his knees in front of Ji Ling, then wrenched her paralyzed, immobile legs and massaged them. "I was trying to get you to say something nice. Who asked you to humiliate me like this?" Fong Yuan laughed. "Linger, just say if you're happy or not." "Humph. Bad guy. Ignoring you." Ji Ling turned her face away and pretended to be angry. Wrong for me." Fong Yuan cheekily admitted his mistake. Ji Ling also forgave him in a smooth manner. However, Fong Yuan got the advantage and still deliberately teased Ji Ling. "Is Spirit feeling unhappy? Or is it uncomfortable? Then I won't mess around in the future." "Humph. Not nasty. You're satisfied. Big bad." Ji Ling glared at Fong Yuan without a good look. How could she feel unhappy? She couldn't even be excited enough for Fong Yuan to kiss her body without minding it. It's just that she's thin-skinned and has the shy reserve of a young girl in her heart. Hey. Satisfied. Fong Yuan shamelessly hugged Ji Ling with a pleasing face. Humph. Stinky husband. But after this mess, Ji Ling's love value skyrocketed another full 5 points. Target, Ji Ling. Affection, 55. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 1.5 years on cooldown. Next, Ji Ling became serious. Due to certain old stories, Di Gong's relationship with his father was not too good, but not too stagnant either. So if my husband goes to Pantai Dock alone, even if he pays a lot of money, it will also surely be politely shrugged off by Di Gong. It's a good thing Linger is here. Fong Yuan lamented. Ji Ling wrote with a shake of her head. Actually, I'm not that facetious, but Di Gong has an only daughter Dien, the age of 28. The oldest daughter of the Di Gong is very much in favor of her. As it happens, I am a close personal friend of Sister Dien. As he wrote this, Fong Yuan finally came to a realization. He hesitated. But if Linger accompanies me to see Dien, this matter will inevitably reach your father's ears. Fong Yuan knew in his heart that the current Ji Ling was living a happy life. If she's sent back to the palace, with all the gossip she's been subjected to, I don't see how I would still have such a mindset. If Ji Ling was careless and couldn't think of anything else, then Fong Yuan would be at a great loss. After all, Luo Ning and Luo Bing were still in the cultivation stage, while Ji Ling was already in the right-picking stage. They're all over each other, though, but it's still clear what's more important. There was no reason for Fong Yuan to push Ji Ling to the brink of extinction just to gain the love of the Luo sisters. I'd better think of something else. Fong Yuan was greedy. He always liked to have it all. Kirito shook her head as she wrote crookedly. Husband, don't worry about me. I don't even have to show up. As long as my husband writes a line of poetry on my behalf, and then gives it to Sister Dien, she will understand. A moment. Fong Yuan had an odd expression on his face, then wrote down on the rice paper with one stroke, Ling Hua Liang Qin powdered grapes. Before he wrote it, he thought it would be a stirring verse to celebrate sisterhood. But Fong Yuan never expected that it would be a silver lining. Ji Ling wrote with a pout. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Some years ago, I went with my mother to live in Yantewa for a while sharing a bath with Dien's sister. the man-child uttered this to me. This poem then became an everlasting memory for us to share with each other. After reading it, Fong Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. I understand the reasoning. But why is it that your mother consort is the one taking you to Pantaiwu? What are you thinking? I can't do anything about it. I didn't initially think to tell you about it because of the complexity of their older relationships. In fact, Di Gong is my real uncle and Dien is my real cousin. But when you meet Dixon at Wyndham, don't tell him about this relationship. Otherwise, even if Sister Dien personally begs for mercy, Lord D won't step in to help you. I see. Fong Yuan nodded in agreement. Linger, you can just put 1,000,000 hearts at home. For I know in my heart. Early the next morning, Jean Lien, who was sleeping soundly wrapped in a small quilt, was then woken up by Fong Yuan's cold palm with ice. What? I'm going to be a sister? Golden Lotus rubbed her eyes in a daze, having just sat up not knowing what to expect. There's also an adorable tuft of dorky hair standing on his head. It's too late to explain. Liener, get dressed. Saying that, Fong Yuan also started to help her. Yikes. LOL. Husband, don't make trouble. It's itchy. Jean Lien was somewhat amused by Fong Yuan's pretense of being in a hurry. Not for long. With a face as shy as a new daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, the Luo sisters walked in coyly. Ning, Bing, Air has met Sister Lien Air. And has met Sister Ling Air. Last night, Fong Yuan had specifically explained to the two girls that Linger was also their sister. Don't be surprised when you meet. Of course, Fong Yuan still concealed the fact that Ji Ling's surname was Ji. When they first saw Ji Ling, the two women were much more calm than Fong Yuan had imagined. They didn't show the slightest hint of surprise or discomfort. The only one who was a little confused was the little Jean Lien fanatic on the side, who was getting a little more and more confused. Ha! Sister Linger, what's going on here? Chapter 31, Upper Grade Water Spirit Root. Appearance restored, request for catch-up reading. Square Edge thinks, sooner or later, there's going to be a showdown anyway. Since they chose to let Luo Ning and Luo Bing recognize Golden Lotus as their sister, they couldn't let Ji Ling chill out alone. The whole thing. Fong Yuan only briefly introduced the Luo sisters to Jean Lien, then he left the space for the four girls to chat on their own. Jean Lien is beautiful and kind-hearted, does not compete in everything, and is a good wife and mother, so he sympathized with the Luo sisters. Although Ji Ling's nature was strong, she could only be a listener now. It's basically not very engaging. Luo Ning's nature was as watery and tranquil as a lady, and after she had gradually adapted to the sincere concern from the Golden Lotus, the last vestiges of apprehension in his heart became dissipated. Only Luo Bing, quirky, plus the fact that she's already a self-starter. One moment a Liener sister this and this, the next a Linger sister that and that. Her little mouth is like honey. It's fun to talk to anyone. The morning passed. The four women got along quite well. Lunchtime. Jean Lien specially ordered the two sisters to cook a table of Lanling-flavored dishes. At the dinner table, Luo Ning and Luo Bing ate the flavors of their hometown with tears in their eyes. They looked at Golden Lotus and moved. Thank you, Sister Liener. Golden Lotus smiled with a full smile and said, in fact, the one you should be most thankful to is husband. I merely spoke more to the sister. Husband has a heart. Luo Ning looked at Fong Yuan, who was feeding Ji Ling. Fong Yuan laughed. It's fine. If you guys like it, you can ask sister to cook Lanling dishes every day. Great, Luo Bing said with a leap of joy. It's been a long time since I've had such authentic flavors. By the way, can Sister Linger get used to it too? Ji Ling nodded. She doesn't care. Besides, she can only eat so much. But in watching them be able to chuck their own food and eat whatever they want, a hint of despondency flashed quietly under Ji Ling's eyes. Don't think about it. I'm here and everything will be fine. Fong Yuan held Ji Ling's hand encouragingly. Ji Ling nodded, revealing 2 rows of snow-white, crystalline, beautiful teeth. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan was slightly heartbroken. A woman's smile without showing her teeth was beautiful, but the only beauty Ji Ling could show him, it is her teeth. So he took advantage of the fact that the 3 Golden Lotus women weren't paying attention and came to Ji Ling's ear to whisper, Linger doesn't have to cater to me. I've seen your face and know your depths. When these words came out, Ji Ling instantly became petulant. She lip-spat 4 words at Fong Yuan. Old man. But after this, the melancholy in Ji Ling's heart completely dissipated. Eat the meal. It was only then that Fong Yuan spoke of his plan. Let's go to Pantaiwu as a family this afternoon. Yantewa was not too far from Yao City, and if Fong Yuan were to go on the road alone, the round trip plus errands was only a day and a half. But he didn't feel comfortable leaving the 4 girls alone in the mansion. Each of them can be Fong Yuan's big baby. Anyone who was careless and had an accident would be equivalent to breaking a lifeline to the other side of the edge. So Fong Yuan didn't have a choice. He had to drag his family with him when he traveled far away. And with this back and forth, it could be half a month or more. But as long as I can flip the script for the Luo family and brush up on the Luo sisters' love value, then it's all worth the effort. Golden Lotus and Ji Ling had no comment. As for Luo Ning and Luo Bing, after realizing that Fang Yuan had gone to Pantai Dock for them, I can't even speak the words that move me, because there are no words to express the complexity and excitement of their feelings at this moment. Husband, my sister and I. Luo Ning choked. Husband. Luo Bing had already cried her eyes red. They've said thank you I don't know how many times between yesterday and today. It felt as if saying those two words again would turn them into a worthless perfidy. Fang Yuan faintly smiled and lightly trembled. Don't cry. Being able to meet the four of you is the greatest fortune of our Fang Yuan's life. At this moment, no one would know how excited Fang Yuan's heart was. It was because Luo Ning and Luo Bing's love value had finally broken through the boundary of what could be extracted. Target, Luo Ning. Qualification, grade a 90%, top grade fire root, top grade water root. Love, 30, bonus, can add 15 days of longevity to the host. To be extracted or not, repeatable extraction. Cooling off period of 1 month. Can increase the host's strong fire spirit root and water spirit root qualifications. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be withdrawn repeatedly. Can enhance the quality of the host's spiritual root a little. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be withdrawn repeatedly. Target, Luo Bing. Qualification, grade a 90%, top grade fire root, top grade water root. Love, 25. Bonus, can add 10 days of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Repeatable extraction. Cooling off period of 1 month. Can increase the host's strong fire spirit root and water spirit root qualifications. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be withdrawn repeatedly. Can enhance the quality of the host's spiritual root a little. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be withdrawn repeatedly. Fang Yuan had paid this much for the Luo sisters and was waiting for this moment. He chose to extract it immediately. With a searing warmth coursing through all the limbs, Fang Yuan also turned his head to look at the bronze mirror in front of his side. In the bronze mirror, his tall figure was reflected. At some point, the hunched figure he once hunched over seemed to stand up. After that, Fang Yuan looked at the properties of the words reflected in the mirror. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, B class 99%. Medium grade wood spirit root. Medium grade earth spirit root. Medium grade fire spirit root, 2/3. Medium grade water spirit root, 3/3, can be synthesized into a top grade water spirit root. Is it synthesized? Longevity, 12 years. Cultivation, early Jiadan stage. So it is. In the beginning, Fang Yuan had extracted Ji Ling's lower grade water spirit root, then got a mortal grade water spirit root. Later, after he extracted the top grade water spirit root from Ji Ling's body, the middle grade water spirit root that was obtained was the one that covered the mortal product. At that time, Fang Yuan thought that spiritual roots of the same level could only be extracted once. Want to get a top quality spiritual root? Then he must first find a heaven's child who possessed the same extreme spiritual root as Bai Miao Miao. And at this moment, Fang Yuan realized. It turned out that the spirit roots of the same level that he had extracted could be fused. Think about it. Even Fang Yuan, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a bit complacent at this moment. Husband, your face. Just as Fang Yuan's one thought carried out an immediate synthesis. The panicked cries of alarm suddenly came from the ears of Golden Lotus and the other women. Fang Yuan subconsciously touched his face. Then he touched a layer of loose folds. With just a gentle tug, he pulled the originally pale and withered cheeks under his collarbone. Well, it was as if the three women, Jin Lian, Luo Ning, and Luo Bing, had lost their voices. Covering her mouth, she let out a light shiver similar to Kirito's. Just as the water and fire dual spirit roots could make the Luo sisters' temperaments extraordinary, as they converged on Fang Yuan at the same time, it also gave his aged features, his wrinkled skin and even his head full of snowy hair a newfound glow. The strong contrast of that moment caused a strong visual impact on the four Golden Lotus women. It also made Fang Yuan feel as if he had returned to 512 years ago all of a sudden. And in that year, Fang Yuan just turned 16. Chapter 32, This Husband, Caveat Emptor, Request for Catch-Up Reading. In the bronze mirror, Fang Yuan's figure was slender and upright. His features were as handsome as a knife carving, while his eyebrows revealed a fresh aura. Take a closer look. That newborn skin was as white as jade, smooth and delicate. Above the handsome face of, with a high nose and thin lips as pink as rose petals, his sword-like eyebrows flew diagonally into the strands of silver hair that fell from his temples, and underneath the two English eyebrows were a pair of peach blossom eyes as pretty as the late autumn moon. The cold yet clear, pure desire yet amorous. On its shoulders, the long, snow-colored hair hanging down, like a silver waterfall pouring down. The floating and unassuming husband. June, in the end, It was Ji Ling who summoned the courage to wake up the intoxicated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan twisted his head to look. What happened to Lianer? This voice is so clean and pleasant that even the accent becomes less raspy. It's fine. Ji Ling's beautiful eyes rippled. I would like to ask what time we will set off for the Pantai dock. Immediately. I'll have Afu arrange for a carriage. Wait for Fang Yuan to leave. Luo Bing finally couldn't help the curiosity in her heart. Why didn't everyone just react? Aren't you guys surprised? Also, what happened to my husband? Why has he suddenly become so good looking? Golden Lotus giggled. Yes, why not? Weren't we lost and fought for a long time? Luo Bing still couldn't understand. But the sister's reaction doesn't seem too calm, right? He's our husband, hey. It's not like he's a passerby. At this point, Luo Ning also added up. My sister and I were a little too nice to ask. After all, we are not as close to our husband as our sisters. Okay. Ji Ling shrugged. I actually thought about asking, but when husband turned his head and looked at it, I could feel the favor he still revealed in his gaze, so I didn't ask. Aha. Kirito gestured to help her with the bamboo pen. A moment. She wrote. I feel that my husband is probably shy, and the corners of his mouth obviously can't even be pressed. Just now, I definitely left on purpose as if I didn't care. Really? So husband can be shy? Golden Lotus said incredulously. Alas. Luo Bing suddenly sighed. What's wrong with Sister Binger? Golden Lotus asked. Luo Bing hesitated and said. Suddenly, it feels like the mood is somewhat inexplicably lost. So am I. Luo Ning frowned slightly. Obviously husband returned to his old age and I should be happy, but for some reason, I'm a little faintly clogged up inside instead. Yes? Golden Lotus shook her head. A little confused. It's because of the inferiority complex. Kirito wrote. Before that, we were both down and out, and my husband was already old, so we were all suffering from the same disease. That's why we feel sorry for each other. Now, husband's cultivation is on another level, and he's even living a second spring. A sense of inferiority is naturally born in our hearts. Sister Linger, what you said is simply too right. Luo Bing nodded her head frequently in great recognition. Luo Ning said quietly, indeed, I feel like I'm somewhat unworthy of him. Yes? Golden Lotus frowned. She tries to find a sense of empathy in the hints of several women's conversations. Sister Lianer. The three women looked at Golden Lotus rather breathlessly. Perhaps only a pure and flawless character like Sister Lianer's would not possess troubles. Seeing her three sisters in a low mood, Ji Ling huffed and puffed. But people seem to forget that whatever the husband becomes, he has always been true to us in what he has given us. It's a little too ungrateful for you guys to be depressed like this. What's more, the husband has never said a word against any of you. Even now, he's also running around on the personal affairs of you two young ladies. The three Ji Ling girls didn't expect it either. Jean Lian, who was originally very good-tempered and kind-hearted, was able to say these ear-splitting words. Sister Lianer, we were wrong. Please don't scold. Luo Ning and Luo Bing both felt incomparably ashamed. Especially those three words, Missy, seemed to have plucked at their hearts ruthlessly. The heart seems to be dripping blood. It hurts. Ji Ling beamed and wrote. I see. So my husband took the opportunity to leave. It's not as if it's giving us a cushion to accept him. Fang Yuan chose to leave without any explanation. Perhaps there was such a layer. But most of all it was actually Fang Yuan who, after his own sudden restoration of his appearance, it's in a deep funk. That moment of trance, when Fang Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, who had regained the age of 28. No one knew how messed up he was inside. The level of confusion is like an ordinary person suddenly having $100 million and becoming extremely bloated. The same is true of the square edge. The qualifications were 99% of B grade. The spiritual root was a top-grade water spiritual root, and the withered chi and blood were a few times about to be restored. Handsome face restored. These all add up. Enough for Fang Yuan to give up everything he possessed in the Yu dynasty's mortal world. And after returning to the cultivation world, it will take a very short time to break through their shackles and truly qualify to catch up with Bai Miao Miao's pace. Fang Yuan's determination in wanting to chase after Bai Miao Miao's steps was not for the sake of breaking the mirror with her. Renewal. Rather, Fang Yuan wanted to fight for his breath in front of all those who had once looked down on him. If you can be young and wild, can you not be old and wild? This mouth of pride that had been suppressed and exhausted, Fang Yuan had already endured for almost 9 eons. Therefore, at this moment, many thoughts existed in Fang Yuan's mind. He has already recovered his appearance. Where else would he need to use to accompany Jinlian and the girls to playhouse? He's uniquely qualified and handsome, and when he returns to the cultivation world, there must be a large number of female cultivators with B-grade spiritual roots who adored him and loved him. Fang Yuan only needed to raise the parasites. He didn't need to raise them as well as he could. just enough to raise a district of 25 points of love. It would be possible to just extract their qualifications. It probably wouldn't even take 100 years before he was expected to fuse his spiritual root into an innate 5-elemental spiritual root. Perhaps within 1,000 years, he would be able to raise his spiritual root to the immortal 5-elemental spiritual root that is rare in the cultivation world for millions of years. Thinking this way, Fang Yuan became more and more intrigued. Is there really a need for him to remain in the Yu dynasty? Maybe he really should leave. If someone accuses Fang Yuan of being heartless, unrighteous, and unloving, Fang Yuan will not be able to stop laughing. More than 500 years ago, when he lifted the red cover from Miao Miao Bai's head, at that moment, he did believe that love existed in the world, and he also loved Bai Miao Miao deeply. 500 years later, love. It's just a fantasy of mortals hoping for a dream to come true. People live only for themselves, even Miao Miao Bai. She could have waited for her own death before impacting the transformation god realm, but she wasn't even willing to accompany herself for her last remaining 7 years. Perhaps it would be better to just leave Yao City unnoticed. Carrying 4 burdens with him was very detrimental to his search for a suitable extraction target in the cultivation world. As for the longevity bonus on the Golden Lotus girls, Fang Yuan had figured it out. Simply having a long life is bull ********. Trouble will always come as long as one lives. Just like what he experienced in Yao City. Obviously he doesn't want to get involved in karma, but always, for one reason or another, it will inadvertently make him a player in the game. Therefore, longevity and other things are false. The only thing that is hard is to be strong in oneself. Husband. So you're here. It was Ji Ling who had not seen Fang Yuan go back for a long time and took the initiative to look for him. Husband, have you settled Fubo? When will the carriage arrive? It looks like it's going to snow again. We'll have to bring more bedding, lest a few of the sisters catch cold in the car. Fang Yuan slowly turned behind him, his eyes calmly looking at Golden Lotus. Husband. Ji Ling covered her mouth in fear. Her originally flushed and pretty face turned white in a flash, revealing a sense of panic and helplessness, because she didn't see the same light in Fang Yuan's eyes that had always favored her anymore. Husband, don't you want Lianer anymore? Ji Ling finally couldn't help herself and cried out. The light tremor of that sad cry actually instantly shattered Fang Yuan's already frozen heartstrings. Let the cold inner world, which he is solidifying through arrogance and irritation, it was struck by a renewed wave of warmth. It turns out that there are really people in this world who will like him with all their heart. Fang Yuan, Lotus baby, come here for a hug. Fang Yuan released a smile and opened his arms. Husband. Golden Lotus burst into tears and flew at him. This sound of husband made Fang Yuan completely quit being arrogant, and in that same moment, Golden Lotus love suddenly skyrocketed to an extreme value that Fang Yuan had never seen before. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, C grade 30%. Lower grade water spirit root. Love, 100. Love is stronger than gold. Ask what is love in this world, and you'll be taught to live and die in love. The target has a bond of love more than gold to the host, and has unlocked eternal martyrdom. Eternal martyrdom, the target and the host live and die together. You save her eternal life. You wither her martyrdom. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 100 years, on cooldown. P.S. This chapter is a psychological turning point for the protagonist who didn't choose to take shortcuts to collect women after he regained his looks and became a handsome man. And the key character who changed his mind is the beautiful and kind-hearted Ji Ling. In the previous story, the protagonist walked around with his kidneys pretending to walk around with his heart. And after that, the protagonist will start walking away with his kidneys as well as his heart. The plot will be on the side of everyday and romance. If you like it, please support it with a monthly vote or recommendation. Thanks. Chapter 33 Year's End. The sky was gray. The goosefeather snowflakes had long ago colored the whole world in silver white. The carriage driven by Fang Yuan gradually traveled farther and farther away, gradually leaving Yao City, this time traveling to Pantai Dock. Fang Yuan only brought Ji Ling and the 4 girls with him. After waiting to leave Yao City to walk into the rarely populated wilderness, Fang Yuan then urged the wood spirit technique to construct a small array combination to form a puppet wooden man, drive in his place. As for himself, he lifted the thick curtain and got into the carriage. Hiss. It's so cold. So cold. Quickly use the 2 warming babies of either of you to warm my hands. No way. The 4 girls' faces instantly turned bright red. Although Luo Ning and Luo Bing hadn't shared a room with Fang Yuan yet, but they had already learned a lot of allusions to the husband's slurs from Sister Lianer. Humph. That's not up to you. Fang Yuan was like a vicious wolf pouncing into a flock of lambs, casually grabbing one to have a feast. In fact, Fang Yuan's hands weren't cold. His withered chi and blood were about to be restored to perfection, plus he had a fire spirit root of his own. Instead, they warmed the girls' cold hearts with their hands. After a bit of banter, Fang Yuan held Ji Ling in his arms, casually holding her warm baby and asked, "Does Linger feel tired? It's a long trip, so Linger is afraid that she'll suffer. It's all my sister and I's fault, or else Sister Linger wouldn't be so bumpy." Ji Ling smiled and shook her head, giving the two Luo Ning sisters a reassuring look. She then wrote with her pen in her mouth, "Isn't husband going to say something to us sisters? What do you guys want to hear?" Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Ji Ling raised her little hand. "I love to listen to any story my husband tells." Luo Ning and Luo Bing looked at each other and said in unison, "We want to know when the husband will marry us both." "Any time. I'm all alone, fatherless and motherless, and if you want to, you can go straight to the bridal chamber now in front of the two sisters. Husband is also too." Fang Yuan's words instantly caused Luo Ning's face to turn red. On the contrary, it was Luo Bing who crossed her arms. "Humph, come on, with who is afraid of who seems. Binger, stop it." Luo Ning hurriedly covered her mouthy sister and then he smiled apologetically at Jinlian and Ji Ling. "I'm sorry to make you two sisters laugh." Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan was the one who pulled Luo Bing over. "A family doesn't have to be so restrained. I can't tell you how much they're looking forward to it. Come on, ice. Showcase." "Oh, don't husband, I was joking." Luo Bing wanted to cry. She had her hands full, protecting her coat and jacket, lest Fang Yuan's hand slipped in again like a loach. "Ha ha, let's see if you dare to talk tough from now on." Fang Yuan let go of Luo Bing and then rehugged Ji Ling tightly again and asked, "Where's Spirit? You wanted me to say something about that question just now." Ji Ling wrote, "I'd like to know more about my husband's past. Is that okay?" "My past?" Fang Yuan thought Ji Ling would ask some questions related to why he had returned to his old age. "Have you heard of Oblivion?" The three Golden Lotus women shook their heads, and only Ji Ling nodded. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "The River of Forgetfulness is located in the extreme west of the Yu dynasty, a great river flowing from east to west. It originated on Qingmao Mountain, and that is my home." The four women perked up their ears. This was their husband's personal experience. They secretly decided to keep it in mind. Without realizing it, it's almost dark. Fang Yuan lifted the curtain and glanced outside. "We'll talk about it tomorrow. Gotta find an inn first." Ji Ling let out an "uh-oh" and signaled Fang Yuan to bring a pen. Afterward, she wrote, "The closest city to this place is Linchang, about 60 miles away, which feels a little too far away. We had better find a village close by and borrow a night's lodging." "Good thing too." Fang Yuan nodded. Then he jumped out of the wagon and looked round and soon a vaporous smoke and fire was seen to the northeast. Not for long, the group then arrived at the village, and after Fang Yuan took out some payment, it's easy to find the right place to land. Several women were physically tired after a day's carriage ride. They embraced each other on the couch, and it wasn't long before they fell into a deep sleep. The night passed quickly. The next day, the host family also entertained Fang Yuan and the others with a hot and thick meal. When a few women had finished eating, they went on their way again. The girls are full of energy for the new day. They had taken their seats and waited up for Fang Yuan's story. The love story of childhood sweethearts will always make girls feel desirable. Until the appearance of a certain female elder of the Lihua sect. Then I joined the Leaving Fire sect and wasted 500 years before I was lucky enough to meet you guys. Luo Bing raised her small hand and said, "I want to ask weakly, will husband be sad?" When these words came out, the three women immediately glared at Luo Bing. This ninny is really a pot calling the kettle black. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently. "It's okay, Ice is also concerned about me. Will husband go back?" At this point, Ji Ling wrote. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned and looked down at Ji Ling, and Ji Ling stared with burning eyes. He knew that what Ji Ling wanted to ask was not to go back to the Leaving Fire sect, but to break the mirror with by Miao Miao, and the connotation of this question was known to Jinlian, Luo Ning, and Luo Bing. Their gazes were unblinking as they gazed at Fang Yuan, anticipating and fearing his answer. Never thought about it. Fang Yuan, however, did not hesitate for half a second, so he shook his head and laughed. "The people who were there for me in the greatest moments of my life were you. Would you believe me if I said I love you all more than I love myself?" Will, they became hot with tears. From yesterday, apart from Golden Lotus, the hearts of the remaining three women were then always apprehensive. But in this moment, they felt a long-lost peace of mind. It's as if the air in the car has been freshened up. Aha! At this time, Ji Ling asked Fang Yuan for the bamboo pen again. She wrote, "Husband, after helping Sister Ninger and Sister Binger to overturn the case, let's leave the world. Because our husband shouldn't be locked up in this little Yu dynasty." Good. In fact, Fang Yuan had already had this intention within his heart, early enough that before he met Luo Bing, he had then considered bringing Golden Lotus and Ji Ling back to the Leaving Fire sect. But then the reason for the delay in making up his mind was his lack of confidence in himself. He was worried that after seeing too much of the flowery world outside, Ji Ling would be like Miu Miu Bai. With the loss of time, feelings for him faded and love smoothed out. But now, Feng Yuan wasn't afraid anymore. No matter what Ji Ling and the three of them really thought inside, at least Golden Lotus would never betray him. And the fact that Feng Yuan was able to possess the Golden Lotus meant that he was already immortal. The time wobbles. 10 days have passed. Feng Yuan and his group finally arrived at Weiyang City. Maybe it's because the year is approaching and the snowflakes have been flying non-stop. But even if the whole world is snow-covered, but it can't hide the red-hot, festive atmosphere that fills the city. That said, this was the 17th year that Feng Yuan had come to this world to pass through. Perhaps it will also be the last year of his life, because the cultivation world of this world never celebrates the new year. Chapter 34, Dien, Pantai Dock. Located on Yuntai Mountain outside of Weiyang City. It is named Yuntewu because the top of the mountain looks like a vast shipyard. Climb up here and look into the distance. Just feel the heavy mountains, hidden sky and sun, fairy mist, Qiankuan shaking. Even Luo Ning, who was used to listening and speaking little, couldn't help but praise. Husband, this place is so beautiful. It's like a fairyland on earth. Ji Ling wrote, there is a small spiritual vein underneath Mount Yuntai, so it will make the aura of this place extraordinary. Feng Yuan complimented smoothly. It seems that the Di family has a few skills if they can possess this treasure mountain. That's. Ji Ling had a haughty look on her face. Mr. Di's father was the only one in the Yu dynasty to have reached the great perfection of Jiadan. Awesome, awesome. I'll find a chance to revisit his old man when we're done. Feng Yuan flattered. Di Gong's father was Ji Ling's own grandfather. Feng Yuan could sense that Ji Ling seemed to be a bit closer to the Di family compared to the Ji clan's royal family. And Ji Ling happily wrote again. Not really. He's actually my husband's junior. Regardless of whether Feng Yuan's words were sincere or not, being able to hear his own affirmation of his grandfather. Of course Ji Ling was happy. Seeing this scene, the meticulous Luo Ning couldn't help but be alarmed. Could it be that Sister Linger's family name is Di? But this question she didn't ask but hid it in her mind. She wasn't like her sister, Luo Bing, who couldn't hide anything at all. That's all. Feng Yuan and his entourage walked and stopped, and only arrived at the entrance of Di mansion near noon. Who is the visitor? The guard standing watch outside the mansion asked. Leaving fire sect. Feng Yuan. Yuntewu isn't Yao Chang. Feng Yuan didn't think that his name could still reach the ears of a random servant in the Di mansion. Once the guards heard that it was the leaving fire sect, their faces instantly became eased. Please wait here, fellow Daoist Feng. I'll go and report to our family master. Feng Yuan smiled faintly and said, there's no need to be so nervous, little brother. In fact, Mr. Feng was just passing by the Pantai dock on someone's behalf. Please hand this over to your family's eldest Miss Dien, and Mr. Feng will not go in to bother Lord Di. Good. The guard didn't dare to be slow. He took the envelope and turned around and ran towards the mansion. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, was driving away in the direction of the lower mountain wagon. Luo Ning said apprehensively, husband, we have a request. Do we really not need to go in? My sister, Luo Bing, also looked worried. Yes, if Di Gong knew that we were so heartless, what do we do if we refuse? When Feng Yuan twisted his head to see Ji Ling nodding slightly, he said with an air of victory, rest assured, everything is under control. Not for long. A fiery red marvelous silhouette then ran wildly out from the Di family residence. Wait, the carriage in front stops quickly. Feng Yuan rolled out of the car and looked at the visitor. Target, Dien. Qualification, grade A, 95%, excellent golden spirit root. Love, -100, plus, none. Ooh. Feng Yuan could not help but be greatly surprised. Although Dien possessed the same level of extreme spiritual root qualification as by Miao Miao, yet it was also the first time he had encountered a target person who was negatively full just after meeting them. Moreover, Feng Yuan thought that he had not offended Dien. Could it be that she resented herself because she had disgraced the Yu dynasty royal family twice? After all, Feng Yuan had witnessed a woman in front of him when he was in Yao City. It dropped the love value to -100, and that woman was Wang Daya, the daughter of Wang Mao. Beyond that, Feng Yuan still had some feelings that old man Di's bloodline was really powerful. Granddaughter Dien is an extreme gold spirit root, and granddaughter Ji Ling is an upper grade 3 spirit root. For a while, he did kind of want to meet this extraordinary old man Di. Who are you? Where is my cousin? What have you done with her? At this moment, a red-clothed Dien twittered and woke Feng Yuan up. Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan? Dian's eyebrows furrowed. She suddenly remembered that the servant seemed to have mentioned the leaving fire sect just now. She couldn't help but blush. Could it be that you are that trashy little white boy Fong Yuan from the Leaving Fire sect? Cough. Fong Yuan was choked violently. Wasted little white boy. He hadn't heard that word in how many years? I vaguely remember that the last time I heard it was over 300 years ago, because at that time, Fong Yuan had not yet begun to age. Wagon. Other than Ji Ling, the Golden Lotus girls also frowned. They are also here to ask for Dixon's help, but if his daughter is so aggressive, then they will never let their husbands suffer. So Luo Ning was about to lift the curtain, but she was stopped by Ji Ling's light Wu call. Unbeknownst to him, Dien, who had an extraordinary ear outside the carriage, revealed a look of delight. She exclaimed, "Are you in there too, cousin? Why don't you come out to see me, cousin?" The three Golden Lotus girls were slightly startled as they simultaneously looked at Ji Ling in unison. Instead, Ji Ling gently shook her head, signaling that she was not. At this point, they heard Fong Yuan's voice again. "Your cousin is not here, but I did come at your cousin's request." "You fart. I can hear my cousin's voice." Dien huffed as she lifted the curtain and Probe looked toward the wagon. Then she froze in place in frustration. The only people in the carriage were three pretty young girls with huffy faces and a sleeping patient with burns. And yet there was no cousin she had longed for. "Square-edged white boy. Let's go to the front and have a chat then." Dien walked towards the front, and Fong Yuan noticed that in the carriage, the three Jinlian girls were gnashing their teeth as they looked at Dian's back, and Ji Ling, who was pretending to be asleep just now, gave him an apologetic smile. Fong Yuan smiled indifferently. "It's okay, stay here in peace until I return. Husband, why don't we forget about it?" Luo Ning would rather suffer a bit of aggravation herself. Nor do I want to see my husband being looked down upon. Luo Bing concurred. "Yes, husband, that case is in the past. My sister and I aren't that obsessed with having to clear the Luo family's name, no. Thinking back to when I was in the education department, my husband had already endured too much for them, even threw up a lot of blood. Don't think so much, just be good and stay here with your two sisters." With that, Fong Yuan was walking towards Dien, who had already stopped in the distance. Dien's words and behavior were angry to the women, but to Fong Yuan, what's a little scene like that? When he had black hair like a waterfall, he had suffered a lot of insults and stares. Trashy gigolo is already considered one of those more neutral compliments. Dien sized up Fong Yuan with interest. "The rumors really aren't all that believable, and I've heard it said that the little white boy Fong Yuan has become a bad old man. I didn't expect that when I saw him today, I would still have a stunning feeling of lightening up in front of my eyes." Stunning. Oh. Fong Yuan glanced at the -100 that was tattooed in Dian's word entry and faintly said, "MS. D doesn't seem to have learned the word respect." "Respect? Cut." Dien snorted in disdain. "Respect is a psychological claim based on equality of status. And who are you? A pussy-feeding white boy, to command my respect? Is it by virtue of your wasteful Showdown cultivation that can't even defeat the late stage of foundation establishment?" Chapter 35, MS. Dietrich's son. "You don't want to. Ha!" Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "White boy, what are you laughing at?" Dien felt as if Fong Yuan's contemptuous laughter was an insult. Fong Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. "What's so funny? As you say, respect is a psychological claim based on equal status. We're not even on the same level. I'm curious as to how you, a tiny chi refining girl, dared to mock me, a Showdown ancestor? Besides, since you've heard my story, you should know that my days are numbered. You provoke me like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll just slap you to death?" Dien was slightly stunned as she froze in place, but after only half a breath, she grunted coldly. "Humph. I'm not afraid. I've got a special water spirit talisman made by Grandpa on me. This talisman can withstand the full force of an early-stage Showdown powerhouse. What's more, my grandpa is a Showdown grand completion, just one step away from stepping into Yuaning. Try touching one of me." Snap, snap, pop. Interesting, interesting. Fong Yuan couldn't help but applaud Dien for this wonderful speech, and the move made Dian's tiny chest puff out in anger. "Fong Yuan, what do you mean?" Fong Yuan scared and shook his head. "It's not interesting. I thought why Miss D was superior, but it turns out it's just because she has a grandpa with a Showdown great circle backing her up." Dian's green and beautiful little face suddenly turned red. She heard Fong Yuan's words. Fong Yuan relied on his Dao partner, while she relied on her grandfather. Everyone half a catty to 8 tails. No one is in a position to mock anyone. Not at all. I'm gifted in my own right. The future achievements will inevitably be in existence that you are not even qualified to look up to. Dien argued her case, trying to convince Fong Yuan that she was great in her own right. Seeing this, Fong Yuan nodded frequently. Yeah, I concede. I surrender. I admit I'm a punk-ass white boy who feeds off women. Also admit that I can't beat foundation establishment with my Jidun. Fong Yuan, you're such a, oh, I'll bite you to death. Dian's mouth opened wide as an evil dragon roared intent on pouncing. However, Fong Yuan drew back and dodged it, and if he hadn't been pulled by Fong Yuan's waistband, almost fell on my ass. Don't be so careless. I'm sorry. I'm not as good as Miss Dietrich's son. Does the girl really want to kill everyone before she'll stop? After all, she was a little girl who had been spoiled by the D family, plus she had the status of a sister-in-law. After Fong Yuan slightly taught Dien a lesson with his words, he didn't bother to talk to her anymore. Humph, who cares to kill a little white boy? This girl is still afraid of defiling her hands. Dien pushed Fong Yuan away in disgust. Then he asked in a cold voice, "Where is my cousin? What exactly is your relationship with my cousin?" Why would she tell you such a private secret? Ji Ling and I are friends, Fong Yuan said. Dien huffed. What friend? I don't believe it. How could my cousin have a white boy like you for a friend? Fong Yuan was slightly stunned. It's just a friend. Is there a need to react so badly? Did Dien? In his thoughts, Fong Yuan began to scrutinize Dian's tender body that had only just developed. It's 100% a baby girl. What are you looking at? Dien felt that Fong Yuan's gaze was a bit venomous, and she said in disgust. Fong Yuan suddenly asked, Dien, you don't like Ji Ling, do you? Bull *********. I don't like my cousin. I just care about her. Dian's suddenly reddened face and coy demeanor instantly betrayed her. So it is. No wonder this little ninny sneers at him when they meet. And it also has a negative love interest. It turned out that there was an unknown sinister relationship between her and Ji Ling. Fong Yuan gradually somewhat figured out some things. First, why was the D family obviously so powerful? But Ji Ling, before the appearance of the two Luo sisters, was. But to the end, he had never begged him to send himself to the Pantai dock to heal his wounds. Secondly, why that night when Ji Ling mentioned Digong as well as Dien? The look is always twisted. Thirdly, it was clear that Ji Ling knew that Dien was the key person to help the Luo sisters. However, he didn't tell him much about Dian's preferences, so Ji Ling was ashamed to tell this secret too. Think about it. Fong Yuan laughed in a voice that was sinister to the extreme. Jie, M.S.D. You also don't want your parents and your grandfather to know about the sinful love between you and Ji Ling. In a world where monstrous relationships do exist, though, but for it to happen between a prestigious family like the D family and the Ji royal family, it would definitely cause both families to be shamed by the world at the same time. That's why Dian's little face turned white all of a sudden. She stammered and pleaded. Fong Yuan, it's none of cousin's business. Just come at me if you have anything. Don't hurt cousin. So easy to tame this sassy little pepper? Fong Yuan was a bit disbelieving. He tried. Call brother. Fong Yuan, don't go too far. Dien raised her eyebrows crossly and coldly. Alright then, I'm going to pay a visit to Digong. Dian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but what was on her lips were words that were crispy and sweet. Brother Fong Yuan, spit out your tongue to see if it's pink. Fong Yuan continued. Dian's hands behind her back clenched into fists. Still, the cherry mouth dutifully opened and spat her tongue out. After Fong Yuan recovered his chi and blood, his sixth sense perceptions became exceptionally sharp. The moment Dien opened her pink and tender vermilion lips, she smelled a sweet and warm fragrance unique to young girls. Put your hands together again for a yay, and roll your eyes. Fong Yuan. Dien was enraged. She suddenly threw out her fist at great speed and then attacked towards Fong Yuan's eyes. Unfortunately, her sneak attack was easily held in Fong Yuan's hands. Ha. Okay, I'm not going to tease you, but if you do one thing for me, how about I just tell you where your cousin is? Really? Dian's eyes lit up. Then my parents sighed. Fong Yuan patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm a soft-spoken white boy myself, and I know how to read people's minds the best in my life. And most of all, I love to be an adult, and I look forward to the day when you sisters will be together forever. Ho, don't say that. It's shameful. But Fong Yuan, can't you see? You're still weirdly nice. Dien scratched his head in embarrassment. By the way, what favor do you want me to do? Here's the thing. I have a friend. Fong Yuan said so to Dien. Just before Fong Yuan finished speaking, Dien impatiently waved her hand. No problem. I'll take care of it, but you'll have to show me your sincerity. First, where the hell is my cousin now? She went to the Leaving Fire sect. Bull ********. My cousin even wrote me a letter 4 months ago saying she couldn't accept my love for her. I'm leaving the Yu dynasty to seek immortality. As far as I know, cousin seems to have made the acquaintance of the eldest lady of Lingpa court. She should have gone to the distant central state. I can swear to the heavens that she will really go to the Leaving Fire sect. Fong Yuan raised his 3 fingers. Impossible. How can I trust you? Dien questioned crisply. Fong Yuan smiled and asked back, then what reason do you have for not believing me? Chapter 36, The Soft Underbelly of the Female Kid. Fong Yuan, then this girl will trust you for once. In addition, this girl will tell you the truth. I have already been recruited as an inner disciple within the Leaving Fire sect. Back then, your wife, Miao Miao Bai, was able to recruit an inner disciple from within. One step at a time, I will become the holy maiden of the Lihua sect and become a Yuaning, and I, Dien, will be able to do the same. So don't you dare try to scare this girl with a catchphrase like my wife River. After hearing Dian's intentional threat, Fong Yuan immediately assured up, please don't worry, Miss D, I don't even have much time left. There was no reason to offend Her Highness, the future holy maiden of the Lihua sect. As for the love between you and Miss Ji, only heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know and she knows. Anyway, I'll just take the secret with me into the coffin panel. Not bad, I seem to like you a little bit. Oh. Dien smiled sweetly, and Fong Yuan glanced at the -100 in her words that hadn't moved at all, and wanted to laugh a little. Well then, why don't you wait for me in the car, and after I've convinced my dad to, just let the attendants summon your friend into the house. 10,000 thanks. Then Fong will wait for Miss D's good news. After Fong Yuan watched Dien enter the mansion with a bounce, only then did he return to the carriage. How is the husband? In the carriage, apart from Ji Ling, Luo Ning's several women's expressions were quite worried. Fong Yuan laughed, no problem. She's just a bratty and capricious little yellow-haired girl. The truth is that the heart is not bad. Not really. Luo Bing beamed her little mouth unhappily. Good is good. Bad is bad. And by the looks of her, she ain't more than a few days younger than me. Anyway, those evil words I would not have been able to speak even if I had met my husband for the first time. Ha! Fong Yuan smiled and did not give them any further explanation of the root cause of Dian's aversion to him. It was actually because of Ji Ling. Not for long. The crowd then heard footsteps from a distance. So fast, Fong Yuan couldn't help but feel darkly inwardly. It seems that this Di Gong favors his daughter Dien even more than Linger said. May I ask if MS Luo family is here? My master has an invitation. Luo Ning instantly became nervous. She subconsciously pulled Fong Yuan's hand. Husband, Fong Yuan smiled and comforted. It's fine. Go, let Lianer and Binger accompany you. I'm in a special position, so I won't go in. And Luo Ning gazed at Fong Yuan with red eyes. After a long time, she choked out, good. Although she didn't know how her husband had convinced that unruly young lady to help, she could guess that the husband must have suffered much more. With that in mind, Luo Ning actually summoned up the courage to put her mouth to Fong Yuan's ear with a thin mosquito voice. Thank you, husband. When my concubine comes back I will definitely casually play warm baby for you. It doesn't matter if they get eaten into their mouths. Fong Yuan hadn't thought that the tranquil and ladylike Luo Ning, after her outburst of emotion, had. It's amazing how hot the counterattack can be. He lowered his head slightly and took in her mouth. After a shallow taste, Fong Yuan kissed Jin Lian and Binger respectively. You can't favor one over the other at this time. You guys just stay with Ninger, and you don't need to deliberately say anything more when you go in there. Just tell the story of my analysis of the life of the old steward of the low house on the road the other day. Aha! Jin Lian nodded slightly. Please don't worry, husband. I will take care of my two sisters. After the three women followed the attendant of Di's house and left, Fong Yuan then picked up Ji Ling and played with her. Humph! How dare you hide a little secret from my husband? Ji Ling averted her eyes in shame. She felt that after being made aware by her husband of the little secret between herself and her cousin, no longer had the face to look at him. Fong Yuan asked with interest. Linger, don't be shy. I won't discriminate against you guys. Tell me why she's obsessed with you. Of course, Fong Yuan wasn't purely gossiping, though there was almost no possibility left between Dien and him. But there was always a hint of fantasy inside him. As the saying goes, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you can fight 100 battles without danger. In case he manages to hook up with Dien, then wouldn't he directly have a top-grade golden spirit root? In response, Ji Ling was rather speechless, but in the end, she couldn't argue with Fong Yuan's hunting heart and began to spill the secret. It turned out that the reason why Dien had become like this was still related to Ji Ling's mother consort, Di Changyu. That said, Di Gong Di Qingtian himself was more than 30 years older than Di Qingyue. It can be said that as a child, Di Qingyue was raised by Di Gong. They are brother and sister, but they are more like father and daughter. But back in the day, Ji Xian, who was still just a prince, had tricked Di Qingyu's heart away with just a few tricks to make a girl happy, coupled with the fact that Di Gong at the time did not want to be involved in the strife of royal power. So he was extremely dissatisfied with the marriage, and even forced him to break off the relationship, but Di Qingyue insisted on marrying Ji Xian. In a nutshell, the grudge between the Ji family and the Di family's older generation was hard to explain in a few words. It wasn't until later that Di Gong himself became a family man that he slowly eased his relationship with his sister, Di Qingyue. However, it still belonged to the category of words with Ji Xian. Further on, Dixon was so old that he thought he would never have another heir. I didn't realize that the young concubine was pregnant, although Dien is only a concubine. But Di Gong's love for this daughter, that is called a baby. It can be said to be in the mouth for fear of melting and in the hands for fear of falling. However, as Dien grew up, Di Gong's education style became significantly different. As the saying goes, what goes before, goes after. Digger's sister, whom he had previously raised with his own hands, was easily abducted by a man. That's why he was so defensive about his own daughter. From the time Dien was 5 years old, Di Gong popularized all kinds of flowery words and strange techniques for her. While other girls read the 4 books and 5 classics, Dien reads the canon of pickup girls. In this way, without realizing it, Dien, although still in her daughter's body, but started to like women. Hear this. Fong Yuan was quite curious, so at that time, when you and she were bathing in the same wooden barrel, she's looking at your body, just blurted out that luscious poem, and then you realized she had abnormal sisterly feelings for you? Neither is it, Kirito wrote. At that time Dien was so well disguised that I thought she was teasing me about my body. Until the year of Dian's 15th bar mitzvah, when I came to Pantaiwu again at the age of 17, on the night of his reunion with Dien. When she wrote this, Ji Ling suddenly spat out the bamboo pen, her mouth a little sour. What about back there? What's going on back there? Fong Yuan frowned and he hated breaking off the chapter every time he saw a critical moment. What are you getting excited about? Husband, don't you think Dien is acting strange with her behavior? Nothing, it's quite odd. What happened then? Fong Yuan prodded once more. Ji Ling wrote with a breathless roll of her eyes. That night I saw many love letters written by her in Dien's study, all addressed to me by her. Then I was scared off. Wait, that's it? Or else? Ji Ling raised an eyebrow. Why? That scared me. I thought she was going to steal your warmer. Humph. What is your husband thinking about? Ji Ling was so ashamed that she bit the back of Fong Yuan's hand with a small bite. Chapter 37, Rescuing Delinquent Girls. Ji Ling is no better than the next person. After finishing her story, she yawned softly in exhaustion, and Fong Yuan took advantage of the situation to kiss the corner of Ji Ling's lips and laughed. Work hard my baby, get some sleep. Unexpectedly, Ji Ling was red-eyed. Vaguely, crystalline tears invaded her dark, bright pupils. What's wrong with Linger? Fong Yuan drew back his hand rather nervously. Ji Ling shook her head, then wrote with red eyes. I've never seen half a hint of dislike in my husband's gaze. Never. Fong Yuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. I thought I just hurt Linger. It's fine. Wait until I take you back to the Li Fire sect. Just go figure out how to restore your looks. Why? Can husband give me a reason? Honestly, I can't even imagine if I'll be able to care for my husband with this much care as he does for me after our identities are switched. Reason The corner of Fong Yuan's mouth slightly raised in an arc. He had no idea that such a simple gesture fell on the hearts of those who loved him that. What a fire will be stirred. When I say that I fell in love with Linger at first sight, Linger definitely doesn't believe me, right? Ji Ling didn't answer. She just looked at her husband with a burning gaze. Just now, the kind of flavor that Fong Yuan had inadvertently revealed had begun to convince her that the cousin was right. Her husband was definitely the best-looking gigolo in the world. She was also beginning to understand why the holy maiden of the Leaving Fire sect was willing to keep Fong Yuan for 500 years. If she wasn't paralyzed at the moment, she would have picked her husband up and bullied him hard. At the same time, the latter half of Fong Yuan's words fell into the ears of Ji Ling, who was in a reverie. In fact, I belong to the sea color, its intention to Linger. When I first met you in the 100 Treasures Pavilion, I then thought, how could there be a girl as beautiful as this in this world? Aha! Ji Ling choked and interrupted Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, skillfully placed the bamboo pen at Ji Ling's mouth, only to see her holding her pen and writing, "Husband, love me, right now." Fong Yuan was slightly stunned. After he craned his head to look out the empty window, Sneaky chose to lower the curtain. About half an hour later, Fong Yuan heard the sound of a few girls talking and laughing in a frenzied manner, gradually moving from far away to nearer. He gently put down Ji Ling, who had already fallen asleep, and then left the carriage. Husband. As soon as they saw Fong Yuan, Luo Ning and Luo Bing couldn't help but jump into his arms left and right. Well, did Digong agree? Aha! The sisters nodded their heads, sobbing with joy that they couldn't even speak clearly. It was the Golden Lotus, who had arrived immediately after, who gave a brief account of what had happened. Lord Di promised Sister Nji ear that after the new year she would set out for Lanling to investigate the case. He also invited us to stay at the Di mansion for New Year's Eve during this time, but I declined. Fang Yuan nodded. Well, Leonor did the right thing. It's always a bit rude to stay at someone else's house on New Year's Eve. We'll just bag ourselves an inn in uncharted city. That's what I thought. Being at home at the inn. And Weiyang City is also more lively than this Yuntaidak. As Golden Lotus was talking, a light cough suddenly came from the distance. Fang Yuan looked away. It was a red-clothed Dien who was standing a few feet away looking at their group with a smile on her face. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, Dien waved her hand. Fang Yuan, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you alone. Fang Yuan agreed and then he preached to the 3 Golden Lotus girls. You guys go back to the car and warm up, and we'll go down the hill when I get back. Good. The 3 women didn't say much. After this experience, they were full of gratitude to Dien. The stigma in his heart naturally dissipated. What's the matter? It's so mysterious, and you have to tell it alone. Fang Yuan was quite dissatisfied. Dien bristled in disbelief. Fang Yuan, they're all your new favorites, right? Since he was seen through, Fang Yuan didn't hide it anymore. He said seriously, not a new love, a wife. TSK. Dien barred her small mouth and looked up and down Fang Yuan's body with a smile. I can't tell. I can't believe you're still capable at your age. Fang Yuan laughed and said, if Miss D is here to come and talk about such things, I propose that we had better go to the little wood over there where the snow has fallen. Humph. Stinking rascal. Dian's little face instantly became unkind. Let me ask you, why did my cousin she go to the Leaving Fire sect? She should have known that I would be there as well. How would I know? In fact, Miss Ji and I are just casual acquaintances. She had asked me for a lot of inside information about the Leaving Fire sect back then. Dian's gaze chilled. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If it's just a casual encounter, cousin will tell you secrets that belong only between me and her? Fang Yuan, don't blame me for not telling you. Don't think that my father agreed to your little love interest. You can just cross the river and tear down the bridge, if you don't make things clear today. Humph. Hearing Dian's threat, Fang Yuan could not help but frown. This damn female brat. He sighed as he thought about it briefly. Well, in that case, I'll just have to be honest. All ears. Speak quickly. Dien cheerfully urged. Actually, it's very likely that Ji Ling has a crush on me. Fang Yuan spoke tentatively first. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Dien puffing. Sure enough, I knew it. When my cousin suddenly told you that too, she's obviously got it in for you. And as the book says, nothing ventured, nothing gained. That's what it means to be a thief or an adulterer. Fang Yuan felt that he was alone, but I turned her down. Fang Yuan hurriedly revealed his attitude to Dien. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to fool, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Before Digong actually set foot on the road to Lanling, Fang Yuan felt that it was better for him to coax Dien, lest this female brat does not speak of martial virtues and goes back on her word. As for Dien, when she heard Fang Yuan's words, her complexion was suddenly delighted. She was seen standing on tiptoe in an effort to raise herself up to her full height. Then he reached out and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder in praise. Fang Yuan, you've done well. This girl really wasn't wrong about you. Fang Yuan laughed. To be able to receive the appreciation of Her Highness, the future holy maiden of the Li Fire sect, Mr. Fang is also considered to have had the honor of 3 lifetimes. Dien was shocked. Yeah, it's worthy of you, Fang Yuan. This little mouth is just like eating honey. No wonder cousin is courting you. After that, she smiled coyly. Hey, Fang Yuan, I actually sought you out because I wanted to ask you for some advice. How can I go after my cousin? What is she talking about? Why does it feel like a not-so-smart look? At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly realized something. As a result of Digong's overcautious upbringing of his baby daughter, perhaps Dien, with the exception of Ji Ling, she simply didn't have any extra friends. Though she's bratty and emotionally twisted, her life experience is like a blank sheet of paper. It hasn't been contaminated yet. Perhaps Digong had never seen the true side of Dien. He thought he had educated his daughter well, but he didn't know that Dien had already gone off the deep end. It's even highly likely that if Dien meets a man with a bad heart in the future, the performance would be even worse than Di Qingyue's more than 20 years ago. In this situation, Fang Yuan felt the need to step forward and sacrifice himself. It's time to save his misguided daughter for Digong. Chapter 38, It's just a little bit of frost. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, Fang Yuan had the attitude that if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? So he asked first, does Miss D have any confidants? Or friends? Who play well together? Sure. No. Dien had a condescending look on her face. It is enough for me to have my cousin, Would not extra friends and confidants divide my affection for her? Sure enough, the brutal reality of this is still really sad to hear and tearful to hear. Fong Yuan couldn't help but sigh. What are you sighing about? Dien frowned slightly. Don't tell me you don't want to teach. Fong Yuan shook his head. He looked at Dien compassionately. It's not that he doesn't want to teach, but it's not good. What's that look in your eyes? Are you pitying me? Sort of. Fong Yuan did not deny it as he continued. Miss D should know that even ordinary women liking each other attracts worldly prejudice. Not to mention you guys. Prejudice? That's a bit of a good word to use then. This allowed Dien to truly recognize Fong Yuan for 1 point from the bottom of her heart. And for the first time, I'm starting to look at this little white boy squarely in the eye. Love, -99. Fong Yuan. You're so right. What else? And as Fong Yuan glimpsed the Dien words finally loosened a bit, he secretly said, turns out this female brat likes to listen to sycophancy. Well said. Only Fong Yuan shook his head and mused. Miss D, the world doesn't understand you, but Fong understands very well. Why should love spark only between a man and a woman? As long as there is love in the heart, men and women are equal to each other. And Fong has always believed that. Everyone should be recognized by the world as long as they like each other and have love for each other. So it is not you who are at fault, but the world. What you said, Fong Yuan, is simply too right. Dian's eyelashes fluttered lightly in excitement. How she wished the world would put away its preconceived notions of female-female love. Identify like Fong Yuan with this rare love between her and her cousin. Fong Yuan, seeing as you're dying, I'll tell you the truth. Hearing this, Fong Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he held back and didn't interrupt Dien, whose excitement was stirring. In fact, the reason why I joined the Leaving Fire sect is to become stronger. When I get stronger, I'll take my cousin to a place where no one will bother us. Next, it's time for Dian's private fantasies. Fong Yuan was a little drowsy from listening, but he tried to pretend that he was listening attentively and with great intent to. It's divine. Fong Yuan, what do you think of my plans for the future of myself and my cousin? After saying these words, Dian's gaze was filled with anticipation as she looked toward Fong Yuan. The hope of being recognized by Fong Yuan flickered in the depths of the bright pupils. Fong Yuan certainly wouldn't be less excited about Dien. I am very envious of Ms. D's life plan and can only say that it is great to be young. If I were younger, I'd probably take a page from Miss D's book, and also to find an undisturbed piece of paradise. Thank you for understanding. Fong Yuan, you're really a good person. I misunderstood you before. Dian's eyes were red and greatly moved, and her love value had become -98. Fong Yuan waved his hand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The world has misunderstood me for 500 years. That's not how I got through it. But even if our souls resonate on some level, but I'll be fair. Okay? You say it. Dien nodded her head like a chicken cutting rice, looking very well behaved. No matter how well Miss D thinks, it's still a one-sided long-cherished wish. You seem to have forgotten to consider your cousin. My cousin? Dien was quite startled. Fong Yuan said in a deep voice, yes, Miss Ji is just like you. She is also a flesh and blood person. She has a mind of her own, too, and should not live for you alone in your long-cherished dream. After hearing these words, Dien fell into silence. She began to think about the little things that had happened to her in the past with her cousin. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, multiplied his words. You may wish to remember what you were. Do you remember the first time you had a crush on your cousin and the innocence of the smile she wore on her face back then? But after you've broken the ice between the two of you, was it surprise or timidity or confusion that showed on her face? What I don't seem to remember. Dien lowered her eyes and shook her head. In fact, she remembers it well. Cousin was so frightened that night that she fled Pantai Dock in a panic. Fong Yuan smiled and comforted. Good thing too. Memories are the root of pain. You're lucky to not remember. Fong Yuan. Dien raised her head. She said with red eyes. What do you think I should do to get my cousin back? Fong Yuan handed over a flawless white handkerchief. Want one? Dien shook her head as she pulled a pink silk scarf from her waist. Seeing this, Fong Yuan put away his handkerchief and continued. Love runs both ways, as if it were a slap in the face. You're not getting the love you deserve for your cousin, so you should just calm down and do what's right for her, instead of being cocooned in your own world. For her sake? Dien was a bit plausible. She felt that she had captured the key to something. Yes, you can accept the world's prejudice against you, but she can't, and that's the point. If you could just remove the barriers that separate the two of you, and naturally, she came back to you obediently. Hey, really? Dien couldn't help but giggle. The phrase be good and come back to your arms made Dien almost forget her last name. When Dien woke up, she hurriedly wiped the saliva at the corner of her mouth with a silk scarf sincerely. I also asked brother Fong Yuan to help me. Meanwhile, love, -95. Oh swallow. Have you ever heard of a medium? The witty Fong Yuan, too, changed his name in obedience. Medium? Dien furrowed her willow brows and shook her head, expressing her lack of understanding. Fong Yuan explained. A medium is an intermediary carrier of material continuity. It's like in the art of the 5 elements. Water begets wood. Saying that, a ghostly blue crystal emerged from Fong Yuan's fingertips. Then it instantly turned back into the green and green spirit breath. It's time to give the female brat a little shock. Fong Yuan knew inwardly that if he wanted to completely tame Dien, this female brat, in addition to linger as a sage, she also needed to do a suspected job of crushing her in terms of natural talent. And Dien looked at the scene in shock. The water spirit technique. The wood spirit technique. Wasn't it said that Fong Yuan couldn't even perform the art of 5 elements? It is important to realize that cultivators who wish to perform the corresponding 5 elements of the art of one must have a spiritual root with equivalent attributes in their body for this to work. That is, Fong Yuan unexpectedly possessed both a water spirit root and a wood spirit root, but in the next breath, Dien was already covering her cherry lips in shock, accompanied by Fong Yuan. Wood begets fire. Fire begets earth. The fall of the reddish flames and the yellowish-brown mud base emerged from his fingertips again. Brother Fong Yuan, could it be that you possess a complete 5-elemental spiritual root? Dien finally couldn't help but exclaim. Fong Yuan nodded without moving. Although he didn't have a golden spirit root yet, with Dien, he did. Dien's beautiful star-like eyes twinkled. So powerful. So it turns out that Brother Fong Yuan has been hiding something deep. It turns out that the world has such a big prejudice against Brother Fong Yuan as well. Fong Yuan smiled faintly. It's just a bit of frost. That doesn't matter. The important thing is that just as the 5 elements of the art of phasing need my fingertips to be the medium of conduction, the same similar medium is needed to conduct you and your cousin in eternal fellowship. And that medium who can conduct your love for you is me. Chapter 39, A Moment of Springtime. Dien listened. She felt greatly shaken, but felt that what Fong Yuan had said made perfect sense. Gradually, Dien's face began to become cloudy. After a long time, she looked up as if she had made some sort of determination. Brother Fong Yuan, can you give me some time? I need to think about it seriously. Fong Yuan inwardly cried out in pity, but on his lips, he laughed. Of course, but there may not be much time left for me, so I'll also consider whether I decide to help you. Dien instantly became nervous. Why? Could it be that Brother Fong Yuan has other things to do? Fong Yuan nodded. Then he turned around and looked at the bottom of Yuntai Mountain. You know, my days are numbered. I promised your sister-in-law and the others that I would wait until after I helped the Luo family to overturn the case. I will then take them to see the world outside of Yu Dynasty. Dien was slightly lost in thought. I know. I'll be on the day that father leaves for Lanling City. Give Brother Fong Yuan an answer. Well, if you decide, then I will consider making the Leaving Fire sect the first stop on the rest of my journey. Thank you, Brother Fong Yuan. You're a good man. I apologize for having said that nasty thing to you before. With that, Dien bowed deeply. Fong Yuan smiled indifferently. It's okay. I've actually always thought that white boy was a nice compliment. After all, only ugly-looking people are jealous of me. Brother has such a good heart. Dien's beautiful eyes rippled. She was somewhat captivated by Fong Yuan's personality. Unfortunately, Brother Fong Yuan is a guy. Ugh. It would be so nice if my brother was a girl. If my brother understands me so well, then even if I were to abandon my cousin and move away from her, there's no excuse for that, either. Dien thought so, but then he heard Fong Yuan say, Yanzi, it's getting late. I should take your sister-in-law and the girls down the mountain. Dien retained. Can't Brother Fong Yuan stay at the D mansion temporarily? I haven't entertained you and your sisters-in-law properly yet. No. Fong Yuan shook his head. A few of them are used to the hustle and bustle. The Cloud Terrace dock is a bit colder, so I'm afraid I won't be able to live there. Okay. Dien was rather regretful. Then if Brother Fong Yuan encounters any trouble that he can't solve, just mention my father's name. His old man still has a few thin spots in the unseen city. Oh, well, goodbye oh little swallow. Fong Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave. Wagon. Luo Bing simply couldn't help the curiosity in her heart. Husband, the D family's eldest miss wouldn't have fallen for you, would she? I observed her gazing affectionately at your departure, and like a watchful stone she could not for a long time leave the spot. Fong Yuan didn't hide it. She just begged me, saying that she liked someone, but I don't know how to unfold with the other side. Ji Ling had already woken up. She lightly bit the corner of her lips and glanced at Fong Yuan breathlessly. Luo Bing, on the other hand, was skeptical with a twinkle in her eye. Then why would she beg for husband? It's not possible that that person is husband, is it? Fong Yuan lightly pinched a handful of Luo Bing's cheeks. Don't make any wild guesses. Oh, but if I really marry her, she is having to call you sister yet. Hee hee. Loban spat out her little tongue in embarrassment. She didn't realize that her little thought of wanting to be a sister had been guessed by her husband all of a sudden yet. When Fang Yuan and his sister finished laughing and joking, Luo Ning suddenly spoke. Husband, tonight seems to be a good night. Fang Yuan said with a straight face, well, it's also good. A good time should be matched with a beautiful view. Let's go see the lanterns. I've heard that the night market in the uncharted city is very lively. Husband, June. Luo Ning trailed off rather grudgingly. How could she not know that her husband was deliberately teasing her? And Jin Lian, who was massaging Ji Ling to revitalize her blood, was somewhat tolerant. So Sister Nger is pining for spring. Sister Lianer, I don't have miles. Luo Ning's face instantly turned bright red. She had to secretly transmit her voice to her sister. Binger, you must take down your husband tonight. Ha? Me? Luo Bing was dumbfounded. What was the point of pulling it on her properly? Although Fang Yuan didn't promise on his lips, when it really came to the evening, he still took advantage of the time when he was strolling around the night market of Weiyang City with a few women, and quietly controlled the puppeteers he had created to briefly decorate the rooms of the inn. Waiting to return to the inn, when Luo Ning and Luo Bing saw that the room was plastered with big red Chinese characters of happiness, the two women were suddenly excited and jumped into Fang Yuan's arms, crying out. Fang Yuan laughed. Originally, I wanted to give Ninger and Binger a grand celebration, but you two keep pushing. To be able to do this, my sister and I are already satisfied. Luo Ning said with tearful eyes. He. Congratulations to both sisters for getting what they wanted. Jin Lian pushed Ji Ling, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and walked in with a smile. The tear-stained Luo Ning hurriedly kneeled down and saluted at Golden Lotus and Ji Ling. Ninger has met Sister Lianer, and Sister Linger. Tonight my sister and I are considered to have truly become Fang family women from Luo family women. And Luo Bing, who was on the side, knelt down understandingly while her sister was speaking. Jin Lian hurriedly picked up the two girls. The two sisters quickly get up. Our old Fang family does not have so many rules. It's not a good idea. After, Golden Lotus took out 2 more pairs of jade bracelets from her arms and placed them on Luo Ning and Luo Bing's hands respectively. This is a wedding gift from Sister Linger and I to the two of you. A small token of appreciation. Don't mind if I do. Sister Lianer is joking. We will definitely treasure such a valuable thing by all means. He. Well, springtime's worth $1,000. Then we won't disturb the two sisters and husband to cave in. Oh. After Jin Lian said that, she made a face to Fang Yuan again, and she pushed Ji Ling to leave. Husband, then we, Luo Ning and Luo Bing, with faces like evening sunsets, were, shyly, she looked at Fang Yuan. There's no rush. In fact, I've even prepared a phoenix cape for the two of you. Fang Yuan would not let the two women's wedding night be filled with regrets. Even if they push for it before anything else, there's still a process that needs to be in place. Along with the two women whose hearts were in the same place, they fell asleep together. Their love for each other has changed by leaps and bounds. Target, Luo Ning. Love, 50. Bonus, can add 1 year of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Target can be extracted repeatedly. Target, Luo Bing. Love, 50. Bonus, can add 1 year of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Target can be extracted repeatedly. Fang Yuan chose to extract. That said, the cooldown for extracting the Golden Lotus and Ji Ling from the last time seems to be just shy of the last quarter of an hour. By the time the sub-hour comes, it seems to be able to be extracted again, and there seems to be an unfulfilled wish of his own that he has not yet done. Think about it. Fang Yuan then quietly left this room and then pushed open the door of the room where Jin Lian and Ji Ling were. Previously, the whole of this floor of the inn had been laid down by him with earth spirit prohibitions, so the two women didn't insert the latch. Darkness. Golden Lotus had long since fallen into a deep sleep as usual, and Ji Ling hasn't yet. Perhaps it was because Ji Ling had slept in Pantai Dock in the afternoon. At the moment, under the pale starlight, she was gazing at Fang Yuan with gleaming eyes. Chapter 40, It's Good to Be Young. The moment. The darkened room. Although Ji Ling did not speak, her gaze seemed to ask, "What's the husband doing here?" Fang Yuan looked a little guilty. In fact, I've come to apologize to Linger, and even if Ninger and Binger's ceremony had been more than simple, but there have been rituals. We're the only ones who don't have a formal process, and I was rude that night. At first, Fang Yuan only wanted to brush values on Ji Ling, so he didn't consider it that carefully. Plus, he had deliberately knocked down the elixir at that time in order to display it in front of Ji Ling. It could be said that Fang Yuan at that time was completely controlled by desire. So in the evening, while decorating the wedding room for Ninger Binger and the girls, Fang Yuan's heart was always filled with guilt towards Ji Ling, And the reason why he hadn't mentioned it earlier was because he didn't want to spoil Ninger and Binger's fun. Ji Ling, however, shook her head. She smiled indifferently, as if to say it was okay. No, it's related. No matter what Spirit's heart thinks. At least I have a guilty conscience. Fang Yuan caressed the side of Ji Ling's face and whispered. I promise Linger that when you are cured of your injuries and dark diseases in the future, I will definitely bring you back to the Yu dynasty and hold a grand wedding ceremony in the presence of all those who know us. Okay? Ji Ling nodded with tears of joy. There is no girl who doesn't want to have a flawless wedding. She also wanted to tell the world that her Ji Ling's husband was born handsome, and that her husband was a good match for her. Without realizing it, Ji Ling thought of many beautiful images. She finally couldn't help but pour it out. Though it's just the same character moaning that. However, Fang Yuan still clearly captured what Ji Ling was trying to express through her love value that had suddenly skyrocketed by 20 points. Husband, I love you. At this moment, Ji Ling's love value reached a whole new level. Target, Ji Ling, love, 70. Bonus, it can increase the host's lifespan by 5 years. Is it extracted? Cooled. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned as he looked at the words. He thought that 70 points of words could increase his longevity by more than 10 years. After all, before, the Golden Lotus was able to increase his lifespan by 3 years at 60 points, and after it skyrocketed to its peak it was a horrifying 100 years. It was just that he didn't expect that the longevity addition didn't seem to show a curve-shaped growth trend like he thought it would. But it doesn't matter. As long as one possessed the Golden Lotus, longevity was a string of worthless numbers to Fang Yuan. After selecting the bonus extractions for Ji Ling and Golden Lotus respectively, with a searing warmth coursing through all the limbs, Fang Yuan felt that his chi and blood had finally completely recovered to the state of being able to piss 3 feet against the wind when he was young. He turned his head slightly sideways and looked into the brass mirror on the dresser next to the couch. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, B class 99%. Upper grade water spirit root. Middle grade wood spirit root. Middle grade earth spirit root. Middle grade fire spirit root, 2/3. Longevity, 119 years. Cultivation, early Jiadan stage. 100 years of longevity allowed Fang Yuan to truly feel the vigor of youth from the inside out. Even though he had just calmed the 2 low sisters down, but he still felt like he had an inexhaustible amount of energy flowing through him. Spirit. Fang Yuan looked at Ji Ling with a burning gaze. From Fang Yuan's cannibalistic gaze, Ji was frightened. She shook her head in shame and panic, and beamed at the sleeping Golden Lotus. The signal that your sister is still there. But what Fang Yuan was after was a thrill. Darkness. He skillfully undid the ribbon on Ji Ling's robe with one hand. And so it was. Golden Lotus after waking up from her sleep in a daze. It's hard to escape that. Too. Have to say. A young body is good. From the night we returned to the inn on the 27th day of the Lunar New Year until the 3rd day of the New Year, Fang Yuan hardly ever left the bed. This also caused Jinlian and the other women to gradually turn from their initial desire to meet and greet each other into bitterness. And, of course, they inwardly blamed themselves a little more for their inability to satisfy their husbands. Unbeknownst to him, this was the true purpose of Fang Yuan's efforts to solidify his foundation. The 4th day of the year, Dien's visit also made the 4 Golden Lotus girls secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the gap between Fang Yuan and Dien chatting downstairs, Jinlian proposed to her 3 sisters, I'm going to purchase a couple of housemaids in the people's market. What do the sisters think? Luo Ning and Luo Bing's eyes lit up as they exulted. It's still Sister Lianer who is considerate. Ji Ling was the only one who didn't show anything, because the word maid reminded her once again of those bad pasts, and Jinlian was an afterthought as she hurriedly held Ji Ling's hand and apologized. I'm sorry, oh Sister Linger. Sister will never mention this again. What's wrong with Sister Linger? Luo Bing's heart was straight as she asked curiously. It's really nothing. Jinlian didn't want to expose Ji Ling's scars again. However, Ji Ling was shaking her head, signaling that it was fine. There had to be an explanation for the 2 Njek sisters. We are not all sisters to each other, but we are better than sisters. After all, the 4 of them had long been acquainted with you and me under the unashamed nonsense of the husband these days. The 4 even secretly made a ranking of the models of their respective warming babies. So it was that Jinlian went into detail about Huang Tsuetsue's repeated crimes. After hearing this, Luo Ning and Luo Bing were both filled with righteous indignation. Exasperation added to the pain in his already vaguely aching chest. Luo Ning said indignantly, knowing people's faces is not knowing their hearts. Sure enough, nothing in this world is worse than the human heart. And Luo Bing suggested, looks like we'll just have to find some nice young ladies. Actually, I think Miss D is just fine. As a matter of fact, Luo Bing, who had been used to being a younger sister since she was young, had not wanted to hear someone else personally call out to her as a sister, as early as when she had left Pantai Dock earlier. she had hit on Dien. Ji Ling, however, laughed. Fate can be met, but not sought. Sister Binger must not talk nonsense in front of her husband. Oh, hearing this, Ji Ling couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't want her cousin added to the mix. If that day really comes, with husband's unashamed piss-taking nature, definitely stacking my cousin right up as a drawing board for myself when I'm writing with a bamboo brush. That's such a beautiful picture. I feel a little blush just thinking about it. The private room on the second floor of the inn. Dien opened the door. Brother Fong Yuan, I came today mainly for two things. First, my father asked me to tell you all to gather at the south gate of Weiyang City early in the morning of the day after tomorrow. We all traveled together to Lanling on the unique Lin horse of our D family. By then, the D family will have 2 linnets ready for brother and sister-in-law in place of your mortal colt that pulls the cart. Lord D has taken the trouble. Fong Yuan raised his hand in thanks. I'm ashamed to say that after coming to Weiyang City, I've been so busy day and night that I haven't had a chance to visit him. Dien smiled. It's fine. Brother Fong Yuan's identity is special, and by all accounts, it's Dad who should be visiting you on behalf of Grandpa, his old man, but it's good that you two don't see each other, so you don't get embarrassed and have nothing to say. Ha ha, indeed. Fong Yuan also had this concern. That's why he had asked Luo Ning to personally meet with Di Gong in the first place. Chapter 41, Killer Robbery. The second thing. Speaking of this matter, Dian's watery little face would inevitably float up in a blush. I consent to Brother Square Edge being the medium of the emotional bond between my cousin and me, but Brother Fong Yuan has to let me see my cousin once first. If by that time my cousin does not also reject the complexity of the relationship between the three of us, then I will absolutely cooperate with Brother Fong Yuan. Even if you sleep between me and my cousin, I can still bite the bullet and accept it. In response to Dian's amazing and wonderful words, Fong Yuan's expression always showed no joy or sorrow. Swallow. There's actually no need for you to take me too seriously. Truth be told, my presence is the equivalent of a futon that would completely cover your bodies, essentially so that you won't feel any shame in front of outsiders. He. What Fong Yuan brother said really makes you feel blush. Dien covered her cheeks in embarrassment. The shy look finally had a hint of the coquettishness a girl should have. Fong Yuan had wanted to take advantage of the situation and see if he could trick a first kiss for a taste, and yet, immediately realized, until Ji Ling shows up, the medium matter is not completely on track. It must not be rushed. Thus, Fong Yuan hurriedly changed the topic. Lest Dien suddenly asked for details about Ji Ling again. Swallow, when the injustice of the Luo family has been settled, I will go to the Li Fire sect first to contact Miss Ji Ling. When will you leave for the Li Fire sect? Only after Dien calmed her shameful heart did she explain. Brother Fong Yuan, in fact, I am now an inner disciple of the Li Fire sect, but I chose to go home to visit my family a year ago, and if nothing else, the unexpected. When the time comes, we can also pair up and head to the Departing Flame sect together. Good. Fong Yuan nodded and thought secretly. When the time came to pair up with Dien on the way to the Departing Fire sect, he could slowly reveal Ji Ling's encounter to the latter. Sure, the matter also needs a sufficient buffer. After all, Dien wasn't like Fong Yuan. He possessed the Great Love Unlimited system, so he wouldn't mind Ji Ling at all. There's even a bit of a lovey-dovey hunt for Kirito after you get used to it. After chatting for a while longer, Dien looked at the sky that was about to reach almost noon. Brother Fong Yuan, it's a deal then. The day after tomorrow I'll follow father and you to Lanling, and when the case management is over, we'll head straight to the Leaving Fire sect. Fong Yuan hesitated for a moment. No problem, but when your father is present the day after tomorrow, perhaps you can call us seniors. Upon hearing this, Dien couldn't help but laugh. Brother Fong Yuan, don't worry. I definitely won't mess up my seniority if I have my father beside me. The time wobbles. It was already 2 days later in the early morning. Weiyang City, South Gate. Di Gong was old and his hair was as white as snow, but his face looked kind. Upon seeing the young Fong Yuan, Di Gong was first stunned. Then he welcomed him with a smile. Mr. D has met Elder Fong. Some days ago, Mr. D was thinking of having a chance to pay a special visit to you. I didn't realize how busy I was before and after the year. Fong Yuan laughed. Oh, it's always like this at New Year's. Speaking of which, I still want to find a chance to go to the D mansion to thank you for your assistance to my inner circle, and I haven't had a chance to do so because I've been so busy. Elder Fong is polite. Don't say that there's a friendship between you and that child Linger. Even without this relationship, Mr. D will still do his best. Spirit? In the carriage, the three women, Ji Ling, Luo Ning, and Luo Bing, who heard the keyword, looked at Ji Ling at the same time. The eyes all showed different colors. Could it be that Sister Linger, younger sister, is still really Dian's cousin? Kirito blinked and lip-synced. Shoo, obviously. She knew that Dien was also outside, so she didn't want to expose her presence too early. Actually, Ji Ling, besides being very repulsed in herself by this sinful affair of Dian's adoration of her, was very much afraid that she was afraid of catching a hint of the possibility of dislike in her cousin's eyes. This was also when the carriage was lifted off the curtain by Dien at Yuntaewu. The real reason Ji Ling chose to pretend to sleep with her eyes closed. Ji Ling didn't think Dien could recognize her from a pair of eyes alone, but she dreaded that she would see something that would make her feel mournful. I understand you very well, and I know that the Dietrichs are not short of money, so a little gift is no honor. Consider it an indemnity for the fact that I just couldn't find the time to travel to the D mansion some time ago. Oh, Elder Fong is joking. Just a little favor. There's no need for a thank you gift. Ah, this is a high-level water spirit talisman that can withstand the full force of a Foundation establishment strike. Elder Fong, you're too kind. Dee was so shocked that he was a little incoherent. Although he had a special grade water spirit talisman made by his old man on him, but who can have too many cards that can save their life? Especially in this secular world. Jiedan powerhouses are rare, so high-level water spirit talismans are the hard currency. In a sense, even at a price. After all, high-level water spirit talismans could only be refined by cultivators above the Jiedan realm. But who among the Jiedan cultivators would expend their souls and essence blood to refine such a low-rank life-preserving talisman? Speaking up, the reason why Fong Yuan had expended his essence, blood and soul to refine this item in the first place, or was it for the purpose of exchanging it from someone else for an earth-grade spirit-gathering stone? But now, Fong Yuan's intention to go had been decided. Since we're going to the cultivation world where the aura is vast, then this object seems to have no other use than to be left as a toy for a few girls. It would be better to give the extra ones to Di Gong, or to pay off the favor for Ninger. I also hope that Di Gong can quickly help my inner man clear his name of wrongdoing. Di Gong put away the spirit talisman and then respectfully said, please don't worry, Elder Fong, even without this spirit talisman, being clear-eyed is still something that the late generation should do. To be able to obtain so many life-preserving spirit talismans, then Fong Yuan was completely his nobleman. You know, his old man was a cultivator of the Jiedan Grand Circle realm. It was only that he had only been given a special grade water spirit talisman to refine. Of course, it's not that Papa Dix is heartless. Rather, the old man had put more energy into his own granddaughter. Dien. Fong Yuan smiled faintly. Then let's get going. Lanling City is located in the south of the Yu Dynasty, while Weiyang City is located in the northeast of the Yu Dynasty. The distance between the two was roughly 3 times the distance from Yao City to Weiyang City. However, because the car of the people on this trip is a Lin horse raised by Dee's family with spiritual herbs, so the hourly speed is very fast, more than 20 times that of an ordinary mortal horse, and can be said to be at least 3,000 miles a day. Fong Yuan made a simple estimate. If we keep running at this rate, maybe only 2.5 days, the crowd will be able to reach Lanling City. But plans often fail to catch up with change. When the crowd was more than halfway across the road, suddenly the official road was stopped by a masked cultivator with a perfect foundation establishment. I am Di Qing Tian of Yuntai Dock, and I would like to ask the strong man for a favor. The masked cultivator ignored Di Gong and instead coldly said to the carriage behind him, where is Fong Yuan? I have been entrusted with your life and have come to take it. Husband. The women became tense at once. Fong Yuan shook his head with a bland expression and gave the women a reassuring smile. On the other side of the carriage, Dien had already lifted the curtain and chortled. Where did the little foundation establishment thief come from? How dare you block Auntie's way? Get lost if you don't want to die. Otherwise, this special grade golden spirit talisman in my hand is not something to be messed with. Chapter 42, Immortals of the Mundane World. If an extraordinary water spirit talisman could withstand the full force of a Jiedan powerhouse, then the combined power of an extraordinary gold spirit talisman would be equivalent to a normal strike from a Jiedan powerhouse. This power was not enough to kill a Foundation establishment perfection, but it was enough to cause it to be seriously injured. But the masked assassin dared to openly intercept and kill Fong Yuan in front of the Di family in Pantaiwu. Naturally, they are well prepared. In the meantime, Fong Yuan also walked out from the carriage. He scrutinized the masked assassin and said indifferently, Ji Xian sent you, didn't he? You're Fong Yuan? The masked killer immediately froze in place, and there was a flicker of imperceptible timidity in his eyes. He had chased Fong Yuan through the essence blood provided by his employer. It's just that the intelligence doesn't seem to match the reality. In the employer's portrait, Fong Yuan was old and half-dead. As for the Fong Yuan in front of him, although he had crane hair, he was full of blood and had an extraordinary appearance. At first glance, it's not an idle one. If the man in front of me is really Fong Yuan, that meant that there was a great possibility that he had broken through the Jiedan to become a Yuaning old monster. Thinking of this, the masked killer actually chose to vanish directly. Run? Run away. Fong Yuan sneered. Then his hands condensed palm seals to catalyze the earth spirit technique. A single thought was to gather the hundreds of meters around this place into a hemispherical earth and stone barrier. The masked killer was also determined. Seeing that his backway was blocked, he even directly activated several high-level wood spirit talismans, intended to break through the earth spirit barrier blockade. In the blink of an eye, under the corrosive influence of the wood spirit spell, the earth spirit barrier then appeared cracks like ice flowers. Seeing this, the masked killer was overjoyed and hurriedly swung his fist to invoke the fire spirit root in his body, wanting to completely break the blockade of the earth spirit barrier with a single blow. I don't know. Square Edge, who could see the attributes of his opponent's words, was catfighting from the start, when the masked assassin struck through a small ledge through his own fire spirit root. However, he did not know that Fong Yuan had accumulated another thick layer of water spirit escape on the outside of the earth spirit barrier. Boom! When the extremely dazzling crimson flame seedlings encountered the sky-covering ghostly blue crystals, the masked cultivator didn't even have time to scream miserably before his soul consciousness was instantly destroyed by the water spirit technique. And the process may seem tedious and long, but it's just a flash of lightning. Before Di Gong and Dien could even see what was happening, the battle was over. Brother Fong Yuan, Elder, is he already dead? Dien, dressed in red like a fire elf, rushed to Fong Yuan with a face of adoration, and Digong rolled over and dismounted. He respectfully said, Elder Fong is truly an immortal of the mortal world. Mortal immortal. It was considered to be the world's highest evaluation of a Jidan powerhouse. Although Fong Yuan had only shown his hand, Di Gong could sense that the Fong Yuan was by no means a normal Jidan cultivator with normal combat power. Even his old man, when he fought against his enemies at the early stage of Jidan back then, it was impossible for any of them to run the 5 elemental techniques so smoothly, and it was as if Fong Yuan could predict what the other party wanted to do. As the 5 elemental techniques were layered on top of each other, the rings are intertwined so that the opponent loses the ability to act without even having a chance to catch his breath. Therefore, in Di Gong's opinion, although Fong Yuan's cultivation level was only at the early stage of Jiadan, however, it was definitely the strongest and most terrifying one in this realm, enough to deserve the reputation of a mortal world immortal. Fong Yuan's face revealed an abnormal blush, but the corners of his mouth were lightly smiling. Di Gong fallaciously praised. A little bit of small means only, not enough to mention. Besides, I merely have 500 years more combat experience than anyone else. As a matter of fact, although Fong Yuan had 500 years of life experience, with Bai Miao Miao covering him, there hasn't been a single battle fought at all. At that time, Fong Yuan knew that he was not as skilled as others, and he could not even perform the 5 elemental techniques, and how could he possibly go to a duel? He wasn't a masochist. But, although Fong Yuan had never fought, he had seen a lot of bloody scenes, and in 500 years, he had witnessed too many life and death duels in the Leaving Fire sect, and that, too, is an accumulation of combat experience. Plus, Fong Yuan possessed the wisdom eye that was able to see through the attributes of other people's words, like that masked killer just now. Fong Yuan, knowing that he was a mid-grade fire spirit root cultivator, could completely disguise the water spirit technique by arranging it in advance after the earth spirit barrier, just waiting for the other guy to come over and throw himself in the ring. It could be said that before leaving the Leaving Fire sect, in his mind, Fong Yuan had long fantasized countless times about the images of the operation of the various 5 elemental techniques that were perfectly connected and articulated as well as countercurrent. Especially as a young man, he had envisioned, more than once, that if the 5 elemental spiritual roots suddenly appeared in his body one day, then he would definitely mirror those heavenly battle images in his mind. And just now, Fong Yuan really did it. He fulfilled his dream at the age of 29 in the year 529. That's why his face was revealing an unnatural blush. For it was still the blood running through and rushing with excitement. Pity. Fong Yuan was only excited for a moment, then quickly returned to his calmness. The man of today is long gone from his youth. It's as if a child would fantasize as a child about how nice it would be to buy all the paper kites, but as the child grows up, he has the ability to buy all the paper kites, but he loses the carefree childlike fun of his childhood. The same is true of the Square Edge. Nowadays, he's not excited about running the water and earth arts in a comfortable manner. Rather, he was excited that he was really no longer the same trash who didn't even dare to answer the battle at the late stage of Foundation establishment. In the meantime, the guards of the D mansion had unmasked the masked assassin. After a bit of exploring, they scoped out the killer. Master, Elder Fong, this person is a gold medal killer in the human world. The human world? Di Gong's expression was slightly stunned, and he seemed a bit incredulous. Fong Yuan asked. Is there anything wrong? He had left Qingmao Mountain a long time ago with Bai Miao Miao following the elders of the leaving fire sect, so there is no understanding of what the human world represents in the mundane world. There is indeed something not quite normal. Di Gong analyzed. The human world is the largest and strongest assassin organization in the mortal world, and the dynasties seem to have defaulted to its existence. But the human world has always acted in a sinister and venomous manner, and as long as they can kill their targets, they'll do anything, even if the man they killed was just an ordinary mortal. These heartless killers would also go all out and would never give their opponents a chance to catch their breath. So, if this man is really a gold medal killer in the human world, he definitely won't choose to stop us at the official road, but will wait for an opportunity to move only when you are mentally exhausted. Elder Fong. After Fong Yuan pondered a little, he asked, aren't there any special circumstances? For example, employers don't let killers hurt innocents. Di Gong mused. There will be, but the price will probably need to be calculated separately. It's just that Di thinks that since the other side wants to kill you, and why go to the expense of not letting the killer hurt the innocent? Forget it. Let's just interrogate them later. As long as he doesn't choose to cut off his spiritual roots and sinews to cut off his own life, Mr. D has plenty of ways to make him talk. Chapter 43, Dislike of Killing. On means, Digong is still tender, or that he simply uses the same tricks he used to use to extract confessions from ordinary people. It was impossible to pry the masked killer's mouth open. When analyzed from this aspect, Dixon began to believe, somewhat, it is highly likely that this person is the gold medal killer in the human world. Until half an hour had passed, Di Gong looked up at the gradually midday sky and had to walk over with a face of shame. He also didn't realize that Fong Yuan had already helped him abolish the killer's spiritual root and shocked the killer's tendons and veins, but he still hadn't been able to interrogate him. Elder Fong, it was Di who failed your letter. Fong Yuan waved his hand and laughed. There is no need to explain. That killer's will is extraordinary. Take me over there. Earlier, after Fong Yuan scrapped the killer, he then chose to return to the carriage to calm a few frightened girls. Dad, I'll go too. It was Dien, who had already mingled with Jinlian Ninger and the others, who shouted with a leap of faith. Di Gong glared at Dien. Don't come. There's nothing to see in the blood. Dien said defiantly. That's nothing. I thought I started killing fish when I was 3 years old. Without batting an eye, it was Fong Yuan who interrupted the quarrel between father and daughter with a smile. Oh, Swallow, stay with your sisters and continue talking for a while. We'll be resuming our journey soon. Dien skimmed her lips and obediently said, fine. Wait a long distance away from the wagon. Di Gong looked more and more ashamed. I, Di, have failed to discipline my daughter. Making Elder Fong laugh. He didn't think that Dien would listen to Fong Yuan earlier because there was something between the two of them that. He only thought it was because his daughter had too much respect as well as some fear for Fong Yuan. So she was a bit obedient. Fong Yuan smiled faintly. Di Gong should not be presumptuous. If Mr. Fong had a daughter at this age, I'm afraid it would be even worse than what you've shown. Ha ha, Di Gong released a big laugh. It was because Fong Yuan's words instantly gave him an empathetic soul resonance. When Fong Yuan arrived in front of the killer, it was found that he had already been tortured by the guards of Di's house in rags and covered in blood. But when the killer actually dared to show a sneering smile on his face after seeing Fong Yuan coming over, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said, he, you still have what means despite making it out. Little master, I can still afford it. Fong Yuan ignored the assassin's provocation and instead looked at the guard and asked, backwoods man, is there a dagger? Yes, elder. The Difu guards hurriedly took down their daggers from their waists and, respectfully, he handed it to Fong Yuan. Posterior, do another favor and strip his pants. Fong Yuan pulled out his dagger and said indifferently, Fong Yuan, what do you want? Killer became instantly unsettled. Nothing, I'll just cut a bull. By the way, geld an egg. Fong Yuan narrated in a clear and breezy manner. He even looked over at Digong and asked with a smile, how about a bet? You say the left side is bigger or the right side is bigger. Where had Digong ever seen such a scene? And while he was still hesitating to make a choice, the killer's mind was broken. Elder Fong, a man can be killed but not humiliated. Please give me a break. I'm willing to give a full account. It's a pity. Fong Yuan sked and shook his head. Quite regrettable said, listen to the imperial physician in the palace said, eat kill make up what? Originally also thought of stewing a soup to drink. Next, the killer didn't dare to keep his mouth shut and gave an honest account of everything. He was indeed a gold medal assassin from the human world, and his employer was none other than the imperial crown prince Ji Ling of the Yu dynasty. The higher-ups of the human world had also made a point of investigating Fong Yuan's details before deciding to take on this business. After learning that Fong Yuan had already had his chi and blood withered, and that his already weak battle power was even less than 1 out of 10, It took the human world to choose to take the deal. And the reason why the assassin did not choose to directly attack and kill Fang Yuan was indeed because he was afraid of hurting the innocent. For Kion has spent a great deal of money, and has stated in this business that all the women around Fang Yuan could die. Only the woman surnamed Luo named Ning could not have any accidents. Ji Ling, Ji Xian. Ha! Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. A clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire, let alone a big living person. The Ji family had provoked Fang Yuan 3 times, completely angering his bottom line. Imagine if Fang Yuan was still as weak as he was more than 20 days ago. And what would he have to defend himself against the fire spirit sharp blade of the gold medalist killer of the world of man? Elder Fang, it's fortunate that no tragedy has resulted, and it's good that the sister-in-laws are all safe and sound. Di Gong doesn't know how to comfort Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Does Di know where the headquarters of the human world are? Di Gong shook his head. There are no fixed strongholds in the human world. And that assassin just now also said that. They all picked up their quests by looking for the imprints that the organization had left behind in the mundane world. However, when I was solving an unsolved case some years ago, I had an encounter with a killer in the human world. At that moment, I had inquired about my old man's affairs in the world of men, and he said, the human world is just a pawn that a certain hidden sect in the cultivation world has laid out in the secular world to use to screen disciples. The hidden clan. Fang Yuan secretly memorized this word hidden world in his heart. The human world is too widely distributed among the dynasties. Since they can't be wiped out in the normal way, then we'll just have to exterminate their source. Fang Yuan is a very vindictive person, and with all the time he had all the energy. Even if this hidden sect is a behemoth comparable to Ling Baogu, he had the audacity to take an oath to dig his ancestral grave. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised his hand and said, well, I'll leave the matter of the Lanling Luo family to Lord Di. Di Gong was stunned and disoriented. Isn't Fang Lao going to Lanling City together? Fang Yuan looked into the distance, his gaze profound. No, some things have to be resolved. Di Gong followed Fang Yuan's line of sight and knew that direction was Yao City. He clenched inwardly and hurriedly said, I hope that when the time comes, Elder Fang will be magnanimous and spare my little sister Di Qingyue's life. Ha ha, Duke Di can rest assured. For Mr. Fang has always disliked killing. Duke Di, who heard this? Then he looked at the gold medal killer of the human world who was not far away from the Cutox Guild and died without resting in peace, and felt a chill that pierced his heart and bones. What? Elder Fang isn't going to Lanling City? Suddenly, Dien felt a little overwhelmed. She had agreed with her father that she would accompany him to Lanling to solve the case. Then it was a direct trip to the leading fire sects. Now that brother Fang Yuan had suddenly stood her up, she didn't even know how to explain it to her father. Suppose she had simply said that she didn't want to go to Lanling City anymore, and that she also wanted to visit Yao City. Then even if Pop's reaction was too foolish, he was afraid that he would be able to tell that there was an unknown adulterous relationship between himself and brother Fang Yuan. Well, not going. Fang Yuan understood what Dien meant. However, he was too embarrassed to invite Dien to accompany him directly in front of Di Gong, so he can only give up for the time being on cultivating a relationship with Dien. When Di Gong has overturned the case by then, he should still come to Yao City to close the case, right? Will do. Di looked so complicated that he didn't even dare to think deeper that, will Yao City still be the imperial capital of the Yu dynasty by then? The Battle of Jiadan was enough to make Yao City a piece of history in the literature of later generations in a flash. That's good. Mr. Fang will be waiting for your father and daughter's triumph in Yao City. Fang Yuan said these words, actually to calm Dian's emotions, and hinted to her that when the time comes, we can set off directly from Yao City to the departing flame sect. Dien understood. She secretly made a face towards Fang Yuan and the little face that had been sullen became frowning again, and Duke Di's eyes were delighted at his words. Elder Fang, then we have a deal. Although Fang Yuan had just cheated the human world killer, it shouldn't be so bad that he would cheat himself, right? Digong thought darkly that the line about waiting for himself and Yenner to triumph. Does it also mean that Fang Yuan does not have the determination to overthrow the Yu dynasty? Under these circumstances, even if Di Gong hated Ji Xian, but neither do they want the innocent people of Yao City to be robbed. Chapter 44, Confession and Brush. On the way back to Yao City, Ji Ling finally stopped pretending to be asleep. Earlier when cousin Dien was in the carriage getting close to sister Lianer and the three of them, she didn't dare to open her eyes at all, and had no choice but to pretend to be asleep. Husband, do you really want to lay hands on your cousin? Ji Ling didn't choose to continue in disguising her identity. When she wrote those words, it also meant that she was ready to have a showdown with Jinlian and the three of them. Fang Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Just as it happens, the person she likes is you. I merely don't want her to go astray and be victimized by outsiders. Humph. Husband, don't try to argue. You are just greedy for your cousin's beauty. Ha ha. Whatever Linger thinks. Why don't you answer my 3 questions first, okay? Well, Ji Ling beamed. And the Golden Lotus and Luo Ning Luo Bing sisters took advantage of this opening and finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in their hearts and asked, Husband, who exactly is Linger's sister, elder sister? Want to tell us about your birth first? Fang Yuan looked at Ji Ling. Ji Ling nodded in agreement. This day had to come sooner or later, and she was convinced that, with the bond between their sisterly, even if Liena and the others knew her identity, they shouldn't ostracize her. Linger is Ji Ling, the second imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty. Fang Yuan briefly introduced Ji Ling. After hearing this, Golden Lotus, Luo Ning, Luo Bing, the 3 women were unable to return to their senses for a long time. It could be said that all 3 of them had had irreconcilable conflicts with members of the Ji clan's royal family between them. Seeing the continued silence of the 3 women, Fang Yuan smiled and pacified them. Well, the Ji family is the Ji family. Linger is Linger, and Linger sleeps with you day and night. Is it possible for you to sulk with her when she doesn't even have a semblance of a private secret in front of you? These words immediately caused the 4 women to blush. Husband is so unashamed of his miles. Fang Yuan argued reasonably. What I said is the truth. There's no telling if you guys know more about her own body structure than Spirit does. Alright, husband, stop talking. Luo Ning finally couldn't hold back and she hurriedly stretched out her delicate and soft little hand to cover Fang Yuan's mouth. But after all this hijinks, the depression that had been more or less piled up in the hearts of the 4 women all became dissipated. What does husband want to ask? Ji Ling's mood became somewhat pleasant. Being able to be honest with her sisters meant that she wouldn't have to be careful with her words in the future. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and asked, First, Dien's character is very strange, right? Ji Ling nodded. Cousins are indeed weird. Normal girls like boys when they're in the throes of love. What kind of girl likes a girl? Fang Yuan continued to ask. Secondly, a girl of her character doesn't say it's very easy to cheat, right? But not without the kind of wariness and distance that a normal teenage girl should have for a man? Ji Ling pondered slightly and nodded again to affirm Fang Yuan's judgment. Thirdly, are you willing to witness your cousin being cheated on by another man? Or would you prefer to see her guarded by your husband? I'll guard? Well, Ji Ling wrote with a beep. Husband's question is so foul. It's as if he's asking me, is your father ugly? Or am I handsome? Ha ha. Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. On the side, Luo Bing analyzed. In fact, I think Sister Dien is not bad. She's good and sweet. Golden Lotus hid a smile and teased. Didn't Binger's sister say she was a little redneck before? Luo Bing's cheeks instantly turned red. At that time, I didn't see that she wasn't happy. It feels as if the little girl seems to be getting along quite well now. But it's nice to have more than one sister. Anyway, husband is this powerful. Luo Ning chimed in with a smile. In the midst of the Fang Yuan family's conversation and laughter, the sky was already dark without realizing it. Late at night, in the inn, when several women had fallen asleep, Fang Yuan quietly woke up Ji Ling. Aha! In the darkness, Ji Ling said in a daze, It's me. I have something I want to talk to Spirit about. As Fang Yuan said that, he picked up Ji Ling and went to the room next door where the candles were lit. Does Spirit know who sent that assassin today? Ji Ling's eyes trembled as she gazed at Fang Yuan in a pitiful manner. In fact, she had guessed it. In the Yu dynasty, the person who would send an assassin to kill a husband would be, by and large, father. It's just that she's been running away from it, because Ji Ling didn't know that either. How should she deal with this irreconcilable conflict between her father and her husband? If she's as qualified as ever, and she looks the same, perhaps father would be furious because of the love affair between her and Fang Yuan, but definitely not to the point of becoming a life and death enemy. But now, she was no longer the second imperial daughter Ji Ling who had been exalted and known to the world as the exiled immortal. As an emperor, he has always valued profit over love, and no one knows that better than Ji Ling. If she were to appear before father in her present ugly state, and if father were to learn that she had already committed herself to Fang Yuan, father would probably not recognize her. It would also completely tear up the possibility of a final détente with Fang Yuan. Seeing that Ji Ling did not respond for a long time, Fang Yuan slowly opened his mouth and added, that assassin came from the world of men, and he said his employer was Kion, but that horrible amount of commission. With Jion's financial resources alone, he can't afford it. After listening to this, Ji Ling contained the bamboo pen and wrote, so it was my father who ordered it in the name of the crown prince's brother, right? Fang Yuan replied. The assassin also said that everyone had to die except for Ninger, husband. Ji Ling spat out the bamboo pen and whimpered. She knew that Fang Yuan's meaning in uttering these words was that he wanted to be immortalized with her father. but father is her father after all. She could not even imagine that after either her husband had killed her father or her father had killed her husband. How dim her world will become. Linger, what do you think I should do? Fang Yuan stared blankly at the dancing candle flame. Such a scene. Ji Ling was looking at it with pain in her heart. She knew that husband would have been if he hadn't been concerned about her presence. Maybe the husband doesn't need to go looking for any digong at all. He's a real Jiedan. He's the law himself. All he has to do is tell father that the Luo family is not guilty. Then father does not even need to conduct an investigation. Will be in order to appease the husband's emotions. Directly send people to Lanling Pei family to execute all 9 clans. Thinking of this, Ji Ling's gaze became resolute as she wrote with a slight sideways glance of her chin biting down on her bamboo pen. With me dead, husband has no more breaks and is naturally invincible. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yuan had already figured out how to perfectly solve the trouble of Ji Xian, and his pretense of loss and helplessness in front of Ji Ling at this moment was merely to coax the young girl's love for. It's just a matter of seeing if you can swipe another perfect value out. So after seeing Ji Ling's budding death wish, Fang Yuan reorganized his words. What's spirit babbling about? I told you, I love you more than I love myself. How could I let you die before me? Besides, Ji Xian's dog's life is nothing compared to my precious Linger. What's more, I've made a promise to Linger that, in the presence of all those who know us, organize a world-renowned wedding for Linger. Although the dog's life wasn't pleasant to listen to, 3 short sentences were already enough to melt Ji Ling's heart even more. Target, Ji Ling, love, 80, bonus, can add 8 years of longevity to the host, on cooldown. Chapter 45, The Empress comes to accompany, request for follow-up reading. The following day at noon, Fang Yuan and his group returned to Yao City, because of the Lin's pony. So this matter soon reached the ears of Emperor Yu Ji Xian. Ji Xian was instantly so angry that he smashed the newly decorated imperial study again. A crowd of eunuchs and guards fell to their knees in fear, not daring to take a breath. For a long time, only after Ji Xian had finished venting did he slowly open his mouth. Go and call that sinner Jiang here. Fang House. Although Fang Yuan and a group of ladies were away during this time of the year. However, Xiao, Wei, and the 2 sisters who stayed in the house still cleaned the house brightly. It's nice to feel at home, or comfortable in your own home. Jinlian had already gone ahead and was lying prettily in a rocking chair in the courtyard, sunbathing, and Luo Bing stood in the middle of the courtyard and called out, Sister Su, later on I want to eat sweet sticky balls. Luo Ning casually mentioned, Sister, I want to eat the golden shrimp balls. Help me report that. Is there anything Sister Leonor wants to eat? I want pine nuts. While the 3 women were bickering, Fang Yuan had already pushed Ji Ling, who was sitting in a wheelchair, back into the house. The wagon could lie down, but ultimately it was not as comfortable as a bed and couch. Fang Yuan gently lifted Ji Ling's body and softly said, Linger, get some rest. I'll call you when the meal is ready. But Ji Ling's mouth bit the lapel on Fang Yuan's chest and refused to let go. It's okay, I'm not aggravated. Ji Ling raised her eyes, her gaze full of moist apologies. Fang Yuan gently wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of Ji Ling's eyes and laughed. Alright, get some sleep. When we leave the Yu dynasty in a few days, stay away from all this right and wrong, and you won't have any worries. Ji Xian arrived faster than Fang Yuan had imagined. He had only just lulled Ji Ling to sleep when Ji Xian brought Jiang to seek the door. Elder Fang, you. When the father and son saw the young Fang Yuan for the first time, they froze in place in unison. And Ji Xian finally realized why Fang Yuan was still able to return to Yao City alive. Reacting to this, Ji Xian slapped Jiang's waist and bent him. You sinful beast, why don't you quickly kneel down and apologize to Elder Fang? Kion didn't dare moan as he kowtowed in pain. Elder Fang, you are an adult with an adult's measure. Please just let the kid go as a fart. Fang Yuan said indifferently. We are all adults. Adults are responsible for the mistakes they make. If apologizing works, then the laws of the Yu dynasty aren't just for show. Ji Xian, who was on the side, hurriedly clasped his hands together and compensated with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Elder Fang, 3,000 extreme spirit stones. Can this matter be turned over? Also, I can make a poisonous oath. In the future, if there is any youngster in the Yu dynasty proper who dares to scheme against Elder Fang, I will execute his 9 clans. Fang Yuan couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. Ji Xian, there are some things that are done, but there is no room for redemption. For example, before he died, the gold medal assassin of the human world told me that Jiang paid 1,500 extreme spirits, and he also said that everyone except Luo Ning must die. As he spoke, Fang Yuan had already walked up to Ji Xian. He raised his hand and patted Ji Xian's face. Also, you guys aren't repenting of your mistakes now. Rather, they know to be afraid. Ji Xian's face was green and red as he said in a hoarse voice. Elder Fong, please give me a chance. In the future, the kid will never dare again. Fong Yuan shook his head. TSK, TSK, this is an admission? I thought you'd let your stupid son be the fall guy. Ji Xian defended. Actually, I didn't know until later, but by that time Kion had already contacted the human world. Fong Yuan snorted. It doesn't matter. Who cares about the process? Talk about it. Why do you insist on targeting my lady? Ji Xian took a deep breath and slowly spat out the truth. Because that girl is the head of the harem of the heavenly mandate of the Great Yu dynasty. Oh, Fong Yuan instantly became interested. Ji Xian took the jade pendant from Ji Yang's hands and continued speaking. This is a piece of spiritual jade from the ancestors' bestowal. Is that even possible? After listening, Fong Yuan shouted towards the several women who were hiding in the compartment to eavesdrop. Ninger, come out for a moment. Some people say that you are a born harem master, so that I can grow up as well. A moment. Luo Ning came out with a red face. But something disappointing happened. The jade pendant did not glow white. Fong Yuan wrapped his arm around Luo Ning's waist and said with a smile, Ji Xian, what is the explanation for this? Ji Xian's face turned blue as he viciously kicked Ji Ang. Sinful animal, didn't you say you would light up? Ji Ang wanted to cry. Father, my son swears that the jade pendant will really light up. It was when I just came in the courtyard that I also saw the jade pendant light up. Could it be that the distance is too far? Fong Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Nger. You go and bring me the jade pendant so I can see it. This statement was made. Ji Xian's father and son's faces instantly became agitated, so close to the contact that the jade pendant must have erupted into a hot white light. It's a treasure left to them by their old ancestors. Unfortunately, it wasn't until Luo Ning took the jade pendant from Ji Xian's palm and watched it repeatedly that it was even handed to Fong Yuan. And throughout the entire process, there were no visions occurring. The story is well made up. But unfortunately Fong doesn't like to listen to it. With that, Fong Yuan was gripping the jade pendant with force, accompanied by an ear-splitting click. This jade was crushed into crystalline jade powder. Watching his ancestral treasure being destroyed, Ji Xian directly exploded with anger. He rebuked angrily, Ji Ang, you damned sinful animal. He had even repeatedly offended Fong Yuan twice for a hooker who couldn't induce spirit jade. Obviously he could have avoided it. Father, have mercy. After Jian felt Ji Xian's terrifying killing intent, he was so frightened that he fled. You father and son don't need to act either. Fong Yuan exposed the hypocritical acting between Ji Xian's father and son. Ji Xian's old face flushed. I'm sorry to make Elder Fong laugh. Since everything is just a misunderstanding, the kid is also willing to make it known to the world that from now on, he will worship Elder Fong as his worldly father, and his children and grandchildren's descendants will be honored. But don't, Mr. Fong can't afford it. Ji Xian carefully said. Then what do you mean? As long as those 3,000 extreme spirits. Fong Yuan waved his hand. No, I said it last time in the Department of Education. Come what may? You and your father like other people's wives. I'll host a banquet at the Ministry of Education. Have Ji Ang's birth mother, your rightful queen, come over and stay with me for a night, and the matter will end there. Elder Fong must not be joking. Ji Xian laughed bitterly. How about this? 5,000 extreme spirits. In the future, I, Ji Xian, will crawl when I see you. Anyway, Ji Xian first promised that the big deal was that he would no longer go out of the palace in the future. Don't get me wrong. I'm serious. Fong Yuan smiled a somewhat harmless smile and he also raised his hand and patted Ji Xian's shoulder. Go back and think about it. Did you decide to go to war with me? Or do you want to clean up your own house and send it to the Ministry of Education to have fun with me? Well, you have 3 days. Your Majesty must think it over. Otherwise many people could have died. Ji Xian gave Fong Yuan a deep look, and then he turned around and left without a word. Seeing Ji Xian disappear beyond the courtyard gate, Fong Yuan let out a faint sneer. A good relationship? Ha! And on the side, Luo Ning also smiled and said, Husband, did I act well just now? Did I resemble my sister's shyness by a few %? Chapter 46, The Empress is very moist, request for follow-up reading. It turns out that this Luo Ning is not the real Luo Ning, but Luo Bing in disguise. That was why she didn't emit any visions when she touched that spiritual jade. And all of this, of course, was designed by Fong Yuan in advance. Earlier, when Fong Yuan learned from the gold medalist assassin in the human world that Luo Ning was the target of Ji Xian, Fong Yuan then recollected Luo Ning's recollection of Ji Ang as a person. Then he caught a crucial detail. Originally, Ji Ang was ready to draw his sword and kill Luo Ning, but just as she was about to close her eyes and resign herself to her fate, a bright light pierced her eyes. Thus, Fong Yuan intended to have Luo Bing pretend to be Luo Ning and come out to confront Ji Xian's father and sons. Only then would Ji Xian, who realized that Luo Ning wasn't a natural destiny, feel remorse. The rest of his life will also be steeped in the agony of chagrin. As for why Fang Yuan offered to have the empress come to her knees, in essence, he still wanted to continue to discuss Ji Xian, with Ji Ling in the middle. Fang Yuan was not in a good position to declare war on Ji Xian first, so he gave Ji Xian a hard time. If Ji Xian chose to go to war, then Fang Yuan would have no more scruples. He had already given Ji Ling a promise once, and this time, he was passively meeting Ji Xian. If Ji Xian chose to sell his wife for glory, then Fang Yuan would naturally want to publicize the matter. With Ji Xian's temperament, perhaps he didn't even need him to do it, and wouldn't even be able to live for a few years before he died of heart depression and blockage. Thus, no matter which Ji Xian chose, it would be a solid deal for Fang Yuan. Husband, what if that dog emperor agrees? Luo Bing asked curiously. Fang Yuan smiled non-committally. Then ice is transformed into the form of a small sea, just as she was last time, and learn well how the mother of a nation serves her men. Fang Yuan did not think that Ji Xian would really send his woman, but if Ji Xian had some bloodlust, he would have destroyed his own dragon robe, just as he did last time in the churchyard. Fight yourself to the death. Pity. Fang Yuan guessed the beginning, but not the end. 2 days later, Ji Xian suddenly announced to the world that he had stripped Ji Ling of his status as crown prince. With immediate effect, he will be sent to the border, and the crown prince will be succeeded by the third prince, Ji Xuan. 3 days later, Ji Xian once again announced to the world that he had resigned from the throne and cut his hair to become a monk. From then on, he returned to the cold mountain monastery, no longer inquiring about worldly grievances. Ji Xian, indeed, took off his dragon robe, but he did not choose to go to war with Fang Yuan. It's a shame. Fang Yuan, who had learned of this news, was quite saddened by a few feelings of disappointment. After all, compared to humiliating Ji Xian, he was more willing to choose to directly obliterate the other party. As to whether Ji Xian was holding back, falsely choosing to go into seclusion, but in reality, he was trying to build up his strength, getting ready for a play on Mojo Middle Age. Fang Yuan all but smiled indifferently. There is also a world of difference between him and Ji Xian today. In the future, he will become more and more powerful, while Ji Xian, even if you go into hiding and meditate, how big a wave can you make? Besides, Fang Yuan wasn't a great benefactor. He decided to take advantage of the fact that before he left the Yu dynasty, one had to go to the cold mountain temple often to pay homage to the Lady of the Sending Sun, and in the meantime console Ji Xian and see if he could send him to meet the Buddha long ago in liberation. It's night. The Department of Corrections, the Empress of the Yu dynasty, who had removed her phoenix crown, under the dumbfounded gaze of the officials who had come to this place to seek pleasure, walked towards the Daisy Pavilion. After the Queen's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, a slightly inebriated officer couldn't help but whisper, "My eyes may be blinking. Why did you see the Empress in the churchyard? Maybe you're looking at it wrong." Another official frowned. Besides, she has long since ceased to be the Empress. The late Emperor left the family, and now the Empress Dowager is the birth mother of the third prince. And she's afraid that she'll have to follow the late Emperor to the Cold Mountain Temple to keep company with the ancient Buddha and the green lamp. Oh, then whatever she is, it's probably a mistake to look at her. Chen has met Lord Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan picked up his wineglass and recklessly surveyed Empress Chen's flavorful and plump body. In response, Empress Chen's face was calm, without joy or sorrow. Not bad for a woman who has seen the world. Fang Yuan was curious. Will the Empress regret it? Obviously only one step away from becoming the Empress Dowager, to enjoy their old age in peace, but because their husbands and sons took a wrong step. Then from the high and mighty Empress fell to a lowly windswept woman. I'm sure your nemesis, the Imperial Gue Fei, is afraid that she'll be laughing out loud in her dreams. No. Empress Chen did not hesitate. Life is like gambling, and Fang Yuan no longer had the heart to listen to Empress Chen's lecture on life there. I won't regret it. No regrets suggests that Queen Chen will not kill herself after tonight. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, the living Empress Chen was the most valuable of all. How else would he go about continuing to humiliate and enrage Ji Xian? Some might say that Square Edge has no bottom line, but don't forget, it was Ji Xian who first raised the killing intent on Fang Yuan and paid it off. Think about it. Fang Yuan waved at Empress Chen. Come and sit down. I'm old and a bit deaf. I can't hear what you're saying. He, Shao Si, who had a beautiful appearance with red lips and white teeth on the side, couldn't help but let out a snicker. Empress Chen glanced at Shao Si. She could tell that this Shao Si was a young girl pretending to be a young girl. I can't say she's the one who broke up her husband's marriage. Luo Ning, you really are a fallen phoenix yourself. Empress Chen smiled bitterly, then slowly walked towards Fang Yuan. The next day, Fong House. Early in the morning, Fong Yuan announced to the girls, "Today is a good day, and I've decided to take you all to the Cold Mountain Temple to worship the gods and seek a son." Yeah, Golden Lotus cheers were the highest. The last time she'd wanted to kneel down and worship the flower goddess to come, but hadn't gotten around to it yet. Then something bad happened. The rest of the few women were also a bit intrigued, including Ji Ling. Even though she was quadriplegic, she still had a heart to be a mother. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to go behind her sisters' backs and steal late-night snacks from time to time that Fong Yuan had treated her to. As for the matter of Ji Xian becoming a monk, Fong Yuan did not tell Ji Ling, so she didn't know her husband's real intention of wanting to go to the Cold Mountain Temple. In fact, in these 5 days, Ji Ling had secretly paid attention to Fong Yuan in secret, but Fong Yuan seemed to stay with the four of them during the day. There was no explicit conflict with Ji. Gradually, Ji Ling began to feel relieved that both her husband and her father could be happy. It's the best possible ending. Out of Yao City, with the D family's Lin horse driving the way, Fong Yuan's family soon arrived at the Cold Mountain Temple. Liener, Ninger, Binger, you three take care of Lingero, the sender is a goddess. I'm not going over there as a big man. Don't worry husband, my sisters and I will take care of Sister Linger. Luo Bing understandably ran over and pushed up Ji Ling's wheelchair. She also secretly made a face to Fong Yuan where Ji Ling couldn't see her. The icy smart girl had witnessed last night how delicate the mother of a nation really was, so she could have guessed that. Husband probably can't wait to go and show off to that green turtle, the dog emperor. Fong Yuan admonished again. Also, don't save those spirit talismans I refined for you. If you come across an ungrateful petty thief, just throw it over there and blow it to dust. Luo Bing giggled. Don't worry, husband. I'd like to see who dares to molest Sister Liener this time. Chapter 47, Buddha fulfills the fate of the faithful. Senior Fong, we meet again. Fong Yuan had just separated from Jinlian and the girls. Before he could search for Ji Xian, he was greeted by the old presiding officer of the Cold Mountain Temple. Fong Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Fellow Taoist Wei came quite quickly. The old host couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face. Elder Fong is joking. Who has the poor monk neglected? And I wouldn't dare to slow down Senior Fong. Upon learning that Fong Yuan had come to Cold Mountain Temple again, the old presiding officer came without stopping, for which, he also specially instructed the monks under the door to temporarily decline the ordinary tourists to enjoy, lest anyone disturb the pleasure of those flowery ladies of Senior Fong. Fong Yuan knew the old host's intention, so he directly opened the door. Where is Ji Xian? The old host sighed. Elder Fong, let's be forgiving. What's more, Fa Xian is already a monk and no longer asks about the affairs of the Red Earth. Fong Yuan sneered. Is fellow Taoist Wei going to bet on my humanity? I've already suffered a loss once. It won't be eaten a second time. Saying that, Fong Yuan was crossing over the old host and walked towards the depths of the temple. With Ji Xian's status, even if he were to vanish into the void, it would be impossible for him to become an ordinary monk. Senior Fong, the poor monk can bet with you on humanity. The old host called out to Fong Yuan. Oh, Fong Yuan turned to look. He looked the old host up and down. For a long time, Fong Yuan only saw 4 words. No desire. He couldn't help but laugh. But I'm not interested in the 6 roots of purity Buddhist technique. The old host was not in a hurry and said, if the poor monk loses, then I will no longer ask about the grudge between you and Fa Xian. And the poor monk will also seal the mountain and hide the temple. And from then on, there will be no more Cold Mountain Temple in the world. Playing so big. Fong Yuan had a rare interest. Then what if Fong loses? If the poor monk wins, please ask Senior Fong to leave the Ji Imperial clan a way out. Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He was exasperated. Worthy of the old bald ass? Really a lineage of treachery. Side by side. You earn. I'm not even halfway substantial. The old host smiled faintly. Senior Fong is truly perceptive. Fong Yuan's face instantly turned grim. Is fellow Taoist Wei provoking Mr. Fong? The old host hurriedly waved his hand in embarrassment. Don't misunderstand. Senior Fong, why don't the poor monk add a condition? Whether you lose or win, the poor monk will send you a heavenly creation. He was so used to pretending to be a saint in front of people that he almost forgot that Fong Yuan was a great killing god. Heavenly creation. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered up. This Yu dynasty, if there was really a creation, that must be the ancient phoenix mound 3,000 meters below Yao City's countryside. So he hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled. Good. Then we'll bet. But at that time, if the creation in fellow Taoist Wei's mouth isn't heavenly, then don't blame Mr. Fong for being unkind and transforming this Cold Mountain Temple of yours into a tilehouse hookah. At those words, the old presiding officer's expression was suddenly aghast. He thought about it again. double-checking that it was correct, and then finally nodded. If that creation doesn't attract Senior Fang's interest, Mr. Wei will give you an account of it. Transform this temple into a smoky, flowery place. Fellow Taoist Wei, nice guts. Fang Yuan smiled and looked deeper into the temple. Then we'll bet on whether Ji Xian will flip out. If he really disappears, I don't think he'll be able to take a shot at me. The old host nodded his head in agreement. But, if Fa Xian is truly cloudy and clear, I still hope that Senior Fang will keep his promise. Don't worry, no one knows more about credibility than I do. Not for long. Led by the old host, Fang Yuan then saw Ji Xian, who was dressed in gray and had cut his hair to become a monk, was sitting cross-legged on a futon knocking on a wooden fish. Seeing Fang Yuan and the two of them approaching, Ji Xian put down his wooden mallet, then slowly got up and, hands together respectfully. Disciple Fa Xian greets the abbot and meets the founder. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He actually felt a trace of peaceful and tranquil Buddha nature in Ji Xian, but it had only been 4 days since they had seen each other. It was impossible for Ji Xian to have undergone such a drastic change. Even an innate Buddhist child with unrivaled Buddhist roots and extraordinary enlightenment could not, in just one night, have. Then the essence of the Dharma was epitomized. Unless Ji Xian had taken a supreme relic left behind by some Buddhist monk. In this situation, before Fang Yuan even started to bet against him, he knew in his heart that he had already lost. Under the influence of that trace of Buddhist aura on Ji Xian's body, he wasn't even a little too proud to say the words "Your queen is moist." Fang Yuan frowned and looked at the old host. Fellow Taoist Wei was so willing to give him a Buddhist relic. Is that a trick? Count on it. The old host admitted it graciously. But if Elder Fang can remove the Buddha nature from Fa Xian's body, then it will be considered a loss for the poor monk. Fang Yuan naturally did not have that kind of means. It is important to know that only after the passing away of a high monk of the Buddhist sect who is transformed into a god or even a Buddha of a higher level of cultivation, it is only then that there is a certain possibility that the shekels will coalesce within the body. In a jiffy, Fang Yuan exhaled a long, turbid breath. Just as well, since he is truly willing to convert to Buddhism, then all grudges are ended. Hear this. A small smile appeared on the old host's face. On the contrary, it was Ji Xian himself, without joy or sorrow, as if he were an outsider. The eyes never rippled. Elder Fang, please lend a hand. Good. Fang Yuan also had many curiosities. This kind of Buddhist treasure. Why would the old presiding officer not eat it himself and instead give it to Ji Xian? Once he was far away from that monastery, Fang Yuan asked about his confusion. The old host smiled faintly. Buddha ferries those with destiny. Fa Xian is already destined to be with Buddha. So, without waiting for the old host to finish his words, Fang Yuan interrupted his pretense. Old bald ass. Speak properly and don't make me smack your big mouth. The old host looked at Fang Yuan with a rather sultry expression and changed his words. That Buddhist relic is indeed suitable for Fa Xian, but not for the poor monk. And the reason why Fa Xian changed from Taoism to Buddhist cultivation is because his days were numbered. What do you mean? Fang Yuan frowned. Based on appearance alone, Ji Xian was in his prime, so how could he not be dying soon? It was created by Ji's Kung Fu. Next, the old host briefly described the pros and cons of the Ji clan's imperial clan technique. It could be said that the choices that the Ji clan and Fang Yuan had once made were completely two extremes. Fang Yuan is exhausting every potential in his body just to pursue longevity. The Ji royal family, on the other hand, squeezed out the second half of their lives in exchange for powerful but short-lived potential. A long time ago, Fa Xian had the idea of abandoning the Tao and practicing Buddhism. It was just that he lacked a spur to break the boat, and Elder Fang's appearance had finally allowed him to make a choice. In a sense, one could even say that Senior Fang was Fa Xian's nobleman, even though at this moment, Fa Xian's 6 pure roots already have the Buddhist roots of extremely high attainments. But deep down in his heart, why wouldn't he have a kind of gratitude for the other senior? Fang Yuan didn't know much about Buddhism, but he felt greatly shaken after hearing it. He couldn't help but twist his head once again to look at Ji Xian in the depths of the temple, and as if Ji Xian had sensed something, he smiled faintly at Fang Yuan with extreme kindness. In that momentary trance, Fang Yuan actually developed a deep sense of guilt inside. He remembered the endless sins he had committed on Empress Chen last night. Chapter 48, Showing Your Face to Settle Old Grudges. Fang Yuan's inner sense of guilt was just like a stone thrown into a small pond that sent up layers and layers of continuous ripples. His entire being was deeply in an endless state of remorse. In a certain moment, he even thought of cutting his hair and shaving his head and converting to Buddhism. Husband, don't you want Lianer anymore? In a trance, a memory from a past time and space suddenly resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It also refloated his heartstrings that had gradually stopped beating. It was the bond of eternal martyrdom of the Golden Lotus that awakened the lost mind of Fang Yuan. Returning to his senses, Fang Yuan's gaze chilled as he backhanded the old host with a slap. Old bald ass. How dare you scheme against your grandfather? The old host covered half of his face and laughed bitterly. Elder Fang has wronged poor monk. Poor monk and elder are the same Jiadan, which could be enough Buddhist karma to influence the mind of senior. It's him. Fang Yuan twisted his head and looked at Ji Xian once again. However, he realized that Ji Xian had sat cross-legged on top of the futon at an unknown time and resumed knocking on the wooden fish. The old host twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "Probably, Fa Xian is related to our Buddha. It is only the Buddha nature within him that can interfere with senior's will." Dread. A trace of imperceptible scorn flashed in the depths of Fang Yuan's gaze. The Buddhists really aren't any good. No wonder the profoundly cultivated Buddha was able to tame even a vicious ancient beast like the six-winged golden cicada, thanks to the indestructible bond of love that exists between the golden lotus babe and herself. Otherwise, in that instant just now, it was highly likely that one's mind would have been lost to the infiltration of that trace of Buddha nature. Think about it. Fang Yuan couldn't help but begin to think of danger and peace. This time, he encountered nothing more than Ji Xian, who had only a trace of Buddha nature in his body. That is, they almost lost themselves. If, in the future, one meets a real Buddhist monk or even a Buddha, I'm afraid that even the Golden Lotus would have a hard time pulling him back from the abyss of 10,000 feet. It seems that it is also necessary to brush up the love values of Linger, Ninger, Binger and their three girls. There's no telling when it might save him at some critical time. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan raised his head. He was about to ask the old host what that great chance was. Then I heard a petulant cry from the distance. "So husband is here." It was shouted by Luo Bing, who wasn't afraid of life at all. "What brings you guys here?" Fang Yuan laughed. When he looked at Golden Lotus, he vaguely caught a light mist of water between her eyes. Could it be that Liena is also? As expected, Luo Bing, a little girl who couldn't hide anything, began to chatter. "We're playing just right." But Sister Liena just now suddenly felt blocked by a knot in her heart and she said she really wanted to return to her husband's side. "So here we are," Jean Lian apologetically explained. "Husband, I'm fine. Maybe I'm just tired but I feel better now." Fang Yuan dotingly rubbed Jean Lian's brain. "That's good. Wait for me for a little while longer. We'll just go home." "Oh, Golden Lotus immediately blushed in shame. It felt like husband was coaxing a child, and she wasn't a child. After Fang Yuan and the old host moved away from the four women, the old host couldn't help but lament. "Oh, Senior Fang is truly a sentimental person. The ladies are also rare and stunning on earth." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Wei is thinking about sex?" Speaking, "I happen to have two old sisters in my house, and I'm worried about finding an underling. Do you want one? Is Elder Fang leaving the Yu dynasty?" The old host ignored Fang Yuan's flirtation as he caught the key from Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan sighed in frustration. "I came to Yu dynasty only to forge my heart in the red dust, and now that I've accomplished all I can, it's time to leave, too." "So it is." The old host became more and more aware of the no wonder Elder Fang has been here in the Yu dynasty for just over 3 months, and every calamity he induces is a matter of life and death for the Yu dynasty. It turns out that you have come to compete with the Ji clan's royal family for chi luck. Invisible brainstorming is the most deadly. Fang Yuan didn't bother to explain. He said faintly, "It doesn't matter if it's in the past. How about telling us what that great creation was? Has Elder Fang ever heard of a Buddhist tale in which the Buddha was once swallowed by a peacock, the son of a phoenix? After breaking his belly, Buddha intended to kill peacock, but was dissuaded by a sky full of Buddhas." Fang Yuan was slightly disoriented. What a strong sense of immediacy that it's an otherworldly Buddhist mother. After listening, Fang Yuan was curious. This story can't be true. The old presiding officer shook his head. "True and true. False and true. The matter of the Buddhas. It's hard to tell. To be honest, looking at this scene, Fang Yuan's palms couldn't help but itch a bit again." Seemingly sensing that the air had suddenly turned cold, the old host hurriedly turned his words around. "Rumor has it that the phoenix's flames can burn up everything in the world, including the phoenix's own flesh, but only the two supreme treasures could not be burned. 1. The most beautiful plume on the peacock. 2. The golden-winged rock hides the piece of reverse scale under its sharp claws, and these two supreme treasures are the supreme divine abilities that the phoenix bestowed upon its own two sons." So, Fang Yuan's insides were devoid of fluctuations. "Elder Fang, please look," said the old host, with a flash of his hand. A flat, black feather appeared at his fingertips. "What is this?" Fang Yuan's brows knitted together. "Peacock plume." The old host smiled faintly. Fang Yuan was happy. "Are you kidding me? Really? Don't punch me in the face." The old host looked slightly embarrassed and then hurriedly ducking out of position he continued to explain. This is one of the only two supreme treasures left by the master to the poor monk, the other being the Buddhist relics. I vaguely remember that before he died, Master repeatedly told the poor monk that Buddha ferries those who have destiny. The most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect is also, now that the Sherry Sun has been given to Fa Shen, the poor monk sees that this peacock plume feather is destined to be with Senior Fong. Fong Yuan sneered. But whenever you make up a story and refer to the Peacock King of Great Light Bodhisattva as the Crow King of Great Darkness Bodhisattva, I believe it. The old host insisted. Truly, monks don't lie. Master had told the poor monk more than once that this was indeed the most beautiful plume on the peacock. It's just that it's so colorful and beautiful. The mortal eye of the common man simply cannot capture it in its truest beauty, which is why it appears flat and pure black. How dare you talk tough? Fong Yuan raised his hand. The move scared the old host so much that he hurriedly covered his head. Unexpectedly, Fong Yuan did not hit him this time, but only took away the black feather in his hand. Then he slipped him another extreme spirit stone. Senior Fong, what are you? The old host looked blankly at Fong Yuan's gradually fading back. Fong Yuan said without looking back, tell Ji Xian on my behalf that it is said that showing one's face eliminates old grudges, and that a smile eliminates enmity. I won't touch the Ji family anymore. Besides, you're not a bad guy. Sorry about the slap. Take the spirit stones and buy some tonic. If you still feel bad after drinking, go to the flower shop in the west side in disguise. Order 2 flower girls named Ruyu and Ruyan for one night's treatment, and you're guaranteed to be cured. The old host was already too lazy to listen to Fong Yuan's banter. He put away the spirit stones with a grim look. The road is long and obstructed, and I also wish you well for the rest of your life. Fong Yuan waved his hand. His shadow, left on the ground, was lengthened by the setting sun, until it's gone. Chapter 49, Restoration of Face. Wagon. Ji Ling chimed in. Husband looks happy. Oh, there is. A faint smile hung at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. Luo Ning rarely teased. People are happy when they are happy. Husband must have some little secret he's hiding from us sisters for miles. There's no such thing as a little secret. The reason Fong Yuan was in a fairly good mood was actually quite simple. The fulfillment of karma is also considered a means of dissolving the knot in the heart. By the way, I'll show you guys something good. Fong Yuan took out the black feather from his storage ring and waved it in front of the women's eyes. Look at the colorful black. Luo Bing bristled. Che, what did I expect? Is this a crow's feather? While Ji Ling and Luo Ning curiously reached out and touched the black feathers. But after determining that it was really a black feather, it became disinterested. Just the unexpected happened. Ji Ling, who was resting on Luo Bing's lap, suddenly let out an excited whimper. Aha! Does Linger want to take a look? Fong Yuan asked with a smile. He saw surprise in Ji Ling's radiant eyes. He then handed her the black feather. The plume curved and inadvertently touched the tip of Ji Ling's nose. Something shocking happened. It was as if ripples were spreading outward where the plume had touched the. A touch of whiteness like milky jade unexpectedly emerged from those ruined features around Ji Ling's nose. Husband, Sister Linger's face. Luo Bing, who was close by, couldn't help but cry out in shock when she realized this scene. This move immediately attracted Ji Ling and Luo Ning, who were sitting across the table, and they also came over, let out an exclamation, and Fong Yuan pinched the black feather. His mind couldn't help but recall the words that the old presiding officer of the Cold Mountain Temple had said earlier. The phoenix's flames can incinerate everything in the world, including the phoenix's own physical body, but only the 2 supreme treasures could not be burned. Fong Yuan's eyes burned as he gazed at the black feather in his hand, his heart surging more and more. This object, indeed, is a heavenly chance. He gently pressed the black feather against Ji Ling's forehead. In the presence of the women, a miracle occurred. Ji Ling's skin that had been burned beyond recognition was like a tidal wave starting at her forehead. It receded around to the neck down, and was replaced by a newborn, delicate, white, icy skin. Wow! Sitting directly across from Ji Ling, Luo Ning, who saw her face clearly, couldn't help but cover her mouth. So Sister Linger is this good looking? Kirito didn't know what was happening to her, but she could feel that the way the sisters looked at her seemed to change, and as Luo Ning's words fell, she looked violently at Fong Yuan. It was only a momentary glance, and she was in tears when she realized all. Waiting to return to the mansion, Fong Yuan then couldn't wait to give Ji Ling a hot bath. On the side, the 3 golden lotus girls were also staring at Ji Ling's marvelous torso with unblinking eyes. This move made Ji Ling look all hot and bothered. The scarlet rhyming color even spread from the delicate face to under the delicate collarbone. As a matter of fact, on the way to Weiyang City, Ji Lian and the girls had taken care of Ji Ling, have bathed her too, but at that time, the fully disfigured Ji Ling didn't have any sense of shame at all. Instead, now that she had regained her looks, She was feeling the long-lost shyness all over again. Hey! Ice went overboard. Fong Yuan, who was gently swabbing Ji Ling's back, couldn't help but pat Luo Bing's little head. Just look. Why do you keep staring inside the tub? He. So Sister Linger is really a divine beast. Aha! Ji Ling whimpered petulantly. Fong Yuan knew she was talking about her husband, so they hastened to evict the three women. Well, you'll have something to read later, so go back to bed, all of you. I'll sleep with Spirit alone tonight. Husband, you're so good. Just add me. Luo Bing shook Fong Yuan's arm and pouted. I want to see a tiger. Fong Yuan was a little embarrassed. After all, Kirito had been reborn, and tonight was the equivalent of her wedding night, and Ji Ling naturally disagreed. Little Luo Bing actually dared to make such an unreasonable and hateful request that made her feel ashamed. Before, she had no choice. Now that she has regained her self-confidence, it is only natural for her to turn over the surf and sing. Just as she was about to open her mouth to whimper, Luo Bing reached out her small hand and covered her mouth. Husband, you can see that Linger's sister not saying anything is a default promise. Oh, since she has promised to, there would be no reason for the husband to refuse, would there? Seeing this, Jinlian hurriedly and wisely covered her chest. Then I won't go either. My heart still hurts, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get away from my husband for half the night. Hearing that both her sister and younger sister were so proactive, Luo Ning could only look at Fong Yuan pitifully. Husband, you know, I'm most afraid of the dark, that's all. Ji Ling became the biggest victim under the three women's curiosity. After tonight, Ji Ling had mourned more than he could bear, because she's kind of completely out of secrets in front of her sisters. The time flashed by and it was already 4 days later. Fong Yuan asked as he held Ji Ling in his arms and pinched the black feather at his fingertips. Spirit can see its color? Ji Ling held the bamboo pen and wrote, it's beautiful, the most beautiful color I've ever seen in my life. Fong Yuan said rather regretfully, it's a pity that we can't cure Linger's sound path and body. It's good to have my face back, at least when you love me. I won't feel inferior anymore. I'm actually still a little uncomfortable with it. It always feels like the warmth of the baby has changed a lot. I should have played with it more before. Alas, what's the point of cherishing it only after it's lost? You pervert. Ji Ling was incomparably humiliated, and she continued to write with her bamboo pen contained in hatred. Husband, lower your head. I'll whisper something from the bottom of my heart. Fong Yuan naturally refused. How could he not know that Ji Ling was trying to bite him? Humph. Husband, hurry up. Let me have a bite of your ear, or I'll cry. Ji Ling bit the corner of her lip and looked viciously at Fong Yuan with her two cute little tiger teeth. There was an attitude that if Fong Yuan didn't cooperate, she would cry to him. Seeing this, Fong Yuan, who had been thinking about Ji Ling's small mouth and tiger teeth for a long time, could only sigh helplessly. Ugh, can't get enough of you. He held down Ji Ling's brain. It just so happens that he's a little on fire at the moment. Ji Ling grew more and more ashamed. She's going to bite her ear. It has been 10 days since Ji Shuang ascended the throne, and Di Gong and Dien finally arrived at Yao City. Elder Fong, Mr. D is fortunate to be able to fulfill his orders. Di Gong has gathered enough evidence to overturn the case for the Luo family. In the first moment of arriving at Yao City, he did not go to the imperial palace to meet the saint. Instead, he visited Fong Yuan first. Previously, back when he was still investigating the Luo case at Lanling, he had heard that Fong Yuan was furious and Ji Xian was forced to leave his home, and Ji Yong was sent far away from the border. Di Gong has worked hard. A little gift, no honor. Fong Yuan was rich and generous and took out another bunch of high-level spirit talismans. Among them were not only water spirit talismans, but also fire spirit talismans, wood spirit talismans, and earth spirit talismans. It's too much. I'm sorry for what I've received. Where would Di Gong be willing to take it? He had already taken too much advantage of Fong Yuan last time. Unbeknownst to him, these spirit talismans were specially refined for Di Gong by the guilt-ridden Fong Yuan. Chapter 50 Matchmaking Square Edge. Eventually, under Fong Yuan's persistent insistence, Di Gong still accepted the pile of spirit talismans. Mr. D really doesn't know how to thank Elder Fong. Fong Yuan laughed. No need to be polite. The only way to have more people like Di Gong in this world. It's the only way to better benefit the people. Ha! Di Gong's old face flushed. Even if he's lived his whole life and seen it all. However, it could not hold up to such a straightforward compliment from a Jedan big shot like Fong Yuan. Then, next, let Di speak about the details of this case. Fong Yuan summoned Luo Ning and Luo Bing. Di Gong looked at the two sisters, whose faces were carved out of the same mold. The last trace of doubt in his heart dissipated. It turns out that the Luo family's last secret deal flowed into the 100 Treasures sub-cabinet in Lanling City. Before that, Di Gong had only met Luo Bing once, but at that time, Luo Bing was still wearing an ordinary face under the effects of the obscure face pill. Later, although Fang Yuan had performed the ritual of circumcision with Luo Bing to lift the effect of the drug, but Luo Bing stayed in the carriage. After hearing Di Gon's dissection of the evidence, the two Luo sisters were already sobbing. Alas, the Pei family's direct lineage has been imprisoned by the Lanling City Yin. This matter will also be reported truthfully by Mr. Di to His Majesty to return the Luo family's innocence. Then I'll be grateful to Lord Di. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said. It was only when Di Zhang was about to leave that he realized that Dien had gone mad somewhere again. Ha! Where did this girl of mine go? Fang Yuan half-truthfully said. It was not easy to come to Yao City. Perhaps she went out to find her royal sister. Di didn't suspect or worry too much about it. After all, his own daughter had more charms on her than he did. Elder Fang. Then Di will take his leave first. After sending Di Gong away, Fang Yuan comforted the crying Luo sisters. Husband. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, jumped into Fang Yuan's arms and cried even more uncontrollably. Fang Yuan also did not discourage. He was clear that at times like this a woman could only have a good venting session. It's what makes you feel comfortable. He didn't speak until the two women had no strength left to cry. Ji Shuang is afraid of me, and it's a foregone conclusion that the Pei family will be executed. The spirits of my aunt and uncle can rest in peace. Luo Ning choked with red eyes. Husband, my sister and I only have you now. Hearing this, Luo Bing also raised her eyes that were swollen from crying. Fang Yuan wiped away the tear stains on the two women's faces. It'll get better, if you want to. The three of us can give our future children the surname Luo. Really? Luo Ning and Luo Bing were a bit incredulous. When have I ever lied to you guys? Fang Yuan smiled faintly. His peach blossom eyes, which looked deep into the eyes of a dog, glittered with doting love for the two women. Husband. The two women's complexions moved, and the tears that had been stopped flowed out once again, and without realizing it, their love value had also reached an unprecedented height. It's just a shame, to Fang Yuan nowadays, as long as the love values of the two women did not reach full value. It just doesn't make any sense. After, Fang Yuan sent the two women back to their compartments. They were tired after crying for so long. Get some sleep. I'll have Ernyang and Sanyang and the others bring you both your meals when lunch is ready. Not for long. Fang Yuan came back to Ji Ling's courtyard. Before he even entered the room, he heard Dien yakking away. Ahem. Fang Yuan coughed lightly to signal his arrival, then prepared to step into the house. Who would have thought that he would then catch a glimpse of a fiery red silhouette swooping towards him? Old man Fang Yuan, how dare you insult my cousin's innocence? Take your life. Oh. Dien, who was already hanging on Fang Yuan's body, opened her cherry mouth and aimed at Fang Yuan's cheek to bite hard. Fang Yuan slightly sidestepped with the intention of avoiding it. Unexpectedly, by mistake, Dien just happened to bite on the corner of his lips. Then the picture became charming. Fang Yuan didn't expect that either. The little chili pepper that his heart had been longing for who knows how long was actually swallowed into his mouth like this. Spicy enough, hot enough, flavorful enough, without realizing it. Dien also shrank weakly in Fang Yuan's arms. Her two small hands helplessly cupped the lapels on both sides of Fang Yuan's shoulders, only feeling that she was about to suffocate over. Well, in the next breath, Dien really rolled her eyes and fainted. In response, Fang Yuan was quite speechless. I did not expect that a kiss can also suffocate. Dien, this refining realm is not a pose. I'm afraid. When Dien woke up again, she found herself lying down next to her cousin. She sat up violently, looking mortified. Old man Fang Yuan, call brother. Fang Yuan cupped her chin. Unless you want to faint again. Oh, cousin, he bullied me. Dien covered her mouth in fear and, immediately, he burst into tears. Fang Yuan and Ji Ling could only hear her choking in a broken voice. Ugh, he took my most precious first kiss, which I was obviously saving for my cousin. Ji Ling's forehead was suddenly knotted together, as if several strands of black lines were floating, while Fang Yuan was still stimulating Dien. Yanzi, look. Dian's tearful eyes saw that he realized that Fang Yuan had already taken his cousin's fragrant lips. Shut up. Dian's gaze was cold, and she didn't care about crying. She was about to pounce on Fang Yuan. However, she did not expect Fang Yuan to repeat his trick. Again, he kissed her. Oh, only this time Dien had learned his lesson. She kept fighting back, even daring to use her sharp teeth. Hiss. Fang Yuan was in pain and hurriedly let go. Dien snorted and used her petite and delicate body to protect her beloved cousin behind her. Fang Yuan licked his injured tongue and slurred. I've been kind enough to give you a medium. Wanted you to taste your cousin and you bit me. When these words came out, Ji Ling was instantly shy, and she glared viciously at Fang Yuan. Gesture him to stop in moderation, but she didn't realize that up ahead, out of her sight, cousin Dien, however, nervously barred her cherry mouth. It seemed to be trying to remember the flavor of his cousin. Kissing my cousin directly was definitely out of the question. It seemed that one could only resort to the old man Fong Yuan as a toolman. Thinking of this, Dien gave Fong Yuan a wink, signaling him to start over again. Fong Yuan glared at her contemptuously. If he had known this, why would he have done it in the first place? Brother Fong Yuan, please. Fong Yuan didn't expect Dien to be so shameless as to use a coy technique on him, but he, as a person, has always been partial to soft food and hard food. Next time, Fong Yuan explored his body and once again kissed Ji Ling, who was intent on resisting. But Ji Ling, even if she was overly ashamed, she couldn't afford to bite her husband. One can only bear the resentment and humiliation in silence. After that, Fong Yuan raised his head. He hadn't even had time to turn around. It was then held by Dien. In a jiffy, Dien kicks Fong Yuan off. Then with a face of enjoyment, he let out a demented girl-like smile. Hey, cousin, that's nice. Chapter 51, Purple Cloud Aya. Fong Yuan looked at the female brat lying next to him with a face of enjoyment, and was quite speechless in his heart. Say come on. The two hugged and kissed. But not only did this female brat's love value for him not go up, it instead fell back to -100. But a few moments later, Fong Yuan then released. Forget it, some things cannot be rushed. At least now Dien wasn't repulsed by contact with him. Plus there was the handle of Lingerin. The future is possible. The new Emperor Ji Shuang's attitude was sincere. The day, an imperial decree was expedited to Lanling, and the Pei family's 9 clans were decapitated. But the Luo sisters who heard this news were not half as happy in their hearts. Though the culprit's enemies have been executed, but their parents will never hear the news again. To this, Fong Yuan also did not purposely try to comfort the sisters again. Lianer and Linger were also very sensible and gave their 2 sisters enough time and space to calm down. 3 days later, the sisters finally relented and walked out of the room, and the 3 Fong Yuan who were sunbathing in the courtyard turned their heads to look. Husband, Sister Lianer, Sister Linger, thank you, Luo Ning said with a forced smile. She knew in her heart that everyone was actually waiting for her and her sister to sort out their emotions. Jinlian got up and went forward to hold the 2 sisters, Luo Ning and Luo Bing, in her arms and softly said, "It's okay, it's not too late to get organized before you go." Her dad died when she was very young, and she doesn't remember much about it. But the moment her mother passed away, Golden Lotus cried a lot. So there is no better way to understand the grief of the 2 sisters than the Golden Lotus. Fong Yuan stood up at the right time and said, "Come on, let's go out for some good food as a family. And when we leave Yu Dynasty, some of the snacks may be hard to come by again." Eating and drinking is something that eases the emotional grief that. Fong Yuan hoped that using this method would make the 2 women feel better quickly. Just about to head out the door, Fong Yuan's family happened to meet Di Gong's father and daughter. "Elder Fong, I've come to say goodbye to you." Di Gong had also been away from Pantai for some time, and his identity was destined to prevent him from lingering outside for too long. "I'm counting on Elder Fong to take care of my daughter." At this moment, Ji Ling was wearing a veil to cover her stunning face. Dixon had seen a glimpse of Ji Ling's real face after she had been burned, so he wasn't likely to recognize that it was his niece from a pair of eyes alone. Fong Yuan smiled and promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely send Yanzi safely to the Li Fire sect. I'm truly thankful to Elder Fong." Di Gong raised his hands and clasped his fists. "Then the mountains are high and the roads are long. We'll see you again sometime. Bye." Wait for Dicky to leave. Dien is revealing her true nature. She couldn't wait to get to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan Sr. "Brother, let me push my cousin's wheelchair. Will you?" "Whatever." Fong Yuan naturally wouldn't bother with Dien over such trivial matters. Besides, he's happy to take it easy when someone is willing to be free labor. With Dien joining in, the atmosphere became different again. Although she didn't treat Fong Yuan very well, she was very intimate with Jinlian and the 3 of them. A little mouthful of a sister. Even the 2 Luo sisters, who had not yet completely emerged from their grief. The gloom in my heart has dissipated quite a bit as a result. "Right, Brother Fong Yuan, when are we going to leave?" Fong Yuan thought for a moment and said, 2 more days. Originally, Fong Yuan wanted to leave when the sisters were in a good mood, but he suddenly thought of something. The Yu Dynasty 100 Treasures Pavilion's annual auction was about to begin. In the past, Fong Yuan wasn't very interested in spiritual treasures because he didn't have any spiritual roots in his body. Even empty spiritual treasures cannot be harnessed. But it was different now. Fong Yuan was ready to strike gold at the auction. Let's see if we can come across a decent earth spirit treasure. After all, he didn't even have an original magic treasure yet. But Fong Yuan wouldn't hold out too much hope. It was impossible for a true supreme treasure to be exiled by the Lingbao Pavilion to be auctioned off in a mundane world like Yu Dynasty. The reason why he wanted to visit the auction was just that he had plenty of time and was not in a hurry to leave Yu Dynasty. Dien was quite a bit dissatisfied with Feng Yuan's response, but the Li Fire sect is about to start the inner disciple competition, and I want to compete for the first place. Feng Yuan laughed. What's the point of children playing house? If you want to fight, I can be your free chaperone for life. Dien spread her small hands rather helplessly. I don't want to bully them either. But who let the first place reward be an Earth-grade spiritual artifact? The Purple Cloud Ayam? Purple Cloud Aya. Hearing the name of this spiritual artifact again, Feng Yuan could not help but be slightly lost in thought. I think that back then, Bai Miao Miao had used the Purple Cloud Damask for a long time. He even almost sacrificed her as his own original magic treasure. And Feng Yuan, who had received too much care from Bai Miao Miao back then, in order to return the favor to her, more than once, he had also used his own origin heartblood to contain the Purple Cloud Damask. That Purple Cloud Damask had accompanied them together for at least an aeon of years. It also witnessed the most overly beautiful love between them. Only later, Miao Miao Bai's master found a better magic treasure for her. I didn't realize that nowadays, this spiritual artifact that had been dusty for over 500 years would actually be taken out by Miao Miao and returned to the clan. As expected. Ha! Feng Yuan laughed. Dien asked, Brother Feng Yuan, what's wrong with you? Ji Ling and the other women also heard that the flavor of Feng Yuan's laughter seemed a bit off. They said with worried eyes, Husband, it's fine. Feng Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and completely wiped out the attachment to that silhouette in his heart. He then turned his head to Dien to release a smile and said, Although the Purple Cloud Damask is an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, it doesn't suit you. I know. Dien did not deny the matter. Feng Yuan was about to ask the reason, when he heard her explain, but I think she's a good match for her cousin. Aha! Ji Ling hummed softly in an arrogant manner. She wanted to convey the meaning that I don't want it, and the sense of hearing was simple, so Dien could understand it. Cousin, that's a nice set of spirit weapons. It's also said to be forged from some kind of special ice silkworm silk, very suitable for cousin's spirit root attribute. Ji Ling still chose to refuse. Nah. Seeing this, Dien could only look blearily at Feng Yuan. Brother Feng Yuan. She knew clearly that if Feng Yuan asked, Ji Ling would definitely agree. Looking at the otherworldly female licking dog in front of him, and licking a woman, Feng Yuan somewhat wanted to laugh, but he held back. But he was in a much better mood for it. Purple does have a nice ring to it, so let's pack up tomorrow and leave the day after. Since there were better options, there was no need for Feng Yuan to pan for gold in Yu Dynasty's 100 Treasures Pavilion Inn. Husband. June. Ji Ling looked at Feng Yuan grudgingly, but she had no choice. Who made her love her husband so much? Feng Yuan laughed. I didn't do it to intentionally pick on Linger's nerves. That Purple Cloud Damask contains both wood and earth attributes, and is indeed very suitable for Linger. Actually, this is just one layer of the reason. The main reason was that Feng Yuan didn't want him to use his own origin essence blood to contain a spiritual artifact. Go and let other monks take it and spoil it. When it's really in Ji Ling's hands, even if she really doesn't want to use it, it would make a great belt collection. Chapter 52, Empress Chen, Yao Chang. Stroll on. The girls, who were gradually getting in a happier mood, also began to focus their attention on the food and drink of the downtown area. Don't look at the 5 girls except for Golden Lotus whose family is well off. But in reality, they were rather more curious about those strange and weird gadgets than Golden Lotus. Anything they find nice and interesting, they will buy. Of course, although Golden Lotus wasn't interested in those commonplace gadgets, but she does buy things when she comes across something that fits. It's just that she buys toys that only babies and little kids can play with, and it's still several copies at a time. Apparently she was preparing herself and her sister for the baby she would have later. Without realizing it, the things that a few girls bought could fill up several carriages. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had a storage ring, so he didn't have to carry it in his hand to look so conspicuous. Sundown in the west. Although the 5 girls had eaten and drunk all afternoon, except for Linger, the remaining 4 girls were still feeling hungry. After all, they all possessed spiritual roots, and their food intake was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary girl. Dien offered, why don't we go to the Peach and Plum Spring Breeze restaurant? The sweet and sour spirit fish in there can be considered one of the best in the Yu Dynasty. I remember very well. When I was a kid, I followed my dad all over the country. I've also eaten many sweet and sour spirit fish, and the only one that is the most authentic and flavorful is the one made by Peach and Plum Spring Breeze. Seeing that the Golden Lotus girls were looking at themselves with expectant gazes, Feng Yuan smiled indifferently. Then go ahead and try. Normally, since there are 2 sisters cooking at home, that's why Feng Yuan rarely let the Golden Lotus girls come out to eat. After all, a few women had extraordinary looks and belonged to the red-faced scourge level of existence. Although Fang Yuan wasn't worried about people coming over and harassing him, he didn't want to deal with trouble all the time. Once there were really some ungrateful little thieves, it was a small matter for Fang Yuan to kill them. Mainly because I was afraid of ruining the good mood of Liena and the girls, so a few girls are also very understanding. They usually don't go out if they don't have to. It's when you go out, your face is covered with a light veil. As for Fang Yuan himself, he who had been abstaining from food for hundreds of years had long since lost his craving for food, and he's a very disciplined man himself. Even in the mansion, he rarely ate, and would only absorb spirit stones instead of eating. After coming to Yu Dynasty for more than 3 months, Fang Yuan seemed to have only eaten a small mouthful of clear porridge and a few grapes. The clear porridge was that time when he was feeding Ji Ling. He deliberately tasted it in order to brush up on his love value. The grapes, on the other hand, were seen warmed by Wen and Xiao with special means when they met at the education department, and Fang Yuan at that time ate a few more grapes out of curiosity, and because of such self-discipline. Therefore, the untainted Fang Yuan's body was always filled with a light and elegant fragrance that smelled even better than aura. So even if Liena and the girls didn't share the same room with Fang Yuan, they all liked to hold him and sleep with him. Not for long, Fang Yuan then brought the women to the restaurant. At this moment, it was mealtime, and the restaurant had quite a lot of guests. The entire lobby was full. It's a good thing that the Taoli Chunfeng shopkeeper has a good eye. He recognized Fang Yuan and took the initiative to lead the family to the top floor, which was not open to the public. Elder Fang, how would you like to see all the signature dishes served to you once? Fang Yuan did not refuse. This might be the last time Liena and the girls will enjoy the food of the mundane world. It doesn't matter if you waste a little. Alright, please wait for you and the ladies, the shopkeeper cheerfully said. Once she heard the shopkeeper call herself ma'am, little Pepper Dien skimmed her mouth and did not choose to lash out. If it were usual she would have scolded. But seeing as Fang Yuan, the medium, had paid her bills all afternoon, and had persuaded her cousin to accept Zayunya, she herself pretended to be his lady. Let him have a dark moment for good measure. Not for long, the door of the room, which had just been closed by the departing shopkeeper, was gently knocked on again. Enter. Fang Yuan thought the fellow was going to serve the signature cold dish first. I didn't expect that the person who pushed open the door would be Empress Chen. Senior Fang, we meet again. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. How did this woman appear here? On the other hand, Luo Bing, who was on the side, his face became brilliant. After all, she had witnessed the blossoming of this graceful peony of the nation after they. How dainty it is. Something's up? Fang Yuan indifferently said. Since we've settled our grudge with the Ji family. He then didn't want to get involved in any unnecessary trouble with Empress Chen, a mortal woman. Empress Chen did not look at the other girls from the beginning to the end, as if she only had Fang Yuan in her eyes. She first explained, Peach and Plum Spring Breeze is the property of the Chen family, and after my concubine left the palace, the family then left the place in my care. Only then did she make her intentions known. Senior Fang, can we talk alone? There's no need. Fang Yuan directly rejected Empress Chen. If you have anything, just say it here. Fang Yuan was clear that women tended to be more frightening than men at times, because women are born with one thing more than men, their bodies. Especially a woman like Empress Chen who would rather bite her lip and pass out than moan out a single sound. Then my concubine won't disturb the pleasure of Elder Fang and the ladies. I'm sorry. A trace of despondency flashed across Empress Chen's face. She then reclosed the door for Fang Yuan's family. When Empress Chen left, Luo Bing was shocked. Husband, why do I feel like she's gotten younger? Perhaps you're looking at it wrong. Fang Yuan casually replied back. He was already contemplating whether to leave the peachy spring house or not. In case the woman breaks and poisons the wine and food, Fang Yuan wouldn't dare to bet on the evil of human nature, especially with a woman who was ruthless even to herself. Thinking of this, he was about to propose, but then he heard Dien speak. I felt the same way, and I had seen her the year before when I went to the palace to play with my cousin. At that time, even if she wore light makeup, you could still see a trace of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but I saw her clearly just now. She seems to be just a vegetarian, but her skin is so much more hydrated. Cousin, you should have seen her often before, don't you think? Ji Ling nodded in recognition of Dian's words, but she impatiently asked for a bamboo pen to write. What's going on? Is there something you're not telling me? Why did mother leave the palace? And where is father? Well, Dien couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Previously, she had been specifically instructed by several of the Golden Lotus women to don't tell Ji Ling about the recent events in Yu Dynasty. So at this moment, Dien could only look at Fang Yuan with embarrassment. Brother, this has nothing to do with me. It was Empress Chen herself who walked in. It's not really a big deal to tell Spirit. If it was before, Fang Yuan would never have told Ji Ling the truth so early. But now, he had long since settled his grudge with Ji Xian. Your father's great day was approaching, and he chose to cultivate Buddhism. After Fang Yuan briefly described it, Ji Ling was able to understand his father's intentions. When she was still very young, she had actually heard her father joke about shaving her head and becoming a monk. At the time, she even cried sadly about it. What about my mother consort? Did she go to Cold Mountain Temple too? Dien whispered. No, Auntie returned to the Pantai dock. It's good to go around in circles. I can't imagine that in the end. Mother consort has gone back. Is she alright? Dien looked at Fang Yuan with contemplative eyes. Brother, do you guess whether I should say that my aunt is good or bad? In the face of her beloved cousin, how dare she speak ill of her aunt? She could only look at Fang Yuan's eyes and act. Chapter 53, Talking with the Queen. Fang Yuan laughed. Why are you looking at me? Just say it if you want to. Dien hummed lightly, then I can say it. However, she continued to observe Ji Ling's face as she spoke. Perhaps because of my aunt's sudden departure from the house. It felt as if she had aged a great deal all at once. The hair on his forehead is gray, and the old spirit in his eyes is gone. In short, things are not very good. Ji Ling's eyes became dull, but she still wrote with a forced smile. If that's all it is, that's okay. No one knew her mother consort's character better than she did. It was already impressive that mother consort could still figure it out on her own and leave Yao City alive when father had left the house. Dien also chimed in. Yeah, I heard from Pops that Auntie is a love brain. In the beginning, old father wouldn't let her marry her aunt, but she just wouldn't listen. Well, it's a good thing she didn't continue to seek death this time. After hearing this, Jinlian and the other women didn't know how to comfort Ji Ling. Although Dien only spoke a few words, they could feel that the life of the mother consort of Ji Ling seems to be a tragedy. At this point, Ji Ling wrote again. Then what does mother consort think of my husband? Dien subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan. At this, Fang Yuan was very speechless. How did he feel that he was like a villain in Dian's eyes? It's okay, just be honest. It's all family. Dien gritted her teeth and looked at Fang Yuan. Auntie hates him to the bone. Fang Yuan pinched Dian's face and turned it around. There's no need to learn to be so colorful. It's not like you're being asked to do a shadow play. He felt that this female brat was definitely deliberately destroying his glorious image in front of Linger. Ji Ling's mind was delicate. She smiled indifferently and said, I understand how Mother Superior feels, but I have a husband of my own. Not to mention, it was father's fault in the first place. Perhaps Dien had been pinched by Fang Yuan. After realizing that Fang Yuan was upset, worried that she would not have a good time, Dien hurriedly helped Fang Yuan put in a good word. It's best if cousin can think like this. In fact, it's no fault of brother Fang Yuan. After all, Auntie has long since decided to abandon Taoism and cultivate Buddhism, and the conflict between brother and Ji Shuang and Ji Yang merely accelerated Auntie's resolve. I know, I've never blamed you for anything. Ji Ling was a bit emotionally lost after writing it. As the imperial daughter of the Ji clan, how could she not know the drawbacks of the Ji clan's gong methods? Father cherished his life, but mother consort valued the bond between her and her father. So even without the presence of her husband, the parting of the ways of father and mother consort on this day would come sooner or later. What's more, throughout the husband and sister Lianer and sister Ninger they are the most innocent. While Ji Ling was depressed, Fang Yuan suddenly got up and headed out. You guys talk, I'll go see if the food is ready. Husband. Jinlian pulled Fang Yuan's hand with worried eyes. She was worried that her husband was just like last time, while hiding alone again somewhere to think. Actually, I'm also a bit hungry. Fang Yuan laughed. I'll go take a look and be back soon. Kirito whimpered. She looked at Fang Yuan with tearful eyes, signaling him to stay. She still had a lot to say. It's okay, isn't it all in the past? Be happy and give Linger a little surprise later. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he broke away from Jinlian's hand. A few women watched Fang Yuan's departing back. Luo Bing was quite nervous. Husband won't go sulking, will he? Luo Ning also blamed herself. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, husband wouldn't have gotten into conflict with Ji Ang and the others, and sister Linger wouldn't be in deep pain. Don't say that. Ji Ling felt like she was going to be pissed off at her husband and sisters. She really didn't blame any of them. She's just being plain sad. Did she hear that her own mother had become unwell and? Can't you shed a few tears and feel sorry for your old mother? I'm really speechless to my husband and sister Ninger. If it weren't for the fact that her vocal tract is broken, plus her limbs are still paralyzed, she had to hug each of them, and then explain in their ears 1,000 times what her innermost thoughts were. Not until they're sick of hearing about it. The more Ji Ling thought about it, the angrier she became, and she finally couldn't help but cry out. Other side. The leading Fong Yuan of course wasn't really there to ask when the meal was served. He was a very attentive man. Since Linger's mother consort's face has become aged, he felt that this was not an opportunity to raise Linger's love value. And so, he found the shopkeeper and asked, "Is your master still there? I'd like to talk to her about something." The shopkeeper didn't dare to slack off. "Please follow me, Elder Fong." A moment. Fong Yuan met Empress Chen, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying at some point. "So the Empress can cry too." Empress Chen lightly wiped the corners of her eyes and laughed. "A bit of wind and sand just accidentally went in my concubine's eyes. That's why I rubbed it twice more." So Elder Fong is laughing. Fong Yuan did not continue to flirt with Empress Chen as he asked, "What was it you wanted to talk to me about earlier? You promise?" Empress Chen's eyes showed delight. Fong Yuan ambiguously said, "Whether or not to answer is another story. It mainly depends on the mood." "Thank you." Empress Chen hurriedly sat upright. The rich and full waist and hip line is inadvertently outlined the seductive flavor of the mature woman. That said, Empress Chen's bone age is about a little over 40. It must have also become Ji Xian's crown princess in the 28th year of her life. And then she gave birth to Ji Ling. "My concubine would like to implore you to intervene and ask His Holiness to transfer Anger back from the border. Even if we have to strip Angil of his throne and reduce him to a commoner. He's grown up with a lot of money. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat there." Empress Chen cried. Fong Yuan agreed after thinking about it. Ji Xian had become a monk, and Ji Ling, who had no connection to the throne, couldn't make any big waves. But in exchange, "You have to tell me something." Empress Chen's eyes immediately showed surprise, never imagining that Fong Yuan had really agreed. She hurriedly knelt down on the ground. "Please, Elder Fong, but whenever my concubine can do it, definitely won't push it." "Empress should be veiled now, right?" Fong Yuan asked as he gently caressed Empress Chen's rounded goose-egg face. Empress Chen's face gradually turned red. "Yes, concubine is but a folk woman now, and there is no need to dress up to please a man." At such a close distance, she did not dare to meet Fong Yuan's eyes at all. Fong Yuan boarded Empress Chen's face and scrutinized it. Crow's feet have literally disappeared. However, it is very difficult for the unusual face pills to remove the toxins that have built up in a mortal's body for decades, and each of the raw materials used to refine the face residence pill is worth a lot of money. The price of its molding was even comparable to a heavenly ranked quality peerless spirit weapon. Even if you put it in the cultivation world, the vast majority of foundation establishment female cultivators who don't have the means can't afford this in their entire lives. "So how did your highness do it?" Concubine doesn't know either. Empress Chen was at a loss. "Don't want to talk about it, or don't know." Fong Yuan's fingertips had stroked all the way down from the corner of Empress Chen's eyes and moved to her mouth. Obviously a mortal woman in her 40s. But the delicate face was as watery as a wonderful woman in her 20s. Chapter 54, Face Restoration Pill. "I really don't know." Empress Chen was so aggrieved that she was on the verge of crying. After leaving the palace these days, she was again traveling to the churchwarden's for an appointment. Taking over the Peach and Plum restaurant again, plus all the time still worrying about his child Ji Ling. Even the meal did not eat a few bites, where there is still the mood to make up and dress up not to mention to engage in what the face of the Dien. Fong Yuan saw that Empress Chen did not look like she was lying. He frowned and asked again, "Have you eaten anything messy in the past 2 days?" "Messy?" Empress Chen was lost in thought. But soon, her face suddenly turned as flushed as the evening sun. If one insists on pursuing it, there's only one possibility. And Fong Yuan saw this as an afterthought. But he inquired again and again as to what meals Empress Chen had eaten since that night. What's been done? Who's been seen? How dare Empress Chen hide it? She told all about her experience. One by one. After listening, Fong Yuan could only assume that his physique had undergone some sort of mutation. It was even highly likely that the effect was thanks to that undying bond of eternal martyrdom between him and Lianer. Think about it. Fong Yuan coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and said, one last little favor. And when it's done, we're done with each other. You will soon see your child." Empress Chen pouted her rounded buttocks and respectfully knelt down in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Fong. My concubine will definitely work hard." I don't know how much time has passed. The food was cold, and Fong Yuan didn't come back. Dien wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and looked blearily at the sweet and sour spirit fish on the dining table and said, "Why don't I just go find my brother?" This wasn't the first time she had said this, but all of them were stopped by the Lianer girls. They thought it was likely that the husband was unhappy. If he has no more worries, he will naturally return. It's better to wait a little longer. Lianer soothed. If Yenner is really hungry, then it's okay if we eat first. In fact, a few of the Golden Lotus girls couldn't eat at all. The only one who was really craving for it is Dien. Her stomach has been grumbling endlessly. But Dien's family is very well educated. She wiped the corners of her mouth and pretended to be relaxed. I'm fine. I can still hold it. Just talking. Fang Yuan pushed the door and walked in. Brother, you're finally back. Dien was on the verge of being moved to tears as she leapt up and hung onto Fang Yuan. Although I don't know why Dien, the female brat, was so agitated, but Fang Yuan still subconsciously supported her little buttocks to hold her well. Oh, why aren't you all eating? I see the food is getting cold. Before Ji Ling and the others could explain, Dien was shady. Brother didn't come. Where are we to move the chopsticks first? Facing the erratic female brat, Fang Yuan backhanded her and ruthlessly pinched her soft flesh. Goo. Brother, I was wrong. Dien hurriedly begged for mercy. After a bit of banter, Fang Yuan activated his fire spirit technique again to warm up the cooled meal for the women. Then he explained, actually, I just asked Empress Chen how she became young. Then she told me that there's an aristocrat in the south of the city who sells the rejuvenation pill, so I went south of the city. With that, Fang Yuan took out a small delicate jade bottle. A few women stopped eating on their hands all of a sudden, and they looked at the jade bottle curiously, and Dien, who was sitting on the side of Fang Yuan, even reached out and grabbed it directly. Pa! Her small hand that reached out was directly knocked away by Fang Yuan. Eat properly. This bottle of the only remaining face-restoring pill is for Linger, her mother consort, to restore her appearance. Dien smiled sarcastically. Hey, I'm not robbing. I'll just see if it's reliable. Aha. Ji Ling, on the other hand, was so moved that she moistened her eyes once again. It turned out that her husband hadn't gone off in anger, but wanted her to be happy. Unconsciously, her love value once again reached an unprecedented high of 92. Target, Ji Ling, love, 92. Addition, can add 15 years of longevity to the host, on cooldown. Unfortunately, until the love is at full strength, Ji Ling's added help from Fang Yuan could only be considered as the icing on the cake, and that sporadic longevity also belonged to the dispensable. Husband, can I take a look? Ji Ling, who was sitting across the table, suddenly spoke, her eyes filled with a different color. Nah. Fang Yuan handed it over. Golden Lotus is Fang Yuan's big baby. Where can it be compared to an ill-bred female brat like Dien? See this scene. Dien couldn't help but snort coldly. Cheap bastard. And Ji Ling, who had received the small jade bottle, pinched it with 2 jade fingers and she curiously surveyed the rejuvenating elixir inside. There was only one round, white elixir in the bottle, and even though it was separated by a layer of jade, but he also felt a divine aura permeating the surface of the elixir. The bottle still seems to be a bit warm, as if this elixir was just refined. It's just a shame that the husband said it was the only one left. Ji Ling's hopeful eyes gradually became a little dimmer. She knew inwardly that her spirit root qualification was far inferior to that of her 3 sisters, and it's hard to keep your face in place with your own cultivation alone. How could Fang Yuan not guess Ji Ling's small mind? He smiled and comforted. It's okay, my Lianer is naturally beautiful. She can stay young forever without this stuff. Ji Ling had an inexplicable trust in Fang Yuan's nature, and she happily said, really? Fang Yuan laughed. When have I ever lied to you? Luo Bing followed suit and coaxed with a smile. Husband, what about me? And sister Linger and sister Yener? She wasn't as simple as sister Lianer, who did whatever her husband said. That's why she didn't believe that with her husband's words alone, sister Lianer would really be able to stay young forever. Fang Yuan sincerely said, of course you will stay young forever. As for Swallow, that's impossible to say. It depends. Humph. Liar. Bad guy. Dien muttered in a small voice. What did you say? Fang Yuan's ear power was extraordinary. It's nothing. I'm saying this fish is really delicious. Dien said slyly. In response, Fang Yuan did not bother to explain anything further. Empress Chen had no reason to lie to him, so time would help Fang Yuan prove it. What he says will surely be borne out. The next day, the girls unpacked themselves at the mansion. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, went to the Yu dynasty's palace alone. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had already had too many conflicts with the Ji imperial clan, but it was his first time here. Soon, Ji Shuang, who had just gotten off the morning court, rushed over without stopping. Elder Fang, 10,000 apologies. I didn't know that you were back, and my juniors have been remiss in welcoming you. Fang Yuan sized up Ji Shuang and realized that his broken arm had actually been connected, and while he was originally just a mortal, the aura of a mid-Jiadan stage permeated around him. TSK, the bloodline feats of the Ji clan's royal family really do have a way about them, and in just a few days, Ji Shuang was actually able to squeeze out all of his potential by virtue of his lifespan and become a Jiadan powerhouse. It must be that the Ji clan's oldest ancestor who was able to create this technique was also an extraordinary person. Thinking about this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but secretly lament. Sure enough, the heroes of this world are really like the carp that crosses the river. And there are really countless great heroes. I wonder what instructions Elder Fong has. Ji Shuang saw Fong Yuan's delay in speaking. It was just an unsettling gaze, and I couldn't help but feel chilled. Fong Yuan laughed. Your Majesty, there's no need to be nervous. Mr. Fong is about to leave the Yu dynasty to return to the Leaving Fire sect. I want to ask your Majesty two things before I leave. Please speak, Elder Fong. I will die by all means. Ji Shuang grinned. Fong Yuan's cry of Your Majesty instantly made his heart burst with joy. Oh, Your Majesty is not so courteous as that. The first thing that Mr. Fong has had several encounters with Miss Ji Ling. Please pass this heart-protecting pill to her mother consort. But don't say it's from me. Second thing, Kai on. Without realizing it, the day passed quickly again. As the morning sun of a new day renders the sky a nice fishbelly white, under the reluctant eyes of the two women, Xiao and Wen, Fong Yuan's family and Dien greeted the rising sun and finally left Yao City. End of the earthly chapter. Chapter 55, Witch Demon Cold Wave. From Yao City, we traveled more than 20,000 miles eastward against the rising sun to reach the border gate of the Yu dynasty, the city of Xinyang. 10 days later, Fong Yuan brought the women to the new loam. Beyond the new soil was an endless demon forest that stretched for tens of millions of miles, and through the outskirts of the endless demon forest was the Li Fire sect, which was far away from the world. Although Xinyang City was a border gate of the Yu dynasty, it was large in area and scale. It's not even smaller than half of Yu dynasty's imperial state. Except for Dien, the rest of the girls are still here in Xinyang for the first time. That's why they couldn't help but let out exclamations of surprise after seeing the city wall that was 100 feet high. Husband, it's so big. Luo Bing, who looked up at the top of the city wall, felt small all of a sudden. Fong Yuan smiled and explained. This city was not built overnight. It has gone through several generations of imperial dynasties. Jin Lian also asked curiously. Husband, is the wall being built to defend against demonic beasts? Although she hadn't heard of the new loam before, she had heard of the endless demon forest. Fong Yuan was about to answer the questions and solve the confusion, but Dien snatched the answer. No. Oh, Sister Lotus. It was true that the initial imperial dynasties built the city walls to defend themselves against low-level demonic beasts, but those later imperial dynasties gradually realized that there was no end to the killing of demonic beasts, and for mortals, even if a further low-level demonic beast erupts into a beast dynasty, even if they were able to fend it off, mortals would die and be injured. And so, at some point, the emperor of the current imperial dynasty began to pay tribute to the Lihua sect. I hope to be sheltered by the immortals. Hearing this, Jin Lian couldn't help but interrupt Dien. Sister Yenner, why don't those cultivators take the initiative to help the people defend themselves against the beast tide? Perhaps for them, simply using the feeble power of raising their hands and feet will protect the peace of the party. Dien couldn't help but snort. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, taking everything as ruminants, and the saints are not benevolent, taking the people as ruminants. In the eyes of those lofty cultivators, the status of the people is no different from that of a mole cricket. Their dead or alive cultivators would not care at all. That is to say, later on, the earthly royal dynasties paid a large amount of tribute to the Leaving Fire sect every year. It was only then that the Lihua sect chose to send out their outer disciples to assist the imperial dynasty in solving the horrifying beast tide that occurs every few years or decades. Hearing this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense, don't teach my Lianer. Dian's analysis is only one-sided. She was on the side of the people of Yu dynasty to see this matter from the perspective of an authority. But Fong Yuan's vision was different. He had stayed in the Li Fire sect for 500 years. Naturally, he understood why the Leaving Fire sect would disregard the deaths of these mortals. Humph, where am I talking nonsense? Dien retorted with her waist crossed. Fong Yuan smiled and smoothed the tuft of dull hairs on Dian's head that had exploded from anger. The reason the Endless Demon Forest is called the Endless Demon Forest, it was because the demonic beasts it spawned could never be slaughtered. And its middle and outer periphery had also turned into an important place for the inner and outer disciples, core disciples and even true disciples of the Lihua sect to conduct trials and sharpen their combat experience. In fact, a long time ago, there was a strict order from the Leaving Fire sect that no disciple is allowed to slaughter demonic beasts of the lowest rank, and even if they encounter a beast tide, they are not allowed to wantonly interfere with their development. What do you mean? Dien frowned and, could it be that those beast tides were intentionally cultivated by the higher-ups of the Leaving Fire sect? Fong Yuan nodded. That's right. Why? Dien asked. At this time it was not only Dien Jinlian and other women that, even Ji Ling, who was sitting on the wheelchair, looked up curiously at Fong Yuan, wanting to listen to his explanation. Fong Yuan mused. Because with gain comes loss, and with loss comes gain. Natural disasters are terrible, be they earthquakes, flash floods or volcanic eruptions, in the event of an inevitable death or injury, but also in the aftermath of a catastrophe that would change the original pattern and quality of the land's ecology. This is what the world always says, that fortune and misfortune always follow each other. The same is true of the tides of beasts, which, though they destroy the homes of mortals in their outbreaks, but in the process of mortals fighting with demonic beasts, how could it not be a kind of screening of the best and the worst? Plus those spirit-filled beasts' meat can continue to improve the mortals' bodies as well. So during a beast tide that lasts for half a year or even a few years, even if they can't awaken their spiritual roots, their descendants may still be born with spiritual roots. Against all odds, after hearing this, Dien couldn't help but fall into a deep silence. If she had to choose, she would never settle for mediocrity. Instead of living under the patronage of the cultivators, how about choosing to go against the grain? And Ji Ling wrote, so it is the successive sons of heaven who have deprived ordinary people of the hope of changing their destiny against all odds? Fong Yuan smiled non-committally. Not really, as I said earlier, there is something to lose and something to gain. Though mortals have lost the chance to change their fate against all odds, but living under the shelter of the cultivators they gain peace and tranquility. How is this not a perfect happiness? Dien nodded. Indeed, different perspectives on issues and thoughts will be different. Brother Fong Yuan, I shouldn't have been that one-sided. It's okay, you're not wrong. Fong Yuan comforted. Dien was puzzled. Then isn't brother educating me? Not oh, you mustn't blame yourself. Fong Yuan pinched Dian's fleshy cheeks, laughing. I just want to tell you guys side by side, the secular and cultivation worlds see things differently. In the world, you can be as helpful and full of kindness as you like, but in the world of cultivation, one must remember one word. What is it? The women wondered. Fong Yuan thought for a moment and said with a deep gaze, let go of the helping complex, respect the destiny of others, quit excessive introspection, and enjoy a perfect life. The rest of the girls, with the exception of Golden Lotus, were puzzled. They were clear that this was the first lesson that Fong Yuan had learned by bringing them into the cultivation world. As for Golden Lotus, Fong Yuan would not force her to make changes. She's a good-hearted girl in her own right. Fong Yuan just needs to pamper her for the rest of her life, not letting her get half hurt. When the women were in a state of realization, Fong Yuan opened his mouth to preach again. The fact that the wall wasn't as high as this 500 years ago. It was not even a tenth of its present height. Luo Ning looked up and peered above. But unfortunately she couldn't see if there was anyone up there or not. Husband means this wall is still under construction now? Fong Yuan nodded. Yes, the Yu dynasty allocates a huge sum of money every year to the border to build. This matter is perhaps unknown to Linger as well? Ji Ling shook her head. She had no desire for the throne. So how could she care about Yu dynasty politics? Fong Yuan explained. If the previous city walls were meant to withstand the beast tides, then the current walls are only there to ward off the witch demon cold wave that erupts every 100 years. 100 years is a long time. The vast majority of mortals would be considered to have a high life expectancy if they lived a lifetime. So even for natives of the Yu dynasty like Ji Ling and Dien who possess spiritual roots, probably doesn't know the inner workings of the cultivation world either. However, what surprised Fong Yuan was that Dien had actually heard of it. I once heard my grandfather mention a cold wave beyond the frontier, so I think it must be the witch demon cold wave that my brother is talking about. But what is a witch demon again? Fong Yuan explained briefly. Witch demons. It was the title that the senior management of the Li Fire sect had given to the supreme demon corpse in the forbidden area deep within the endless demon forest. But that is too far away from you to know much about it. For now, there's still a taller man to hold the fort anyway. Let's get in the car. We're in a hurry. Swallow, remember to hold Linger steady. The road to the endless demon forest is not easy to walk. Fine. Dien bristled with some interest. However, after hearing that Fong Yuan had taken the initiative to let himself take care of his cousin, the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably, or in a way that she couldn't suppress. Brother Fong Yuan is a good man. Ding, love value +1. Dian's words once again went from 3 digits to 2 digits. Chapter 56, The Three-Tailed Heart Fox. The departing fire sect was located in the southeastern part of the endless demon forest. After leaving the new border of the Yu dynasty, Fong Yuan then drove the Lin cult all the way around the outermost part of the endless demon forest. Normal. Rarely would a chi refining realm demonic beast appear within 100 miles of the demon forest's outskirts. But fear not. Fear not. Although Fong Yuan, who was now full of blood chi and possessed the 4 spirit roots, even if he encountered a late-stage Jieden demon king, he would not be weak. But Fong Yuan, who had brought a group of women with him, was not willing to mess with low-level demonic beasts. Even the chi refining realm didn't want to encounter it. This was because low-ranked demonic beasts were different from humans and high-ranked demonic beasts. Human beings and high-ranked demonic beasts would feel intimidated, but low-ranked demonic beasts would not. Moreover, demonic beasts were born with a keen sense of perception compared to humans. Once a cultivator meets with a low-ranked demonic beast, it's fine if no conflict breaks out, but where both sides have hostile intentions, that's absolutely immortal. I remember that there was once a Foundation establishment cultivator in the Lihua sect who terminated the nest of a chi-refining demon beast, after that he hadn't dealt with the residual demonic beast sent on his body, and later, when he was recuperating from the trial site with his eyes closed, he, the chi-refining demon beast's Foundation establishment parent with a large family of small demons had found the Foundation establishment cultivator's hiding place, relying only on that minuscule trace of scent, and tore him to pieces. With this tragic case in front of them, in the future, whenever the disciples of the Lihua sect finished hunting low-level demonic beasts, and when you continue to stay outside, you will definitely use the expensive demon repellent incense to eliminate the residual scent of demonic beasts from your body. Pity. Before making peace with Bai Miao Miao, Fang Yuan had never taken half a step away from the leaving fire sect. Therefore, he was not equipped with a demon-repelling incense on him either. Dien did, but her little bit was just enough for herself, and this trip was still more than 100,000 miles away from the sphere of influence of the departing fire sect. It's equivalent to 5 Yao cities to as far as the border's new border. Even if the Lin cult raised by the D family would run faster in a demonic forest filled with aura, but it would take at least 20 days to reach the destination. So when it's not necessary, Fang Yuan was unwilling to mess with low-level demonic beasts that were more troublesome than people. He'd rather take an extra detour and go through the endless demon forest from the outermost part. Nor were they willing to take shortcuts to encounter low-ranked demonic beasts. It's a good thing that everything was a surprise. Half a month later, Fang Yuan and his group arrived at the Newtsong River. When we cross the Newtsong River, it will be a flat river. Brother Fang Yuan has not been a bit too careful, Dien complained in a small voice. Back in the day, she, a small chi-refining cultivator, had dared to bring 2D family guards to traverse the entire outskirts of the endless demon forest. I didn't expect Fang Yuan, this Jiadan old monster, to act coyly and unlike a man instead. In response, Fang Yuan smiled in disbelief. Naturally, he wouldn't have the leisure to go snogging with a female brat. Once upon a time, he was unattached and could fly for 3 days to go directly from the Li Fire sect to the imperial capital of the Yu dynasty. Nowadays, he had too many things to consider, especially ensuring the safety of Lianer and the 4 of them. More so, it became Fang Yuan's first priority. At this time, Golden Lotus suddenly lifted the curtain and said, "Husband, my sisters and I want to go to the riverside to wash ourselves. Is that okay?" These days, since Fang Yuan had been in a hurry, a few women had not touched the water source either. All of them were simply cleaned up by Fang Yuan using the water spirit cleansing technique. But they who had not yet completely stepped into cultivation were not yet comfortable with this means of cleansing. That's why they prefer to soak directly in the water as opposed to the cleansing technique. Otherwise, even after being treated by Fang Yuan with the water spirit technique, they still felt like they stank. Okay. Fang Yuan hesitated, but agreed. However, he still spoke to Dien. "Yanzi, you also accompany your sisters-in-law to wash the. Remember to take care of your cousin." This section of the Newtsong River was on the outskirts of the endless demon forest, and there was hardly any danger. At most, there would only be a few mortal crocodiles, which Dien was more than enough to handle. Dien, who was originally tired from a day of horseback riding, had already laid down, and her small face was suddenly filled with displeasure. But after hearing that I could help my cousin wash it, she then burst out of her tent with vigor. "Don't worry, brother. I will take care of your sisters-in-law for you." Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything, with Linger as the bottom card. Dien. This female brat was a bit too controllable. It's that this female brat is full of backbones. All it takes is one slip of the tongue to not pay attention to her. The love value in her word would inexplicably drop to -100. Looks like the process will have to be accelerated. It's not very convenient now with Lianer and the others around. When we go to the Li Fire sect we'll find a chance to room with Ji Ling alone, and then we'll call on the female brat to give her a good bit of different medium visual shock. Just as Fang Yuan was beautifully thinking about the future, suddenly he heard a pleasant exclamation. "It's Lian." Fang Yuan's body moved, and in the next breath, he arrived at the riverbank. Dien shrank in the water. She covered her collarbone with her hands and call up at the top of your lungs. Fang Yuan pretended to be serious and said, "Shut up. What the hell are you screaming about? There's nothing to see in a leaking warm baby." "Humph, you're the one who's leaking." "It's." Dien huffed and stood up, but after this, she really did let loose in front of Fang Yuan. It was just that Fang Yuan was not in the mood to appreciate Dian's small purse. He looked to Ji Ling, who was squatting in the pool water with furrowed brows, and asked, "What happened to Lian?" Ji Ling shook her head. She couldn't tell. She just suddenly felt a pain in her heart. And Luo Ning and Luo Bing were already probing up the Golden Lotus condition. Sister Lianer doesn't seem to be injured. Hey, the warm babies are all intact. Fang Yuan was uneasy. Come here and let me take a look. Maybe it was a bite from a poisonous little bug in the water. Hearing this, several women were so frightened that they hurriedly fled to the shore. And Fang Yuan also urged his fire spirit technique to dry the bodies of several women. Next, while the other girls were dressing, Fang Yuan was holding Ji Lian's white jade arm. Observe. He leaves no place untouched. Up and down, left, right, front, back, until it was too much to bear to look at Ji Ling, and she was about to cover her face in shame when the Fang Yuan finally found the end. He spotted a minuscule little red dot under the hair at the back of Ji Ling's head. Fang Yuan tried to gently press it with his fingertips. Does Lianer hurt? Golden Lotus shook her head. Not feeling it yet. It's alright then, Fang Yuan said, and then he activated the wood spirit technique and the intention was to heal this little drop of injury for the Golden Lotus. Who knows? Luo Ning and the other women on the opposite side, who had already gotten dressed, suddenly let out a burst of alarm. Sister Lian's warm baby. Fang Yuan also sensed that something was wrong. Even though he couldn't see the front of Golden Lotus, he could see the extraordinary from the words on her head. Target, Golden Lotus / three-tailed heart fox. Qualification, 30% of C grade / 10% of B grade. Lower grade water root / medium wood root. Love, 100. Love is stronger than gold. Eternal martyrdom, / -100. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 100 years, on cooldown, / none. Apparently, the Golden Lotus had somehow parasitized an unbeatable little guy. No wonder the wound on the back of Golden Lotus's head was so minuscule. Turns out the wound had been secretly healed by the little guy. Husband, my body. And at this time, Ji Ling cried out in fear. It was only on her otherwise bare, flawless and delicate body that the three more very prominent pink foxtail tattoos. Chapter 57, After the Haters. When Fang Yuan saw the 4 words three-tailed heart fox, a quote couldn't help but come to his mind. The three-tailed heart fox, whose shape is like a peony, has a docile and uncontested character, dislikes meat, and feeds mostly on grass. The only way to get a glimpse of the human heart is to be pro-true and good. Say come on. Fang Yuan had stayed in the Li Fire sect for so long, and although he had not had a single actual battle, but his theoretical knowledge is vast. At that time, whether it was the heavenly materials and treasures recorded in the departing Fire sect's book depository or the spiritual skills and tricks, he skimmed them all. Of course, his status as a deacon of the outer sect alone is not enough to qualify him for this. This was still thanks to River Bai's favor, coupled with the fact that the elder guarding the book pavilion thought that Fang Yuan was unable to perform even the simplest of the 5 elemental arts. It's probably a stupid talent, so I turned a blind eye to him. And the reason why Fang Yuan remembered a little three-tailed fox so clearly, it was because he had purposely studied the Qingqiu fox history chapter after learning that demonic beasts could take shape. In the entire history of foxes written by the sages of the human race, there aren't tens of thousands of species of Qingqiu spirit foxes, but there are thousands of them. However, Fang Yuan was only very interested in the 3 types of foreign spirit female foxes recorded therein. The first is the three-tailed heart fox, which is born with a keen sense of human women who are born to be close to people who have true beauty and goodness. If it meets a human female who makes it feel very much at home, it is also willing to enter into a contract to live in symbiosis with a woman in her heart. The second is the 6-tailed phantom fox. This fox was once seen by a great power, but it was not captured. None of its abilities are known, except that it is known to be capable of illusionary invisibility. The third is the Fox Emperor of Qingqiu, the 9-tailed sky fox. However, the Fox Emperor has not been described in detail in the Qingqiu fox history records. There is also only one wild account at the end of the piece. Rumor has it that a certain human power wanted to take the Fox Emperor as a cauldron, and the Fox Emperor would rather die than give in. Even triggered the soul explosion overthrow that human great power established by the elders of the family. After the Qingqiu spirit fox will be angry human great power to slaughter, since the world no longer Qingqiu. All in all, it was a heartbreaking past that brought sadness to those who heard it and tears to those who listened to it. So after Qingqiu severed the Fox clan's legacy, it will be difficult for the world to produce a spirit fox with more than 5 tails. Even the vast majority of fox demons are some of the most common 5-element demon foxes such as the 3-tailed fire fox and 3-tailed water fox of the Qi refining realm. The 3-tailed heart fox was even more unlikely to be birthed in the outskirts of the endless demon forest, unless it's got a crippled inheritance from Qingqiu. or it had gone into the witch-demon forbidden zone deep within the endless demon forest. Only these two possibilities could cause the three-tailed demon fox to mutate and evolve into a three-tailed heart fox. But the Qingxiu ruins were located in the extreme eastern sea, billions of miles away from the endless demon forest. Therefore, Fang Yuan dared to be certain that this little fellow must have been to the forbidden area of the endless demon forest. So here's the question again. Spirit foxes like this, which are differentiated from ordinary three-tailed demon foxes, have a very high level of intelligence. They will never easily give up their domain and thus choose to break into unfamiliar surroundings. But now that it's out of the way, did this mean that some sort of change had occurred in the forbidden area of the endless demon forest? Think about it. Fang Yuan was the one who held Ji Ling's conscience and asked, "Little guy, living in someone else's body without saying hello. But it's a very rude thing to do." The three-tailed heart fox did not respond to Fang Yuan, but he could feel the warmth of Golden Lotus baby no longer becoming warm. Apparently, it was the three-tailed heart fox that was sending him cold, icy malice. At this moment, Ji Ling, who felt the coldness of her heart, also asked fearfully with a sobbing voice, "Husband, did something really enter my body? Don't be afraid. Swallow, you come and grab this place to catalyze the golden spirit technique." Fang Yuan gave his place to Dien, who had gotten together to watch the show. Since the little guy wasn't obeying, there was no choice but to give him a small dose of discipline. "Brother, what's wrong with sister-in-law Liener?" Dien wasn't at all sure what had happened, but she thought the 3 pink foxtail tattoos on sister-in-law Liener's breasts were still pretty. She also wanted to get a set for her little purse. Fang Yuan didn't pay attention to Dien, but instead looked at the location of Ji Ling's atrium. The 5 elements are born together, and then they are born in opposition to each other. After Dien had only slightly cast a weak golden spirit technique, the unbearable would attribute three-tailed heart fox then let out a pitiful wailing cry. Trance. Golden Lotus's body emitted a faint pink light while her face became alarmed. "Husband, it's as if a little girl's voice is begging for mercy in my head. She said she was willing to enter into a symbiotic contract with me. So what should I do? It's okay to conclude with it." As a matter of fact, Fang Yuan had deliberately allowed Dien to frighten the three-tailed heart fox. Its main purpose is for it to make a contract with the Golden Lotus. In that case, the spiritual root of the Golden Lotus would have gone from the original lower-grade water spiritual root. An extra medium-grade wood spirit root to improve the cultivation qualification a bit. Although it was unclear for the time being why this little guy had appeared in the Nukang River. But 100 advantages and no harm in taking advantage of it first. While the 1 man and 1 fox were concluding the contract, Fang Yuan also let the girls help Ji Ling get dressed. However, just at the critical moment of the conclusion of the covenant, Fang Yuan suddenly sensed that 5 foundation establishment auras were flying in the distant sky. He frowned and said, "Someone's coming. Ninger and Binger, you guys take Liener and Linger back to the car first, and Yenzi stays behind." With that, Fang Yuan was pulling back Dien, who wanted to sneak away together. "Gu, what are you doing, brother?" Dien said irritably. Why should she have to show her face in front of people when her sisters-in-law and cousins are able to stay out of the limelight? Isn't she a girl? Damn it. Thinking so, Dien became more and more angry and gnashed her teeth. Although Fang Yuan couldn't understand Dian's reflexive thinking, he had long ago figured out her lifeblood. So, he smiled to curry favor and said, before arriving at the leaving fire sect, brother didn't quite want to cause trouble, but sister Yenner is different. Sister is now a definite inner disciple of the Lihua sect. In the future, you are also destined to become the high and mighty Holy Maiden Highness. So how about helping your brother get rid of those people this time? Hearing this, Dien was indeed delighted. Humph, count on it. It was interesting to say that Dien was definitely one of the girls Fang Yuan had ever met, the best one to fool around with. Fang Yuan often only needed a simple compliment to make Dien lost and unable to find herself. But the cooling off time for the good behavior that Dien showed was the shortest that, as long as Fang Yuan was a little inattentive, her behavior would become uncontrollable and inscrutable. In a jiffy, 5 foundation establishment cultivators either with spirit swords or flying magic weapons landed in front of Fang Yuan and Dien. These 5 people combined 4 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the women were pretty, and their temperament looked quite extraordinary, and Dien was excited on the spot. Brother, it's the senior brother and senior sister of the leaving fire sect AI. We'll never have to ride back again, because all 5 cultivators were wearing the Taoist robes that symbolized the identity of the inner disciples of the Lihua sect. That's why Dien instantly recognized them. Compared to Dian's excitement, Fang Yuan felt quite tricky. He was afraid of meeting an enemy afterward, which was why he had asked Dien to take the front. But when a man is most afraid of something, it comes to him. Chapter 58, the first daughter of the Lu family. The only female foundation establishment cultivator among the 5 proudly said, You are the outer disciples of the Leaving Fire sect? Originally, Dien was still very emotional, but when she felt the female cultivator's lofty stance, the smile on her face froze instantly. Dien cooled down a few points and said, "No, I'm last year's specially recruited genius disciple." Dien. "Oh, where's the genius disciple?" The female cultivator looked at Dien with a smile, and Dien felt greatly offended. She frowned. "What are you looking at?" "Ho ho." The female cultivator laughed. "Genius is a synonym for the easiest premature death. Oh, to live to the end, even if one is a fool, it will also turn into a genius, just like a certain famous waste of a senior brother of our manhwa sect. So little sister, what do you think will happen if senior sister kills you now?" Dien's fingertips quietly retracted to the cuffs of her sleeves. She pinched an extreme gold spirit talisman in preparation to make the first move. At that moment, a stout male cultivator said, "Ha ha, senior sister, don't scare this young senior sister surnamed D. It's getting late. It's still important for us to search for that injured four-tailed arcane fox." The female cultivator snorted coldly. "Humph, is it possible that senior brother is heartbroken because he sees that people are beautifully born? How is that possible? Isn't senior brother's heart for senior sister clear to senior sister?" The male cultivator said this with his mouth, but his eyes looked at Dien with a kind smile. The other three male cultivators also chimed in. "Yes, senior sister Lu, if senior brother Gao doesn't like you, and how could you accompany you deep into the dangerous endless demon forest central domain to hunt that four-tailed Shen fox?" With that, they asked Dien, "Senior sister D, is this one next to you your elder brother? It's so late, how about returning to the Leaving Fire sect with us later?" The female cultivator saw that her companions were showing kindness to Dien, who was much prettier than herself. The female cultivator, who always liked to be self-centered, was instantly a bit upset. "Shut up. The three of you now immediately activate the blood escape technique to look for traces of the Shen fox. My spirit disc can sense that the little is nearby." "Yes." Seeing that senior sister Lu was angry, the three male cultivators immediately panicked. The Lu family has a prestigious position in the City of Fire. It's one of a kind. The three of them had clans that were either dependent on the Lu family for survival or were one level lower, and they simply didn't dare to disobey senior sister Lu's orders. Aside, Fong Yuan, who was always on the lookout, only felt bad luck. The five foundation building cultivators in front of us, Ruyan Lu, Gao He, Shuizhen, Shen Huan, and Su Ming, were all after his enemies from 500 years ago. That's why Lu Ruyan, who was born a second-generation cultivator, it was natural to look down on a genius from the earthly world like Dien, even if Dien was directly recruited as an inner disciple. Moreover, to Lu Ruyan and the others, as long as the spiritual roots of the children in the family were not too bad, which will not be promoted to inner disciple in the future. Back in the day, Miao Miao Bai was also discriminated against when she wasn't in the limelight. So, when Lu Ruyan sneered at Dien, Fong Yuan just watched the show indifferently, knowing full well that, today, Lu Ruyan's ridicule of Dien will surely be turned into a motivation for Dien to rise up in the coming days. Therefore, the original Fong Yuan was not prepared to step forward, but now he had no choice. From the conversation of the five, Fong Yuan had no difficulty guessing that the little fellow inside the golden lotus was of extraordinary origin. "I can't believe I can fall from 4 tails to 3 tails and still not die, and it's from a 4-tailed Shen fox to a 3-tailed heart fox. It was not metamorphosed from an ordinary 4-tailed demon fox." This implied that that little fellow might possess a relatively complete set of purebred spirit fox advancement inheritance. Think about it. Fong Yuan then revealed a hint of his Showdown aura, interrupting Shuizhen's trio's blood recluse spellcasting. In the stunned and fearful gazes of the three, Fong Yuan faintly said, "There is nothing here that you are looking for. Depart." Now that Golden Lotus is in the critical period of concluding a contract with the 3-tailed heart fox, Fong Yuan couldn't let these people spoil the Golden Lotus' chance to change its destiny against the heavens. When Fong Yuan revealed his Showdown cultivation, Lu Ruyan suddenly changed a kind of appearance as well. But, while she didn't have the condescending arrogance that she had at the beginning of the, but still, he didn't curb his overpowering aura. Late generation Lu Ruyan, from the Lu family, the #1 family in Lihua City. I hope that senior will make it easy for me. Even if Fong Yuan revealed his Showdown cultivation, but Lu Ruyan was not afraid at all. It's like Dien. Even her body carried a bunch of extremely high-grade life-preserving spirit talismans bestowed by her grandfather. So how could Lu Ruyan, who was the first daughter of the Lu family, lack the cards to fight against Showdown cultivators? Fong Yuan indifferently said, "Junior, your face isn't that big yet. Having your family's old ancestor, Lu Feiyang, come is more like it." Lu Ruyan's face instantly surfaced with a flash of panic that was visible to the naked eye. This person dared to call out the name of the old ancestor. I am afraid that the origin is not extraordinary. One must know that her family's old ancestor, Lu Feiyang, had broken through to the spirit of transformation 100 years ago. P.S. I'm afraid someone will ask why Bai Miao Miao hasn't transformed into a god yet with such strong qualifications, because she used most of her resources to underwrite Fang Yuan. Thinking like this, Lu Ruyan became more and more vain. She hurriedly lowered her head to accompany the smile. May I ask your name? Have you ever known my family's old ancestor? Lu Feiyang, just a defeated general of the district. Fang Yuan sneered. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's cold sweat flowed more and more straight, and she also completely developed the intention to retreat. I hope that senior will bear with me if senior has offended me much earlier. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Leave your flying magic treasure behind. In the future, the old man will personally travel to Li Fire City to pay a visit to the Lu family. How dare Lu Ruyan hesitate? She left behind her earth-ranked magic treasure, the glazed carpet, and left in a hurry with the remaining 4 male cultivators. Wait for the 5 to leave. Fang Yuan hurriedly sacrificed the glazed blanket. To the side, Dien wondered. I just realized that the Lu Feiyang seems to be the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Lihua sect. Did brother really defeat him when he was young? When have I ever lied to you? Fang Yuan casually said. The love scene is also a scene, and in the love scene, he suppressed the various heavenly prides of the departing fire sect for a whole 500 years. When Lu Feiyang and Gao Hongyan, Lu Feiyang and Gao Hongyan, almost all of the true disciples of the Li Fire sect from that era and later on had almost all fallen in love with the holy maiden of the Li Fire sect, so Fang Yuan was the enemy of all of them. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not been careful about everything and had not left the leaving fire sect by half a step, maybe he's been counted dead for a long time. That is, after he had left the leaving fire sect, those true legends thought to themselves that Fang Yuan didn't have a few years left to live. He is also too lazy to talk to him in general, lest he get into trouble and be liquidated by Miao Miao later. But now, Fang Yuan had returned to the Li Fire sect, and it was believed that soon afterward, these haters are afraid of a comeback. In a jiffy, Fang Yuan had finally erased the origin divine sense imprint left by Lu Ruyan on the glazed blanket. But I think at that time, my brother shouldn't be able to beat Lu. On the side, Dien was still hesitant. Too late to explain. Get on the blanket. Fang Yuan threw Dien onto the glazed blanket as soon as he could. Then he summoned out Luo Ning and the 3 of them. As for the golden lotus, it was held by Fang Yuan himself. Hold on tight. Take off. Yu dynasty was so poor that it didn't even have the most trashy yellow-grade flying magic treasure. Otherwise, even if Fang Yuan was overly unpleasant, why would he rob a foundation establishment junior? Hey, brother, my family's horse, Dien, who was slow to react, was the one who exclaimed. With that, she tried to jump off and ride. Fang Yuan pulled her back and couldn't help but laugh and curse. There's still a ball of horse to be had. Doesn't an earth-ranked flying magic weapon smell good? I'll give it to you when I'm done. In the meantime, Lu Ruyan, who had just escaped through the air on Gao's spirit sword for not long, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. The complexion also became shriveled up. Senior sister Lu, how are you feeling? The 4 Gao Yuan people were nervous. Lu Ruyan's gaze chilled and she gritted her teeth. Damn, how dare you swindle auntie. Chase. Extra, Miao Miao Bai and Fang Yuan, witty version, 4, 5K. Written as an extra before entering the fire sect. Fang Yuan used to be a 5 good young man with qualities. Even though he helped a grandmother who fell to the ground and was blackmailed for over $20,000, he can still laugh at life, because Fang Yuan is a fatherless orphan. Growing up in an orphanage at the end of the line, he is more grateful to the community. Today, as usual, after work, Fang Yuan was ready to give his girlfriend a call. Wanted to ask what she was having for dinner. I didn't realize that his girlfriend was the one who took the initiative to call him. Come to the Red Romantic Music Restaurant. I have something to say to you. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, and then his eyebrows rose with joy. Tina, could it be that you promise? You come first. Wang Ting said and hung up the phone. Fang Yuan called a cab. Master, Red Romance. In the car, Fang Yuan's heart was pounding and he was incomparably excited. He has known Wang Ting for 8 whole years, from freshman year to work. How many 8 years can there be in life? Fang Yuan felt that he was finally going to cultivate his own. It's time to have a family of your own. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan finally met Wang Ting at the Red Romantic Elegant seat. Tina, I don't see many people out in the lobby. Why don't you listen to the music outside? Fang Yuan, let's break up. As Wang Ting said these words, the smile on Fang Yuan's face froze in an instant. Ha ha, Tina, it's not even April Fool's Day yet. I'm serious. Fang Yuan, Wang Ting said with a calm face. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth twitched up slightly. Under the dim neon light, The rhythm of his heartbeat was just like this constant flashing of seven-colored light. There is no longer a set frequency. Without a word, he gazed at Wang Ting, seeing from her forehead to the corner of her lips. Wang Ting's looks were not outstanding, and could be described as an ordinary popular face, but Fang Yuan was deeply in love with her, and even on his way to Red Romantic, he all but fantasized about the wonderful life the two would have when they got married. But these two piercing words of Wang Ting's tonight were like the tip of ice in a cold winter's day, straight into his chest. Why? Obviously we. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Wang Ting said indifferently, because you don't deserve it. Are you a house-less, car-less, self-righteous, lousy man like you entitled to a wife? I'll try my best. Fang Yuan forced a smile. Effort. Yuck. Wang Ting lightly crushed a bite. We've known each other for 8 years. You're working pretty hard, but what about the money you're making? I'm all. Fang Yuan lowered his head. He was unable to speak, lost it all. Oh, so Fang Yuan, you are an unforgivable and incorrigible fool. After saying that, Wang Ting stood up and was walking towards the downstairs. Ting Ting, I'm still young. Fang Yuan shouted. Don't call me Ting Ting, I'm disgusted. Wang Ting stopped and said. Fang Yuan felt his nose turn sour. But we were obviously together the night before. Wang Ting twisted her head and looked. Shut up, you stupid bastard who is nothing but handsome. I really regret getting down on one knee to you my freshman year, confessing my love in public, and then being whored out by you for 8.5 years. Fang Yuan. The silent Fang Yuan did not stop Wang Ting from leaving again. He finally realized that when a woman stops having love for you, with that her feelings for you will be filled with bitter hatred. After Fang Yuan left Red Romance disoriented. He was a little confused, obviously coming to break up the, but why did you choose the couple's restaurant? When he looked up, he didn't know when the sky was raining heavily. In the distance, a familiar figure was running towards him. Fang Yuan looked at the other party with complexity. If it was usual, he would take off his jacket to cover the other party from the rain. But at that moment, a sudden ear-piercing honk sounded in Fang Yuan's ears. It was actually a dump truck whose brake pads had failed, and Wang Ting, for some reason, froze in place as if stunned. Fang Yuan was a lousy person, not to mention that the other party was his former lover. Even if the other party was a stranger, he would rush to help. So at the last moment when the dump truck crashed, Fang Yuan pushed Wang Ting away. Instead, he was hit by a dump truck and sent flying dozens of meters. Before he died, only one realization remained in Fang Yuan's mind. It's paid off. I didn't whore myself out for nothing. Eva's father. Congratulations. It's a bringer. In a daze, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Am I traveling through? In the field of vision, he couldn't see very clearly, only a few blurry outlines. He didn't see it until the midwife wiped away the layer of amniotic fluid that had plastered his face. Target, Square Fish Rock. Qualification, Ding, Mortal Earth Spiritual Root. Target, Cecilia Wong. Qualification, Ding, Mortal Wood Spirit Root. Wearing it, there was also a fainting woman in labor lying, supposedly his mother in this life. Target, Yifei Lu. Qualification, Ding, Mortal Water Spirit Root. Auntie Huang. Why isn't the little guy crying? His dad in this life. Fang Yuan asked. Let me see. Huang Suihua rolled over Fang Yuan's body and snapped twice. It hurt so much that Fang Yuan wanted to curse. I worked the morning shift, but what came out of his mouth was a wah 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 cry. Look, it's not just fine, Huang Suihua said smilingly. The month after that, Fang Yuan gradually learned from his parents as well as from intermittent conversations in the neighborhood. They live on Qingmao Mountain and this village is also known as Qingmao Village. This world is the existence of immortals who can fly and move mountains and seas. It turned out that he had traveled to a world where he could cultivate immortality. It's also good to forget about Wang Ting and start over. I just don't know if I'm qualified. After some time, Fang Yuan finally saw himself in the mirror. Unfortunately, the words didn't show up on his head. Never mind. It's probably a good thing not to know. Growing up in an orphanage, Fang Yuan was very Buddhist. 2 months later, Fang Yuan heard his mother say that the Bai family next door gave birth to a watery baby girl named Bai Miao Miao. Another month passes. The White family's daughter-in-law finally gave up holding her girl child out in the sun. And Fang Yuan also saw the attributes of Bai Miao Miao. Target, Miao Miao Bai. Qualification, Grade A, 95%, excellent fire spirit root. So awesome. After Fang Yuan came to this world, it was the first time he had seen the existence of Grade A qualifications. That said, he's seen almost every man, woman, and child in the whole of Qingmishan. He thought that only Ding qualifications existed in this world. Turns out there are gifted people too. On top of that, Fang Yuan also felt that there seemed to be some kind of destiny in the underworld. For example, There was clearly a lot of water in Miao Miao Bai's name, but she possessed the opposite fire spirit root. As Fang Yuan and Bai Miao Miao grew up day by day, the two naturally became childhood friends. Miao Miao, let's go. Take you to eat sugar gourds. The 4-year-old Fang Yuan pulled up Miao Miao Bai's hand. The village of Qingmao may be small, but there is no shortage of anything. By this time Fang Yuan had sensed that Bai Miao Miao was extraordinary, and he decided to invest in advance. As for love? Oh, I don't have any money. Miao Miao Bai resisted and drew back her small hand, although she grew up with Fang Yuan. But the rather spiritual one seems to dislike people touching her body. I have. Where did that come from? Miao Miao Bai's small, partially carved eyebrows furrowed. Earned it washing my mother's feet. Well, okay. Hearing that Fang Yuan's money came from the right place, Bai Miao Miao agreed. Not for long. Fang Yuan then used the only penny he had to buy a candy cane. Here, you take the first bite. Fang Yuan handed it to Bai Miao Miao. Bai Miao Miao didn't refuse. She took a bite and her eyes flashed as she said, "So sweet. Is it good? Yummy. It's all yours then." "Don't. Mother said you can't be too greedy." "Well, I'll just have one then." Fang Yuan's generosity made Bai Miao Miao's pretty eyes smile into a nice curved crescent moon. In that moment, Fang Yuan felt his heart flutter. This was a feeling he had never experienced in Wang Ting. He vaguely remembers that his relationship with Wang Ting belonged to water under the bridge in the first place. Freshman year he still had low self-esteem because of his birth. Plus he was naturally kind and, so with Wang Ting on one knee confessing her love to him, and the coaxing of the whole class, he didn't have the heart to say the 3 words sorry. And at the moment, Fang Yuan, however, for the first time, had a thumping feeling. But soon, Fang Yuan couldn't help but blush again. How old was he? It seems a little shameless to like a little girl. What is brother blushing about? Miao Miao Bai was curious. Nothing. Hot. Fang Yuan skimmed his eyes and looked at the village head in the distance. The river. Let's go catch some fish in the river of forgetfulness? No. Oh, mother would cry if she knew I went to play by the river. It's okay. If we don't say anything, who's going to know? Under Fang Yuan's compulsion, Bai Miao Miao's heart was moved. Children are naturally interested in everything new. Dusk, Fang Yuan's family and Bai Miao Miao's family blocked the 2 little ones in front of their home. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan directly fell to his knees and said in a childish voice, "Father, Mother, Uncle Bai, Aunt Bai, it has nothing to do with Sister Miao Miao. All of them come and beat me. Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you little brat took the initiative to admit your mistake." Fang Yuyan rolled up his sleeves and clicked his ass. That night, although Miao Miao Bai was fine, she cried red eyes. The next day, Bai Miao Miao came to see Fang Yuan with red eyes. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Fang Yuan bared his teeth and laughed. After a long time, Bai Miao Miao suddenly choked. "My mother cried last night. I'm sorry." Fang Yuan didn't expect that Auntie Bai would really cry, but soon he realized that he had misunderstood. "Last night I heard my father snapping at my mother, and I was so scared I just dared to hide under the covers and cry. Am I a coward?" Fang Yuan didn't know how to explain. Seeing that Fang Yuan didn't say anything, Bai Miao Miao sniffled and asked, "Brother Rim, does your father beat your mother too?" Fang Yuan hesitated. "I guess it will. So husbands beat their wives." Miao Miao Bai nodded. Fang Yuan explained with a red face. "Well, hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Maybe that's a form of expression of their dearness." Deceiving a little girl made him feel deeply guilty. It didn't fit with what Grandpa Dien had taught him. "I see. But is Brother Rim hot again?" Bai Miao Miao suddenly asked. "Kind of." Then will Rim brother slap me later too?" Square Edge stepped his face under the pillow. Brother Yuan is so hot." Miao Miao Bai looked at Fang Yuan's red ears and a small mouth opened in surprise. The fun is always short-lived. Without realizing it, Fang Yuan and Bai Miao Miao have reached the age of marriage. There's no nasty drama about bullies forcibly stealing people's daughters. The two of them were childhood sweethearts, plus a handsome man and a beautiful woman. All the townspeople of Qingmao village were very favorable to the marriage. Wedding night. Before the wedding, Bai Miao Miao, who had her red head removed by Fang Yuan, asked, "Husband, will you love me forever?" "Will." Fang Yuan gazed at the eyes clear Bai Miao Miao. The eyes were firm as if they had been in the college days of the year into the D. Bai Miao Miao's soulful eyes twirled. "Then will husband still beat me up in the future?" What does mean? And what is husband blushing about? Is it hot again? Miao Miao Bai deliberately teased. Girls her age already know a lot of things. And Miao Miao Bai had long ago realized that Brother Rim was as innocent as ever. He never seemed to change after all these years. Obviously he understood why her mother cried at a very young age. This night, Miao Miao Bai is a first-time woman. After the wedding, Fang Yuan's young couple lived a life of love and affection. Bai Miao was spinning and weaving at home, while Fong Yuan was following his old man and uncle Bai to go fishing in the Forgotten River. Fong Yuan, who had long ago gotten used to everything, thought he would grow old with Bai Miao. Until 2 years later, the 18-year-old Fong Yuan was fishing in the Forgotten River. Suddenly he was stomped into the river silt by a fierce, beautiful woman. Target, lock rhyme, qualification, grade at 50%, excellent wood spirit root. That moment when you are inexplicably stepped on by a woman. It took Fong Yuan, who had spat out blood, to wake up. River isn't the only one in the world. It turns out there really are immortals in this world. In the meantime, a silhouette also ran from the entrance of the village lifting her skirts in her hands and also holding a pair of sharp scissors. Fong Yuan is my husband. If you kill him or he dies for no reason, then I will kill myself too. In front of the gorgeous woman, Bai Miao knelt on the ground and the other side of the edge made a promise not to leave. That moment, Fong Yuan cried. He didn't cry when the old Dien died, and he didn't cry when Wang Ting said she broke up with him. What River said was obviously just some of the most common characters, but together, they combine too. But it can turn out to be the most beautiful love story in the world. So it turns out that Brother Rim also sheds tears. The time wobbles. Fong Yuan had already arrived at the Leaving Fire sect for 3 years. He had thought that following Bai Miao and joining the Li Fire sect would be the place where his dreams began. I didn't expect to end up living as a joke. 3 years have passed. Bai Miao had long since become a core disciple of the Li Fire sect. Instead, he was still a mortal who couldn't even condense his refined qi. After noon, Miao Bai was excited to find Fong Yuan. Brother Yuan, I've inquired. The reward for the third place in this clan competition is the spirit drawing pill. I've got to get third. Elixir. Fong Yuan had also heard that those kind-hearted senior brothers had said that this Dan had a price without a market. The ability to invoke a mortal's spiritual roots, allowing them to perform the simplest of cultivations. However, Fong Yuan's face did not have the slightest joy. He asked, "What is the reward for first place?" Bai Miao laughed. "I heard that it's an earth-rank spiritual weapon, purple cloud damask, but that's not important." Fong Yuan shook his head. "River must take first place, leave me alone." But Miao Bai's eyes were complicated. Fong Yuan stubbornly said, "There is no buts. If you give up your earth-ranked spirit weapon for me, then I definitely won't take that spirit-inducing elixir." Well, a few days later, Bai Miao still brought the spirit-inducing pill. "Brother Yuan, I took first place. The spirit-inducing pill was asked for by my master for me." "Humph, I won't eat that woman's stuff." Fong Yuan had a haughty face. White Miao's master had stepped on Fong Yuan and nearly killed him. And Fong Yuan had always believed that the reason why he couldn't cultivate was because he had his spirit vein abolished by that woman Luo Yun. "Don't, Brother Rim, please, just eat this once, okay? Big deal. I'll never let my master help me next time." Bai Miao pleaded. "See that the square edge is not moved." Miao Bai had to use an exclusive trick. "Husband, can't it be that you want to beat up River tonight?" Fong Yuan's face instantly became blushing. "Stop it, this place is crowded." I know Brother Yuan is the most obedient. Good boy, come on, open your mouth. Later River will let you have a good fight. Unfinished business. I'll write about them when I have time. And again, I can't even eat a recommendation due to bad grades, so I'll just have to put it on the shelf tomorrow. I hope you'll subscribe to support it. Also, thanks again. First of all, I'd like to thank reader 184062959127688388912 for his alliance reward. A 100-point reward from the Gentleman Bunny Big Brother. 400 points of reward from Big Brother Ren Fangwa. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of you big readers for your monthly rewards. Last but not least, thanks to the editor, Folding Feather.